Snakes and ladders or up the game, up the stakes. That's your face, be proud of him or what's the point? Decide the case, ask the question, hear the voice. Make the choice and live with it. Quitting, never quitting, never quitting. That's what living is. Living for the giving whilst forgiving is a given gift. Sentiment on a missing list of many kids who seek the height of guiding light in the focus gaze of father's eyes on mother's side. Let's raise the cup to a perfect dream. Worth it, some may swerve it, call it a cursed scheme, a bad result of a sleepless night. Now we lay him down to sleep. Be the sheep and see the wolf. Be the wolf and count the sheep. Dark or light and in between. See it or be seen as it. Be it or believe in it. Make a choice and be equipped for the choice you made. Now deal with it. What's the it? Make it clear. Have no fear in a pressure-centered atmosphere. Current flows, the many failed to go with and so live the lies of someone under the watchful eyes of someone else. It's up and down and up again. It's half full with a half space. Yin yang is a whole plate in jewel state. Whose space? Our space. Present tense is now, mate. When, mate, you missed it. You're now late. That's a new fare to the next train in a vex state. That's checkmate.
What, fam?
Checkmate to your mind state. Can't think cause you're irate. That's a travel change to the sky plane. Jet stream to a time change. Be so cool, it's an ice age. Leave a slow poke in the left lane with a stress vein. Side shame, finish line when he gets there. Pied face, a lone man in last place.
Last place. To the world like Space Invader, turn the fader, off the radar. Out to the world like fireworks, light up the sky like jaw works. I'm right there where you are, me and you gon' fly like superstar. Star, 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 me and you gon' fly like superstar. Star, 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 star.
electric running through my mind. Daylight slipping away, yeah. Feel ready to release that sound. Embrace this beautiful day. And I never knew I could feel like this. I'm alive with vibes so positive. So I smile easily. So I smile easily. Smile. So I smile.
low tier city, number 7, here in Arlington, Texas, right next to Dallas, right next to the AT&T Stadium where the Cowboys play. We got a different set of Cowboys here at low tier city 7.
Yeah.
We're doing 2s today, all the way until the end. So if you want to see the finale of 2s, you better stay tuned to
Stay
everything
tuned. It's all
that we
here.
have going today. My name's Sparky878.
I'm
Sitting
Duke.
next to me on the casting couch is Duke,
I
and we're going to have a
answered it.
great time today. I'm so excited for the 2s here. We got some of the regular teams that we're used
Yeah.
to seeing coming together. In my peripheral vision, I see Wilson. I see Velocity Brian coming together. We saw them at Dallas.
They
We
literally
also-
just came here to wave, and then they're like, all right, we got our announcer. We're good.
We also have Cake teaming up with, you probably thought Addy. No,
What?
it's not Addy.
Not Addy Mestic. No.
It's Lil Capped. And you have Noel teaming up with, probably Ithro. Oh,
Yeah,
wait,
what?
not Ithro?
What?
It's Blood Diamond then, right? No, it's not Blood Diamond.
What?
It's Noel and Ethan.
What?
Who played together
Wait, but
recently.
who's Lil Cap with then?
Lil Capped is with Cake. We already
Oh my
said
goodness, I know. I had to
We already said
recap
that.
because that's how
that.
important
When
it
did
is.
what was the tournament called recently? The bagel one that Noel and Ethan Brawl at the Beach.
Brawl at the Beach, yeah.
They have so many names. I always forget.
Yeah.
I always call like everyone Sunny Side Air.
I always just say it's like I try to think of whatever month is in because there's like March of Legends.
Yeah, or
and then April
Mayhem of Ragnarok.
Yeah, Mayhem of Ragnarok or April of
That wasn't anything.
Showers.
Nope. Nope. They didn't have an April of.
No, unfortunately not. But yeah, they were a team then.
Yeah, Brawl at the Beach.
Yeah.
Which was just last weekend. What did they get at Brawl
Not
at the
too long
Beach?
ago.
And we also had Boomie teaming up with Cody Travis.
Yeah, that was an
for
interesting
strange teams, some strange
I think
bedfellows that
Sandstorm
weekend.
wasn't available. But so some big name teams for those of you who maybe aren't following our 2v2 scene. We've got Sandstorm and Boomie. They've been on a tear, winning every single offline event
Yeah.
in 2v2s. We've got Cody Travis and Isidru, one of the strongest contenders against Boomie and Sandstorm. They actually have
They're not here.
the best record against them,
But
they're
they're
not
not here.
unfortunately. Let's see, Faison and Remy,
Yeah.
also another really strong North American team. They are here.
Yeah.
And then, as we said, some kind of odd shakeups, some interesting stuff. We've got Cake and Lil Cap. Going to be curious to see how well they do. Noel and Ethan, interesting to see how well they do as well. Are there any other teams that I'm not quite remembering? There's some other strong teams out there that
Yeah,
have
of course.
participated
Like,
before.
a
Like
lot of the strong
Tiffany
teams are here.
Gobi, or
we have
sorry, Koslix and Gobi.
Yeah, Tiffany is not here for this land, but someone that we haven't seen in a very long time, not even just on land, but online in general.
Okay.
Hyper Hero's here.
Oh.
We haven't seen Hyper Hero in a long time. Used to team with Midget a lot.
Yeah.
Now is teaming with Jester,
Okay.
who is Wrench's old teammate.
I like Jester has been picking up great teammates and doing really well with them. He's relatively new, showed up at final round, did really well with Wrench, and then he was at DreamHack Dallas, did really well with, I can't remember the name of who he played with.
Wasn't he with
Was
Jester?
it Wrenched again?
Yeah. It was Hold on, let me look it up.
I just know Jester's been doing really well for himself in the 2v2 scene alongside a lot of people. So it's going to be interesting to see how well he does with Hyper Hero, who's someone
Oh,
we
no,
haven't
Dallas
seen
was with
as of
Midget.
late.
I forgot Midget was in
Yeah.
Dallas.
Told you
yeah,
it
yeah.
was someone
You're right, you're right. Wrench
got-
was with Starlight.
I
then.
sort of
Oh,
got a memory sometimes.
My bad. That's why I have the spreadsheet.
Yeah, that's you need that. It's
I do need
helpful.
this.
It is very beneficial to have. What's some other teams that we got to keep an eye out for?
Magma Bob and part of the Creed.
Magma Bob hasn't been to a tournament since
We don't-
PCX 20.
We don't need to super watch out for them. I'm
No.
mostly just saying it because they're my really good friends. But part of the Creed, of course, is Boomie's coach.
Yeah.
So bringing some of that high-level analysis play,
some big brain
and
plays.
executing it into the game. They might be going up against there's a good chance they'll be going up against Silly Gobi and Koslix in their second set of the day. Aside from that, we have the two-time here. We have
Two-time.
LDZ
Ooh.
teaming with Egg Soup, and now we've seen LDZ at a few lands this year. I
Yeah,
think this
he's
is
been
the-
doing more.
This is the third one because he wasn't at Dallas, right? Yeah, he was not at Dallas. He was at final round.
Final
He
round.
was at CEO, and then this is the
Yes.
third
Yep.
one.
Yep.
But it's
Yep.
still
Yep.
it's still a
That's
treat to
numbers.
see him, and of course it's a treat to see Egg Soup
Yes.
as well. A lot of people's still favorite player in the entire community. He's
Egg
going
Soup?
forward on that
Yeah.
content creation train. Those
Huge
two teaming up,
personality.
always a fun team to see. Of course, we have Starlight and Wrenched again, like we're used to seeing. We mentioned Ethan and Noel. I think we kind of mentioned all the big boys.
Yeah. Okay. Some interesting stuff. So talking about LDZ, we talked about him a little bit. He's the two-time world champion in 1v1s, but famously didn't really go to a lot of events, right? In 2016, there weren't really offline events, but he showed up, won the world championship. Then 2017, largely absent, showed up, won the world championship. 2018, didn't go to any of the offline events, showed up, got fourth place, And then now here in 2019, starting to show up a whole lot more, starting to really put in his time in the tournament scene. I'm excited to see him appearing, doing well. I love watching him play with Exu.
We saw a big top 4 placement from him at CEO in singles. His 2 placements have been less than stellar. Still, he's like right on the edge of top 16. Like in Sunnyside Air with Pugs, he got 17th. In Mountain Dew 2s, he got 17th with Egg. In Winter Champs 2s, he got 13th with Egg. In Final Round 2s, he got 5th with Egg as well. And then here recently in Brawl at the Beach, he did get 9th, so he really kind of broke past that top 16, almost got into top 8 with Blood Diamond, who unfortunately, at least for that team combination, is not here. He's with Egg Soup this time. But we'll have to see what the 2-time world champion, LDZ, Zachary Jambe, has for us. This is Jester and Hyper Hero on the right side of your screen, and they are going up against Louis Money and Moonboy Josh.
Moonboy Josh.
Now, I don't know if this is
this is button checks right now.
the Louis Money that my friends were thinking of, but they're big Smash players.
Okay.
And they were saying that Louis Money is a Smash guy.
And he gets that money.
And like a notable Smash guy.
You gotta earn that. You gotta earn that $. Like it probably started off as like a cent, like a C with a little line through it. Then earned enough money, ended up getting that $sign for the Louis Money.
Now we don't know which one is which, but for narrative's sake, I'm gonna say Louis Money's in the green.
Okay.
Because you got to make that money to get. Look at that beautiful
that
portrait
green.
on his arm. Oh my gosh,
That is solid.
that is gorgeous.
That looks clean.
Looks like a turtle.
Maybe? Yes.
Looks like turtle
Kind
shell.
of.
That's gorgeous.
He's got some other stuff. You see that one on the inside of the arm. That's a Texas boy right there with that Lone Star in the circle. But we got Louis Money and Josh, Moonboy Josh, going up against Hyper Hero on the right side in kind of the floral pattern. That's Hyper Hero, and then the one next to him is Jester.
Moonboy Josh and Louis Money were popping up a little bit in the corner,
Yo, they're getting in the mood.
trying to get themselves jazzed up for this game. Of course, Hyper Hero, we mentioned that we haven't seen him very much this year. We haven't seen him at all this year. Like, I wasn't able to find like anything.
Nothing
from
for
him
2019.
in any power rank tournaments in 2s
Then he
this
just
year
shows up.
whatsoever.
Here
So
in Arlington.
He might be coming into this a little bit raw.
Who knows? He might be just staying off the grid, playing those ranked games, only practice matches. Already looking strong right now as Jester and Hyper Hero taking next to no damage against Moonboy Josh and Louis Money.
Now it's looking like Louis Money and Moonboy Josh bit off a little bit more than they could chew, except this is a bracket, so it wasn't their active choice.
Yeah.
But they're having to come up against
They didn't order that one on the menu.
They're having to come up against a good team early on. Jester just completely dominating Louis Money.
About the game.
And Hyper Hero
Yo,
dominating
they're having fun, though.
Moonboy
They're having
Josh.
fun, though.
This is a
They're
rough
cracking
game
up
one.
on this one.
This is a rough game one.
That's all right, though, because this is all double elimination and best of 5s. So still plenty of opportunities here. Hyper Hero trying to go for something at the top of the map, really trying to style on Louis Money.
Hyper Hero just trying to play around that weapon spawn. He knows that Moonboy Josh wants it. Coming in with a side light into the neutral light, trying to go low. Jester covering high.
You hear the 6-stock call coming out.
Who's saying
you
that?
see the writing on the wall
That's
already.
messed up. Whoever was saying that. Unless you're boys with Moonboy Josh and Louis Money, that's mean. Whoa! Whoa!
It's a PG stream,
We're
my
gonna
guy.
lose that crowd mic real quick. See, now you see a big black screen. That's almost what it felt like.
Yeah, they just
that
closed their
entire
eyes and it
match
was done.
That's thematically what that match was. It's just that's a blackout.
It's all right, though. Like I said, best of 5s.
Yes.
So still, they get 2 more games, 2 more opportunities to at least try to prevent the 6-stock.
Yeah, so that's their win condition
Yeah.
right now is preventing that 6-stock, trying to shut up that person in the
Yeah.
crowd who was
big-
screaming 6-stock.
Gnarly thumbs down to that person.
That's tough though, man. Your first match is on stream,
Yeah.
on the stage.
Everybody's watching.
In the lobby, like before you get into the main arena, so like not even is it just like the BH crowd watching. It's like everybody that's
everyone
out here.
entering low tier can see
There are
that
PC
screen.
setups out here that people are playing on. They can see it out of the corner of their eye. All the people walking in to the main arena, which our finals and singles will be played on. So yeah, it's a lot of pressure.
I gotta say though, I love the picks coming out from Louis Money. Like he's getting all these crossovers. He started off with the Rayman. Now he's coming in with the Jake the dog from the Adventure Time crossover. Like I love these picks. At least pick characters you like, you know?
Yeah, if you're going to lose, have fun.
Yeah.
Neutral stick coming out from Jester. That killed an orange from the middle of the stage. Welcome to Small Brawlhaven.
We are seeing a little bit of kind of cold moves coming out from the blue team. We saw just a second ago, Hyper Hero had the setup, toss over to Jester, and usually on these stronger teams that are a little bit more warmed up, you go for that immediate follow-up pounce between the two of them, but Jester didn't quite have that timing. Looks like they're either maybe playing a little bit with their food too much.
Is Jester just doing end lights?
Yeah,
okay,
so far he's doing a lot of end lights.
Ooh, Louis Money
snap.
coming out with a taunt.
Re-taunt.
Be careful because it's still 6 stock range right now.
Taunt to get bodied is a thing. Oh, Louis Money.
Weapon toss from Hyper Hero, finishing it up. A little bit of team damage.
Yeah, trying to help him deny that 6 stock.
Who is that guy?
I don't know, but
That guy's awesome.
he's having a great time. I know I'm having a great time. We're starting at like 3 here in Central Texas.
Oh no, Louis, one more of those and you're done.
Oh, no, he's good.
Oh, he's still living.
He's good. I like the wake up recovery.
Oh, Louis, what did you do? No!
Doesn't quite know the mechanics. If you touch the wall, resets your jumps, then you can come back up safely. Hyper Hero!
Yes! Yes!
That's the hookup. Can't get the stock yourself. Hyper Hero comes in, gets it for you.
Oh, here we go.
We got one more. One more.
That guy almost sounds like Andy Samberg. When he said, "Here we go," it sounded a lot like Andy
I don't know. I need to
Samberg.
hear him do it again to get a real good feel of it.
Jester and Hyper Hero probably feeling pretty good. There you see, ooh, the fateful gravity cancel neutral heavy.
In order to gravity cancel, you have to spot dodge in the air and then throw out an attack. And neither of those things got him to that wall for that reset on the jumps.
But it was a 5 stock.
Yeah.
So are we going to see?
Can we get the numbers better? Can we get to the 4 stock?
Is it going to be a 4 stock? Are we going to see that progression?
A true 5 stock where they earn that stock.
Yes.
It looks like they're really conferring with someone behind them. Louis going through all of these crossovers, going to the Shovel Knight now, and Jester's going to switch it up, pick out the Zol. Looks like he wants to finish this one quick with that high-strength character.
Now I wonder if Moonboy Josh is playing Artemis because that's his regular pick. Maybe because it's Moonboy Josh.
Yeah. Picks the
And
moon
Artemis
character.
is like space,
She's
right?
the moon girl.
Is she?
I don't know. She's got like moon symbolism.
Isn't she just like
Actually, no.
space
Fate,
in a suit?
Fate is friends with the moon, so maybe that would have been a better pick.
Ooh, Moonboy Josh going down real early. Louis Money following right behind him. Now Hyper Hero switching over to this Lin Fei pick.
gosh.
Jester switching over to the Zol pick. Even though Jester hard committed on that, he's able. Oh
Yeah,
no!
lots
Oh
of movement
no!
in that. He is going for those big cannon
Come on, get
strings
him.
off stage.
Get him. Yes!
Yes! That's 1 stock taken off
He
of
overextended.
Jester.
He
And
went
they
for
still
it
have plenty of stocks to play with.
just a little bit too hard. They've already gotten the stock from Jester.
Nice ground pound. That's 4 stocks. Louis Money himself gets the stock.
Now it might not be Louis Money because the guy in the crowd
Luis.
did say Louise.
Oh no, Moonboy Josh gonna fall.
Louis getting back to the stage. He wants that weapon. Oh, is
Yeah,
Jester
he's gonna
just
welcome-
killing Hyper
Yeah,
Hero?
he kind of just is.
Like, was he trying to hit him with that ground pound?
I mean, he was definitely doing a lot of neutralites to his boy. All right, Jester with the offstage. Louis Money doesn't have the jumps. It's all left to Moonboy Josh to maybe try to get another stock. Can he get into the 3?
Do they have the cannon team combo? It looks like they don't have the cannon team combo worked out.
Is there one?
I don't
For
know.
for 2 cannons?
Probably.
I know.
not.
Because Boomie and Sandstorm, they sometimes play the Thor Zol, which is a single cannon combo, but they do have like a full-on combo with the cannon in it. It's like cannon hammer.
But yeah, I don't know anybody who really plays double cannon who would think of the team combo as a priority.
I mean, the list of cannon players as a whole is relatively small. It's slowly been widening, right? People have been adopting that Lin Fei more as of late.
Because I think Starlight and Wrench, didn't they play double Sidra at one point?
If they did, it was not very.
It was a joke pick.
long. Yeah. Oh yeah.
It was in response
it was
to
game
another, like-
1 against the Jake and something from Boomie and Sandstorm.
Yeah.
That's right. It was the double Sidra. But I don't think they had a
Ooh.
full-on practice thing.
Jester putting out a lot of damage,
716
716, picking up 3 kills, splitting it right down the middle. That's going to be a very tough round 1
It's all right, though.
for
Double
Luis
limb.
or Louis Money and Moonboy Josh. They're going to be going down into the losers bracket. Still have a chance to pursue the dream of coming out on top in this bracket. It is double elimination, so the day's not over yet.
Nope.
They're two's conquest
it's still
or
live.
dream.
Yeah.
It's not over yet. But who are we going to be going to next? I'm not quite sure. There, it
Just
looks like
saying,
round
though.
one is finishing up or getting started as we're talking right now.
The
No
current
updates
award
yet.
for cleanest tattoo, though, definitely goes to Louis Money and Moonboy Josh for right now.
That is true.
Yeah. Cleanest tattoo.
I don't know many other I don't know any
Not
other
a lot
really
of tatted people in our community.
notable tats in the community. I'm not sure.
There really aren't a lot.
Now, if you want to get engaged with Low
Maybe
Tier
wanna-
City 7 on Twitter,
Say something.
hashtag BH Esports,
You say it right now.
and you might see it pop up right over my head.
Was that a hashtag?
Yeah, hashtag.
Hashtag.
That's what the kids are doing.
Oh, is that what I'm sorry.
That's what the kids are doing, old
I'm
man.
a little out of date. Yeah, I'm quite old.
You're just over here
unfortunately.
booming out in 2019.
Yeah, man.
You got to be zooming.
Us
Why boom when you can zoom?
complaining about kids on my lawn just the other day
You don't
before I
have a
hopped on
lawn.
a flight.
Wait.
You don't know? You've seen? Actually, yeah, you have
Yeah,
seen
you
it,
do.
and I do.
You
Yes.
do. I forgot.
I literally do have a lawn.
Yeah, I forgot. Do y'all have to take care of it?
No.
Oh.
But it doesn't mean I don't have one, and
That's
doesn't mean I
true.
don't get mad when somebody walks on it.
That's true.
It's my lawn.
So let's see.
Up next.
We don't have any updates. It's going to be Jester
You know
and
what?
Hyperhero against the
The winner of L and winner of M is up next. That's what that is. Shout outs to Toast. So y'all at home aren't going to be able to see those except for when they're right above us.
Okay,
But
so that's
some
gonna
pretty cool
be this
in-room
set, which is likely
info.
going to be Silly Gobi and Koslix versus Magma Bob and part of the Creed.
Okay.
So we can do a little
that's
bit
the
of
potential
theorizing.
matchup.
Yeah.
So Silly Gobi and Koslix have definitely been more active in the competitive scene as of late, for sure. Silly Gobi, local player from Texas, but he's definitely made it out to a couple things. Went to DreamHack Dallas. Unfortunately, couldn't make it out to CEO over in Daytona.
Yes.
But he still made it out to more offline events as a competitor than either part of the Creed or Magma Bob. Part of the Creed, largely analytical, has not actually competed in 2019 at all.
Probably that's true.
And then Magma Bob, I think a couple online tournaments, but not really anything offline as far as I can recall.
No.
yeah,
Magma's not competed offline this year.
Yeah.
He got 9th in twos with Stevenator at Winter Champs, and then 17th with Steve at Sunnyside Air.
So even just like raw tournaments in 2019, Silly Gobi and Koslix have been to far
Yes.
more.
But Gobi and Koslix have not played together
Correct.
this year at all.
Koslix played with Daiku at final round and
Yeah, got
did
third.
really well as a team. And then who else did he play with?
Koslix also played with Joke Down this year.
Okay.
He
that's
actually
right.
had some really good
He
stuff.
tends
with
to
Joke
like
Down.
to have a Lance player as his teammate.
Winter Champs, he got 3rd with Joke Down. Final round, he got 3rd with Daiku. Sunnysider, he got 9th with Joke
Trying
Down.
to find the
Mountain
hands
Dew,
wrong.
he got 7th with Doppy. And then Brawl at the Beach, he got 7th with Hazen.
Do the hands help? Is that how you like?
That's just for
know
everyone at
numbers?
home.
Okay. Maybe they don't have subtitles turned on, so they gotta look at the hands.
Or maybe they only know Roman numerals.
yeah, this would not help for Roman numerals.
Well, but you still know what 1 in a Roman numeral looks like.
okay, but this is very
And you
different
can be like,
than Roman
this is,
numerals.
how many ones is that? 1, 2, 3, 4,
That's not
5,
how Roman
6,
numerals
7.
work.
Yeah, but if you know Roman numerals, you know
you
that
know
this
counting.
means
Then
1.
you just know counting.
But you know that this means 1. You know a little bit of the puzzle. You don't know the whole puzzle, and then you just
That's not how that
you
works,
extrapolate it.
It's not how that works because X is 10 in Roman numerals, and this is not the same as an X.
How much to buy this shirt that I'm wearing? Like, do you want the one that's actually on my body? Because
The physical one,
I'm not against that.
it is for sale.
It is from Spiff Space, though.
Yeah, which is here.
They're here.
I'm going to cop a jacket once I'm done doing commentary later because they have some dope jackets that they have here. But before that, looks like we're going over to set D. On deck right now, I don't actually recognize either of these players. But
This
I
is
see a
either
Fox.
Astral and Isaac or Sixco and Big Mac.
Sixco?
Yeah.
Okay, I was thinking
It's not
Cisco.
Cisco. Like
kinda
the-
bummed.
Like the
Thong
popular
Song.
rapper who released Thong Song.
Do you consider him a rapper?
I'm honestly not
Because I
that.
thought he was a little bit more of a singer or like.
I'm not that familiar with Cisco's library aside from Thong Song.
Okay, that's fair.
Let's we'll look it up
Yeah,
while we're
real
trying
quick.
to figure out who this is. They're still
Power
getting
of
stuff.
technology.
They're still trying to get stuff figured out as well. On the other side is probably Noel And Ethan.
Yeah, I see Ethan. I can literally turn around and see that's Noel and Ethan. Noel closest to us in the button down.
He's an American R&B singer.
Okay, yeah, that's what I'm
So,
saying.
yeah.
See, I respect you, Cisco. I don't know a lot about you, Sixco, but either way, Ethan on the other side of Noel, like to his right, our left, if we're looking at him in this current view.
Noel in the pink.
Yeah.
Ethan in the black and white. Of course, playing for In Control. He's part of that In Control nation.
So it's a very large nation. But this is an interesting team. I know characteristically, Noel really likes to team up with someone who he can practice 2v1 combos with. Like, that's kind of his big thing with his partners is those 2v1 combos. Even going back to when he was with iThrow, he had that one with the hammer and bow, which I thought was always really exciting to see. I'm curious to see what he's worked out with Ethan. So
quick correction.
okay.
This is actually Ethan and Noel against Ouija and Shadow Fox.
Ouija, hopefully not looking for reading the seances. That's how Ouija boards are used, right? Not reading seances,
Yes.
but like reading, like communicating with the dead.
Yes.
Hopefully not going to be communicating with his dead self. Someone in the crowd was rooting for him. I heard the "Let's go Ouija." They've got friends here, or supporters, or maybe somebody who really likes the name Ouija.
I'm going to go with it's a friend. Yeah. I'm going to go. Looks like we have a little bit of technical difficulties right now, so let's find something to talk about.
Let's.
In case you're wondering
You're so good at that.
who is on the episode of Spitfire for this LAN, it's Wrenched.
Woo! Shoutouts to Wrenched. Wow. Is that the hand symbol for Wrenched?
This is the hand symbol for Wu-Tang Clan.
Let's go Wrenched.
Look.
All the Wrenched fans.
Wrenched
out
Clan
there.
ain't nothing to mess
Why
with.
did I
all right?
steal Faison's jacket? Guess what? I had this jacket first.
He did. I can
literally
confirm that.
I was the first one in the I literally shared it with the rest of the BH community. You're welcome, BH community, for the fit.
And me and Winan bought it for him for his birthday.
I appreciate it.
And then it immediately broke, and he had to get another
And
one.
then I had to get because I'm a lot larger than I remember.
Well, it broke like here in the arm.
Yeah.
So it was because you're working out,
It's all
man.
it's all those shoulder
It
workouts.
couldn't contain the biceps, brother. You got them pythons for arms. So yeah, this week's this LAN Spitfire is Wrenched. I don't know when it's gonna drop.
It'll happen. But this lane as a whole is low tier city for those of
Yeah.
you who are just now joining. Super exciting. Happy to be here in Arlington, Texas. You and I are both Texas boys who have moved away from Texas, but always happy to be back in the state of Texas. Get those tacos. We had tacos this morning.
Yes, we did.
It was great.
Had a lovely breakfast.
Yeah.
That was around lunchtime.
It's the first meal. Are you the person who thinks that the first meal of the day is always breakfast, or are you the person who, depending on what time of day
It's
it is,
time.
it is a meal?
It's all based on time.
That is okay.
It's all based on
That's-
time.
Just wondering, because
All
I know
based
there's
on
someone out there who's wrong and thinks that the first meal of the day is always considered breakfast.
Yeah, no way.
And if
Not
you're
even
one of
close.
those people, I highly recommend you not tweet hashtag BH Esports because I will call you out.
Yeah, change your mind.
Don't do it.
Just do it. Just change it right now.
Just
change your mind.
Listen to us and know that we're right and you're wrong in this
It's
situation.
way more fun to be correct
Yes.
than to be incorrect.
Although, if you are very confident in how correct you are when you're incorrect, I got to commend you.
That's what I do 60% of the time.
I applaud someone who's very confident in
There's
their
Costlix
wrongness.
and Gobi walking by in the background.
They've never won a tournament in their lives. Or a set in their lives. Just kidding. That was really mean for no reason.
I mean, Kostlix
Sorry.
definitely.
Yeah, I know.
Thanks.
Koji.
It's like you looking swole.
Thanks, Vocal.
Shout out to Vocal. He's like one of the fittest dudes in the community.
Yeah, right? And he
Getting-
thinks
getting-
I'm looking
I know,
swole.
right?
Oh, he's going to make me blush.
Getting a little warm in here.
It is. Looks like Eram's tweet was not picked
Oh,
to be up on screen. But
Unfortunate.
I do see you, Eram.
Shout
You
outs
said
to
I have a
Eram.
nice shirt.
Shoutouts to the Brawlhalla community. All those who unfortunately weren't able to make it there. Hey, look.
Hey,
when you
there it
pointed
is.
out,
Well, look, the one from Pyro that was asking where he could buy the shirt was on stream before.
it was before. Okay.
So I'm thinking that Toast did that in a panic at last second.
Yeah, he just pulled it up. It's
Yeah,
like,
yeah.
I got to do this.
So there's definitely panic.
There's
He just said it in
100%
my ear.
panic. Toast is saying in our ears.
Yeah, he's saying,
how
I
panicked
panicked.
he is. He's like, oh, you called me out and I had to say it.
So while we have a few moments to talk about it, I want your opinion on this. Narwhal is saying
Mine or the communities?
you.
Okay.
Literally you, the person.
I don't know, because you did a point towards the camera, and I was.
Narwhal says that Fuego is better than Mad Taco, which is better than
Well,
Torchy's.
Fuego is fire.
Fuego is overrated. It is not that great. That is a very popular restaurant, College Station, and it is not that great. Super overrated. Torchy's is way better, and I've never been to Mad Taco, even though
yeah.
they do have one in College Station. Mad Taco is like really expensive.
As far as tacos go, like, if I'm not getting Torchy's, then because I used to live in Austin, it would be like one of those random local ones that was just like a one-off, like, hey, here's a mom and pop shop of tacos, and it was always amazing. But as far as like popular taco chains go, Torchy's was always a really solid, like, can't go wrong.
Torchy's makes like tacos, and Fuego makes like these heavy, like heavily beany, like they just like sit in your stomach like a rock.
Like really heavy meals.
Like they're not literally beefy, but they're beefy. Like they're not all containing beef, but they're beefy.
I think you need to exaggerate the difference between.
Yeah, it's like a Hanes beefy tea.
Okay. Noel is a stud, in fact.
Agreed.
I have always commended his ability to basically wear anything and look amazing.
Well, I mean, he also wears good-looking stuff.
He
Like,
does.
He's not showing
He's a
up.
well-dressed man.
He's not showing up in a garbage bag. Like he just also.
But he could pull off a garbage
He also
bag.
just picks good-looking stuff. So Noel and Ethan, not a lot of experience with
No,
each other.
Not together. Definitely have experience separately with different partners and in 1v1s and 2v2s. They're very well established, very consistent. I always talk about how Noel, no matter whatever tournament he is in, when it comes to 2v2s, he just makes top 8. Like, he could be with literally anyone, and it would be someone who I'd be like, that's an interesting 2v2 partner, and then he'd
half
just
the
be
time
there,
that's true.
top 8. Oh.
The other half of the time, it's not true. Like this year, he's 7th, 4th, 7th, and 5th. That's 4 top 8s. And then he's also had a 9th with Ethan, a 9th with iThrow, and a 9th with iThrow. Okay. So it's like it's almost split down the middle.
Okay. It looks like we got some fans out there for Ouija and Shadow Fox. We'll see if they can do better than our last team of fan favorites in the audience.
Now, Ethan was trying to gimp Shadow Fox off the top. If we would have been any stage other than Shipwreck,
Shipwreck's got a big
he
feeling.
probably would have gotten that. Ooh, charging that one up. That's going to turn Ouija orange.
The team combos Noel with the follow-up side signature. Lots of charge-up side signatures. He went a little early on that one, but you saw the setup for it where Ethan's going for a neutral light into Noel's signatures, and that's going to be really devastating if you are not expecting those.
Now, character picks-wise, don't know much about Shadow Fox or Ouija. The Zariel pick is incredibly rare across the board.
Yeah.
Like, one of the only Zariels that we've seen was, like, Sandstorm.
Double Dime played it
when he
once.
was troll picking in Mayhem of Ragnarok. Of course, there was Dime picking him. That's been one of the most successful.
Yeah, like actual picking with it.
and
Oh,
real
no,
picks,
Steve,
yeah.
Steve played it once as well because he was saying my Sandstorm looking real clean, and I think it was in a 2018 tournament.
Did Boomie also? Boomie also might have played Zariel in Mayhem of Ragnarok. No, he didn't play him in Mayhem of Ragnarok. I take that back. He played like half of the other roster, but
Ooh,
Shadow Fox. Ooh, Ouija. Oh, he's done.
I do appreciate that Shadow Fox didn't put in the full name, so he has SHA. Instead, he just went for the abbreviation of SF, and you already know that's going to be Shadow Fox. Ouija going to not get 6-stocked. Ethan not even, he's literally just standing there.
Noel D-Light staring Ethan out of the way.
Like, bro, you're supposed to have my back.
He says, Ouija's mine.
Where you going, Noah? 2v1 combo. Ouija, oh, Noel not hitting the recovery. Ouija's going to be able to get out of that one.
Now, even though Ouija almost had Noel probably almost confirmed dead on the edge,
Yeah.
he was worried about Ethan rotating in. Like, you saw him looking over back at Ethan in case he wanted to rotate over for the relief on a Noel. That's a smart move.
Yeah, I mean
that's a smart move for
That's
sure.
the power of having having your teammate still alive in those 2v1s is that even if you're getting hit a little bit, even if you make a mistake, your teammate's right there to cover for it, punish the opponent for it, do all sorts of dirty things for it.
We're hearing a Mordex switch. I don't know if that's from Ethan. He has played Mordex in the past.
He does have the Mordex.
It is actually going to be Shadow Fox. Do you think a dog is closer to a fox, right, than a cat? Yeah?
I think foxes are in the K9
Yeah, they're in K9? Okay.
category or whatever it's called. So, yeah.
Trying to get as close as he can to the name of Shadow Fox.
Although, there's Kitsune Hattori, which is
But that's a human with a fox
yeah,
mask.
a fox mask.
A dog is definitely
and then there's
of DNA
Yumiko's a
wise.
Ninetales.
Oh.
Is also an option.
But, like, is she a human with 9 tails? I don't know how that all works.
I don't know. I don't. She's a blind girl. She never goes full fox.
I'll look it up. So we can know, because it's important.
Yeah, it's very important to know. Oh, she's literally called the Kitsune.
I don't know what that is, though.
That's the fox.
Yeah, but, like,
The most animalist.
they call Sir Davos the Onion Knight. He's not literally a knight made of onions.
He just looks like one. All right, well, we're seeing Shadow Fox and Ouija. They did not get 6 stocked in their game 1 of the best of 5. We'll see if they can get a little bit better than that. But Ouija getting caught between Ethan and Noel means it's going to take a whole lot of damage as they get these setups, these double neutralites into the signature from Noel.
She's a fox spirit in disguise.
Ah.
So that would be the closest.
Yeah. Thanks for looking that up.
Now we know.
Now we know.
Now we know.
Knowledge is power.
Power is pizza.
Knowing is half the battle. We're going with 2 different references there. What is power is pizza?
Aubrey Plaza says that in Parks and Recreation.
Oh, okay.
Knowledge is power. Power is pizza. Pizza is money?
All right.
I think so.
Shadow Fox gets the side sig. Can they finish off the stock of Ethan on the left side? No, Ethan able to make it back safely. Side sig onto everyone from Ouija. They want to finish off Ethan. All right, Shadow Fox has definitely played before. You can see he's feeling a little bit comfortable in these off-stage engagements. Like, he's not fully awkward, like never played this game before. Understands his mechanics to a degree.
Neutralite into the gravity cancel down signature real quick from Noel.
Nice recovery. Actually beats out the ground pound of Noel. Would have been deadly. He got caught, but the recovery means that they're going to be able to get Noel and Ethan down to 4 stocks. Shadow Fox, no!
He was trying to go for the team follow-ups off of Ouija. Whenever he interrupted Noel's ground pound with his own recovery, you saw him push that pressure just a little bit more and then go back to the main platform instead of trying to overcommit with anything. So Shadow Fox showing some knowledge of what you need to do.
So the crowd here in Arlington rooting for Ouija. They love a good underdog story.
Ouija surviving for a reasonable amount of time here. He's just an orange.
Oh, but just does not have enough jumps. When you get hit, you do get a jump back, but unfortunately, usually getting hit will send you farther than that jump would send you back. Game number 3 coming up between Shadow Fox and Ouija and Noel and Ethan. Can they take a game off of this red team?
Oh, these
Ada
are very
and
interesting character swaps
Sidra.
coming out. I don't think Ethan has played Sidra at all this year.
I don't think Ada's been played by Noel at all.
Unless he hasn't reported his character.
Which happens. Report your characters, everyone.
Happens like all the time.
On Smash.gg.
Unfortunately.
When you participate in a tournament, report your characters. It is quite handy to know.
It's very important to me.
It's also just really cool information to see. Because Smash.gg does like a whole, what was the most popular character played in this tournament? Things like that.
Except I don't think that works for twos.
Well, yeah, it works for ones at least.
It definitely works for ones. Yeah, so according to my records, he has not played Sidra this year, and I would be hard-pressed if Noel has played Ada at all in tournament in the past 2 years.
Noel not playing a sword character, basically never done before. But clearly he knows his Ada combos, goes for the double down light into the recovery. Ethan on the right side with a big cannon string. That means Shadow Fox is down to his final stock already. 30 seconds into this game. The red team's not playing around.
I guess they saw some of the good things that Shadow Fox was doing. Oh! Ethan was trying to end that with the gravity cancel neutral stick. Gets the kill anyway. Shadow Fox is done. 3 stocks gone in less than 50 seconds.
All left to Ouija against the 6 stocks of the red team. Can Ouija do it? Can he deny it?
Those cannonballs are going to be annoying.
Oh, yeah. I mean, it lets Noel do whatever he wants, because if you try to air punish, cannonball central, the neutral signature. Noel trying to save. Ethan gets a chase dodge off his teammate. Can't get the wall touch. He's going to fall. Noel with the save attempt. He got back up!
Did he get how did he get the chase dodge?
Got back up!
Off of his teammate.
Because hitting your teammate, he nared him up towards the stage.
Which
gives him another jump, so he can jump after that.
I was confused at what exactly he got the chase dodge off of. Or the jump.
Dude, that's some big team plays. Like, I know they're kind of playing with their food against the one stock of Ouija, but just being able to do those team combos, save each other in those situations, so huge.
And that's something important that you will see creep up later.
Yeah.
Like, that's such an important skill to warm up with now. Ouija just doing his best to avoid the 6 stock. Unfortunately, it happens anyway. That's going to be a 3-0. We've seen some rough 3-0s so far.
Absolutely. Here's that replay of that save. Ethan's going low, right? Noel nares him up. And then jumps side air to the wall.
I can't believe he was able to do that. I can't believe they were able to do that.
There's 3 weapons that he can do that with.
Did he hit him off screen?
I think so. Yeah, the nair was like below the screen.
He saved him off screen. There's Captain in the back. Give me 5, brother. There we go.
Little Cap.
Of course, playing with Cake this
Is that
tournament.
the least clean-shaven I've ever seen Cap?
I think so.
Usually he's a very clean-shaven boy.
Well, I don't know how old he is. Maybe school's out.
Yeah.
And he's just kind of letting it
Now
go.
that it's summer.
That's part of the Creed and Magma
November.
Bob against Silly Gobi and Koslix.
Part of the Creed. His hair color changes every tournament. Sitting down alongside Magma Bob. Magma Bob closest to the screen. He's likely going to be playing that Bodvar pick. Part of the Creed on the other side. Known for his guitar play back when he was a competitive player.
Yes.
But since then has taken a break and is really trying to get his teammate to put on the headset. It's like, Magma Bob, we need to communicate.
So they can have
This
that
is
2v2
critical.
team synergy.
We don't want them to hear. Magma Bob's like, I want to hear what the commentators are saying.
No, he
I want to
doesn't.
hear.
That's a
I want to
lie.
hear Duke tell me what I'm doing wrong. Creed offended. Ugh.
So people
Trouble
at home
in paradise for this 2v2 team.
probably hear me talk about Magma Bob 1 or 2 times every tournament.
You do indeed.
Because I scrim with Magma Bob a lot.
Mhm.
Like, he's probably the #1 player that I play against now. And he's taught me so much about this game. And I always mention him, even though he's not like a Boomie, he's not a Sandstorm, he's not a Wrenched. I do like to mention, to give him credit. Because he's like actually taught me a tremendous amount of information. Like when there was the Koji D-Light Insig.
D-Light Insig, yeah.
And when there was the Jala D-Light Insig. Both of those were things he taught me. I can't. Nothing else comes to my head right now, but he's definitely taught me a lot of like specific, real quick things, and I always want to give him credit for that.
Creed's hair looking fresh. That's what Sandwick says. I just want to point out that it doesn't match his shirt this time.
That's true.
Like it did at CEO.
He's not wearing yellow on
Creed and
yellow.
Magma Bob. They're our homies. We like to talk to them and rib them.
Now Magma is 100 2v2 PR. I don't think Creed is.
Is he PR'd at all?
I don't think.
I don't
so.
think he's competed in a PR tournament.
I didn't put him on my spreadsheet.
He hasn't competed in anything in 2019, and even 2018. I don't think he was a very active competitor.
I can't remember. It's definitely not been a lot.
Yeah,
It's definitely
so-
not been a lot.
So Creed's been largely out of the competitive scene, but here in Arlington, at Low Tier City, he's trying to reprise his role as a competitor. On the other side, we've talked so much about Creed and Silly Gobi, or sorry, Creed and Magma Bob. On the other side, Silly Gobi and Koslix. We've got Texas and Canada on that left side screen.
and 2 controller players.
True. 2 controller players.
We have the far north and the deep south coming together to defeat the other team.
Colorado and
The man from
Illinois.
the mountains and whatever is in Illinois.
The windy.
The man from the mountains and the bull. Because the Chicago
Chicago
Bulls
Bulls.
are in Chicago.
Because that's what they're known for, the Chicago Bulls.
What else is Illinois known for? Not to disrespect any Illinois citizens out
Cubs?
there.
Chicago?
They're definitely known way more for the Bulls than they are for a second-rate baseball
Bears
team.
Chicago?
Yeah, okay.
They're known for a lot of things.
Yeah, but like the
they're
Bulls.
known for the Windy City.
But
they're
the
also known for
Bulls.
having a fantastic stage theater community.
Do they?
I think so.
Oh, we'll ask Winan.
Or improv. It might be improv.
Are they second? No. Second city's in like Minneapolis or something. Yeah, we know Creed got 4th at CO Dreamland.
Well, we haven't told them that.
Oh, that's true.
You and I know that.
He subbed in
Yeah.
for LDZ,
That was
which was some very big shoes to fill.
So to clarify, the last thing that Creed has competed in that we've been able to find backstage that is being whispered to our ears
Thanks,
is
Toast.
that Creed got 4th at CEO Dreamland in 2017.
Yep, playing with
2
Boom.
years ago, playing alongside Boomie, where the Creed rule came into effect, which was that he had to get at least 300 damage.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they would lose their game.
That was the stipulation.
That was
If
the
you get at
stipulation.
least 300 damage, we will win.
Yeah.
And most of the games,
He did not,
he did.
unfortunately.
And they still won some
Yeah,
of
they
them.
still won
That goes to
both of
show how good of a 2v2 player Boomie was and still is.
Still absolutely one of the strongest 2v2 players in the scene. Unfortunately, not the one teaming up with Creed this time. So likely that stipulation has gotten higher a little bit. Magmob's going to be looking for maybe something closer to 400 or 500 damage coming out from his teammate, part of the Creed.
So now based on character picks, we'll probably see Gobi coming in with the Bodvar pick. Of course,
Likely.
Koslix coming in with the Scarlet pick. Magma on Jala, and then Creed did pick Jiro for this. I feel like that's
He's been saying Nyx. In
Yeah.
talks, he's been saying Nyx has been his
I
pick.
played against his Knicks the other
Yeah.
day,
Yeah.
and I'm pretty sure I won. Yeah, I think I did win.
So Magmob likely will be on that Bodvar. Gobi, we did say that he does have a Bodvar. He does also have a fantastic Thatch that he used to play in 2s quite a bit, but as of late, he just hasn't really been feeling his Thatch, unfortunately. And going way back into the history books, he had a Roland, which
Yeah.
might work well with Koslix, considering, like I said earlier, Koslix does like having that double Lance
Yep.
combination in his 2v2s.
He's had his really good placements, quite a few of them with Joke Down, who is, of course, is a Lance player. They normally roll with double Scarlet. It could be. The Roland pick might be a swap if this doesn't go well. Or even if it does go well. They might try to switch it up further.
Funny enough, Creed also has to go up against Koslix in 1v1s.
Yep.
So this might be just a little bit of a look at things to come between part of the Creed and Koslix.
Oh, it's actually a Jala pick.
Oh.
Coming out.
Okay. Yeah, so
From the
sticking
Silly
with Sword.
Goblin. Now he is going to have, like, he's familiar with low defense characters because,
Yes,
like
but
you
he's
mentioned,
played
the Thatch.
But it is going to be interesting. He doesn't have the range that the Thatch had with those blasters. And I also am not too familiar with Gobi's axe play, but he's feeling confident in it. And if anyone's played a low defense character in 2v2s, it is the Silly Goblin himself, Silly Gobi.
I would be worried about playing Axe into Scythe because you're going to get punished so much.
But he also has Koslix, who has Lance into sight to cover up for any of those mistakes. So might work out for him. And he's got the signature kit of Jala, which could be a very big factor because of those signature kits. Lots of signatures come out real quick. You already seen him throwing out that down signature, gravity canceled above his teammate.
Nice side signature coming up, part of the Creed.
Second one.
And that's going to kill.
Goes for a third signature, ends up recovering his teammate, as unfortunately couldn't get that signature out. If you're in the air and you just press the heavy button, will be a recovery. Stomp into side air. Koslix going to even up the stocks between the two teams.
Now, we were talking about Magma Bob and part of the Creed playing into Koslix and Gobi, like what's going to happen. And I said I don't think that there's any way they're going to win this. I think Gobi is going to survive long enough, and Koslix is going to run wild.
Just on paper, as far as teams go, Koslix and Gobi are definitely the higher seeded, more favored team. More established, have been playing longer, playing consistently. So that would be the thread line. And right now it's kind of looking that way, as part of the Creed is still on his first talk, but Magbob already down to his last.
Now, Creed smartly on the recovery before that one that hit Koslix, he faded away the final shots so that Gobi wasn't there in the right spot to punish him immediately, likely leading to the kill. Magma Bob's going to find the kill. Finally, the first kill on poor 4-defense Jala.
Like you said, Gobi able to extend those stocks. He's able to live for so incredibly long, despite the fact that he's on a 4-defense character. Very squishy character. Koslix with the offstage down air, hits a side air, part of the Creed losing his first stock.
I'm surprised Creed was able to survive that long. Like, Nyx has a tremendous amount of defense, but living that long against a very high force character like Jala and like the Scarlet pick as well.
Crowd here now cheering for part of the Creed.
I didn't recognize that voice.
I didn't either.
That was Boomie? I don't think it was Boomie.
Either way, Stomp Sider sends Magbob flying. That means it's all left to part of the Creed. There's no stock sharing here as the offstage from Silly Gobi.
Oh, no!
Deleted the stock.
Oh, what a stock goblin just stealing it.
Nothing silly about that one. Silly Gobi with the offstage sword play, beating out part of the Creed.
Trying to go for a little bit of the 2v2 team combo. Creed's able to come in, take one stock. How much damage is going to be able to put out before Silly Gobi respawns? Looks like it's none. A little bit of team damage coming in. That's going to be definitely welcome if you're part of the Creed.
Just a little bit, though. Neutral air. Gobi with the follow-up.
Ooh. So many things happened there that would have killed Creed.
Yeah.
And none of them happened to connect.
Goes for the offstage. Creed tries to punish, but Koslix, it was all a bait. He let go of it so early that he had time to just jump weapon toss, finish off the stock of part of the Creed. But for what it's worth,
Look
Creed,
at that.
Creed
Weapon toss.
really extended the stock.
Dare. Gravity cancel, D-light, ground pound.
I do want to commend Creed. He extended his stock.
Of course.
If he can kind of spread that damage or that survivability to Magma Bomb, I think they're going to have a pretty decent showing here in Game 2. And again, it's best of 5. And when you have such a big brain that it doesn't stay inside the head and just grows into the hair, pushes all that hair out of his head, then
That's so disgusting. That is so disgusting.
to visualize that part of the Creed, you know he's got the adaptation in the back pocket. One of the smartest kids in the community.
So Magma Bomb, staying on the Bodvar pick, he needs to down sig more on sword.
That's it?
Yeah.
That's the secret.
Well, that's one thing.
That's the secret to Bodvar.
Well,
down sig more.
Honestly, that is something on Bodvar that people aren't doing.
Yeah, we've talked about this in previous tournaments, is that specifically the Bodvar sword down signature is almost criminally underused because of the ability of it to spike downward. You only really see it on those corners, but using it in neutral, especially in that half jump height gravity cancel down signature, it's actually really strong. It's something that is rarely seen. Creed, where you going? Gobi not able to hit the down air. Meanwhile, Koslix hits the down signature, takes out Magma Bomb offstage. Koslix getting real eager. I'm loving this offstage confident Koslix. Side light, side air, sends part of the Creed over. Here comes the follow-ups onto Magma Bomb. 4 hits onto Magma Bomb, already in the orange on his second stock. Part of the Creed has to save him. He has to help him out, but Gobi dips past, hits the nair. Magma Bomb down to his final stock, the weapon tosses.
Oh no, that's so unfortunate.
6 stocks left for the red team.
And that whole thing started with Creed being sent really far to the left. Koslix was chasing him. And so Magma Bomb was rotating over to help out Creed. Koslix faked out and then turned around, and they just turned on Magma Bomb, did that combo, bring him into orange, continued that pressure. Then part of the Creed came over to rescue at the end. Magma fell, Creed fell. That's just, oh no.
That's scary.
Oh,
goes for a second
no.
one.
Oh,
Part of the Creed gets back up with a chase dodge and finishes the stop.
No 5 stock.
No 6 stock either. Fairly close in the stock count, 1 stock difference between the two of them. If they can get a stock off of Silly Gobi, he'd likely be the target because of his low defense, and he's arguably more damaged than Koslix at this point. Then part of the Creed and Magma Bomb might be in a decent position. Side signature, and Magma Bomb's gone again.
Yeah, that's there to just immediately punish Magma while he was putting damage onto Gobi. You saw Creed was looking for that recovery. That was going to be his kill move onto Silly Gobi. Oh, a beautiful punish from Gobi.
That's the power of having having your teammate, having 2 players in this 2v1. Nice follow-up there, getting good damage onto the part of the Creed. They just have so much position coverage with this composition. Down signature will hit Silly Gobi.
Creed was trying to stay stacked right on top of Koslix because there is no hitbox from that steam. It emanates from the rear of the lance itself.
No! Not
is he
worth
gonna
it all!
Is he going to pick up the double?
He gets the double. Okay. They do clean up the stock, but a little bit of a misplay there in that offstage. You saw him hit the dare, and if he was able to finish off the stock of Creed, 100% worth to take out your teammate with that down air. But unfortunately, you saw Koslix fall, and then Creed got back up and actually turned it on to Gobi.
Now, it's interesting that Creed is playing Nyx when Boomie also kind of switched over to Nyx. and that was one of the things he started playing here recently. We saw that at CEO. So even though Creed is normally a guitar player, like it's not super strange for Boomie because he's a Blasters player.
Yeah.
He's been a Blasters player for so long, probably the best Blasters player in the whole game, or at least one of the best. And Creed still wants to go over to the Knicks.
Yeah.
Now he did play Lucian a little bit. He played
little
a
bit.
pink Lucian, so he does have a little bit of Blasters experience. But especially with the recent buff on guitars, he's like, I don't want to do that.
It is interesting. I know I talked to Creed a little bit about this pick of the Knicks, especially because like he's highly aware that this was likely going to be a matchup that they were going to run into. And he was talking about, hey, I'm going to be playing the Knicks into the Scarlet. And I was like, that's interesting. You want to go Scythe into Lance, something that even Boomie and Sandstorm don't want to do. The number 1 2v2 team as of late don't want to go Scythe into Lance. And he's like, I'd rather not do Cathars into Lance. So he fears the Cathar into Lance matchup so much worse than the Scythe in the Lance matchup. Meanwhile, Magbob taken out on the right side.
Dude, Magma's going down early. Like, he's just getting bullied. It seems like whoever Koslix is really focused on goes down very quickly. But Gobi's also done, like, actually a ton of work. He was surviving really well on Jala. Any hit is going to be big, beefy damage. He's been using his signatures pretty well, except until that point. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this? Nice dare from Magma.
Yeah, that's
he
a
didn't
shot.
touch.
That's a shot. First lead for the blue team. The adjustment coming out from them. Part of the Creed needs to extend this stock, though. He is the one holding on to the lead for his team. Can he get the touch? Yes, he can. Magma's got to be careful here.
Oh, don't be over on that island. Oh, no.
That island is such a trap. It can feel so safe because you don't have to worry about resetting your jumps because it's a hard platform. They can't hit you from below. But it's also so close to that right side kill box. And that's what you saw. Magbob just got hit by the side lights there. Instant dead. That's the second time that happened in this game. Oh, he touches. Has the jumps. Gobi does not have the jumps. You saw him try to nair his teammates so he can chase dodge up.
And they're basically dead even. Magmabob is a little bit halfway through yellow.
Snap.
He tries to go for the gravity cancel neutral signature, trying
save.
to grab with that chain.
Yeah.
We're reasonably even, though.
Yeah, it's close. Final stocks on both sides. Is this the opportunity for the blue team to take a game off of Silly, Gobi, and Koslix?
Yeah, getting one victory here would be extremely solid for Magmabob and part of the Creed.
But Koslix
Oh, no, he's done. He's done. He's so done.
Magmabob gets deleted by the hammer plays of Koslix. It's all left to part of the Creed.
He's going to have to play the 1v2 if he wants to stay alive. This is game 3, and Koslix and Gobi are already up 2-0.
Picks up the blasters. Lots of active frames on these moves. He's got to be careful about what he does because he could get punished for hitting one of these red team members.
But it looks like Koslix wasn't really
he was sitting
focusing
real
on
far back.
coming over, which I think you saw Creed hit Gobi with the Sair bouncing him off the island. So normally if this was 1v1, you'd go for the recovery straight away. But Creed waited on it and looked over because he expected Koslix to come over, but Koslix wasn't coming over. And it's going to be a 3-0. Creed shaking his head, knows that was a very tough set. Going to go down into the loser's bracket.
You know he's going to be thinking about that one, just thinking what he can take away and put into his 1v1s coming in tomorrow. But he's not done yet. He actually planned for this as well, is that he was planning on like, hey, if we win, fantastic. But if we lose, I'm confident we can do well in the lower side and make a pretty decent run in the lower side. That's what he was saying.
That's going to be Koslix and Silly Gobi moving on. They're going to fight Cake and Lil Caps.
That's going to be interesting. I'm very curious to see that team.
And that is going to be a qualifier into what is that going to be the qualifier for? Toast, you don't have to tell me.
Top 16?
Don't tell me.
Right?
I won't learn.
How do brackets work?
Loading it now.
Let's learn how to read brackets with
that is
Sparky
into top 8. Top 8.
Top 8.
That'll be a qualifier into
One
top
more game
8
for them to get
now. Faison and Remy have had an easy day so far.
Woo. They have not played a game.
Yeah, they got a bye in round 2, and then their round 2, their opponent DQ'd. So they're in their top 8 qualifier. They're going to be waiting on the winner of Egg Soup and LDZ versus Webster and Rio. Now, Starlight and Wrenched are fighting against Moises and Heikenviken. Shout out Espejo Productions. Now, I know this tournament in particular, Moises was like, I'm done drowning in pools. Now, technically, for 2s, we don't have pools.
Yeah, so he's already out.
It was more focused on
already
ones.
didn't drown.
Yeah, so he's already there. But it is going to be Egg Soup and LDZ versus Webster and Rio.
Okay. So LDZ and Egg Soup, very known names in the community. LDZ, of course, two-time world champion, longtime competitor. Egg Soup, very famous, known on YouTube. If you look on YouTube for Brawlhalla content, there's likely something from Egg Soup that you're going to run into. Absolutely hilarious kid. On the other side, Webster actually is a little bit unknown, but has been able to make it out to quite a few tournaments. And
Yeah.
you can see,
You see the CEO shirt?
That's a CEO shirt. He was actually at CEO Daytona just a few weeks ago.
Now on the other side, for Egg and LDZ, they're kind of like polar opposites right now. Because you have LDZ in the tank,
Yeah.
and then you have Egg Soup wearing 2 jackets
Yeah.
when it's like 95 degrees here in Arlington.
He does that.
He does.
He gets very cold very
He does.
easily. I will say, shout outs to this esports arena for maintaining a cool temperature
Yes.
inside of this room. But yeah, Egg Soup, like yesterday when it was like hot and we were walking around trying to find a place to eat, still wearing that jacket.
Now just a quick bracket update. Wilson and Brian went up over Jester and Hyperhero.
Okay.
And so they're up against Sandstorm and Boomie for a top 8 qualifier match. That looks like everything that has happened
In the upper side.
importantly. Looks like when Magma Bob and part of the Creed were down in the losers bracket, their opponent DQ'd. So they're going to be going up against Benny and Sunshine, who 3-0'd them. I think it was Noel and Ethan, maybe? No, it wasn't
I'm
Noel
going to
and
trust
Ethan.
you on this.
Who was it?
I'm going to let you keep saying
It was Cake and Lil Cat.
Egg looking mad cute. He does. Thank you, are valid. And all of you at home who tweet with the hashtag BHEsports. Or if you're in the venue, you can literally tweet with the hashtag BHEsports and it'll still potentially be shown on stream.
Now, Egg and LDZ, always good to see him making it out.
Yes,
Longtime players in the community.
absolutely.
Egg trying to warm up those hands. Very important.
It's very chilly. He doesn't have gloves, no hand warmers or anything. He's just going to breathe on his hands. He doesn't do the, like, rub your hands together. Nothing like that.
For the
no.
friction. Now, I know LDZ was chilling at the pool earlier today. I
Yes.
think it was earlier today. I don't think it was
At
last
least
night.
the tweet came out earlier
Yeah,
today.
it was? Okay. I don't remember exactly when it came out.
It
I
did look
saw
like
it.
nighttime in the tweet, though.
I saw
would
it
say.
today, but it also could have been just an indoor pool.
Yeah. Egg Soup likes to stay hydrated, sometimes almost to a fault as he chokes on it and then spits it out on
Yep.
camera. But
That was the final round.
he does like to maintain his hydration. He always has a different bottle at every single event he goes
Does
to.
he?
Because like the last one I remember was like a grayish kind of clear see-through one.
I feel like I remember
For
the
that
purple
one.
one,
He
but I
mixes
could
up his
just be
bottles,
remembering
though.
wrong.
He's a hydro homie. On the left side screen, that's Webster. On the right side, and what is his name on the
Rio.
left side? Rio, yes, Rio, who was at CEO. I don't think they teamed up together for CEO, though. We don't have that statistic for us, unfortunately, but I want to say he was with someone else. I don't recall Webster being at CEO.
Oh, I thought Webster was at CEO.
So Webster's the one on the right.
Oh, I didn't know
Rio's
that.
the one on the left.
I didn't know that.
I'm
I don't
pretty
know
sure.
what Rio looks like.
Yeah.
Now, character pick-wise, we'll likely see Egg on the Fate, and
Yeah.
we'll see LDZ on the Dusk.
That's a relatively new pick. That
Yeah.
was at CEO.
That's what we saw at CEO.
Prior to that was on the double fate for the comp. So it'll likely be an orb character at the very least. And you do hear that Thor getting locked in periodically. Potentially could be the pick, or it's just button check picks, as sometimes happens.
Now, it looks like Egg and LDZ both are not headphone boys. I take that back.
As he puts it on. Got a match. That's why he wore it. He was like, ooh, this is the red. I got the red
That's clean.
tank top on.
That's clean.
You know, I can't go wrong. I got to look good.
He had to make sure he was on
Yeah.
the red team side, not the
Yeah.
blue team side, because they got the blue headphones.
Got on the stage first to make sure he like
Yup.
stood there. It's like, wait, which side? Which side's the one that gets me the right headset?
Taking a selfie on stage. Is he not? It doesn't look. He's not getting his teammate in, or his teammate doesn't
No,
care.
he only cares about himself.
Interesting.
He's a solo player.
Interesting.
Oh, he heard us. He's like, wait, you got to get in this one.
Still looks reluctant to take the picture.
You got that selfie. What's the Snapchat filter that he got on? Dog face?
Probably. I like the blue one.
The blue one?
The blue one. Makes everything look blue. Or the one right before it where it makes the colors look really nice.
I always somehow end up on the one that has glitter falling from the sky.
It's not a bad one.
Like, it's never intentional. It's just when I go for the filters, I just wind up at that one. I'm like, all right, I guess that's the filter. And then I cover it with stickers.
LDZ, what are you listening to? LDZ, what are you listening to?
Show it to the camera, LDZ.
LDZ, show us what you're listening to. You did it at CEO. Do it
The
again.
L stands for listening.
LDZ, what are you listening to?
The D stands for do.
Went get LDZ to show us what he's listening to.
Dear Wanan, who's on stage doing stage manager things.
Darn it.
Not listening to us. She's tuned us out. But there you see, that's likely the actual picks from these teams. As we are going to be going into button checks, but that seems like they're legitimate picks of the Fate Nimue combo.
Now, both Egg and LDZ are on defense stance, valuing that over every other stat, at least on this character at this point.
I mean, defense is useful. It's very important in 2v2s to have that defense stance. Lets you take a little bit more damage. Selfie with the gamer moment. Lets you take a little bit more damage, and there's a lot of different places that you can take damage from. You can take it from both of the enemy teams, enemy players, as well as your own teammate. So it is important to have that extra defense. Sometimes you'll see people prioritize movement speed to just kind of have defensive movement, but generally defense is kind of the pick in 2v2s.
Was that selfie a gamer moment, though? I don't know if I would consider that a gamer
Everything's a gamer moment when you're here at Low Tier City.
moment. I don't know if I would consider that a gamer moment.
This gamer moment brought to you by Low Tier City.
They didn't have controllers.
Low
in the
Tier
picture.
City, be a part of the gamer moment.
They had headsets on. I don't know if I would consider that a gamer moment.
Dear Low Tier City, if you hear any of these spots, hook me up. I got you.
Please don't. They're not going to have us back
I
after this.
know, yeah. Please,
You just blew it.
please don't kick me out of the venue.
We had a good run.
It was a good one. We did our best.
Made it through a handful of games.
We got to watch Creed and action, Bob.
We did. I can go home happy after that. We got to watch Creed lose. I haven't really done that since I beat him in a money match in 2015 or 2016. I don't remember which year it was.
Egg Soup with the offstage plays, goes for the ground pound.
Ooh.
LDZ with the follow-up, takes the stock. But in comes, why is his name starting with C-H-E Webster? I'm not sure what his name is, but I believe that's Rio.
Oh,
on the
yeah.
other
He
side.
typed it in and I forgot what it was. Because he's definitely Webster on the bracket.
Might be like his kind of in-game clan tag.
Yeah, I don't remember what it was.
Downlight down air sends Egg Soup off stage. Both of the blue team members off stage. Red team taking the opportunity to deny some weapons from the screen. Downlight recovery will disarm LDZ. Can Rio finish the stock? Egg Soup catches both red team members, and LDZ with the follow-up recovery, trying to just get more damage.
Makes it deep on the side, but there was no rotation. They wanted to just focus on the right side. Wanted to be able to provide relief, just taking him out. Was it a side air?
Yeah, that's an unarmed side air off screen. Egg Soup feeling real confident in that off stage. He really committed to that one. You see LDZ finally losing his first stock, but blue team in a very strong position. That was kind of cute. Egg Soup, LDZ utilized the iframes to just kind of stand inside that smoke cloud because he's got the respawn iframe. So he just stood there, and he gets a very different punish that you can't normally do because you don't normally have the iframes to be inside of that Hattori down signal. This is unique and interesting.
That's 4 stocks to 2. Webster just got put into the orange on his final stock very quickly. Rio's in the red. Wow.
Wow.
That all just kind of fell into place
Yeah.
at the final second to be able
just
to
charged
hit
that.
kill. He was charging, saying, "I hope this works."
It was like, after a certain moment, it was almost like he's charging it to get Egg to be like, Egg Soup, move out of
Yeah.
the way of this. I'm going to hold it so that you can move. And then you see Rio actually knocks Egg Soup out of there. And then Webster jumps
All
into
of that
it.
time wasn't even Egg getting out of the way.
Yeah.
Oh, Chef Webster. That's what
okay,
it was.
Chef Webster. We see Rio going to switch up the characters, go over to the Ragnar for game 2.
Thinking really hard. because the red team lost, they get to band down
Yes.
until 3 are left.
Game
and
1
Egg and
higher
LDZ
seed.
then technically choose from that smaller pool, that pool of 3.
Game 1 higher seed bans. After that, it is the loser of the previous game who gets to ban down to 3. And then the other team gets to pick what is left.
Now Rio on this Ragnar pick. He's playing against some pretty fast-moving weapons in Orb, in Scythe, and even a little bit in Spear.
X-Soup with the offstage, big offstage. Chef Webster tries to help out. He went for the reprieve, but didn't recognize that Rio did not have the jumps for that one.
Trying to take out Webster here.
Nice dare. LDZ gets the chase dodge up off of the recovery onto his teammate. X-Soup gets the wall touch.
The edge guard coming in from Rio. That orb toss almost took
almost
out.
got Egg. But somehow both blue team members survived all of that offstage engagement. Finally, the recovery at the top of the screen will take down LDZ.
We're pretty even.
Much closer game.
They
to
get this
swap to
stock on
Ragnar.
Egg. It's going to be Rio and Webster in the lead at this point. There's a little neutral. I tried to follow it up with a sideline. LDZ turning it around. Gets the down air.
Offstage opportunity for X-Soup, but instead opts to go for the 2v1 onto Rio. Lets Chef Webster get back up onto the screen. Taken off on the left side by LDZ. Pogo.
All those downers are so scary when there's another member of the blue team there also.
Oh!
Wow.
Just set up into the gravity cancel neutral signature off the Scythe dare. LDZ going for a lot of these gravity cancel neutral signatures. It will burn his dodge, but X-Soup's there to help him out, buy him some time to get back to that wall.
Now blue team in the lead. If red team can take out this stock from X-Soup, he is in the red. Rio on this Ragnar pick has a ton of really great signatures that a lot of people utilize really well. Egg was still able to find the kill on Webster off the top. 4 stocks to 2.
LDZ, he hit the downlight recovery onto both X-Soup and an opponent. And then X-Soup on the wake-up unarmed recovery finished that stock. But he is going to fall to that one. LDZ takes out the teammate. Stock count close. Ooh, stock count even.
Red team's still alive in this for sure. Rio and Webster doing a great job against the very experienced team of X-Soup and LDZ.
Definitely the kind of favored team is X-Soup and LDZ. The fact that Chef Webster and Rio are holding their own is very commendable. Can he get the offstage?
Now he's more damaged than both Egg and LDZ. Egg's using Scythe on the edge. Very difficult to deal with, and he's done.
Those dares into the wall with the follow-up ground pound from X-Soup are so incredibly devastating. So hard to avoid that follow-up ground pound. And in some cases can in fact be true.
Oh, he was saying hi in Twitch chat. Interesting. Thank you, TWK.
I wonder if TWK said hi back in the Twitch.
I bet he did.
Probably did. Game number 3 coming up in just a little bit. Webster and Rio are going to try to put their names on the board. Have we been seeing 3 O's across the board?
Yes.
We've not seen the lower seeded team
And even
take a game
on
yet.
all of the sets that we haven't seen, every single set except Sixco and Big Mac versus Astral and Isaac, every single set has been a 3-0 so far.
That is rough. Into the immediate unarmed under Rio. Got the quick 2-hit. Going to be some nice damage. Not anything quite devastating, but still a nice start for the blue team.
Egg trying to put out work on Webster. Might be able to turn it around with the
touch.
sword ground pound. Trying to go back and forth between LDZ and Egg. Gets back to the main platform.
Oh, Egg off stage again, but he makes it back. The red team, LDZ is doing a really good job of when Egg goes for these hard commitments off stage, going real deep. LDZ comes in and basically just distracts the entire red team. And X-Soup got the follow-up neutral signature off the down signature of LDZ. It was big.
Both LDZ and Egg are about 1 hit. The ground pound's going to come through. It's going to hit Webster. Rio's over there trying to do his best. Trying to keep LDZ off Webster's back. There's the deal recovery, bringing up both members.
Boom.
That's a double kill.
Plants the flag. Double kill for Webster.
Webster's still on his first stock.
Yeah, he's still got pretty.
The red team is in really good positioning right now.
A decent amount of, oh my goodness. A little bit of back and forth. Rio and Egg taking quite a bit of damage there. Rio, unfortunately, on the worst end of that one. Stock count going to be evened up. You see Rio back up, does not want to get caught by any sort of 2v1 from this blue team.
He has Egg in the orange.
Oh,
LDZ
no.
coming down, takes out Rio. Rio on his final stock.
Webster, can he get it? No, Webster's going to fall. That
At
was
least Egg fell.
but that was a fresh stock from Webster.
That's true.
Completely fresh stock, completely taken away. LDZ and Egg Soup now with a lead over the red team.
They need this kill on LDZ.
Yeah.
He's in kill damage at this point. Rio has a heavy hitting weapon, but it seems like Rio is just all of a sudden in the red as well.
He's taking so much damage from everyone on the screen. Recovery can't follow up though.
Wasn't able to get the nair.
Rio's in trouble.
Oh,
Down
no,
that grab
Rio's
takes him
out.
LDZ, that's his second stock taken. One stock left. Egg's gonna stand there and just spot dodge. Where you going, Egg?
He's trying to use that down signature. Trying to use it as effectively as both he and Dobrain and LDZ tried to use it in final round. The D-Light Sair. Egg tried to finish
Whatever
it up with a
timing.
move that would confirm the kill.
The redirect with the extra force would have been a finisher, but the pogo looks to do it. LDZ knows it. And that is going to be a 3-0 going the way of Egg Soup and LDZ over Webster and Rio. Still
we
don't know
have
what LDZ
seen-
listen to, though.
We have seen a couple sets on here that even though the overall score was 3-0,
Yeah.
where they're getting like a lot closer
Yeah.
after every single game to getting closer to beating them. So we have seen improvement on so many games today, even when the overall set count is 3-0. It's D-Light
Quick
recovery
double.
picking up both members.
It's such a huge start, but here's that stock loss from Webster. Just was not able to reset his jumps. You saw him. He wanted that nair for that chase dodge up. He went for the nair twice when he could have just, I don't know if he didn't have his recovery or something, but he just could have gone for the recovery to finish off Egg Soup and then gone up.
It's going to be LDZ and Egg Soup. Moving on.
Yo, shout out to that shirt.
Let's
That's a clean
see.
looking shirt.
Yeah, his name's Alan. Me and Boomie met him.
Hi, Alan. He can't hear us right now. He's in conversation.
He's chill.
I don't
He's-
wanna ruin his
He's a
conversation.
PS4 player.
Oh, nice.
Let's see. Yeah, it's going to be Egg and LDZ moving on
Apparently
to
you're
face Faison and Remy.
wrong.
What? What am I wrong about? Is his name not Alan?
I don't know. I just noticed it above.
What did I say wrong? I'm not wrong. Toast just said in my ear that he's
Sparky's
just
never
messing with
been
me.
wrong in his life.
I'm
Sparky's
not
never
wrong.
been wrong in his life.
Name one time I've been wrong.
You can't.
I'm
Can't
waiting.
Be done. Hashtag BHE Sports if you can think of
Yeah,
an
if you
example.
can think of one time I've been wrong. I can
But
think
you
of
can't, though,
I can
so.
think of only one time. Only one time.
Was it in the 4th grade?
No, I wasn't even right then.
Oh, wow.
It was about, and you can't use this example, by the way. It was Nick's side sig. That sig's actually really good. I underrated it. And Daiku was right, and that hurts me to say.
Ooh,
It's
yeah.
all right. I still got the stacked. I still got the stacked thing. And D-Light and Sig on Koji Sword. I still got both of those.
2-1
Yeah.
on that one.
And it's a best of 3, so I win.
Yeah, okay. Unlike here, where everything is a best of 5 here
Yep.
at Low Tier City in Arlington, Texas. And again, if you want to participate online, you want to see that stuff shown in that top corner, hashtag BHE Sports with the Twitter stuffs.
So we have our winner's bracket almost completely boiled down.
There's a big match coming up,
We
though.
have Sandstorm and Boomie versus Wilson and Brian. You were trying to show that to the camera, Boomie. You did not.
Yeah,
you
the
did not know
camera's
where the camera
not
is.
over there. It was not the camera. But Boomie and Sandstorm have not lost an offline event in 4 tournaments. They are on an absolute tear.
And
Have
Boomie
been
and Remy
so
had
devastating.
a streak that was like much longer than
Yes.
that at one point.
Spanned 2 years, almost, if I'm not mistaken.
But then we also have in the winners bracket Ethan and Noel versus Starlight and Wrenched, Faison and Remy versus Egg Soup and LDZ, and Cake and Lil Capped against Silly Gobi and Kosalix.
So we do see that they, STTV Wilson and Velocity Brian are seated right now on the right side. That's Brian closest to the screen. and that's Wilson further away on that right side screen. And then on the left side, Boomie and Sandstorm. Tempo Storms, Boomie.
Yes.
Wild card, Sandstorm.
Now,
This
in
is,
terms of PR,
Uh-huh.
Wilson is 14th
Okay.
in 2v2 PR. Let's see where Brian is. Brian is 81st.
In 2v2 PR.
Yeah, even though he's had some like really, really good placements.
And in comparison, Boomie and Sandstorm are number 1 and number 2
Yes,
in 2v2 PR.
and
So-
global.
Definitely the favorites of this one.
So Wilson so far this year, he has not teamed with Brian
No.
this year.
No.
He teamed with Brian at Austin.
Yes.
But so far this year, he got 5th with Blood in Winter Champs.
Did he?
Ninth.
No, I thought he teamed with Steve at Austin.
Yeah, no, he was Steve in Dallas. Was he Steve in Austin? I think he was Brian in Austin.
Okay.
I'm pretty sure he was Brian in Austin last year at DreamHack Austin 2018. But then he got 9th with Blood at final round, 7th with Tiffany at Sunnyside Air, 5th with Steve in Mountain Dew, and then 7th with Steve DreamHack Dallas, and 7th with Steve in CEO.
Yeah, he had been with Stevenator as of late, and they were looking like a really good team. I was really excited to see them progress more, but I guess Steve was unfortunately not able to make it out for some reason or another. And it's going to be Brian who's going to pick up that mantle, which is good for Wilson to kind of almost have like a partner in the states that his main partner can't make it to. He's got that one. He's like, all right, well, I'm coming to Texas for this one. Steve can't make it. How about we team up?
I think Steve is not going to any more lands this year except maybe BCX.
Okay.
He came out to like a few in a row. But
He's not the only one saying that. Daiku as well, not going to be making it out to any more offline
Yeah.
events. And myself and Chibi, I think, will probably not be making out to any other offline events.
oh,
C'est la vie. Likely will be Brian on Ateros. That's kind of his big claim to fame. On this side, Wilson generally has been playing Ragnar in 2v2s. Might mix it up, but not too sure. Generally would be that Ragnar. And then Boomie and Sandstorm could go in with kind of their double scythe that they used to do with that Nyx Mordex, or might be going with the kind of more modern pick of the Zol 4.
I don't think we're going to see the Nye from Wilson. He kind of said that he wasn't going to play Nye. I don't know if that was just maybe a ones pick because he was worried about the movement speed.
Yeah.
Super low movement speed.
She has the lowest movement speed in the game, and Wilson very recently has been saying that he really favors movement
Yeah,
speed.
that's
he
one of
thinks
his-
it's incredibly important.
That's like his favorite stat, which is why when he plays Artemis, he plays like movement speed Artemis, giving her a million.
Boomie has been saying that he might be playing the Petra for this tournament.
Yep, there it is.
And that's the immediate lock-in coming out from Boomie, and it's the double Taros coming out from Wilson and Brian.
Curious pick.
I'm all excited because I love my Taros, and you just completely took the wind out of my sails.
But
with just
like,
that.
what is
That's me going,
Wilson's-
hey, Mom, here's my girlfriend. And Mom goes,
Has
that's
Wilson
what happened.
played Hammer?
Not to my knowledge.
Like, I feel like maybe he played Sentinel one time this year. Let me see. Let me
I'm
look.
trying to think. Wilson, I mean, he's known for his Qatars, really, right? Like, we
Yeah,
kind of
he played
expected
Sentinel at
him-
CEO.
We kind of expected him to have a Qatar character as a whole. Is like he had the Asuri, he had the Ragnar. He also played Caspian as well. So we're kind of expecting him, and then of course the Queen Eye that we talked about earlier. So we're kind of expecting him to be one of those Qatar players, especially again, as you said, Qatar has had that kind of relatively recent buff that a lot of people were thinking, Qatars is really strong. But Wilson himself has said that he doesn't like Qatars in 2v2s. So maybe that's why he's just like, yeah, I know I like Qatars, but nah.
But why Taros? Interesting.
For the
Interesting
combo.
choice.
For the combos. The double Taros. Double neutral signature. Hit 2 of them. Does so much damage.
Yeah.
And
Okay.
That's it. It stops there because you're going to DI out of
Yeah,
it.
that's
but-
and then you're done. I think this Petrazol is going to be much fiercer. If you want to play Axe, honestly, Wilson should play Zol.
Okay.
He's played Lin Fei in singles, so
That's
just
true, that's
put some more time into that cannon. You'll have the Axe carryover from when he's played Bren, when he's played Ragnar. I would actually really like a Wilson
Zol?
I would be into that in doubles.
But Instead, you got a Wilson Taros coming up the
We'll see.
Grugach
We'll see.
alongside the ready-to-write Taros.
It's interesting, though, that this Petra is the thing that makes Boomie switch off of the Thor that he's been playing to great success in twos for some time now.
And it has no major carryover besides that orb. It's more strength-focused than it is defense as far as characters go. And that was one of the big things about that Thor pick, is that it was so survivable.
Yep. It was very hard to kill Thor.
And he had a lot of hammer stuff that he worked with. Oh no, Brian gonna fall. First stock taken by the red team, but decent damage being put out from the blue team. Actually, you know, across the board, high strength characters. We've got the highest strength being on that Zol, but I believe he's taking out of that strength to go into 8. Oh my gosh,
He's just going back and he did so much damage.
Trying to say things, but he was just going back and forth, hitting basically everyone with this big old cannon.
He probably actually did 60 damage in maybe 8 seconds, which is unreal.
60 being polite with this high strength.
Ooh, there's a D-like ground pound coming up from Boomie. Trying to follow it up with another ground pound.
Dare taking out Brian on the
Brian's
right side.
dead again, man. How did Boomie fall?
I
didn't even notice that he died.
I was busy watching Sandstorm just completely demolish everything with his cannon.
It must have been in that moment that it happened. And yeah, you're seeing these Taros signatures come out, and both of them, from 2 different players, immediately got punished.
And that's kind of one of the pitfalls of the Taros is very low dexterity character. He's going to have a lot of punish window on the back end of all those signatures. Boomie with a double sidelight into the recovery on the Wilson. Both the blue team members in trouble right now. Recovery finishes off Brian.
Wilson stuck all alone in this 1v2. He has to go through 4 stocks of Sandstorm and Boomie. Sandstorm didn't quite have the timing to hit his signature falling up after Boomie.
See Boomie looking for that finishing move. So many signatures thrown out from both of these red team members.
Look at how much movement Boomie has with those Petra signatures.
Down signature with the teleport, the side signature just with a forward movement if it hits. Pummels the opponent. Sandstorm avoids that slide charge neutral signature. Here comes the falling orb. The spirit bombs from Boomie. Stomp, neutral signature, you're on the right side.
It's not going to kill.
When you're on the right, the neutral signature has the reversal property. He was on the right side, could have gone for the Sayer, which would have launched him closer to the closer kill box, but instead, Wilson just trying to show off true combos on Taros, I guess. Ooh.
And again, it doesn't kill.
Yeah.
It's
going right to left.
It's a somewhat situational signature, and even at that, still not a very good signature. It's a very tough signature to use effectively and to use often.
Fairly convincing finish from the red team for game 1. Didn't quite catch if Wilson swapped it up. Is he going to be sticking with this Taros, or is he switching it to something else? Maybe he heard you and is going over to the Zol.
Nope.
Nope.
Still double Taros.
He likes the Grugach.
Of course, no swaps coming out from Sandstorm or Boomie either. It's still this Zol Petra pick.
This will likely be the picks for the entirety of 2v2s, unless something goes horribly wrong and maybe they go into the loser side. Then you might see him swap it up.
Yeah, Boomie is often not one to switch.
Yeah.
Sandstorm sometimes does switch. I don't know if he really switches in 2s, though.
He'll switch in 1s to the Mordex occasionally. Lots of damage being put out predominantly on top of Wilson right now. Side air finishes him off, and we're seeing a lot more axe coming out from Sandstorm than we have in the past. Down is the back end of the axe recovery. That moving circle takes out Boomie. Neutral signature from Wilson will finish the stock of Sandstorm, and that is a stock lead to the blue team, the double Taros.
And the only reason that didn't kill Brian was because they're on the same team, so there's less force and less damage. That's the only reason that didn't kill. Now, even though they do have the stock lead, Wilson very behind in damage. He might be on his final stock very quickly.
Couldn't touch. Sandstorm finishes the stock. Stock count now numerically even, except that there's no stock trading. So it means that if Wilson gets taken out, it's all left to Brian against both of the red team members.
2-2's way better than 3-1.
Yeah, absolutely.
Way better than 3-1.
Nice hit from Brian. Finishes off Boomie. Stock count evened up.
They are doing a great job evening this up. They're even still ahead. Like, Wilson's in the yellow, Brian's a little bit in the yellow, but Sandstorm's about midway through orange at this point.
We tried to go for the follow-up.
Neutral Sig's the other direction. Boomie and Sandstorm, we're staying really close. They were stacked on top of each other at one point.
Slide charge neutral signature. Boomie with a punish. Turnaround onto Wilson. Ground pound. Brian can't touch.
Oh, Brian's done.
Couldn't even hit Sandstorm on his way up. If he got Sandstorm for it, would have been all right. But we hear the domination call come out. That means one of the red team members has taken 3 stocks before losing this one.
Now Wilson in the red's got to be very careful, but Boomie also has to be careful.
If they can get Boomie, there might be the chance, but we've seen Sandstorm. Oh, the turnaround, the ground pound. Wilson is done for. It's all left to Brian. The 1v2, can he do it?
It's possible.
Can he do it? He needs to get Boomie.
Though between the two, even if Brian kills Boomie, I would prefer to have Wilson in the situation.
Yeah.
Overall, the stronger 1v1 player. Look at this team combo.
Oh, snap. How did that neutral signature hit? It pulled him out of the down air from Boomie. He avoids it all, but just doesn't have the jumps and knows it. Went for a turnaround side air, maybe tried to chase dodge up afterwards. Either way, that big combo coming out from Boomie and Sandstorm.
Now Wilson, that game, only put out 235 damage. Wilson put out something in the 600s. So Wilson's going to have to step it up.
You said Wilson both times.
Did I? Oh, well, Brian did more. Wilson did less. Wilson did the 200. Brian did in the 600s.
They were looking all right, though. They were staying relatively even with the red team, just a step behind them. If they can kind of clean it up, if they can step it up just a little bit more, I think we might have that opportunity for the blue team to take a game off of this dominant team of Boomie and Sandstorm.
Now we have tiny sidewalls here on Shipwreck, and I don't really know who that benefits more. I would say it benefits the red team more just because more situations are going to come up where gauntlets are better on the edge, or cannon is better on the edge,
Oh no, Brian.
or orb is better on the edge, then like, oh, a Taros neutral signature right over the corner is a really good move.
I mean, also player-wise, the red team both stronger in those offstage engagements as Sandstorm got both of them with the cannon strings, and he goes for it again. Nice, neutral signature finishes off Sandstorm's first stock. The blue team is behind.
There's the weapon toss. That's going to finish off Brian's stock.
And he goes
And
for
another one.
Wilson there into weapon toss from Boomie. 5 stocks to the 2 of the blue team.
Sandstorm recovering back to the platform. There's the save as well.
The Nair. Lost the neutral signature. Oh no,
Brian's
Brian
done.
falls.
Brian's gone.
Wilson versus 4 stocks of the red team. More D-Sig. You hear the call coming out from the audience.
I mean, that's better than the side. That's better than the neutral. That's probably better than any hammer signature.
It's definitely better than gravity cancel taunting at the top of the map.
Is it, though? He just got 2 hits off of it. 3 hits, 4 hits, 5 hits.
You're not seeing Sandstorm punish him for it. A standstill. Waiting for high noon. Sandstorm straight up not moving.
Boomie tried to spot dodge that.
Sandstorm is not moving. He's just letting him play the 1v1.
Look at Sandstorm's face in the corner.
He's like, let me get out of the way. Let me get out of the way. Hold on, this is yours. Eat your meal.
This is a top 8 qualifier match they were trying to set up.
They're
Trying to
just waiting
position.
for-
Oh, no, grab the wrong person.
Timed it wrong. Hits Boomie on that one. If they're stacked, the grab will hit Wilson. But if Wilson's launched out of it, then it'll catch Boomie.
Even if Wilson is able to find a stock, which he does, he still has
Still
3
stocks.
more, and he's
Still
red.
3.
That downlight almost killed Wilson on Shipwreck. That's unreal.
Red team completely playing with their food right now. Neutral light. Ground pound, not the usual option off of that one.
There's a
Maybe
really
it's
high one.
close.
It hits Boomie. Oh no.
They're still living plenty of health in this team. They're looking for the finish. You see Boomie laughing about that one. Boomie and Sandstorm with a confident finish. over Wilson and Brian.
That's going to be Boomie and Sandstorm moving on into top 8 on the winner's side of the bracket. Very good spot to be compared to the loser's bracket side. Wilson and Brian are going to go down into the loser's bracket. Let's see who they're going to fight against. They are going to fight against... We need more sets to happen.
Yes. The winner of another set.
Yes.
Yes.
The winner of the set before that, which is still waiting on the winner of the set before that.
Yeah. But on deck, still in the upper side of things, earning their spots in the winner's side are...
Ethan and Noel, Starlight and Wrenched, Faison and Remy versus Egg Soup and LDZ, Cake and Lil Cap against Silly Gobi and Cosmos.
I don't know what happened behind me, but they just popped real hard for that. Hear the let's go call coming out.
I see Moises over there. I always pop for Moises.
This is what's great about these offline events, though, right? Is you get to see all your friends, but you don't. Maybe they're all across the country. You don't get to see them as often, but you get to come together at these offline events, pop for each other, cheer for each other, play in twos with each other, and just have a great old time here at these offline events, like Low Tier City in Arlington, Texas.
There's the pop-off. Look at slow motion. You see the handshakes coming out. Those Moises shaking with Jester. This Jester shaking with Kosalix.
Thanks for the play-by-play. What's the analysis? Toss it over to Creed, who's not here for the analysis.
Yeah, we don't know.
Yeah, we don't know. I want the frame data on that.
There's
one.
Sandstorm and Boomie coming off of their win. Got to be feeling good.
They get a chill for a little while now while the rest of the top 8 matches get decided.
What's up, Boom?
What's up, Boomie?
So it's Jester and Hyper Hero. They are waiting for the loser of another set for their top qualifier match, top 8 qualifier. Moises and Heikenviken might be able to make it into top 8.
It's a possibility.
Could be an Espejo top 8. Wilson and Brian are going to be waiting on their loser side top 8 qualifier. And Magma Bomb and part of the Creed also waiting on their loser side top 8 qualifier.
Could see a Magma Bob and part of the Creed top 8.
We probably won't,
But it's
because it's going to be, they're going to fight the loser of Ethan and Noel versus Starlight and Wrenched. So either of those teams is going to be very difficult.
Never say never.
And honestly, for Moises and Heikenviken, they're going to
Anything
be
is
fighting
possible.
the loser of Cake and Lil Capped versus Silly Gobi and Kosalix.
Anything is possible. Wrenched.
He's got the stream up on his phone,
Yeah.
dude. He's throwing viewers to the stream.
That's
That's
he
a
wants
homie
everyone
right
to
there.
know.
That's a homie.
Yeah, he's got
Throwing
Twitch chat
viewers
open.
to the stream.
He's watching. So if y'all say something in Twitch chat to Wrenched right now, he'll see it, he'll read it.
It'll be delayed.
Okay, well, you know.
It'll be a little bit delayed. I don't think it's necessarily going to work. Also, you can't read it.
Yeah, we can't read it. He still wants, I guess he really wants us to know. He really wants Twitch chat to know. But on the left side, that's Wrenched and Starlight. Wrenched, a very prominent 1v1 player. For a long time, was kind of known for just being 1v1 focused. And then teamed up with Starlight and suddenly having a whole lot more success in 2v2s.
Yeah, Starlight's taught him a lot. That was something that may or may not have come up in yesterday's episode of Spitfire
Well, yesterday was the filming.
with guest. Yeah, y'all haven't seen it yet. But
It's
if
not
you want to
out
know the answer
To that question.
go stay
Stay
tuned.
tuned. Not to hear, because it's not.
Follow me on Twitter at whoissparky,
Yeah,
and I'll
there you
RT
go.
that. Also follow Bagel HQ at Bagel HQ.
And while you're at it, just follow at DukeXFam, because is he showing off his shoes? Is that what's happening right now?
He might be showing off the drip.
Okay.
Did he show it off? I didn't see it.
I saw him
I turned
putting
away.
his shoe on the chair.
What they look like? Oh, he's showing it again.
You
Okay.
gotta take it off. All right, that's easier.
All right, yeah, he's got the 350s. That's all right.
He's proud of it.
It's all right.
Yo, but what are the socks?
Everybody and their mom's got 350s these days, though.
Ooh, calling him out.
Got to be a little bit more
You
unique
got
than
commoner shoes?
that. Got to be a little bit more unique than that. He should have got the Fear God bands. Just saying.
Pretty sure my grandma wears 350s to church.
There you see him. Honestly, those might be fakes. I'm just kidding. They're not. They're not.
You're really throwing him under the bus on this one.
Yeah, it's kind of toxic. I don't know if those are the ones he got. I forgot which ones he said he got.
What do you mean? He's wearing them.
I don't know if those are his, though.
Oh, that's right, yeah. Because sometimes they wear other
Moises,
people's-
the resident BH shoe
Yeah.
plug, regularly lets homies wear his shoes because he's a drip sharer. He's basically a faucet.
A Foster?
Faucet.
Oh, a faucet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Water-
That makes yeah, I know. I get it. I was thinking foster, and I was like, oh, so like they're his children, and he's a foster parent.
I'm sure they are like his children.
His shoe babies. Speaking of water and drips, Wrench can't do a wave.
Yeah, that is true. We learned that.
Unfortunate.
When did we learn that?
Dallas? When he
think it
kept trying to
was
do the
Dallas.
wave to Sandstorm,
I think
and
it
then
was Dallas.
he got better at doing it one way, but then he couldn't go back. Can you hear us right now? If you can, nod your head, Wrenched.
Nope.
Oh, there it was.
Oh, you got
It's
it.
delayed.
It wasn't to you,
It's a
though.
little bit of lag. No, he nodded.
Definitely was not to
He's
you.
definitely nodding.
Coming with
Like
the
I
Jake
heard that
pick.
one. He took off the headphones so he could hear me again.
No, he didn't. Not at all.
Shake pick, not the actual pick, likely will be them button checking. But we saw some cool stuff coming out from this team of Noel and Ethan. They didn't have like a full-on 0 to death 2v1 combo, but they had this kind of life of like, we'll get these quick 2 hits into Noel's signature. It was almost always Noel finishing it off with a signature.
Now, we have already seen Ethan and Noel today.
Uh-huh.
This is the first time we're seeing Starlight and Wrenched.
Yeah.
Now, I know Wrench wasn't super focused on today. Like, he's definitely more worried about ones. Like, you
Yeah.
said that in the bathroom
Yeah.
earlier. He was like, yeah, well, it's whatever.
How often do you just talk to Wrench in the bathroom?
Today.
This isn't the first time that you... Because I think at Montreal you had a conversation with him in the bathroom, too.
I might have. What? You see homies in the bathroom, like,
That's
you're
true,
not going
that's
to
true.
ignore them.
This is an interesting comp of Noel and Ethan. It's hard to say who is kind of the favorite in this one, right? Because we talk about, Wrench and Starlight, they're kind of on the come up since they've gotten together. They've started to have a lot more progress as a 2v2 team. But then suddenly you're kind of slapping together two established 2v2ers in Noel and Ethan and trying to say, like, how do you match this up against this other team? Meanwhile, I forgot his name, but that guy is actually nominated for Esports Photographer of the Year.
You didn't have to say you
I'm
forgot
saying,
his name.
congrats to that guy.
Don't just call him that guy. He's nominated for a friggin' ESPY, dude.
There's so many people nominated, and I can't remember everyone's names. It's very unfortunate, but congratulations.
Chris Bond is the name.
Chris Bod. There you go.
Jesus, man.
I recognize the face. I'm bad with names. What
Okay.
can I say?
All right.
Game 1, red team versus blue team. Wrenched and Starlight versus Noel and Ethan.
Now, with Ethan as his teammate, he does have the sword crossover from when Noel's teamed with both Blood Diamond and with iThrow. Now, when he teams with Blood Diamond often plays Hattori. So this is going to be a familiar
Yeah.
choice.
But they play
for him.
different
That's true.
Hattoris. A lot of spear plays generally come out from Ethan Satori. Yep, can't save Ethan on that
Oh,
one.
no, that recovery. Also, hold on.
yeah.
Rich played Bodvar.
Check the picks. Wrench on
What?
the Bodvar. Starlight going to be the one with the Asuri for this team. And they have the lead over this other team of Noel and Ethan.
What is this pick?
No Katars for Wrench. Very uncharacteristic. Both of SCV Wilson and Wrench are kind of the two Qatar gods of North America. Neither of them playing Katars in 2v2.
Starlight's still on that Asuri grind. Of course, playing the best skin on Asuri, the kindergarten.
Yeah.
Oh,
Pretty solid.
that was an interesting combination
Yeah.
of events, just completely splitting the blue team.
Starlight gonna fall there. Red team takes the lead over this blue team after that kind of interesting spread that happened in the middle. It was a scramble, and the red team
Yes!
won out. The down signature follow-up.
He did the down sig.
He did it as a follow-up, though, off of the setup from Starlight.
And
You can
it's so
start
good.
to see other signatures come out when your teammate can set up for it. Plus, that great positioning on that corner for the downward spike on that force. Down lights there. Stock lead goes the way of the blue team.
That
Why-
neutral
why
signature,
the-
that just raw neutral signature, was curious.
It was a call-out, but it worked.
I like Wrench's Bodvar.
Yeah.
Like, if this was an online tournament and I didn't physically know that it was Wrench playing that Bodvar, I would be thinking in my head, all right, who's on Wrench's account? Like, who's playing Bodvar this well? Because normally when we see Wrench play, like, goofy picks, doesn't work out very well.
So this is definitely something that he's been practicing. It's not something that he just slapped on and was like, all right, I guess I'm going to play Boatbar right now. We'll see how well that works. This is definitely something that he planned out, worked together with Starlight to say, all right, Boatbar, you know what? It's going to be a great pick that I can pick up relatively easy for this tournament.
See that recovery coming out from Starlight, almost taking out Ethan.
Went for the Mafia. Downlight, chase dodge, recovery. There it is. Follow up. Oh, 2 damage for the scoop.
Everybody's red at this point, but Wrenched still has his second stock.
And he's also dominating. Took 3 stocks for this one. Down air from
GC
Noel.
down signature. Yes.
Downlight
He
recovery.
did get punished for it, but that's only because he didn't place it in the right spot. But a great option.
Comfortable finish for Wrenched and Starlight. Starlight almost got taken out, but Wrenched still had a fresh stock versus the very damaged stock of Noel. So comfortable finish.
Now, if Wrenched makes it into top 8, that'll be one of his best 2v2 placements. He's had a couple 5s, he's had a 4, but he's also had a 25th, and he's had a 13th, and he's had a 9th. So getting top 8 here is a huge step. Even though he's done it a few times, it's still so important if he makes it into top 8 here. Definitely on the winner's side, too.
Yeah. Winning these next 2 games would be enough to earn him that top 8 finish alongside this demon of Starlight, who we've been saying has been leveling up his 2v2 game. Noel with some fantastic bow plays, though. Side signatures off Wrench. Tries to go for the follow-up to Tommy Matt off the setup from Ethan. Couldn't quite get the timing, though. The side sig again as Wrench finally made his way back onto the stage.
Yeah, despite Wrench being the one who was surviving the longest last game, he's the first one to die here. Noel and Ethan are still in the orange. That neutral air almost taking out Starlight off the top. Wrench was able to kill Ethan over on the edge. Beautiful down signature.
Weapon toss.
I'm telling you.
Down
so
signature.
good.
He's using it to great effect here in the 2v2s against Noel and Ethan.
And it's interesting that it's a new Bodvar player using that. Because even when Bodvar was meta, down signature on sword was not couture. People weren't doing that. That wasn't in vogue.
Sometimes that's what it takes, The Bodvar meta, they've gotten used to how they play their Bodvar, and it takes someone new to shake it up and be like, hey, have you all tried out this signature before? It's pretty darn awesome. Neutral light into the recovery, follow-up from Ethan onto Wrenched. Some solid damage put out. But Wrench goes for the slide charge, side sig punish.
Oh,
another
second
one.
Down air, and he's done.
Starlight in a dangerous position on the corner, hits the slap. Noel taken out, stock count even.
That was actually kind of an early kill on Noel.
Yeah.
I think he was in kill damage, but he wasn't super into kill damage. It would have taken more D-Light recoveries or D-Light Sayers if he was on the stage to kill.
Nice ground pound, finishes off Starlight though. Ethan gonna fall. This one's close. They're just
this
going
is
back
so
and forth.
even.
Nice follow up there. Ethan tries to chase for the recovery.
Oh,
Tommy Matt. That's just good damage.
Starlight took so much 1v2 damage that while he was getting back, they were then again able to put out the 2v1 damage under Wrench. Exactly like you said, it's not these 18-hit combos that lead to a kill, but it's these 4 and 5 hits that they just get one and then boom, get another.
Those quick combos. And then they basically focus on that. The recovery takes out Wrench. It's all left to Starlight. Noel tries to go for the gravity cancel, knew that he was in the air on the side as his only real follow-up opportunity, but still, just the passing back and forth from the red team is so centric to their 2v2 play.
And this is the first set that we've seen not 3-0?
I think so, yeah. One apiece. No way to get a 3-0 here.
And there's only been one other set today. Oh, never mind. Hold on. There's been 2 more, including
some
the
on the
losers
lower
bracket.
side.
Yeah.
But here we go. Game number 2. No changes on anything. In fact, same exact map as well.
Starlight without a weapon for more than 15 seconds. Able to pick up that sword. Trying to get around behind Ethan. So if this is a Wrenched and Starlight loss in this game, do you think Wrench swaps off of the Bodvar?
I think it's all dependent on how Starlight's feeling, because Starlight generally is kind of the shot caller for this 2v2 team. So if Starlight's, you know what, this isn't working for the team comp, we got to switch it up, then I think then we'll see Wrench play the same game whenever Starlight wants.
D-Light Stare came in from Noel, took out Wrench, and then Starlight was there to punish Noel with a D-Light Stare, but didn't have enough damage for it to lead to a kill. So red team in the lead.
Very slight lead. Stomp side air, not going to be enough to finish off. Instead, opts for the 2v1, goes low. Ethan able to make it back safely, and Noel was there. Try to put some pressure out on a Wrench, but the spot dodge gets punished by the ground pound from Wrench. Wrench with the offstage gets another double KO for Wrench.
Now you saw how Wrench's edge guarding was like a little bit one-dimensional. Like he was trying to fast fall down, like get below, saying, I want to reach up, I want to throw out that recovery to kill you with it. And Noel started to see that on the edge. And then Wrench started to go high. Down signature, yes, yes, do another one.
He did do another one, but it's going to be Starlight who falls meanwhile. Red team, ground pound.
He's done.
On to Wrench. Those ground pounds have so much force from the bow, but you have to be so precise with it.
Starlight's actually in a pretty good spot right now.
Yeah.
If he can not take any big 2v1 damage moments to bring him into orange, he's actually in a really good spot. Throwing out a recovery onto Noel. Another D-Light recovery, still not enough. One more will. Oh no,
He's right underneath it. Right side. The turnaround onto Wrench in the offstage. Ethan with the unarm. It's going to be a ground pound on top of Noel's head. Wrenched with this hammer off stage has been taking all of the stocks of the red team. Finish off Ethan. Side air. One more opportunity. Ethan gets the wall touch.
Somehow Wrench dipped out of the way of that ground pound.
Stock advantage to the blue team. If they can take out Wrench, they have the opportunity. They have the potential, but Wrench, you know he knows that. You know he's going to start playing defensively. You see him sitting behind Starlight.
Yeah, Starlight continuing to be in such a good spot in the orange on his second stock. Nice D-Light into turnaround neutral light on Ethan.
Big Nairs stopping any sort of pressure from the red team. Completely outranging their downward pressure.
Wrench can't die.
Are you saying that as like a win condition, or are you saying that as Wrench is so good he just can't die?
More of a win condition.
Okay.
He can absolutely die.
Yeah, Wrench dying would be big for the red team. But he's doing a great job surviving. He's going to sit on this wall. You already saw one exclamation point, second one comes out, but he resets onto the stage.
He's trying to find these like max range dash jump nair, dash jump side air.
Dawnlight Stare does send off Wrench, but it's not enough to finish off.
Starlight's trying to do the best that he can
The
to
weapon
take out
toss.
either member of the red team while Wrench is playing defensively.
Oh, Ethan with the stacked weapon toss. Wrench moves through it. Downlight recovery! Can he do this? Starlight in the 1v2. We've seen this red team with their 2v1 combos. They're so incredibly effective.
Starlight's had to play so aggressively while Wrench was playing defensively. Like he was having to do so much work, and he took so much damage in the process. One more. Heck, even a nair at this point. Somehow stuffs
Recovery?
that downlight. There it is. Ethan and Noel going up 2-1 right now into game 4. And there was the win condition. They killed Wrench.
Taking out Wrench was their win condition. They got it, so they won, and that means that they're going into game number 4 with a game lead. If Noel and Ethan win this one, they're going to earn their spot in the top 8, and Wrench and Starlight have to fight it out in the lower bracket.
There's the GC D-Light into the recovery unarmed. I think we saw Wrench put his hand above his head because he knew how important that stock was.
And there's the swap coming out from Starlight over to the Sidra. Wrench going to be sticking with this Bode Bar. I'm glad he's sticking with the Bode Bar. The sword down signatures have been very effective. The hammer off stage has been very effective for Wrench.
I'm good with the Bode Bar, staying on it, and I'm also really good with the Sidra switch from Starlight too.
Starlight's got a solid Sidra. The scary thing, though, is that he's got this cannon, which has a lot of range on it. It's going to take up a whole lot of space, and if he's not careful, will end up catching Wrench with a lot of things.
Did we see a lot of Qatar play coming out from Missouri? Because
No.
I don't remember it.
Yeah.
And I don't remember hardly
He
any
had like
signatures.
the Sair at the bottom of the stage that took
Yeah.
out Noel in game number 1. Off stage from Noel, though, down like ground pound. Gets the first stock. and he gets past
Oh.
double down light into the side air, takes out Starlight. Here comes the 2v1
Oh,
under Wrench
no.
into the neutral signature. Wrench, he just spawned and in 2 seconds is in the orange.
Like, he's more damaged at this point than Noel is.
Off stage from Ethan,
Oh.
commits too hard. Starlight.
Overextended. The weapon toss going right under Noel. Oh, you see Wrench try to go with
Nice
the
ground pound.
D-Light. Starlight's able to clean it up.
Ethan
Wrench is on
punishes
his
it.
final stock. It's less than a minute.
Nice neutral light from Ethan on the right side, keeping Starlight at bay. Red team might be hunting Wrenched at this point. Oh,
Man.
you saw him go for the immediate down signature, which caught Wrenched trying to punish him.
Yeah, he saw Wrench coming in.
Down light here, Starlight's off stage. Down light hits Starlight. Starlight down to his final stock. Wrench trying to avoid this 2v1. You see him full disengagement as far away as he can get.
And Ethan still got his Sarah off before Wrench came in for the punishment. Wrench is in the red. Oh, no. It's like we're going to have to see a repeat of what we saw last game, except Ethan and Noel are at a greater lead at this
Oh
point.
my goodness. Off stage, Noel got the wall touch. Down light doesn't hit the side air.
Wrench
Ethan-
can't die again.
Ethan didn't turn around for that one. Noel gonna fall. Both Wrenched and Starlight incredibly damaged. They have to play this perfectly in order to stay alive and take this to game 5. Wrench
Oh,
with
here
big
comes
hammer
Ethan.
plays. Ethan tries to punish. Wrench goes deep. Can
Wrench-
they do it?
Wrench hammer looking crazy.
No, Wrench hammer to Tommy, man, but it doesn't hit Wrench.
Yeah, that straight up was the best actual possible outcome of that.
Starlight with the back
Oh
and
my
forth.
God, are they going to do
Downlight
this?
recovery. Starlight's still living. Can they do this? They started these stocks in the red. These final stocks, Noel with the recovery. All left.
Oh
besides
my
Sig.
gosh! Oh my gosh! If he didn't get that final swipe to hit, that could have been Starlight's
close.
game.
It was close.
Oh my gosh, that was so close.
It was very close. You have to commend
Oh
Wrench and
my
Starlight for that one, for
gosh.
bringing that one so close. They started the last stocks of Noel and Ethan in red, and they brought them to red. They almost did it.
What a comeback.
They almost. There's so many like perfect moments of like that signature hit both, but really needed to not hit
Yeah.
Wrench. And Wrench falls out, and Starlight is able to live. You saw the downlight recovery almost take out Starlight, but he was able to live. Like, it was so close.
Dude, Wrench's hammer was looking good
Yeah.
on that final stock.
I'm interested to see. We saw him tweet out that he was going to play XYZ character. Right? We saw him tweet out, "I'm going to play Sentinel.
He said
I'm going to
Sentinel
play
and Lucian."
Lucian." And then he also responded to you saying, "You know what? I was going to say I'm going to play a Suri, but I was too lazy to tweet it out." I would like to see him play Sentinel at this point. That hammer looking really solid.
Yeah. I'm into the Sentinel pick now. I wasn't before, but I'm in now.
No, yeah. I'm really excited to see. But that does mean Noel and Ethan earn their spot in the top 8. Winner's side. We'll see who they end up going up against.
So it's going to be Starlight and Wrench going down in the loser's bracket. They're going to fight Magma Bob and part of the Creed. The people at home, they want Lil Capped.
The people all blood diamond of him.
We might
want
see that
Lil
next.
Caps. That
We
is
might see that
it's
next.
definitely a possibility.
We still have Faison and Remy versus
Yes.
Egg Soup and LDZ for their top 8 qualifier in the winners, and Cake Lil Cap versus Silly Gobi and Kosalix for
That's
their
gonna
top 8
be
qualifier
really
in the winners.
interesting. We have yet to see Cake and Lil Cap play, but obviously they've been playing pretty well to earn their spot
What's
in
up
the top 8 qualifier.
Oh, it is. It's
Is
Lil
it
Cap
them?
next.
Oh, hey. It's probably because Toast heard us say that. And he
Probably
also
not.
brought up the graphic as well. Like, it was all premeditated. That signs a lie. Up next is Faison and Remy versus Egg Soup and LDZ.
Why is that even there, man? Come on.
It's because that's what's next after this. That's what's next after this. We read the sign late. That's all. If we had seen the sign at the end of the last game, we would have been like, "Oh, up next is Faison."
Well, why would you then put the up? Why do you put the up next before the next people even sit down?
Well,
That's-
they were already sitting down. They were in the process. We just
I don't know,
we
man.
took the time to look at the up next, but didn't take the time to see who was on the stage. That's
Yeah,
on.
That's what we need to do.
That's on us.
It's not on us, though.
I know. It's mostly Toast's fault for not just saying it into our ears
Yep.
immediately when we were
Yeah, it's
riffing
Toast's
on
fault.
this, but I didn't want to completely throw him under
It's
the bus.
Toast's fault.
At this point, I am.
It's Toast's fault.
You see Remy on the left side, taking up center screen, and then right next to him is Faison in, I think that's the hoodie that I straight up was wearing at
Yeah.
CEO and also have packed with me and was wearing
Wait,
yesterday.
no,
Is that not?
no. Because yours doesn't have the little,
It doesn't have the text on the side?
yeah.
But it does have that like red circle. It's a Dreamers hoodie. No, actually, that's the one that inspired me to buy mine.
Yes.
Yeah, that's right. So he had his. He's the one who showed me Dreamers. But
No, I told you about them.
I literally said, "Hey, where is that hoodie that Faison is wearing from?" And you said Dreamers.
Yeah.
So he showed me the hoodie that you told me about.
What?
I was inspired.
Yeah,
by
Sir
the hoodie
Isaac
that
Newton invented calculus, but your calculus teacher told you what it was.
Right. So I'm crediting Sir Isaac Newton, not you, the teacher.
The teacher told you about it.
Okay, but Sir Isaac Newton's the one who
The
figured
teacher
it out.
showed it to you.
No.
Yes, the teacher did show it to you. Sir Isaac Newton did not teach you calculus personally.
Well, okay, to be fair, I would not have seen calculus from Sir Isaac Newton.
That doesn't matter.
Okay, no, but it's different though. 'cause
I told you what it was.
You didn't bring me his hoodie and go check out this hoodie.
That's
Like
true.
a calculus teacher.
That's true.
Instead, it would be the equivalent of me opening up a book and seeing Sir Isaac Newton in calculus and being like, "Hey, teacher, what is this?" And then the teacher going, "That's calculus."
Yeah?
Then the book showed me.
No, your teacher
The book
taught
is
you
the,
the
the
calculus.
book was the
I
thing
told
where
you what it was.
You taught me his.
Because if I didn't tell you, you wouldn't know.
True.
Then he would have had to show you what it
True.
was.
Or I would have just never known because I'm way
That's
too
what would've
awkward to
happened.
communicate with people.
That's what would have happened.
I'm way too awkward for that. Meanwhile, X-Soup trying to decide how many jackets he wants to wear at this point in time. He's already got the long sleeve shirt. He's already got the vest. Throwing on
Is
a
he?
jacket
Is
on
that
top.
2 jackets?
No, it's a long sleeve shirt and then like a vest, like a puffy vest.
But like, is it what? Yeah, but there's like the bubble coat part.
Yeah, but it's not a full sleeve. There's no sleeves to that.
But is that attached or is it a vest?
It's just a vest.
Okay, so it's not attached to the thing that's on top.
No.
Okay. Are we sure about this?
Well, he literally put his arm into his jacket while the vest was already on.
His body?
Yes.
Oh, I didn't see that.
Okay. We can get a replay. I actually probably can't unless Toast arbitrarily decided to.
It literally doesn't matter.
to
It
replay that.
super doesn't matter.
Anyways, that's Remy on the left side. Had one of the longest offline streaks in 2v2s alongside Boomie. Then
He had the longest.
well, they both tied for the longest.
Oh my god.
Give me how many more hours do we have?
Yeah, do we have 2 blocks in a row? Oh my gosh.
That's Remy with tied for the longest 2v2 streak alongside Boomie. Then 2019 rolled around. Boomie right behind us. How you doing, Boomie? And Remy decided to team up with Faison as Boomie teamed up with Sandstorm. Remy and Faison have been doing very well for themselves after teaming up together and have been looking absolutely outstanding.
This year in PR's2's tournaments,
Yes.
Remy and Faison have not placed worse than 4th.
Woo, that's pretty nice.
Like, that's insane.
Boomie and Sandstorm also have that
Yeah.
statement to their names. Their 4th was in Mountain Dew,
And that's
GameCube.
why they're 2v2, 3, and 4th.
Yeah.
Because Boomie and Sandstorm are 1 and 2. Now, Egg is the only 4-digit player in terms of career earnings.
Okay, yeah. Big bulk of LDZ's earnings have been in 1v1s.
Yeah.
Predominantly, obviously, those 2 World Championship wins and then the 4th place 1v1 championship win. Are they trying to heart across the screen?
What is he spelling? Is he spelling?
No, it's
he's
heart.
not
They're doing
spelling.
the 2 hands make the heart.
Okay.
Except X-Soup's just going over to Faison's side. You know what it is? It's X-Soup diversifies, right? He might not have the most in terms of championship wins, but he does have the most in terms of YouTube earnings. So he just diversifies. He doesn't put all his eggs in that basket, right?
But he does put all his eggs in the YouTube basket.
That is true. He doesn't really like Twitch streaming as much.
Yeah.
He has said that.
But on the other side, Remy streams. I don't know, does Remy do YouTube?
I don't think so.
Faison streams.
He doesn't make as much of a deal about it.
Does Faison do YouTube?
I doubt it. LDZ does none of the above.
Let's see.
I mean, YouTube, Faison, BH, esports.
My phone ringing?
I hope not. That'd be awful.
My bad. I thought I silenced that. That one's on me, bro.
It's okay. I didn't hear it, which means I have to assume the stream didn't hear it. And here we go. Looks like game number 1 of Egg and LDZ versus Faison and Remy. Egg and LDZ, of course, they're going to be on that Fate Nimue combo that they had earlier in the day. On the other side, Faison and Remy. This has been their picks. Remy with a bow, precision on that Koji, and then Faison with the Hattori.
I'm not finding it right now, and I'm bored of looking it up.
Oh, okay. I'm just bored with all these matches.
Oh, no, not at all.
Commentating.
Did you mention Noble and
I have not.
Lazarus?
How about you? As you so enlightened.
Well, since we're talking about Noble and Lazarus, some local hero brought that up.
Yeah, somebody. I don't know. Who knows?
Of course, Faison playing for Noble, Remy playing for Lazarus. Remy really has had a rebirth this year,
He really has.
just like Lazarus in the classic story.
Of Lazarus and the Giant. Downlight into Neutralite coming out from Remy. Egg Soup with the orb plays. Hits a nice little recovery onto Faison. You see them trying to take control of this one, but the blue team with a slight advantage. Sidelight, side air off of the gravity cancel. Egg Soup a little bit early on that one. Unfortunately, not able to get that big dump of force onto Remy as he was caught up in that Neutralite of LDZ. Downlight side air.
Egg taking a
Nice.
ton of damage. Might be on his last stock, the D-Light Cider. Faison's going to disengage, go over towards LDZ, who's also on his second stock, midway through orange.
Down air hits, but LDZ gets the recovery for the chase dodge over to the wall touch. Ground pound onto Egg Soup.
Wrong person.
Egg Soup onto his final stock, and LDZ falls for it. Faison still on his first stock. Neutralite, not going to be enough force to take that one.
Weapon toss going all the way across the stage, leaving Faison unarmed. He gets recovered by LDZ's orb. That's going to be him on his second stock. Remy also on his second stock, getting closer to kill damage. But they also have a very solid lead on the red team.
There into the recovery, into the neutral signature from LDZ. Able to get that follow-up. Stock count getting closer. Can they finish the stock of Faison? Egg Soup actually disengaged, was trying to prepare for Remy coming in.
Now, I don't know if Egg dodged at the moment that signature came out from LDZ, or if it was that grab property of it'll prioritize an enemy over your teammate.
Meanwhile, though, Egg Soup falling into the sky. It's all left to LDZ in the 1v2 against the 3 stocks of the blue team. Beats out that ground pound, able to get back to the wall.
LDZ just trying to fight for his life. Had to do it on the one side, then had to do it on the other side.
Just scrambling for ground. Off the bounce, downlight dare into recovery. 3 stocks, finishing it out for the blue team.
Now, you remember at CEO
I do,
when Remy, well, you don't know what I'm going to say.
but I remember.
When, you probably will remember. But when Remy was on stage and he popped off out of his chair,
Yeah,
and then he tweeted, "I didn't pop off, my leg itched."
yeah, I do remember that.
That was so funny.
a classic moment.
That made me laugh so hard because he definitely popped off. And then the smile that was on his face. I think I'm going to watch that today. I'm going to watch the clip of that. That was great.
Everyone at home, you can also watch that clip somewhere in the Twitch file.
We can just probably look up clips.
Yeah. Solid start for the red team, though. Remy almost taking out the down air. Weapon toss to follow up. Faison trying to capitalize, trying to take Egg Soup out for it, but Egg Soup able to scramble his way back in LDZ with the pressure from above. Can he get Faison? No, Faison fights his way in.
Nice following, running after him,
Oh,
getting the side
goodness.
signature, continuing to chase him,
Got
getting
that
the
follow-up
kill.
there.
Yeah, with that side air.
Ground pound. Big hit onto Faison. He was very damaged for that launch speed. Neutral signature. Oh, and then Nair to follow up from LDZ. You're starting to see the red team follow up a little bit more cleanly off of each other's kind of errant hits.
Now, I don't know if we've said it at low tier yet, but nobody plays Dusk.
No.
Like, virtually nobody plays
LDZ
Dusk.
plays Dusk, and that's about it.
Yeah. At one point, Isidru was like, I'm going to play Dusk because there's no reason to play Axe. And then he went back to the interrupt, the save
Great
from
interrupt.
Egg. The force dump was going to be on the
Neutral
final
sig.
hit, and he stopped the final hit.
Look at the top right. LDZ's still living on the first stock. There's 2 stocks left for the blue team, and LDZ has extended the stock so much. The down air onto the stage is what finishes it off. But back to your point about Nimble.
I pretty much made the whole thing.
Okay.
Nobody plays it.
You're
So
not going to elaborate on that? Just
I mean, not a very favored signature kit. Not many people are like that super into Spear to make them be like, if I'm going to play an Orb character, I really want that Spear. Like, just play Fate.
That's true. Like when Dusk came out, a lot of people weren't really feeling those signature kits, and that's what we pointed out at CEO. We were like, LDZ, kind of interesting that he's over to this Dusk when he had the Fate and the signature kit not too common with Dusk, but then he started busting it out. You're seeing him actually utilize quite a few of these Dusk signatures very frequently and to great success. I think it just took someone like LDZ to really go, here's how you need to properly use those signatures. Here's the right way to do it.
And he's played a lot of Ada.
True.
So you have the Spear carryover from that. To where maybe he was, you know what? I'm feeling an Orb character. I really want to play Orb. I don't want to play Hammer. I don't want to play Scythe. Even though Fate is an amazing character, the signatures are solid.
Wasn't ready for Gauntlets.
Yeah, didn't want to play Gauntlets. But maybe he just really felt Orb and wanted to play a familiar weapon with Orb rather than learning something new.
Or it was just Egg Soup really telling him that he wants Orb Spear. As he did yesterday so frequently.
Remy's starting to take some more punishment during the beginning of this game.
He's really getting opened up by this red team, and you're seeing these follow-up hits coming out from the red team. Really putting the pressure out. Neutral signature takes out Remy. Follow-ups again. LDZ goes for the side light. Didn't want to go for the neutral light because it would have given FaZe on the opportunity to DI.
Oh
Nice
no, if
dare.
Egg's not careful.
Nice dare. Chases, but couldn't get that hit, so he just disengages. Both of them split to different walls.
Yeah, he's going to try to maintain that stage control. Move over to Remy, then when Phazon starts getting closer to the stage, move over to Phazon, then go back to Remy.
Downlight down air into the recovery again, coming out from Remy. LDZ from low, hitting that recovery, trying to get a stock. Egg Soup going to lose his first stock. Phazon
Nice
going to lose
double
his first
from
stock.
Phazon. That was really quick, too. The fact that he was able to hit those 2 D-Light recoveries, like from one side of the stage to the other, and it still counts as an official double, that's very quick.
The stock count in the red team's favor for a brief moment. It was 2-2 to 1-3, but we saw them take out Phazon. Means the red team just straight up in the lead right now.
Nice little team combo,
Yeah.
even though Egg was there,
He was
and then
floating
they
above
turn on
all
the
of it.
Egg. I guess he just wasn't ready to punish. And another follow-up from Remy off of Phazon. It is 4
Side
stocks to 3. Remy's got to be so careful.
The down air, the orb hits are connecting onto Remy. He goes low to avoid that ground pound. Side air from LDZ. They're trying to split up the blue
he
team.
almost.
Yeah. Nice recovery. Punishes. And that means it's all left to Phazon against the 3 stocks of the red team, the 2 stocks of the red team. Dude, LDZ does use a lot of dust signatures, though.
He really does. More than I think he uses Ada signatures.
Yeah. A lot of active frames on Ada's signatures in comparison, though, which might be one of the reasons why. Egg has got to be careful about these offstage engagements. If he falls, basically a win for Phazon, but Now that Faison's down to his final stock, both the red team members fairly healthy. Good opportunity for them. But the red team doesn't really have a lot of practice 2v1 combos. Like you saw just there, they had the double neutral light, and that was about it. They don't really go for those big 2v1 0 to deaths. Instead, they're just like, here's 1 or 2 hits. I'll try to follow up whenever I can.
LEZ's over on the stage. Egg is going to disengage. He knows he was getting the worst side of that. He's more damaged than anyone else in the game.
Pogo. Egg Soup's in trouble. Pogo!
Oh my, is Faison going to do this? Is he going to do this 1v2 against Egg Soup in the freaking 2-time?
And he avoided all of the pressure from LDZ. Gets the
Oh
double down
my
line into a
gosh.
snare. Faison is doing this right now. It is a straight 1v1. Faison is evening up the
my
damage.
gosh.
Has LDZ off stage. Oh, misses
How did
the
that dare not
pogo.
hit? How did that dare not hit?
The pogos are so important in this offstage. Sair slap off the right side wall, avoids the weapon toss. LDZ faking the pickup. Ooh. Pogo. That's it. He didn't touch. LDZ closes that out, but oh my goodness, Faison.
I think a big part of that was when LDZ hit the Sair onto Faison, and it was like
On that
right
right
on
side
that
slap?
corner,
Yeah.
and it bounced him off the corner and sent him to the right instead of sending him to the left.
Yeah. If it sent him to the left, would have had great stage position.
And he would have gotten that weapon
Yeah.
spawn.
But instead, slapped him off of that right side wall, and LDZ was just in control.
I can't believe his dare didn't hit, though.
It was close.
Oh
It was
my gosh.
really close. Like pixels away from LDZ's head.
I'm a little bit mad.
You're mad for Faison right now. Getting ready for game number 4. They're thinking about the map bans. Do they want to take it back to Mammoth?
And you see the score right there on the screen. It is Egg Soup and LDZ leading 2-1 against Remy and Faison.
Coming into this, I would have said Remy and Faison were the favorites of this.
I would have agreed
They've
with
done
you.
much better. Like you said at the very beginning, Faison and Remy have not placed lower than top 4 in 2v2s this year. Egg Soup and LDZ have had not even a top 4 finish in 2v2s.
I don't know. Let me look.
Off stage, Egg Soup with the big scythe plays. LDZ tries to finish the stock, but Remy with the recoveries fights his way back up onto the screen.
No, their best was 5th
Okay.
at final round with Egg. But again, it's weird how Remy and Faison are taking so much damage so quickly.
Yeah. Remy has survived longer than he has in the past 2 games, the ones that Egg and LDZ were able to close out. So might have started making that adjustment that he needs for his team in order to get to that game 5. Sunlight Sair, nice punish from Faison. Neutral Sig onto both. LDZ got the wall touch.
Oh,
Turnaround.
Remy. Oh, Remy.
And Faison with the stock. Alternate nair from Egg Soup trying to finish this stock. If he can do it completely even. Whips away LDZ. Egg Soup's just hitting LDZ right now. That dare.
And look how far that dare sent him.
But it's not enough to finish. Side signature will do it. A little bit of punish onto the red team trying to finish off that stock. And meanwhile, Remy has taken no damage until now.
Yeah, the red team is behind in terms of damage as Faison just recently spawned
The
in.
dares.
Oh, no.
Can he touch back? Faison trying to save, but the ground pound from Egg Soup. Pogos from LDZ.
Oh
3
my
pogos.
gosh.
Faison is gone.
And all of a sudden, it's 4 stocks to 2. And Egg and LDZ are still orange.
It's a wake-up call to the blue team. 1 game left for the red team to earn their spot in the top 8.
But the response damage has been high and it's been quick.
Nice. Yeah, they're really climbing their way back into this. No weapon spawns for LDZ as he went for that weapon toss, trying to give himself a safe landing.
July coming in for Faison, gets the chase dodge into the D-Light Sair. Are they going to be able to convert it to a kill onto LDZ? He's the only one not on his final stock. Egg's putting the hurt
Oh
onto
my
Remy.
goodness, Egg Soup! And the follow-up
Oh,
saves.
he's
LDZ closes it out.
Oh,
Faison with the save! So many times Remy was dead to rights. Faison brings him back to life. The paddles on his chest bringing that electricity.
But they still haven't killed LDZ yet. Remy and Faison, both red. LDZ still alive on his second stock.
Off stage. Faison getting Remy that wall touch. Downlight hits into the recovery onto both red team members. Downlight Nair. You saw Faison go for that wake-up recovery. LDZ finally losing that second stock. X-Soup's got to be careful. That down air.
Winnable for both sides.
This can go either direction. If LDZ gets caught between the two of them, Faison and Remy have 2v1 combos. Side air.
Ooh.
He can't go off stage. He can't commit to the off stage. Splitting the blue team is a good thing. The side air, it's all left to LDZ and Faison.
Oh, that was
now.
so
That was
close.
right in front of his face.
He's going to have to play flawless. Like, Faison
Yeah.
has to
He
play
can't get
flawless
hit.
at this point.
Any variable force move here will likely take him out.
Ooh.
Outspaces the side sig, but the Sair
Done.
does it. Egg Soup and LDZ.
That's huge.
Knock him into the lower bracket.
That's Egg and LDZ taking out number 3 and number 4 PR.
In 2v2s.
Holy
Egg and
cow.
LDZ conversely are like 50-something and 80-something in 2v2s.
This is LDZ showing that 2 is greater than 3 and 4. Because he's the 2-time.
God, that was stupid. That was so stupid.
And Remy and Faison are 3 and 4. PR.
that was awful.
2 is greater than 3
Repeating
and 4.
it makes it worse. But
You
yes,
lost?
that does
The
mean
Starlight Wrenched?
He's just having a
Oh.
conversation now. Egg Soup
Creed
and
Magma
LDZ
lost to Starlight Wrench,
Okay.
as to was basically
kind of
expected.
predicted. But yeah, Egg Soup and LDZ earning that spot in the top 8 over Remy and Faison is kind of monumental.
Yep.
Like we said, Remy and Faison have not placed worse than 4th. Egg Soup and LDZ have not placed better than 5th.
So they're likely going to come into the top 8 through the losers bracket.
Mm-hmm.
So we have our winner's side fully figured out. We have Sandstorm
No, we
and Boomie. Winner's side? Yes, we,
We
do.
have 3 of them.
Oh, we have Cake and Lil Capped. I
That's
forgot.
right.
I forgot.
Cake
That
and
one's on
Little
me.
Caps.
That one's on me, boys.
Going to be on deck
I don't want to
next.
even look at the up next. See, it's not even
not
on
even
there.
there.
It's not even on there.
Welcome to Low Tier City 7, though.
It's not even on there, man.
Hi. Welcome. If you want to participate online, maybe say something in Twitter, add the hashtag BHEsports, and you might see it show up over on that right side. Just
Right above my head.
over there.
Almost like I'm thinking it.
Could be something cool.
There's Wrench hitting the real quick whoa. Quick whoa.
Wasn't tweeted out, though. No.
Nope.
No. Was no hashtag BHEsports on that whoa.
So let's see. The loser of Cake and Lil Cat versus Silly Goby and Costelix will be
Yep.
going down to fight Moises and Hiken Viking. Egg Soup Scythe is greater than Sandstorm Scythe. That is not my
It's a
thought.
bold statement.
That is definitely your
Very
tweet
bold statement.
and is not my thought. So yeah, Faison and Remy versus Jester and Hyper Hero
Okay.
for their qualifier match. What's up, Dime?
Hi, Double Dime.
Miss you, bud.
Sad you couldn't make it to this one.
That's all right. We'll see you in Montreal.
Yeah. I won't.
I'll see you in
He will.
Montreal.
Montreal will be easier for Double Dime as he's one of the Canadian boys
That's true.
playing for Tuxedo Esports. Not playing here for Tuxedo Esports. but-
Now, we might have a Canadian
True.
on Spitfire in Montreal.
Okay.
You'll have to guess which one.
Oh.
Or stay tuned
There's
to find
so
out.
many. We just saw a tweet from a Canadian a second ago. iThrow giving Lil Capt his energy. Lil Captain Cake. This is one of the mystery teams here at Low Tier City. Because Cake is an overseas player, he's the only European here, and he's teaming up with Lil Cap.
But he's been chilling. He's
Yeah.
been chilling here in North America. In
True.
Atlanta.
He doesn't have the excuse of like immense jet lag
Yeah.
and travel. He's been hanging out in Atlanta since his trip over to Daytona.
But he's probably partying with Calamari Pop.
Yeah.
She's a wild woman, so.
Yeah, she parties hard. It's why we only allow her to go to one event a year. Cause
So otherwise, it's too much.
yeah, it's too much. It's
She is too much.
quite destructive. Silly Goby and Costelix on the left side. We saw them earlier take out part of the Creed and Magma Bob. We have yet to see this team of Lil Captain Cake play together on screen today. Are they going to be playing their usual picks? Is there going to be a mix-up for this 2v2 team?
So I think Cake and Lil Cap have kind of had, well, they had an easy day for them. and they've only played one other set
Okay.
aside from this one.
Wow.
And there was probably a big gap of time in between that.
those, yeah.
So that could be good or bad because they've been able to just scrim further with each other. I don't know how much they played together while Cake was here in
'cause he
Atlanta.
could be playing online
Yeah.
with Lil Caps.
So
That's-
honestly, him being in North America since CEO is like the best.
I don't really know how long they've known that they were going to be a team together.
That is true. Probably somewhat recently.
At most, maybe 2 weeks.
Oh, no, I don't think they definitely didn't know that long. Not even close.
not
I mean,
even-
like, it's probably 4 or 5 days.
Wow. All right. Wow.
Because I remember Cake asking in Discord who won a
Who
team.
needs a partner?
But yeah, all of EU's dreams
Are on Cake.
are on Cake's shoulders.
Cake, the one farthest on the right of all of the players on the screen. That's Lil Cap in the rectified jersey. Koslik's in the global breakout jersey. Excuse me. That's that black and white jersey, and then that's Silly Gobi in a red T-shirt with the Under Armour logo. Is he sponsored by Under Armour?
He's not sponsored by Under Armour.
Under Armour, get at him. I don't. Is he?
Oh, they're looking at their stats.
Yeah. I think he like popped for his stats a little bit.
Looking like they're giving the go-ahead.
Lil Captain Ethan actually have pretty close 2v2 rankings.
Look at the Cake.
Sorry, yeah. Lil Captain Cake have
Yeah.
pretty close 2v2 rankings. Interesting. Considering, again, they're off-region players, Cake from EU and Little Cap from NA, it is surprising to see such close numbers.
Let's see in terms of 2v2 rank or 2v2 placements. Let's see where Cake's been. Cake's had actually really good placements this year, like surprisingly good.
Yeah?
4th at Winter Champs, 7th at Final Round. That's been his worst one. 3rd at Sunnyside Air, 5th at Mountain Dew, 5th at DreamHack Summer, and 5th at CEO. The 5th at CEO was surprising.
So you say that he's had fairly good placements, which by most standards, that is fairly good. But coming into this, Cake is the current 2v2 world champion alongside Addy Mestic.
Yeah.
And people expected, top 3 finishes across the board from that team.
Mm-hmm.
So by normal standards, pretty good. By the very high standards that you would expect of a world championship team, maybe not as much.
Well, I know Addy was like focusing a lot on school this year.
True.
Like right after BCX,
Yeah.
like that was school was the main pure focus.
School
from
is
him.
important.
So his placements weren't as good, and you definitely saw it in ones.
Yeah. Well, here we are in game 1. Cake and Lil Cap versus Koslik and Silly Gobi. Cake on that right side, trying to fight his way back, but does not dare into the wall. Just didn't have the horizontal movement. Cake going to be the first one to fall. Down line recovery launches Silly Gobi up. Silly Gobi again with this 4 defense Jala, able to extend stock so well. And you're starting to see the way that they're positioning, right? Koslik's is going to be that forward position, kind of the spearhead of that team. And Silly Gobi right behind is going to be the shaft of that spear, able to follow up on anything, able to protect Koslik's, make sure that spear lasts long and does damage.
Now, Cake's fate is the only other fate that we've seen today, right?
Correct.
It's been Egg and Cake.
Yes.
And Cake's been on the fate for a while,
Yeah.
kind of like as long as Egg has been on the fate, and hasn't really swapped off in 2s. And of course, Bodvar has been, or sorry, Lil Cap has been on Bodvar since the beginning of time.
Yep. It's been this big rigged boat bar that has been the Little Cap claim to fame. That's kind of his thing. It's specifically the purple one. Unfortunately, no team colors here in 2v2s. We like to have that consistency of red versus blue, but
But he was able to do it in
Yeah.
Pro Series because
Yeah.
he was on the purple team.
left side, Cake with that nair does get him back to the wall, get him back to the ground safely. Little Cap trying to spread this red team, sends Koslik off. That means the stock trade is even as Silly Gobi actually took out Cake.
Now for Silly Gobi and Kostelix, also kind of a similar day for them. They had to play one more set, but it was against somewhat relatively unknown players, so probably a reasonably easy set for them. And then of course they went into Magma Bob and part of the Creed, which they also 3-0'd that.
This one looking a whole lot closer though. You are seeing everyone down to their final stocks. Cake was going for the offstage against Kosalix, but had to disengage. Knows the power of that side air actually beats out a lot of the side things.
Nice follow-up with that recovery. He has Kosalix in the orange, so he's not going to even be sent off screen. There's the side air from Kosalix.
You're seeing these two 1v1s happening. Finally, Cake makes the rotation over, trying to help out Little Cap as he was struggling against Kosalix. Must have heard that call come out. Side airs, sends both red team members over to the right side. Wall. Nobody gets up first. Neutral signature launches Kosalix. Nice stage control for the blue team, and that means Kosalix is going to fall. It's all left to Silly Gobi.
And he is very red on a low defense character against two characters that have light attack kill combos. Yeah. Just threw a sword at the back of Cake's head.
You're in the way, get down.
And they're laughing about it. And they're laughing about it.
They're having a good time. Here at low tier. Here the Fate locked in immediately. Likely going to be sticking with the same picks, at least for the blue team. I doubt the red team is going to be mixing it up. If anyone does, maybe Gobi, but doubtful.
Yeah, probably Gobi. But I would agree. Maybe he might go back to the Bodvar.
Might go back to those
I heard that down signature is really good.
for a sword.
A local hero suggested that earlier.
Local, a Texas hero. A modern day Lone Ranger.
Okay. Your words, not mine.
I'm trying to help you out, man.
I don't think I needed any help. But now we're on Shipwreck.
Yeah.
Small sidewalls, really high ceiling. I'll be curious to
does
see what
well on the
Kosalix. Yeah, I'll be curious to see what he does off stage.
Jumps into the neutral eye. Lil Cap with some fantastic unarmed, but Silly Gobi with the axe plays takes out Cake, and he knows it. Immediately rotates over to help out for a 2v1 onto Lil Cap.
Yeah, he hit the,
but the interrupt.
He hit the bottom side of his recovery, sending Cake down. And Cake had to use the recovery to get back to the wall. Ooh, the timing!
Sets up for the neutral signature. Tries to go again. Neutral light into that neutral signature. Double weapon toss. Can't avoid it all. And that means the blue team steals the lead, but it's tenuous. Lil Cap very damaged. Oh my gosh, Cake with that follow-up though.
Oh! Is Lil Cap still going to get back? He still does! That's crazy. A minute and 15 seconds into this. Against two very high-strength characters.
Cake with the follow-up side signature, but it connects onto Lil Cap. Nair. Nice little downlight recovery. Lil Cap finally losing that first stock from the side air of Kosalix.
Unfortunately for the red team, Gobi's on his final stock. Lil Cap was just killed on his first. Kosalix in the orange. Oh. They're finding damage onto this second stock, including some friendly fire.
Goes out the down sig. Ends up locking him down. Nice follow-up from Gobi. Downlight recovery. Not going to finish off Lil Cap. Again, Shipwreck just really far kill boxes. Stomp. Oh, doesn't get the follow-up, and Kosalix gets a turnaround. Red team with the lead. It's all on Silly Gobi. If he falls, blue team could finish this one out, and Kosalix is going to fall first. There.
It was from the middle of the stage, not enough to kill yet. They don't find too much damage onto Kosalix. They turn him yellow. Ooh, turn him orange. Cake's continuing. She's letting Lil Cap handle Gobi.
And handle he does. Gobi gets taken out. Cake goes for the offstage. There's the recovery. Lil Cap is low though. Charge up.
I half expected Lil Cap to fall into that. Like
Yeah.
that would have been a Cap moment.
Nice. Cake utilizing the charge up on those signatures. They have kind of special effects when you charge at the side. If you charge it long enough, you get that long range shot, single shot star. And the neutral, if you charge it long enough, you get 3 stars into the sky. Kind of a little fireworks show.
As a support, Kosalix is a lot better as a lead. So, I don't know.
No character swaps. Not even from Gobi. He's sticking with this Jala. No stage swap either.
And here we go, game number 3. Cake and Little Cap, this mysterious team, they're just doing so well for themselves, just able to get these follow-ups. Just such a consistent, just strong 2v2 team.
Now we've seen Lil Cap drop stomp side air multiple times. I think before it was like the goofy one where if you hit it right on the corner.
Yeah.
But the one he just dropped was in the middle of the stage.
Kind of uncharacteristic drops, maybe a little bit of tournament nerves here. Not used to playing on this specific setup or alongside this European teammate. He's used to having Ethan's cool calm words in his ears as opposed to Cake's cool calm words.
And whatever the heck Cake is saying.
Dude, I love this thing that Lil Cap does that's so very Lil Cap is that he'll just do like a stomp, he'll do a Sair or a side light or a neutral light, and then he'll just stand there and then throw out a neutral signature, just expecting you to wake up, dodge in on him, and get caught.
Ooh, the turnaround from Koslix.
Nice turnaround. But I just blinked and Silly Gobi's down to his last stock.
And Koslix might be meeting him there. It could be 2 stocks to 5 very quickly. And it will be.
Nair killed?
Yep.
Scythe Nair never kills unless you're in like 300 damage territory. That's so much damage put out on Koslix, but Cake just now losing his first stock.
Oh, look how big that damage is.
The big 2v1 combo. Finishing it off with a down sig to finish that stock.
Are they going to be able to find it on
they do
Cake
it
as
again?
well? Because he's fresh on his second stock. He's not even worried at this moment.
Would be nice for them if they can get that.
They need to find something because they are behind, both of them on their last stock. Gobi's taking serious punishment. He has low defense. Lil
Nice
Cap and
interrupt.
Cake are up 2 games. Koslix almost in red. If they can take out Lil Cap, that might be what they're focused on.
Yeah. Go for those 2v1s. We've seen what they can do in the 2v1 territory. Koslix with the offstage unarmed. Gobi on stage. Side light, side air. Gobi.
So risky. So risky because it also
touch.
hit
He
Gobi.
didn't touch. He didn't touch.
Gobi's done.
Nair. Oh, Koslix. He's going to go off stage, and he's going to pay for that one. 3-0 going to the off-region team. Europe
huge.
makes it into top 8.
That's huge. Cake and Lil Cap, top 8, winner's side, qualified.
They did it, and they did it well, earning it. 3-0. That's a convincing finish.
There's
for
that
Cake and
turnaround
Lil
from
Cap.
Koslix. Was back on stage. There's Cake with the side lights there. True kill combo.
That was that Nair finish where Koslix had so much damage for that Nair to finally finish that stock.
Here was the end. Going off stage. Nice little dare from Cake. And the weapon toss to confirm it.
So you saw Koslix. Koslix likes to dash dance, which
Yeah.
is kind of like he'll press dash, which goes right and left, kind of back and forth in kind of a general area. When you do it off stage, you get an air dodge, and that's what happened. He dashed off stage and then tried to air dodge back onto the stage, didn't quite make it, and then was like, I got to make lemonade out of this situation. Goes for a dare to try to just like, hey, maybe I'm going to get a stock for this, and that's what put him in such a awkward finishing position. But well played by Cake and Lil Cap, capitalizing just a strong 2v2 team, which kind of got put together last minute. They're looking real good.
Very last minute. Well, I mean, it's 2 really strong
2v2ers
2v2 players.
You have a world champion 2v2 player with Lil Caps, who's not quite a world champion, but just a very strong, established 2v2
won a
player.
lot of online tournaments.
Yeah.
So that is the top side of top 8. Fully figured out now. It's Sandstorm and Boomie, Ethan and Noel, X-Soup and LDZ, and Cake and Lil Cap. We're looking for our bottom side to finish up. We mentioned that Starlight and Wrench went 3-0 over Magma and part of the Creed.
Yes.
Wilson and Velocity Brian are in top 8 over Webster and Rio.
Yes.
And then we're still waiting on Silly Gobi and Koslix versus Moises and Heikenviken. And then we have in front of us Faison and Remy versus Jester and Hyperhero.
There you see again Faison on that left side in the Dreamers hoodie. Then on that right side is Remy. We're in the open button down It is not all white. If you look at the bottom of it, it fades to blue, and it's really cool.
He's got his summer colors on,
Yeah.
the light colors. Got his short sleeves.
Yeah.
Got the fresh cut.
Looking real clean. He was on my flight here.
Oh, really?
Yeah, he also had a Dreamers shirt yesterday. So, shout outs to Dreamers. But yeah, I don't actually know where Remy's from, but he's very frequently on my flights from Atlanta to location. Like, he was on my flight from Atlanta to Daytona. He was on my flight from Atlanta to here.
Yeah, I don't remember
I
where
guess
he's
he
from.
he just like flies through Delta, or flies through Atlanta.
It was in my head, but then I forgot.
Quick, name a state. No one will prove you
Or
wrong.
maybe I just never
No
knew.
one will prove you wrong. Just name a state.
No, because I don't want to be wrong.
No, literally, no one will prove you wrong.
Someone will.
No one has yet when we asked them specifically to hashtag BH Esports with a moment of Sparky saying something wrong.
Exactly, because I've
It's
never been
impossible.
wrong.
You've never been wrong. It's physically impossible.
If you know where Remy's from, hashtag BH Esports.
Yeah.
Maybe Virginia.
Maybe.
I'm going to say Virginia.
Jester already sitting down. What are the picks going to be? I think Jester's going to be playing a Scythe character. Hyper Hero didn't start with a Cannon character, but then he like later switched to it.
Yeah. I
So
think
I'm curious
I
if
think
he's
he might
gonna-
go straight into the
You
cannon
think
character.
he'll go straight to the Cannon? Okay, that's
Who's
fair.
Jester going to play? Who's Jester going to play? Let me look it up. Jester.
I think he has a Mordex.
Yeah, he hasn't been on stream, so I don't know.
Okay.
Because there's no way to report.
Okay.
Bummer.
I mean, that's not true at all.
Not in twos?
He's been on stream in twos. At Final Round and at Dallas.
Okay, you might be right. You might be right.
He made it on stream.
You might be right. He'll probably play. Here, hold on. I got him in ones. I'm going to guess it's a Hattori.
Okay.
I'm going to guess the Hattori pick.
Hyper Hero. He's playing with the crowd a little bit. He's playing to the crowd. He's trying to get the crowd on his side right now. I believe that's Wrench's head in the background. He's trying to hype up his boys.
So definitely big discrepancies here in terms of
Yes.
placements.
Yes.
Remy and Faison, like you said
Massive.
earlier, number 3 and number 4 in
In
2v2 PR. Up against Jester.
And Hyper Hero.
And
Hyper
Hyper
Hero,
Hero.
who hasn't played in any PR tournaments for 2019.
And Jester, who is number 62 in 2v2.
In 2v2s.
I saw the Welcome to Low Tier City 7 in the background, and I thought it was Welcome to Low Tier City ? Like, nah, we're
Welcome?
really out here, boys.
Are we?
We really out here.
You could be out here too if you're in the area. This entire section of the venue is public, I believe.
I don't think that's true.
Actually, no.
that's
Excuse
not,
me. No, you have
that's
to have a
not
badge
true.
to get through. I
Yeah.
do know, like, on a regular day, this area is public, and you can come in, rent land stuff, or play on their cabs, things like that.
Well, today is no ordinary day.
It
This
is not.
weekend is no ordinary weekend.
Low
Low Tier
Tier
City
City.
7.
7. Oh, snap. The 7 is in the Oh, I thought it was just
Yeah.
a cool logo.
No.
I've just been sitting here like, yo, that's just a really cool logo with like
No.
a splash behind it. No, the 7 is the thing. He is straight up.
Yep, there you go.
Not even PR.
There you see those
That's
placements.
Hyper Hero. NAs across the board for Hyper Hero. Jester.
He definitely
62
has had
PR.
top 8 finishes.
Who, Hyper Hero?
Yeah.
Yes,
Just
in
not
his, in
this
his
year.
lifetime, just not this year.
Of course, this is loser's bracket. So if you lose here, your
You're out.
2v2
You're
journey
done.
is over.
This is not triple elimination or
Game
quadruple
over, gamer.
elimination.
But at least we have ones.
Yes.
Coming up tomorrow, and then finals are going to be played in the big arena on Sunday.
You're not going to want to miss that one Sunday.
It's going to be sick.
It is going to be awesome.
Can I blind the chat? I'm
How-
not. I'm
what?
not
What
going to
does that
take.
even mean?
I'm not taking my hat off
Oh.
and angling the light into the camera.
I was thinking, like, put your hand on the chat part, like, cover it
No.
or something. And I was like, what? That makes no sense.
We're going to Mammoth.
They're kind of thinking about their picks, but I'm pretty sure this is button check.
I don't know. This might be the pick.
This might actually be the pick. Jester with the Hattori Hyper Hero. All right, no, they're playing it
Yeah,
out.
this is the game.
That is a normal start. Hyper Hero going to be on this Azoth pick. Meanwhile, Remy on the Thor.
Yeah, that is not what we saw earlier from, of course, he was playing
No,
Koji
yeah.
earlier.
It's kind of his popular pick. It's what he is known for.
I wonder if this is something that he wants to maybe warm up here on Jester and Hyper Hero and then use further in the bracket.
Maybe now that they're in the lower bracket, you start to see kind of their safety net picks, maybe their picks that they're confident they can go furthest with in the lower side. Because every set is one set away from being knocked out.
Nicely
Off stage.
placed.
The dares coming out from Remy. It's very similar angles to the bow down air, so maybe that's one of the big benefits of this this pick.
Also similar angle to Lance down here, which he uses when he plays Roland.
Up at the top of the map, though, Jester able to get to Sky Kill onto Remy. Phazon gets taken out, and then the stock count gets evened up. Remy with 4 side signatures. Really putting that thunder everywhere.
And Remy actually disengages from the edge guard against Jester, even though he had the weapon advantage. You saw Phazon rotate in, and then Remy just went to the corner and waited until Jester came up. Hit the signature for the kill. Jester on his final stock. Now, even though Jester and Hyper Hero went down very early in this game compared to Phazon and Remy, like Hyper Hero is keeping pace with Remy at this point, and he's just a little bit behind Phazon in terms of pace.
He's really holding his own given that he has not participated in all of 2019. The fact that he's able to maintain this pacing with 2 very established 2v2ers is a huge testament to Hyper Hero. Down like ground pound, Phazon in the offstage, jumps into the gravity cancel, down heavy. Blue team had the lead, but the Nair will finish off Hyper Hero's second stop.
They're just a little bit behind. Jester almost in the orange.
And just a touch more damage onto Jester.
Hyper Hero finding some axe initiations onto Phazon. Nice little follow-up, and then Jester follows up off of Hyper Hero as well. Going back and forth between this blue team.
Some fantastic follow-ups to try to bring themselves back into this one. Remy's going to fall to the neutral signature, and it's Phazon left to the 1v2. Ground pound.
He gets
out
one.
Hyper Hero.
He almost clinched the 1v2 against Egg Soup and LBZ.
He did.
He's ahead at this point.
Yep.
I got to think that he's going to get it, and he does.
They're laughing about that one. Phazon and Remy feeling comfortable. They're not sweating. They're not communicating, being like, all right, here's all the things that we need to clean up. Instead, they're just like, all right, we already know what we need to do. We can do it better.
We heard 2 Hattoris. One's Phazon, one's Jester. We heard the Koji as well.
All right, swapping off of the Thor. So I was thinking, in their matchup that knocked him down here into the loser's bracket, one of the things that happened a lot was Remy was falling a little bit early, and it was leaving Phazon into the 1v2s. That happened in 2 of their games in that best of 5. So I was like, all right, I can kind of understand the Thor high defense character, going to make it hard for him to fall. And then still, he was the first one to fall, and Phazon was left to do the 1v2.
I think that was more because he was playing Thor.
Yeah, getting a
His
little
Thor is
overeager.
not super fantastic.
Okay.
It's not up at the same level as some of his other characters.
Well, I was thinking that because he had the same result despite switching characters, that this swap over to the Koji is perfectly reasonable and understandable.
Yeah.
Because he's just arguably better with this Koji. It's the character that he's infinitely more time in. Side air follow up. Phazon gets the first stock though with that ground pound onto Jester.
Hyper Hero's axe looking good.
Yeah. Ooh, but the neutral signature from Remy, a little too close for that side light, ends up hitting Phazon and moving through Jester.
Hyper Hero throwing out 2 neutral signatures. Not the most versatile signature in the game. I rarely see that hit, but he did find the side signature with all the active frames.
Again, going for these neutral signatures, these high reads, but it's the Nair that finishes off Remy, evening up the stock count.
Oh, no,
Oh,
Hyper
Hyper
Hero's
Hero.
going to fall. Overextending, trying to keep the pressure up on Phazon. They wanted to go for the 2v1 over on the edge. Phazon was able to avoid enough. He took some damage, but was able to avoid major kill moves, and he just kept Hyper Hero over out there treading water until he couldn't anymore.
Those short side walls making it more difficult for Hyper Hero to tread water for as long as he was, and unfortunately means they couldn't reset, and they fell to his death. Jester playing the offstage, but he eats a bow shot from below.
Ooh, Hyper Hero stuck in that combo. Remy was able to charge up that side signature so that even though Hyper Hero was in orange, it
Nice.
leads to the kill.
Was able to DI up on that one because there was the same move twice, the 2 side lights from Remy. Dodged up into that one. He's going to lose the stock for it. Jester, oh! Gets beat out by Phazon. Yeah, no jumps.
Phazon and Remy with a convincing win, up 2 games.
Jester and Hyper Hero, 1 game away from getting knocked out of the tournament. You can see that stress rising in them.
We do see the Hyper Hero swap to Koji.
Okay.
So we have mirror teams.
Mirror match. Blue team able to steal out the spawn weapon from the red team. They have that initial weapon advantage.
Hyper Hero putting a lot of damage out onto Remy very quickly, winning the better of their 1v1 engagement.
Phazon with the juggles onto Remy, getting good damage. Downlight down there, sends Jester off. They rotate over, trying to get the 2v1 onto Hyper Hero.
Everybody taking
Nice
a lot of
interrupt.
damage at this point. Almost everybody red. Almost everybody in kill
Who's
damage.
gonna get the
Ooh,
first
weapon
stock, the weapon toss.
Remy's done.
Yeah, first stock taken by the blue team. Looking to get another one. You see the offstage coming out from Jester. Trying to hit Phazon, but it's Hyper Hero who closes out the stock. 2v1 combo.
Didn't quite have the positioning to find anything more than 2 hits.
Some try to go for this down air, kind of just something different off of the initial hits. I think he could have still just gone for the original down light follow-up, but instead tried to do something different with it.
Both Jester and Hyper Hero very damaged. But Jester still living, throws out a D-Light Sair onto Phazon. The recovery from Remy.
Takes the first stock off of the blue team.
Oh, he's
Double
done.
weapon toss. Stock count evened up. Hyper Hero's got to be careful. If he gets stuck between the 2 red team members, he's going to eat a 2v1 combo.
Yeah,
I've
those
seen that
combos
so often.
have definitely been way better from
Yeah.
the red team than from the blue team.
Downlight the Sair hitting both blue team members.
Nice punish on that on-stage ground pound from Phazon using the dash-in D-Light. Remy's going to fall. Blue team's still in the lead.
Blue team has the opportunity. They could get the stock. They could get the game over the red team. Hyper Hero, got to be careful on this right side. Remy with these down airs. Hyper Hero can't touch. Stock count evened up in an immediate 2v1 combo onto Jester. Finished off with a recovery.
Red team holding onto this lead just barely after that kill because Phazon is still alive on his second stock. A little bit of team damage coming out. Are they going to be able to get Hyper Hero or just kill Remy?
Phazon!
The save from Phazon!
Phazon! He falls for that one. Remy
Oh
gets
my
clashed down.
gosh!
It's all left to Phazon. But, like, I really want to go back and just point out all the amazing things Phazon did. Remy ate a bow ground pound, and Phazon, on the last hit of it, hit a Sair to just redirect the force and make sure that Remy didn't get launched lower. He did so many things to try to keep Remy alive, got punished for it, and then Remy ended up falling. But he really tried so hard on that right side wall fight. Yep, DI's
Ooh,
out.
you saw a lot of neutral lights coming out.
Showing they don't really have a practice 2v1 combo. They're just going for the standard double neutral lights, expecting Phazon not to DI, but they still have the follow-up potential.
That's his dodge gone.
Can't touch. They take a game. Hyper Hero and Jester on the board. 2 more is all Hyper Hero and Jester need. Bro, this is ranked number 3 and ranked number 4
Yep.
versus ranked 60-something and ranked NA.
And yeah, and hashtag #in/A. This would be a huge upset
Yes.
if Jester and Hyper Hero come out of this on top over Remy and Phazon. Because we're in losers bracket, this would be Remy and Phazon not making top 8.
That's unheard of in 2019.
That'd be incredible. Phazon just playing it safe, neutral lighting over the corner. Ooh, gets the double.
Down light. Yeah, I saw that. That was a burned side signature. Burn dodge on that side signature. So he was able to get the double. Neutral signature finishes off the first stock of the blue team. Red team, no funny business here. They are going straight in onto the blue team, trying to get every stock they can.
Still trying to find the kill
Ooh,
on
Remy.
Hyper Hero. Oh, are they going to be able to take out Jester here? It's both of them
Nice.
over there. The recovery coming out puts more damage on Jester,
Yeah.
a little bit on Phazon.
But that little bit on Phazon was in order to keep Phazon alive,
Yeah.
saving his life. Side heavy launches Hyper Hero down to his second stock. Jester takes out Phazon. Slight stock lead in the way of Remy on that.
Wow, look at Remy go
Yeah,
back and
great
forth.
target swaps. Sayer, Remy's done for. Stock count evened up. If Jester can extend, Hyper Hero with the offstage. Jester with the follow-up.
Ooh,
Ground pound.
Jester's so red right now. He has to
Yeah.
be very careful. It's 4 stocks to 3.
Ooh,
Double
double
reset.
Downlight dare from Remy. He's trying to optimize this damage. Follow-ups from Remy means Jester is out of this game. Remy falls to his death. 3 stocks to the 2 of Hyper. Oh, he's launched. He's done for. 1 stock left.
With the 2v2 team combos that Phazon and Remy have cooked up, this is going to be a very tall ask for Hyper Hero to come out on top.
And Remy just took his first lick of damage. Like, in these situations, you're always kind of hoping that you can just easily finish off one of these 2v2ers and then go into a straight 1v1. But that is just not even close to an option right here for Hyper Hero.
The Hyper Hero mostly focused on taking out Phazon. If Remy's there, he'll attack Remy because he's right in his face. But it seems like he's more focused on Phazon.
Nice. Double downline into a recovery. Getting extra damage on that one. Remy.
I'm like actually so pumped for Hyper Hero in ones tomorrow.
He's doing so well. Dares. Phazon forced to disengage against Hyper Hero. Didn't even want to risk the offstage. It's a charge up. Nice.
Little pun- oh! The edge of that plank just barely flipping Hyper Hero. The bump on the head.
But he played that real well.
Hyper Hero back,
He played
boys.
that real well. Hyper
HH
Hero.
back.
Hyper Hero and Jester knocked out Phazon and Remy. Earned their spot in the top 8 lower side.
That was a long 2v1.
Oh, yeah.
That was a very long 2v1.
Tatami mats.
Yeah, so unfortunately, Hyper Hero and Jester, their 2v2 journey has come to an end.
But their 1v1 journey begins tomorrow.
Yeah, I'm really pumped for Hyper Hero in ones.
I'm excited to see what he can do because that was looking real clean.
So we still have one more set before our top 8 is fully finished. Silly Gobi and Kosalix versus Moises and Viking.
It's going to be an interesting one. Silly Gobi and Kosalix, definitely the favorites coming into this one. Obviously, they just got knocked down into the lower bracket by Lil Captain Cake. Moises and Viking, we have not seen them on stream today.
That's true. Now, in terms of placements, I got Moises on here.
You do.
He's had,
Replay of Wrenched.
Oh, I didn't even see that.
I don't know what he's
I don't know what he's
out.
doing.
Yeah. It was like the Vanna White, like, here's a thing,
It was looking like a what are those? But he was
Is
doing
he
it
just doing
at
it to
your
me?
head.
Is he
I don't know.
He's just insulting me on screen.
I don't know.
Rough, man.
I don't know. But in terms of twos,
Okay.
Moises this year
Uh-huh.
struggles to find top 32. So he's already
Okay.
beaten that here.
Yeah.
He already has, I think if he loses here, it'll tie for his best placement, which was that final round.
Uh-huh.
He got 13th with Winged Shell. The crowd is behind Moises right now.
I mean, he's got the shoe hookup for so many of the people in this audience.
Yeah, he is BH's resident shoe plug. He's the reason Isidru got the Travis Scott Jordans. I think Ithro's still waiting on his shoes. He's putting his Espejo pods, which were recently lost and then found.
Was he the one who, no, it was Wrench who tweeted out that he like found one AirPod, just like
Yes.
by itself. So scratch everything I was about to say.
But boy, when those AirPods were missing, oh man, what a roller
It's
coaster.
a rough time.
What a roller coaster.
Definitely a crowd favorite, Moises. Alongside Heikenviken. Heikenviken, not a name you see. Well, all right, he's already answering the question. for
Long
us.
time I play with Cardi. All right.
He's answering the question for
I
us.
see you,
What is he
Moises.
listening to?
I see you. That's why Moises is the boy.
He already knows.
He knows what I care about.
It's what song does
Yeah,
everyone
it's
listen
what, it's
to?
what song you're listening
It's the
to.
most important thing.
I'm always very curious about that.
All right, we got the double controller boys on the left side, Gobi and Koslix. I appreciate that they always sit in that order. Like, it's really random, but they're always in that order. It's always Gobi on the left, Koslix on the right.
How many times have we seen them?
3.
3?
And all 3 times, they're 3 for 3. Heikenviken.
I'm wondering if that's a conscious decision or whether it just happens.
I don't know. What do you know about Heikenviken?
Not much.
All right.
I
Well,
don't
he's a
have
ranked
anything-
warrior.
I don't have anything for him.
He doesn't make it out to a lot of
Yeah.
offline events or online events. Really, he's not a name that we get to see participate in a lot, but he's one that like pops up here and there enough that he is known. That like if somebody goes, "Hey, yo, that's Heikenviken," you go, "Oh yeah, I've heard of that guy. He's been in a thing."
Let me see if he's top 250 power ranked. Oh yeah, he's 199.
Okay,
He's 199
199,
in terms of
just barely broke into that 200s.
top 32s. He's top 32 3 times in PR tournaments,
Huh?
which this will be this is number 4
Yeah.
here at Low Tier City 7. We'll see if he can do the same tomorrow in ones and get his 5th top 32. Now, in terms of character picks, I got no idea. Moises,
0.
who does Moises play? Who does Moises play? Moises oftentimes does not make it on the stream,
No, I think. Yeah, very very rarely.
and he doesn't report his characters on Smash GG.
Rough, dude.
So that's kind of messed up.
That's why
Moises.
you report your character.
You know why I care about that.
Report it so we know.
You know I care about that.
It's very important to us. Now we have no information. Moises, Heikenviken, the mystery team themselves would be an upset if they can beat out.
Oh,
Siligobi
huge
and
upset.
Koslix here.
Huge.
Considering between the two of them, they've placed in top 32 less than Koslix is placed in top 8, I want to say.
I don't know. Bagel has that stat. Toast?
Toast.
How many times has Koslix top 8'd? It's got to be more than 30.
I like making dramatic statements and then trying to have Toast prove it for me. I do want to say that. Gobi and Koslix, though, looking comfortable. They're having fun up there.
At least for the button check. It's double fate.
So, Koslix has top 8'd 10 times
In twos.
in 2v2s. In 2v2s alone.
So yeah, you're correct in your
Yeah.
assertion.
Yeah. See? That's why I like making bold statements and then having them be proved by Toast in the background. I guess these are the real picks. It's going to be the double fate coming out from Viken and Moises versus Silly Gobi and Kosalix.
We've seen double fate before. Not a surprise. Especially if you're a big fan of signatures. So you got some really good ones. You saw Egg Soup make good use of that fate earlier. A lot of those different signatures.
Oh, caught him with the dare, the tip of the dare.
No. Oh, that was
Bring it
quick.
back up, charged
oh,
up.
that was quick.
Moises not able to finish the stock in the offstage. Kosalix staying around. Sares him and Gobi. Oh, the dare saving Moises' life. Gobi was positioning for the dare. Oh, the ground pound catches both blue team members. Viken. Flash out. Oh, that's a dare on your teammate.
Between the red team, they said, take Moises down, pass him around. That's one less stock that Moises has on his wall.
It's a murder house right now from the red team.
People psyched that Moises hit a signature. Oh, Viken
there.
last stock.
Yeah.
Don't go to this map.
Dare.
Don't do
Down
it.
sig.
Don't go to this map.
Sidelight Sarah Moises off stage. Gobi and Kosalix just going in onto this blue team.
Now, we haven't seen Gobi D-Light Insig
No.
on sword.
No.
And it is true.
Dude, Kosalix just went off stage with Lance ground pound.
And is he going to die for it?
No. Got back to the wall safely. Recoveries into the bottom of the stage, which because of the angle of that stage kind of just brought him up to
Yep,
that wall
you can just
safely.
ride that corner up, or that angle up, which is super nice if you're a Lance player. It's very frustrating if you're playing against Lance.
If you're an orb player, it'll bounce you off and you'll die. Gobi finishes off Viken's last stock. It's all left on Moises, and he will fall for it. 3 stocks for the red team to close out game 1.
Both members of the blue team forced onto under 300 damage.
Got to change up the skin game. Viken over to the Enchantress skin for Fate.
All right, Small Brawl Heavy gets banned. Good idea.
Yep, Miami Dome. Kosalix and Silly Gobi taking it to Miami Dome. Similar in the fact that it is a very small main stage map. Also very close side kill boxes, which both work out in Kosalix's favor.
Now, everybody is going defense except Kosalix, who's putting into movement speed. Of course, Jala being very squishy. Enchantress Fate being somewhat squishy. Definitely more squishy relatively because there's... Oh!
Again, Kosalix with the big lance off stage. Taking the stocks off of these blue team members so early. Viken.
That was a nice ground pound
Nice
and a weapon toss and a ground pound. Did he touch?
He touched.
He
And
touched.
he got past Viken. Couldn't finish the stock. Kosalix fights his way in. Ground pounding towards Moises. Neutral sig. Caught him on the last swing.
Gobi and Kosalix looking really good right now. Moises in the red on his second stock.
Where you going, Viken? It was a deep committal down sig.
He does have Nair.
Oh, Gobi's
He's able to throw out that Nair, turn it around, put him between the stage and his opponent, put his opponent closer to the blast zone. And he's able to get the chase dodge on hit off of it. Oh, no, he's going to do it again. He's not. Okay.
Goes for the off stage. Kosalix, clash out. Or, sorry, not a clash out. Just kind of gets stuffed, but gets the turnaround. Kosalix is so confident in his offstage lance against these sides.
Four stocks against 2. This is going to be very tough to come back from against characters. Silly Gobi has D-Light side air for a kill option. Great signatures as a kill option. High strength to augment those kill options.
Oh my gosh, Kosalix trying to do it again. Viken. Gobi! Slide charge neutral signature takes out Moises.
Yeah, Moises is done. It's Viken all alone in the 1v2.
Four
Looking at
stocks for the
4
red team.
stocks, 2 of which are at least pretty red.
Not quite close enough for that neutral light combo. Whoop. Gobi trying to make that sandwich. You saw him go to the outside. There's the neutral lights. Gravity gets the down light into the down light. Too close for the neutral sig, but the down sig finishes it off. Gobi and Kosalix take another one.
And that's the combo that they were looking
Yeah.
at before. They were just spread a little bit too far apart that I can't remember who was stuck in it, but they weren't in hit stun long enough.
Yeah.
They were able to dodge before they actually got to Kosalix, but he threw out the neutral light.
Dude, Kosalix used to be so shy of the offstage, right? Like, he'd dash dance on stage, maybe throw out a slide charge down signature, maybe throw out a dash jump ground pound. But here in low tier city, he has been so confident with his offstage. Like, he's been going deep, going for these dares and sares, committing to so much, and then making his way back. Like, I am loving it as we see Moises and Heikenviken switch it up. Mordex and Lin Fei.
It'll be interesting to see whether or not that trend for his offstage continues into singles.
Oh my god.
Or whether it even continues when he's against more like highly ranked
Yeah.
opponents if they win this set and continue on through the bracket. Or whether that's something here that he thinks, okay, I can get away with it now, so let's go for it.
Kosalix with that follow-up recovery. The neutral signature wouldn't have finished, so just getting that extra damage, totally worth it. Side light, side air, Heikenviken taken out. Down signature, Kosalix with a double. Nice from Moises to interrupt and take out Kosalix.
So that was Gobi spot dodging Heikenviken, punishing him, and then Kosalix coming in, and then Moises coming in after him. Just one boom punish, one boom punish, one right after the other for every member in this game. Just alternating red team, blue team, red team, blue team.
Heikenviken eats a ground pound though. Blue team gonna fall on that one.
They're on better pace so far this game.
sure.
Gobi's about halfway through orange. Moises is about halfway through orange as well. Kosalix in the beginning of orange. Unfortunately, Heikenviken taking more damage than anybody else so far. Does find a signature.
Dash back into the side signature, Heikenviken. Going for the offstage, Kosalix still playing around Heikenviken. Knows that if he gets this offstage gimp onto Heikenviken, like he's just done for, and it's all left to Moises, but Kosalix overcommitted. He's gonna fall. Moises falls. Slight stock lead for the red team, but Silly Gobi, he's definitely killable.
Gets the recovery. That's going to be the kill. And this is a much more even game.
There is that chance, that very slight chance that Moises and Heikenviken can take this game 3 and take it to a game 4. Moises going for the offstage onto Silly Gobi. Moises.
Oh!
Kosalix is gone. Gobi's gone. Heikenviken lives, so that means they take game 3.
What happened to Gobi?
He got taken out by the scythe plays.
I didn't even see that.
I didn't know what happened to Kosalix.
He just ground pounded and fell.
So this is Moises with the offstage scythe, right? So right side.
Okay, I didn't see. Yeah, he just like
Oh, he
goes
just-
and dies.
he just held it.
And then Moises dies, and Heikenviken,
held
he's
it.
Jay chilling on the
Yeah.
wall, being like, guys,
Guys,
relax.
Game 3 goes the way of Moises and Heiken. I like the glance at the camera, like, yo, camera, watch me.
3, 2, 1.
All right, here we go. Small Brawlhalla?
Not again, man.
They got trounced on this map
Yeah,
in game 1.
and they
like,
picked this.
Kosalix and Silly Gobi just completely controlled this stage.
Red team banned, and it was blue team's
Yeah.
chance to pick.
Surprised to see them come back to this one, but maybe with these different picks of the Mordex, of the Lin Fei, they're feeling confident. And Kosalix with that reversal power, the hammer recovery, and red team barely damaged.
Yeah, that's a big lead. Blue team is staying with their character picks.
Nice. Trying to finish it off. Kosalix does get the wall touch. Ground pound. Weapon toss.
Hey.
Kosalix falls.
You have the 2v1 against Silly Gobi.
Hagenviken just going in onto Moises and Koslix with the cannon string.
And we got ourselves a basically even game. These picks, man, they should have
liking
gone
the
with these picks
swaps.
earlier. These swaps are working. Hagenviken's cannon looking good. Moises throwing out some good signatures. Ooh, he hits the third hit on a Gobi.
Yep. That's going to be a lot of damage onto his teammate. Even though there is a damage reduction for hitting your teammate, it's still a 4 defense character eating all that damage.
And you're not hitting 2 moves on both of them. You hit an additional move onto Gobi. So he still definitely took more damage in that little small string than the blue team did. Oh!
Throw up. Stock count evened up. Moises with that down signature. Down light down air. Nice follow up down air. Koslix trying to take out Hagenviken.
Ooh,
Hagenviken,
dodging.
Great dodge. Down air though gets the stock. Top of the map, Gobi really trying to finish off Hagenviken. They get Koslix.
They can
stock counts even.
If they can push the 1v2 really hard on the silly Gobi. Everybody's in the orange
Nice
except
figured out.
Koslix.
Hagenviken going far.
Taking out Gobi is so pertinent. Such an
Moises.
important objective right now. Oh, the
Oh,
stop
the
side
down
air.
lights there.
Moises is going to fall. It's all up to Hagenviken.
Small Brawl Haven, that closed kill box.
Oh,
The
he's
down
done. He's
save
so
does
done.
it. 3-1 going the way of Koslix and Silly Gobi over Hagenviken and Moises.
Did Magma and Creed take a game off of Silly Gobi and Koslix? They didn't,
They did
right?
not, no.
Were Moises and Hagenviken the only ones to do that today?
Well, I mean, obviously, they got 3-0'd, so.
Yeah, except for Cake and Lil Cat.
Yeah.
But in the sets that Silly Gobi and Koslix were victorious.
Yes. Only Moises and Hagenviken.
Let's go, Moises.
Good job,
Let's
Moises
go.
and Hagenviken.
Let's go, Moises. Looks like the Hokage wants to see Sandstorm, Boomie versus LDZ and Egg Soup. Let's see how that's going to happen.
They both have to win their winner's side
they
top
do.
8 matches in order for that to
Egg
happen.
Soup and
in the
LDZ have to beat
finals,
Cake and Lil Cap, and Sandstorm and Boomie have to beat Ethan and Noel.
Okay. Definitely a real possibility, but that does mean we have our top 8. How about you break it down? What is our top 8 matches?
Our top 8 is Sandstorm and Boomie versus Ethan and Noel, Egg Soup and LDZ versus Cake and Lil Cap, Wilson and Velocity Brian against Starlight and Wrenched, and Faison and Remy against Silly Gobi and Koslix.
And I believe we're starting off with that Faison Remy versus Silly Gobi Koslix match.
Okay.
Which means Silly Gobi and Koslix just staying in the hot seat on
Okay.
that one, as they're going to be going up against Faison and Remy, and that's a scary one. Here, check out the bracket.
Oh, there it is. Look at that.
Now you can see it at home. If you were looking to follow along or want to take a glance at tomorrow's potential 1v1 matches and pools, if you're in Twitch, just type !bracket, and you can get a look at all of that good bracket information.
And if you're not on Twitch, go into your URL bar on your browser and type in smash.gg/LTC7. Of course, the number 7, not the word 7. LTC for Low Tier City. That'll get you right to all of the events that are happening this weekend at Low Tier City. And you'll just go to Brawlhalla 1v1 or Brawlhalla 2v2, and you'll be able to see everything there.
Yeah.
To follow along with your favorite players.
Yeah.
And don't forget, if you want to engage on Twitter, #BH Esports. You might
And
see it pop up on stream.
Follow our Twitters at WhoIsSparky and at DukeXFan. You can also follow Silly Gobi and Koslix on Twitter.
Yeah, I don't know what they're doing right now.
Yeah. That's a full body laugh.
Yeah.
That's
Look, oh
he's
my gosh.
really enjoying that one.
That's a guffaw.
yeah.
That is a guffaw.
It's a hearty laugh right there. He's still laughing about it. Gobi's got to check in on him and be like, "You okay, bro? You good? We're about to play a best of 5 for our lives against the number 3 and number 4 PR ranked 2v2 team." And then Faison and Remy are just chilling. They're like, "Here's another day in 2v2 land."
Faison kind of looks like Remy Malek. Especially when he had his eyes all big like that just a second ago.
If you agree with him, type hashtag BH Esports in Twitter and say you also think he looks like Remy Malek.
Y'all know I'm right.
If you don't agree with him, then you're right.
Y'all know I'm right. He got eyes like Remy Malek when he opens them real big. Are you going to look up a picture of Remy Malek?
No, I.
You should, because you obviously don't know what he looks like.
Single-digit PR team versus double-digit PR teams. 26 and 48 for Koslix and Siligo.
And of course, Koslix, which he has pointed out multiple times since we've been here, is he has not lost a tournament in Texas yet.
Correct. He's only participated in one of the 2 Texas tournaments. Now this is
At least
the third
in singles.
one. Yeah. He won DreamHack Austin last year. Did not make it out to DreamHack Dallas. I think he had homework or
He had
a test
exams.
or something.
He had
yeah.
exams.
Had exams going on, so unfortunately couldn't make it out to DreamHack Dallas. Now he's here in Low Tier City to try to maintain that that status of never losing a tournament in Texas.
Now we don't see any Thor pick coming out
No.
from Remy.
No. Back to the good old Koji.
Now this is important because this is loser's
Yeah.
bracket.
Who's just top 8? Going for the juggles on to Siligobi. Koslix can't go for the huge commitment strings that he had against Haikenback. Oh, he saved him?
Wow.
Koslix.
And Koslix is just
Close
like,
it?
doesn't
Close it?
matter.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter. Ooh. He's been looking for those neutral signature follow-ups so
Yeah.
much. I think that's one of the first ones he's hit.
Nice side air from Koslix. He is going to go off stage against Remy, showing that it's not just a player matchup thing. He's just confident in his off stage as of late. Sidelight Nair onto Phazon.
Remy coming in, of course, with this Koji bow. One of the best bow players in the world.
Side signature from Koslix finishes off Remy's stock, though. Phazon trying to get a stock off of one of these red team members. It's going to be Remy who gets it with a down light gravity cancel neutral heavy. Goes for a follow-up off of Phazon with the down light ground pound. Guess he didn't think Koslix was in that kill percent?
Ooh, a second one. Not enough to take Remy off the top. Ooh, there you go. Finally taking out Koslix.
Stock count evened up. Siligobi with a weapon toss protects himself from that down air from below.
That
Down
was
light
a minute and 30
Yeah.
seconds in before Koslix died on his first stock.
Good avoidance. Both of them trying to hit the ground pounds. They want to finish off Siligobi. Koslix was staying up top, just trying to cover if one of the blue team members went too high.
Still fighting for this stock on Siligobi. The recovery's not going to be enough.
Nope. Siligobi, glad he put into that defense stance right now. He's been able to extend the stock. Oh, the recovery from Remy on his way back up, going to help out Koslix.
Are they going to be able to convert it into a kill?
Oh, no,
Koslix
that
still on
weapon
the
toss.
edge. The weapon toss from Siligobi hitting Koslix.
But Siligobi gets the stock off of Phazon. Remy able to even it up, trade, but Koslix with a Sair, just trading stocks for stocks for stocks.
And there's another trade. All evened up now at this point.
Now the question for the set is going to be who can make the adaptations faster.
Yes.
When you're starting off with your game one this incredibly close, it becomes who can make those adaptations, who can just widen these gaps and take advantage of any of those little mistakes.
Being first can be very important here. The first to find the damage, and definitely the first to find the stock.
And the first one to take the game because game one adds so much momentum for the team. The neutral signature takes out Phazon. Red team looking to close out game one. Remy with the chase gets the nair.
He knows how important that moment was
Yeah.
of being able to take out one. If he let Gobi land, then he's facing a 1v2 situation. If he chases into the
Weapons
air,
us?
he can hope that Kostelix isn't going to be able to get up there in enough time to stuff his pressure out.
Uh-oh. Kostelix is in trouble. The weapon spawn all the way on the left side. He stole it out. Stop Stair. Kostelix takes game 1 for his team. This would be big. They've got the momentum now. Kostelix and Silly Gobi. Just that slight lead. Saw the immediate fist bump in the bottom screen. Watch them, Knuckles.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
No character swaps.
No map swaps. Game number 2.
Now, we didn't get to see stats,
No.
so I don't know if damage was even, if kills were even.
Down signature connects onto both a red team and blue team member. Those big dares Phazon already starting to get launched. Oh, Sarah from behind. Remy with that falling down air, downlight side air. Kostelix falls, first stock goes away the blue team.
I'm so surprised how even this is.
Yeah. It's like we said at the beginning of this one. It's ranked number 3 and number 4 versus 2 double-digit 28 and 50, 60 something.
And not even just like,
Yeah.
oh, he's 10, so he's technically
Yeah.
double digits. Like, no, it's Kostelix is a very good 2v2 player. Gobi is a good
Yeah.
2v2 player, but like Remy and Phazon are a top 3 team in the absolute world.
Yeah. Silly Gobi finally losing that first stock. The count is close, but Kostelix just a little bit more damage. Oh, he was dodging inside of that one. And the ground pound. Kostelix in trouble. Dare finishes it off. Blue team, this is the adjustment. They're taking out Kostelix much quicker and much cleaner.
I think focusing a little bit on Kostelix is going to pay out so much for the
Yeah.
blue team.
Yeah. Offstage Gobi connects onto Kostelix. He fights his way back up. The recovery from the blue team as they're trying to get back ends up helping him out a little bit.
Because look, blue team already has Kostelix down to his final stock.
They're just widening that gap.
They almost have Gobi on his final stock. And Remy and Phazon have 4 at this point.
Barely even damage. Downlight recovery. Gobi gets taken out by Remy. The ground pound and Kostelix is knocked out. Phazon is dominating. It's all left to Silly Gobi. And Remy read the dodge out. He went for the side sig. Like they're in control now. All right.
And that's it. Gobi had to spot dodge
Yeah.
to avoid that. And even if he didn't, even if he used it directionally, there's no way you would have been able to cover enough distance to get back to the wall. You'd have had to contest a spear side air, which unarmed-wise, you're not really going to beat anything with that. You would have to spot dodge perfectly and then cancel your dodge with a gravity cancel to do something.
It just was not going to happen. And here we go, game number 3, changing up the maps over to Thunderguard Stadium. I think this is the first time we've seen Thunderguard Stadium today. Big thing of note with Thunderguard Stadium is there's 4 walls on this map, so you can rotate to any side as both of the red team members are caught between the blue team. Quick team combo onto both of them.
Yeah, and they're both orange. D-Light side air from Phazon or Remy.
He hits the side
Yep,
sig!
that's huge.
Just the immediate adjust. This is what I was talking about in game number 1. It's all about who can make those adjustments, and the blue team clearly showing that they can make them.
And not only did they make them last game, it's continued to this game, which means Gobi and Kostelix haven't made that counter adjustment yet.
Nice snare. Remy protects himself. Kostelix gets Phazon. Recovery. Slight stock count, but Gobi is so damaged on his second stock on this low defense character. Like, this is scary for this red team. Dancing around. Both the red team members split. Yeah, Remy gets the tatami mat. Kostelix has to fight out in this 1v2 for a brief moment. Seeing all sorts of aerials coming out now. Kostelix stuck inside that center channel. Phazon from above with the ground pounds. One more down air. Does it. Kostelix is out. Last stock.
Phazon and Remy, this double sword is looking so scary against the red team. Kostelix is trying to find anything he can. He will get early knockouts with that down signature. It has a ton of force on it.
They want to finish off some of these stocks, bring it down to final stocks, see if they can get to that 2v1. They do get Phazon. Can they get the 2v1 combo? Side air. Remy's launched. They have the opportunity while Remy's fighting his way back onto the stage. Gobi can't afford more than that recovery. Another one.
Oh, that side air and he's done. It's Kostelix all on his own. He's up against only 2 stocks in the blue team.
But he's on this lance.
Wow.
Lots of active frames. That was a clean there.
He had like the perfect timing on that. He didn't have it for the next one. He's done. It's 2-1 at this point in favor of Phazon and Remy.
Phazon and Remy, cool as a cucumber, getting ready for game number 4, trying to close it out with a quick 3-1.
And still no character swaps.
Nope. Kostelix and Siligobi, they're going to be sticking with it. I didn't quite catch the map. It's back to Mammoth.
Yeah, it's
this
back
is
to
the
Mammoth.
one map that they won on against Remy and Phazon. The Nair's coming out. Here's the on stage. The follow-up. Down light, down air. Nice little Nair. And Kostelix definitely not feeling that off stage anymore. You're seeing him start to disengage a little bit more, go back onto the main stage, go back for those classic stuff.
Kostelix is lucky that stuffed out and it was a clash, because he would have been dead, and that would have been about a 35-second stock.
That would have been a quick stock. Tatami Mat will make it still a very fast stock, 40 seconds in. And Gobi not too far behind, dancing around, trying to avoid those kill moves from the blue team.
It seems like taking out Kostelix is key here.
Yeah. Blue team doing a great job of taking out Kostelix, but not just hard focusing it.
Yeah, there's still even damage coming out on Gobi as well. You're not seeing it like Gobi with 3 stocks while Kostelix on his final one. You are seeing it like 2-1 at this point, because Gobi's fresh on his second stock. Kostelix is on his final stock.
I mean, they're so quick at getting that knockout onto Kostelix. Like, the second they had that power play, they're just going for Kostelix, getting the hits that they need. Phazon finally losing that first stock, but Kostelix is already on to his last one.
Remy just trying to find a safe spot to land as he's very red. Chase dodging off stage. Gets ground pounded by Phazon, but there's another ground pound, this one going on top of Kostelix. Phazon was looking for the dare. He wasn't able to get it in time. Kostelix gets back to the main platform. He's now back to putting out damage.
Oh no, Kostelix.
Remy's
Down
ready.
there does it. Remy is dominating on this second stock. Gobi left in the 1v2. 2 stocks left to his name. Remy putting it down to 1 stock.
This is a very tough 1v2.
Oh, yeah.
Not only do Remy and Phazon have the power ranks to their name, not only do they have the 2v1 team combos just ready to go.
Just like that, but they did too many neutral lights. So Gobi DI'd up.
And then they also have the stocks to their name. Remy is just dishing out so much punishment with little interjections from Phazon here and there.
and they knew it. Fist bumps as Faison and Remy earn their spot in the top 6, and Koslix and Gobi are knocked out of
That's
the bracket.
them placing 7th, right?
Yes,
Yeah.
seventh
Placing
place
7th,
for
which
them.
is still very good. Like, that's so good. It's just a shame for them that they had to go up against Faison and Remy. We have a guest.
We have a mic.
We have a guest on the
There's
couch.
A mystery mic here. Yeah. You're sit in the middle.
Just be careful
Bro.
where you stand.
Egg soup.
Oh, that's blue. That's not purple.
No.
It looks purple up
It looks,
there.
yeah, it does. Lighting. Introduce yourself. Tell me if the microphone's on.
Can we get someone else?
Can we?
Does anyone else? Literally anybody want to do an interview? Literally anyone.
Well, he hasn't said anything, Toast. Okay, there
I don't
we
care
go.
if you play Brawlhalla. I don't even care if you're a gamer,
If you're
like someone's
here
mom.
in the esports
Can
stadium
we just
right
get
now,
a left
we
shoe?
will gladly interview you if you'll introduce
Creed, I
yourself.
don't want your 8-year-old Asics.
anyone who is willing to communicate verbally.
Hi,
Introduce yourself.
I'm Egg. I play Fate.
Hey, you're saying
I
words.
Use defense stance. Yeah.
Do you like to listen to music while you play on stage?
No.
So what do you listen to?
Miami Dome soundtrack on loop, because that's what's playing up on the
Did
main
you listen
stage.
to? All right,
Well, why are
Egg.
you looking at me like
Egg.
that?
Who's your first matchup in the top 8?
It's gonna be Lil Capped and Cake.
How you feeling about that matchup?
It's gonna be fun. Cake's a good player.
There's Cake.
Lil
He's
Cap's
right
good
there.
player.
Cake's ready.
Hi, Cake. We're all boys, so it'll be fun. Win or lose. I saw that. Okay, look. If you guys aren't gonna ask questions, I'll direct the interview. Sparky, how you doing today?
I'm doing great, man.
I literally asked you a question.
Dude, how you? What was the question?
I don't
I said
remember
it'll be
anymore.
fun. I said it'll be fun. What's
All
the
right,
problem?
all right. Outline your journey to get here into the top 8 of Winner's Side against Cake and Little Cap. Who was your first match
Okay.
of the day?
So I woke up at 5:45
Why?
yesterday. Got on
Okay.
a plane to come to Low
Uh-huh.
Tier City 7,
Yes.
and that's where we are here today.
Yes.
Skipped a chunk of time, but okay.
And yeah,
So then,
So how about today?
I played against.
do you need to look at your bracket?
Yeah.
Do you need to
Help
remember?
me out here.
Here's your bracket.
Remy Faison, Remy Faison, and that was fun. LDZ popped off, and I kind of like died a lot. So
Yeah, so let's talk about that one because that was kind of an upset, to say the very least. Is you took out Remy and Faison.
yeah.
What were kind of some big standout moments that happened in that match?
Remy dodged in off stage against Scythe,
Yeah.
and then
Big
died.
mistake.
Then
And then LDZ like gimped everyone, including me. But you know, +2, -1, still net positive.
Yeah.
So there we go, math and
Yeah.
Brawlhalla.
So what's it like playing with a 2-time?
Oh, I mean, have you seen?
Oh, but yeah, trust me, I know.
we saw the tank top.
Yeah.
I think you
So-
could literally see them behind us if Faison would move.
Yeah, he's it's really interesting. Okay, so I'll break it down. LDZ online is not a person, but LDZ on LAN is the 2-time. Okay, that's where he got his 2 championships.
Hold on, he is a winner champion.
Yeah.
2017,
Was it 2017?
Yeah.
probably.
2018 was Tiffany.
Yeah. Okay, so
Yeah, but like in twos.
LDZ
Oh,
when
well.
he gets started
Go on,
or like
choose
when he gets
2018.
in the zone, it's just like his movement is so clean. Like I don't even know what he's pressing like jump. He has jump on X or something. So if you want to move like LDZ, change your keybinds. Yeah.
So then looking forward, let's look at your bracket right here.
Yeah.
If you beat Cake and Lil Capped, you'll go up against the winner of Sandstorm and Boomie versus Ethan and Noel. Who do you think that's
Yeah.
going to be?
What? Why you just want me to say who's gonna lose? I think Sandstorm Boom is gonna win. What?
Okay,
They've won every tournament they've played in LAN.
that's true.
True.
So then do you think you're going to beat Cake and Lil Capped?
I don't know. We'll just see. I'll do my best. LDZ will do his best. What do you want me to say? Yeah, they're gonna be they're so bad. We're
That's
just gonna- we're just gonna
that's
wipe the
actually
floor.
not what I want you to say. I just want you to say,
Yeah. What's on your mind?
do you think you're going to beat Cake and Lil Capped?
I think.
Do you think
if
that's a
we
winnable
play
set?
well, I think every set's winnable. You
Okay.
Try your best, and you play with heart.
Okay.
You can do it.
Okay. All right, thank you so much for joining us.
Not you.
Egg,
Because
okay.
you're here.
They want us to just literally kick you away
I
from
was
this.
going to make it clean and say thank you for joining us.
No, he's literally screamed "kill the interview" like 3 times into our headphones. There's no clean way of doing this. Egg Soup, thank you for your time. You've been very delightful. Please step away.
Taros, Princess Bubblegum.
See you later, Egg.
Gameplay is so loud in my ears now.
See you later, bud.
Egg is always an
He's getting
absolute
his bag.
treat. I love Egg Soup.
Calm down.
He's always a treat whenever he's on camera.
So it looks like we have players ready to go. Starlight and Wrenched. This is our other losers bracket set. Starlight and Wrenched versus Wilson
What is that?
and Velocity Brian. Looks like nachos.
Nachos? Is he just having his meal right now on screen?
Well, it's about that time.
Yeah.
You know, it's 6:30.
It's dinner time for some people.
Roagok. Roagok. Roagok.
Wrenched looks like he spilled something on his back as he was wiping it down. Maybe this is why we don't allow food on that table. Because
Do we not allow food on that table?
I don't allow food on.
I know water bottles are for the ground, but I always
Yeah.
thought that was because it looks better.
Could be a little of both though. You never want people to mess up all the technology that is involved over there.
Of course, we're probably gonna have. Who's cheering for Brian? That's not like Creed.
Yeah, I heard Creed
That
screaming.
was Creed.
All right, so this is the other side of losers. So we saw one losers top 8 match, which was Faison and Remy, who were able to close it out in that one. Now we're going to be seeing STTP Wilson and Velocity Brian going up against Wrenched and Starlight.
Oh, he was cheering for Brian because he's cheering against Wrenched.
He just does that,
Yeah, he doesn't want Wrenched to win.
just as a whole.
Yes, because every land Wrench says he's gonna win, and Creed just apparently doesn't like that.
Left stick just almost ate it. So
Yeah, but why'd you have to talk about it?
because he recovered great, and
Because he
I'm just
didn't
happy
eat
for
it,
him.
so you just gloss over
It's
it.
like, good job.
You're the
Left stick.
worst.
He's a team player. He'll put his life and body on the line for that one. Brian saying follow his Twitter. Didn't quite catch
It's
the end.
Velocity _ Brian, and that's BRIAN.
No Y in that one.
The thing you need to think
Or
about
except for the
is if you're
velocity.
confused whether it's a Y or an I, just remember he has a big brain. So just flip the A and the I from brain, and you got Brian.
Okay, or you could just try both and see which one shows up with that guy's face.
Who knows? Maybe there's a Velocity Brian with a Y.
Okay, but does he have that guy's face?
There's one other person on this earth with that
No.
guy's face.
No, he's not.
We learned that at DreamHack Dallas.
This is not a thing. I love, like, as much as we make stupid jokes at, like, other events, I love when people have been following along from all of the other events and are like, hey, I remember that stupid joke from DreamHack Dallas. Like, shout-outs to y'all at home who watch every single Brawlhalla event.
Yeah, if you remember that Brian looks like David Patrick Kelly,
You remember incorrectly, but
nice
you
one.
do remember the reference.
Nice one. Good job, team. That sounds like Toast laughing all
Yeah,
the way from
Toast is
backstage.
having a blast right now. I guess he's laughing at Wrenched. What is that?
That's not what humans do.
What is that? That's not a thing.
It has to be a trip teaming with Wrenched.
I think you have to have a very strong mental game to team alongside someone of Wrench's caliber. And Starlight definitely has that mental game.
I wonder what Wrench is listening to.
It's probably the Miami Dome on loop.
I wish Egg would actually answer that question.
I wish Egg would actually answer any
That's
question.
true. That's true. For real, whose idea was it to give him an interview?
They were like, Egg Soup's going to come on and do an interview. Just in my house, like,
Look, I love
y'all
that
heard
guy,
him?
but oh boy.
Egg's a delight. He just, he locks up on camera. That's the polite way of saying it. He's very different in interview than he is in real life.
I'm still sad we didn't get to air his full interview from what was that?
Final round.
Was that final round? Yeah.
I had to cut so many things from that.
I'm so glad I was there in the room.
All right, wow. Wrenched and Starlight on the left side, likely the favorites of this one, but by not as significant of a margin as I would say some of the other matchups have been. Wilson and Brian, though, they're teaming up with this double Taros thing going on, and I'm very excited to see how well that does.
Now, they made it this far. They've made it into top 8. Unfortunately for them, they are on the loser side. Are we going to see Starlight start with a Surrey?
That was their comp, right? A Surrey Bodvar versus
Yeah.
the double Taros. Yeah,
But then
he did
Starlight
switch.
swap
He
to the
switched at the
Sidra.
very end. I think he's going to be sticking with it. I think that's the pick. Is the Asuri for now, and obviously he's locked it in. So
I would actually like to see him start with the Sidra.
I definitely like the Bodvar pick for Wrenched.
Yeah, I do too. I like it in 2s over in a Surrey pick, for sure.
3, 2, 1, brawl.
Starlight and Wrenched here in game 1 versus Brian and Wilson with a double Taros.
So we'll see if Starlight wants to stick with Katars like he did before, or sorry, stick with Sword like he did before, or if he's going to stick with Katars. If we'll put a little bit more focus on that, because we didn't see a lot of Katar play from him earlier. Now, of course, that was the first weapon that he picked up. And he's going to actually just completely solo Wilson, while Wrench is over on the right side, soloing Brian. Brian in kill damage. A little bit of team damage coming out. Not too bad, though. We saw Wrench do a great job of surviving before. Coming in, putting out more hammer damage. There's a signature, one of the few that we saw from Starlight's Asuri pick. Wrench coming in now with the sword. That's a weapon that he has quite a bit of experience on from numerous different characters that he played, most recently being the Asuri pick. Now, it's interesting that Brian immediately went for the ground pound instead of sidelight nair and the recovery. Usually ground pound is like the second or third option that people go for. They'll go sidelight nair, recovery, the other direction, and then they'll do sidelight nair, ground pound. We do have a reasonably even game, though. Coming in about 1 minute and 20 seconds. Wilson was the first person to die, so quite apt that he's the most damaged at this point. Both members of the blue team in the red. They're able to take out Starlight. He's the first person on his final stock. But if Starlight and Wrenched are quick about it and careful, they can take out both of these stocks from Brian and Wilson. Ooh, that's a big neutral signature. The weapon toss coming down goes right over the head. He drops the D-Light into the ground pound. That would have killed Wrenched. That would have given them a pretty good lead, especially with how damaged Starlight is on his final stock. The D-Light side air. The weapon toss is going to finish off Brian. Tried to win priority with the nair. He's going to find the recovery in the top right corner. Wrench still alive on his second stock. Decent lead for the red team, but it could be turned around. Wrench still living.
Brian trying to chase high, but we do see Wrenched with a gravity cancel down sig punished by the neutral signature coming out from the Taroses of this blue team. All the weapon tosses coming out as they're trying to get that stock off. Down signature from Wrenched. I know Sparky's loving that one. But we see Wrenched trying to finish off the stock of Wilson. It's now just Wilson left to the 1v2. Side air. Here's the neutral line. 1v1, Wilson versus Wrenched. Neither of them on their main picks. Instead, it's the Gruagok versus the Bodvar. Sidelight stomp, side air from Wrenched gets the stock. That is something that only really hammer players do. Like, you have to be comfortable with the hammer to get those follow-ups off the sideline. There's so many different things you can do off the sideline, and Wrench showing that he's been playing with his hammer enough to know all those different options. The one that leads to the kill is the sidelight, followed up by the stomp sair. And we're going right on into game number 2. Same picks on both sides. Asuri, Bodvar, Taros, and Gruagach. What's the map pick going to be? Small Brawl Haven, Twilight, Shipwreck. All three are on the board. Red team thinking really long and hard about this one. Okay, they're going to go to Twilight Grove. Didn't want the Small Brawl Haven. When you're going up against two high-strength characters, of course, you want to extend those stocks as long as possible. So you're going to go to Twilight Grove. Lots more area to move around when soft platforms, main stage on the right side. And the lockup on the right side as well on that island. So many unarmed neutralites happening, but the blue team taking the brunt of that damage. Brian trying to come in, trying to help out Wilson as he was caught between both red team members. Actually connects with that neutral signature. But unfortunately, not enough damage onto Starlight for that to be a big killer move. Wilson on that left side goes for the neutral signature, but Starlight just above it, wrenched with the downlight Sayer, punishing onto Brian. Brian dodges through the red team, gets back to the stage safely. In comes Starlight with the guitar play. Another one, the recovery onto Wilson. Nair, damage being built up onto Wilson. Downlight Sayer, Brian and Wilson on the left side. Brian tries to save Wilson, but Starlight punishes with the Sayer, and the Sayer from Wrench cleans it up. Here comes Brian into the side air onto Wrench. They want to finish off these stocks. They want to keep this one even. Brian with the down sig onto Wilson. Just the team damage coming out from this blue team. Red team, Starlight takes out Wrenched.
And that's something that you do have to be careful about. With this double Taros pick, like you're doing more damage per hit, which is great when you're attacking the other team. When you put out team damage, that's more team damage that you're putting out.
And that team damage can be so devastating. Wrenched with another down signature puts Wilson onto his final stock. Starlight with 3 stocks left to his name. The red team looking so strong here.
Yeah, the survivability coming out from Starlight and Wrench is fantastic this game.
Nice little scoop coming out from Wilson. Starlight with another recovery. Starlight has taken so many stocks. He's done so much for his team with this Asuri pick.
So definitely no need to swap to the Sidra at this point.
No.
He's doing such a good job with this Asuri. He's finding entrances when he has the Katars in his hand. He's finding entrances when he has the sword in his hand. Wilson's already out. It's Brian on his own against 4 stocks.
Wrench trying to style a little bit. Goes for that Mafia, the downlight, and the chase dodge recovery. And it looked like Starlight had a follow-up off of it as well. I really want to see what that could have been.
I wonder how many times that Wrench has actually practiced the Russian Mafia. I bet it's literally 0.
I mean, he's probably like gone into training mode once to be like, I bet you I can do it. All right, I can do it.
I don't know.
It's just one of those things, like almost every Brawlhalla player has seen it and gone, oh, okay, that's cool. I want to try to do that. Like, if you follow Brawlhalla, if you're part of the community and active in the community, at some point or another, you've seen the Hammer player do it and you've gone, I want to see if I can do that.
I'm going to ask Wrench because I'm really curious about that.
Small Brawl Havens, Mammoth, and Shipwreck were on the board. Mammoth is the pick as we get right on into game number 3.
And we're seeing the Wilson swap.
Yeah. Swap to No Name into the Lin Fei. Is this who we swapped to in his previous match? I can't quite remember.
Yeah.
Yeah, he went
Yeah.
to the Lin Fei.
Wait. No. No, he's only played Taros today.
I thought in game 3 when they were about to get knocked down, he swapped.
I don't think so. Did he? I don't remember.
Having trouble remembering, but either way, both of the blue team members a little bit more damage than the red team. Wilson on this Lin Fei will have his guitar retrieval that he's so good with.
And this is what I wanted from the beginning from him. I like his cannon. I love his guitars. His signature usage with Lin Fei is pretty solid. His offstage, not quite as good as Wrench, though.
Wrench having insane offstage, showing that he's not just a sword, not just a guitar offstage player. He can do offstage with Hammer as well.
Solid lead for both members of the red team, both of them in orange.
It is going to be hard for Lin Fei to finish off stocks, not the highest strength character in the game, especially going from 7 on the Taros that they had because they were in that stance. over to, what is it, like 4 base strength on Lin Fei. Like, it is going to be a lot harder to finish off those stocks.
But he will have a more usable and user-friendly signature kit that he can use compared to the Teros.
Very true. Starlight finally losing that first stock. But the blue team is just behind. It is taking them so much longer to finish off these stocks of the red team.
Ooh,
spot
spot
dodges through the down
dodges. He noticed that Brian was facing that direction because it swipes that one direction and then the
snap!
other one.
The Qatar string. Starlight knocked down to his final stock off the big Qatar string from STDP Wilson.
The Light Sider takes Brian down to his final stock. Are they going to be able to capitalize on this 1v2? It looks like they're not. It looks like Wilson's going to be the one just completely stringing Wrench all over the place. Wrench does fall down, fast falls into the side air. As both members of the blue team on the edge, they're able to get back. Wrench just trying to patrol that ground.
Big nair coming out from Wrenched. Wilson trying to extend this stock, avoids that recovery. Wrenched, launched by the side air. So many people close to death. Who's going to be the first one to fall?
Yeah, you can see in all of their movement, they're just like a little bit cautious about how they want to initiate on one another. Oh, that down signature ends up hitting Starlight.
Looks like they're hunting Brian. Both red team members going real high trying to chase him.
Wilson is so red right now. I don't think he had any more color changes left on his health bar. See that recovery coming out from Wrench. Brian is out.
There's still an opportunity here for Wilson. Both of the red team members fairly damaged, but he's eating a lot of this hammer damage right now. Recovery, not quite enough to do it.
Even if he does knock out Starlight, he has to deal with 2 stocks of Wrench. If he takes the stock off of Wrench, he still has to deal with Starlight's stock and Wrench's final stock.
So now it's just a 1v1 against Starlight, or against Wrench, excuse me. He is fairly damaged, but like you're saying, has that extra stock behind this one.
Wrench taking this gets the 3-0 for their team, and they'll be moving on, guaranteeing themselves top 6.
That's the punish.
On the loser's side, there's a wonderful punish.
Nice slap down, and he's going to be sticking with the Qatars. If he can get the dodge reads onto Wrenched, very real possibility he can get a whole lot of damage very quickly. That's a burn dodge.
Is going to have a little bit of a range advantage here, which is why you see Wilson overspacing everything until Wrench throws out a move, and then you see Wilson coming in with the punish.
Nice stomp to cover himself. Follow-up side air. That's a burn dodge again, but Wilson not committing.
Wrench just getting a little bit greedy
Yeah, a little
with
bit.
some of these signatures.
Scoop. Good
There's
dodge.
Yep, dodge is gone.
Surprised to see no side air come out from Wilson. Generally speaking, when you see someone unarmed ground pound onto a Qatar player like that, especially from that deep, they just move to the side and then slap him against that wall. Oh, moves in with the down
I think
heavy.
Starlight was smiling that
Yeah.
whole time.
You just saw Wrench playing around, knew that Wrench had that one in the pocket, and that means Wrenched and Starlight are in their spot in the top 6 lower side as the double Teros, Brian and Wilson, get knocked out.
Yep, that's a big victory. Starlight and Wrench continuing their conquest through the loser's bracket.
See that little dancing there? But now we are going to be moving into the top 6 of things in just a little bit. Can you bring up that top 6 again for me?
I would love to do that for you.
It'd be very appreciated.
We could also put it up on screen.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Potentially. We could bring up that top 8 graphic and then talk about which of the 8 are
There
there.
it is.
Whoop, whoop, whoop. Sandstorm and Boomie versus Ethan and Noel in the top side. And then on the other side of the winner's bracket, Egg Soup and LDZ versus Cake and Little Capped. Lower bracket, we just saw Starlight and Wrenched win out against STDP Wilson and Velocity Brian. And then lower, we saw Faison and Remy beat out Siligobi and Koslik. So that's our top 6 of things. That means we are going to be moving up to the winner's side of things. Sandstorm and Boomie, Ethan, Noel, X-Sweep, LDZ, Cake, Little Cap, like I just said. Not 100% sure which one's going to be coming up first, but maybe the main man himself, Taza, has the answer. I don't know. Do you have the answer of who we're going to be watching next? It's one of these winners bracket matches of Sandstorm,
There's
Boomie,
a
and
stream
Ethan, Noel.
queue on the other side of the room.
Yeah,
but I didn't
but
look
we
at
can't
it.
read it.
I didn't look at it before I sat there.
Okay, coming up.
We just got word.
Yeah.
Boomie and Sandstorm.
Boomie and Sandstorm going to be coming up.
I think we got top 6.
Yes.
That's coming up for the rest of the day, rather. And Noel and Ethan.
Uh-huh.
I'm trying to think. I've been all over the place.
Yeah, you've been very busy. You've been doing a lot of tech support. If you've seen this man in the background, it's because he's
Right.
trying to support and make sure everything's running smoothly.
I had to replace the build halfway through.
Oh, wow.
And then I forgot to take out the sound before I started the game, and that's what happened earlier.
Ah.
Anyways, figuring things out. Everything's working out pretty well. We're going to go into top 6 pretty soon. I will be casting with Silly Gobi, who will be doing the singing
okay.
voice
Yeah, he'll
for
be coming in here in a little bit.
Yeah. Photo's got some other games
Yeah.
that he's got entered in.
There's a lot going on. It's low tier city.
There's definitely a lot going on.
There's a lot going on.
I think
There's
Sparky's going to
this
let me
whole
keep on
area
and
over
hold
there.
on
He
to
does
this
that.
laptop.
Yeah, he likes to.
That's nice.
He likes to let everyone have it.
Okay, so that's pretty nice. We can see the bracket. So, winners semifinals.
Silly Gobi trying to understand how lights and moving around things go as he's
Come on, Gobi.
moving forward
Take a
into
seat.
this. I was going to try to make a smooth transition, but instead he's just going to awkwardly
Nah,
walk
it's
in
fine.
front of the camera, just
Oh.
block everything off. Silly Gobi. Thank you for having me. Silly Gobi,
Gobi's
good
gonna
luck
be
in top
transitioning.
6.
And we can see on the stream Noel and Ethan sitting down. This is the first event, I think, that Ethan and Little Capped haven't teamed together for 2019. And it's caused some interesting results because Ethan and Little Capped are both still on the winner's side of the bracket, but just with different players.
Well, they're both really solid twos partners.
Right.
In general.
Yeah, and that was seen from the fact that they were able to switch around from 2018 to 2019 with the different players that they've got. And we're talking about that Little Cap teaming with Cake because Cake is just here because of an opportunity that he had to be able to stay here from CEO because of how close they were
really?
together. And that's why Eddie Mystic is not. He's back
I was
home
wondering why.
in Sweden. Yeah, Cake has been in the area. He's going to be teaming with Little Capped. And they're doing really well. And against X and LDZ, which I saw in the bracket, although I didn't get to see live. I'm really excited to review that match later on because they knocked out Phazon and Remy in the lower side, which just went through.
I was sitting in the middle of the seats during that set, and it was a very interesting set because there was a lot of it wasn't very much of a dominance for any team.
Okay.
It was a bunch of back and forth, back and forth. One team would get the lead, the other team would just reverse to the lead. It was a very interesting set, very hype set.
It's crazy that LDZ is competing as frequently as he is again. The past year and a half, 2 years maybe, it felt like he's only going to the championships or close thereof. Now that with the mid-season championship, right, it's like another event for people to go to if they're looking for like the really, really big prize pools.
Yeah.
But he's showing up to a few more, but being final round and now here at Low Tier City. And him and X really seem to be having something that they're developing super well. They have a chance to get in the winners finals here, but we have to watch. We're going to watch this matchup between Sandstorm, Boomie, and Ethan and Noel coming up next.
And you see, going into this tournament, I didn't think Ethan and Noel were going to do as well as they are right now.
Yeah, I was with Cake and Little Capped. I was kind of like, okay, Cake's teamed with a bunch of different people. I always look at Cake as like, you could put him in any team, and it's probably going to do really, really great, as well as Cake and Addy are looked at. But I wasn't really sure when it came to Little Capped and Ethan, who was the player that was like the anchor, and who was the one that was just like malleable, right? They could play with anybody and still have the same, if not more, success. And it seems as though they're both able to do that.
Pretty much.
Noel, of course, we've seen him team with plenty of different people over there, because I think he goes to he's probably got one of the highest records of attendance out of all players in
There's no
Brawlhalla.
way. He's gone to nearly every, if not every
Online and
land.
offline. Like, I think, because he's been to the most European events out of all the North American players, I think. If not close to, like top 2, first or second place with that. And when he does this, he often has to team with different people, because basically whoever is attending at the time, that would be willing to have him. So he's used to switching teammates a lot.
I'm interested in the picks. I want to see if Boomie and Sandstorm are going to keep with this Petra and what was it? It's not a Surrey. There's no way Sandstorm's going to play a Surrey. It was I know Boomie's going to stick with Petra because he's been raving about Petra. He was like, "Is Petra going to be legal?" He asked that like every single day.
Yeah, really the only reason why Petra is still in the build is because she's been proven to be like at least from Glance so balanced on release.
He
They were able to have it
is
through.
pretty balanced compared to most other characters on their release.
Yeah. But no, it looks like it's going to be Zol.
That's what it was, Petra and Zol.
Petra and Zol.
I think if
Zol
they
seems to
lose-
be Sandstorm's go-to pick whenever Boomie's trying to do something different. Because whenever Boomie picked off of Thor, I think they did Thor Zol for a while, which was very interesting. I feel like the character picks that they've got, well, I don't know. I might be reading too much into it. Sometimes it's just what they feel like playing.
It is. It is always what they feel like playing.
Noel and Koji, has he been doing that all day?
Yeah.
Okay,
Yes.
interesting.
I haven't seen an Asuri from him. I don't remember an Asuri coming out yet.
Because I was thinking if it had anything to do with the sword, but really you get the sword either way, no matter what character Noel is playing. And Ethan on Hattori, which we are used to seeing, despite Ethan being a Scythe player, has the Hattori, which he uses in doubles all throughout the year. Looks like game number 1 is going to be here on Mammoth Fortress. I think they did their button check, so they're just going straight into it. Wow.
Yeah,
Very good
this
job
is
of
really good.
avoiding those openings. I feel like people have, to a certain extent, rehearsed what they want to do in the very opening of the
There's
game.
always a game plan. One person either wants to chase the weapon, or they're like, okay, this team likes to chase the weapon, so we'll guard the weapon.
Yeah.
And get that little 2v1 like in the beginning.
Ooh. Yeah, because the weapons always spawn same spots, top left, top right, and only 2 people get the first round of weapons at the very beginning. So it's important to either starve that or punish people for picking those up. Sandstorm took a lot of damage there because Ethan was able to find a really nice D-Light Stare on both of their opponents, but man, Noel stopping that side light earlier on to be able to get through. Good little down sig from Noel. Excited to see what he's going to be doing with the Koji because he has been playing a lot of Asuri in twos up to this point.
No, actually, Koji's his famous twos pick. He'll go on Asuri if he's down a lot.
Maybe I just haven't seen many of his twos games as of late. Boomie goes down first, though. Petra with that relatively low defense stat. I feel like I'm saying a lot. There's not too many Orb Legends, but from memory, Fate and Petra both have very high force.
Yeah.
And then suffer a little bit on the other stats. Noel goes down shortly afterwards. Boomie down, and now Sandstorm and Ethan
Ethan
are
had a
very
good
damaged.
chance to punish right there.
Oh, that Sarah has so much force. I feel like Orb's the only side air attack that sends somebody directly left or right, it feels like. Like everything else has a little bit of an arc.
Yeah, for the most part, Lance there too.
That's a good point. Lance there is very great for that. Stocks are completely even.
Now, what's unique about Orb's kit is that it's so good at maintaining pressure, as Boomie is right now, because of the use of Dare, and Ground Pound can actually keep you and pause you in the air for a moment, so you can use it as a mix-up to see what they're going to do.
Right, and you have that like buffer of the orb being that far ahead of you, protecting the space beneath you if you got your opponent recovering. Very good point. I've been seeing Boomie, at least from what I've seen of his play. Oh
That
man, the
end
neutral sig.
sig.
So I want to highlight that Petra's neutral sig does not. There's a lot of neutral sigs that are balanced to only hit people that are in the air, even slightly, that are jumping. No, that hits grounded and in the air.
It's such a good sig.
And now, ooh, Noel's going down, and
Boomie going for the edge guard. Noel gets the reverse. Noel has the edge guard on Boomie. Boomie does get back to the wall. Ethan Stock almost being taken out by that Sarah. Will he make it back? Barely, but then Boomie gets the grab. He gets a sidelight recovery for the stock. Boomie and Sandstorm have a very small lead. Anything can change the entire game. Noel and Boomie. Well, nice weapon toss into neutralite. Building up to slowly but surely damage on Sandstorm. Boomie going off stage. It's a little bit risky play. Does end up making it back. Tried to use that dare bounce to get Ethan off stage. The drop recovery doesn't finish off Boomie. The end sig that does hurt Sandstorm. Put him in a little bit into light red. A sig from Koji can kill here. Or close, but not enough. And Gravity Gissel Ensig coming out from Noel to finish off Boomie's stock. Sandstorm's in an offstage position, manages to find it, but he gets immediately knocked off again. And the ground pound finishes the stock, finishes the game.
won. I didn't see the ending screen there. What was that?
Oh, yeah, ground pound.
Oh, okay. Ground pound was able to do it. All right. Well,
I just realized the two tall people are casting right now.
two tall people are
Yeah,
casting?
the two tall people are
How
casting.
tall are you?
I'm 6'3", 6'4" in shoes.
Okay, I'm 6'4", 6'5" in shoes. So
Yeah.
technically, taller person.
Oh, okay, you're the taller
You've got
person.
some time. I don't have time to grow anymore. I'm just going to be shrinking over time as my posture gets worse. Spine
You
just
can
goes
fix your
downwards.
posture, though.
I know, I'm working on it, but I was like making a joke. It wasn't a very
I
funny
can't
joke.
disagree.
Yeah. No, yeah, we've got that. 2 tall people casting on the desk. We're going to be making sure that everything's going okay with the build, which will be fine. And then we've got game number 2 coming up pretty soon. I'm wondering if they're going to be staying to the same combo of legends, as everybody on the screen, at least with the characters that they play, all have, I feel like, 2 characters that they're very comfortable in using in 2v2s at any time. Even though their character, like their legend pool evolves, there always seems to be those 2 legends that they want to be able to use depending on the situation.
I think Boomie's going to stick with Petra.
The entire time?
Yeah.
And then
He really
but
likes
Sandstorm?
Petra. Sandstorm? I
Same
don't
as
know
Zol?
about Sandstorm. I don't know about the Zol.
When's the last time that
he
he's
may
brought
go
out-
Lin Fei.
What's the last time that you brought out a Scythe legend in 2s?
Last tournament?
Last tournament? Did
I
he
think,
bring
so.
out Mordex?
I think there was a team that actually made him pull it out. Unless it was.
I know that in singles he brought it out.
Because I think they went down 1-2, and then they brought out the Mordex and
Okay.
the normal picks.
That's a good point. It's not often, though.
It's not often.
Yeah.
Normally, they can play whatever and still manage to come out on top.
Right. And we've only seen Boomie's Nyx played in singles primarily. And then for Ethan, maybe there's a Mirage pick, and then from Noel, maybe a Suri. But you've been saying Koji's been the primary
Yeah, he's
pick,
been
so
playing
we're probably just
mainly
staying with the
Koji.
same things. But as a map pick for game number 2,
That's
that could be a little bit
interesting.
odd. I know Boomie tends to favor Blackguard keep in 1v1s, and sometimes even gets crazy picks in like Thunderguard Stadium, depending on the team that he's against. But usually whenever we have Noel on the screen, I feel like Mammoth Fortress is going to be the pick all 5 games
True.
if it gets to that point.
I don't see any Shipwreck picks. Boomie does not like Shipwreck at all.
Yeah.
He's not a fan of that map.
Yeah, Shipwreck and Small Brawlhaven. He was talking to me recently about Small Brawlhaven with the bottom of the stage being RNG, as he calls it. Because,
RNG?
Because it makes sense, right? We were talking about Lance and Orb and how they send you directly left or right with the side airs.
Yeah.
And if you get somebody beneath the stage and hit them into any of those weird little bumps,
Puts them-
the
just
direction that
curve
you
them
get
out.
knocked back could be completely like, what's going on here? So
I never thought about it that way.
Yeah, I only started noticing it after he brought it up, but he was also trying very hard to get those hits off in practice. So I
Yeah.
feel like that's why it happened. But Small Brawlhaven and Shipwreck alike, I feel like, are those weird stages. Back on stream, no character changes, maybe a little bit of skin changes. We're going to go through all the bands, and
He
well,
may
look
be
at that.
sticking with the Zol for the entire tournament.
Ooh, he's got that hovered over Small Brawlhaven in preparation. Small Enigma and Miami Dome left open. Interesting. Almost forcing them to Brawlhaven.
For
Despite what we
sure.
just talked about.
I wouldn't want to go on either of the other 2 maps with them.
Yeah, Petra and Zol pretty hard hitting, no matter what. Right, 8-9 force. That's rough. to
And with
deal
how quick Orb is, you can build up a lot of damage very quickly. No team combos coming off the start.
Okay, Small Enigmas, game number 2. Ethan puts up the sideline, and Boomie just lands on the platform with that nice little neutral light, trying to catch something. Sandstorm begins the combo. No, the second down light does not connect with Noel, and he manages to escape death. I feel like when those Sandstorm combos come out, it just carries one player all the way up to the reticule.
the
But
Orb
oh
recovery
man,
killing
Ethan's
off the
done.
top.
That was
You see, that's what I'm
incredibly
saying.
early.
Orb has such good string potential, and not only that, at the end, it'll kill.
Well,
Orb
and its
recovery
string
off the
potential,
top.
I was just talking about how Cannon goes like from left to right. Orb carries people upwards diagonally. It feels
upwards
like.
and downwards.
If you
Because
do it
Sarah to
correctly,
Dare.
yeah, side light, Sarah, and then if you neutral air them in place to tap them up farther, you can continue to carry them upwards. And the recovery is a great finisher.
Good side stick coming out from Ethan. Now there's not much of a lead, if any at all. Ethan's barely Noel. And he doesn't make it back from bopping his head on the bottom of the stage.
Dodges diagonally up and to the left and falls down. Boomie now, the one with the most stocks on the stage. Ooh, that sword sidelight singing afar, but no, downlight. Okay, dash jump into down air. He's able to do a lot of damage to Ethan, but
Nice
the nair
nair.
since Boomie off the top. Evens up the stocks, and Sandstorm's just tossing his weapon away to be able to hold on as long as possible for Boomie to respawn, but the weapons are out of their favor. Picks up the orb, but Sandstorm's been unarmed for a while, and that's a little bit about those vertical strings that we were talking about on the orb.
Orb Dare is such a good move because even if you miss it, you have to. The other person has to get out of the way, and it's such a hard move to get in spacing
And you
to
can
punish.
start moving before the move finishes casting, per se. Like the attack comes out, and then as the orb returns to you, you still have the freedom to move, so you can use that as a zoning move so well. Oh, nice snare to
Nair
Noel.
interrupt.
And Sandstorm covers Boomie's head. Can they get the finish off? No. Recovery comes out, and Boomie and Sandstorm off to take
Side
control.
sig finishes off Sandstorm
Dang.
stock.
A great
Boomie
pickup
has
from
a
Ethan
good
before he went
positioning.
down. Boomie trying with his own orb side sig to be able to take off the top of Noel's head, but can't quite do it. Side air will finish it off, and Boomie and Sandstorm hold on to a lead very convincingly.
Sandstorm keeps throwing away his axe. He doesn't want it at all.
Yeah, that
Any
hasn't really
opportunity he
changed ever
gets.
since Sandstorm picked up Zol.
Well, one thing I was noticing, especially against quicker weapons, is that unless you're in good, solid position, it's hard to get in with axe. Because, like, I mean, Sidelight's quick, but that Saren to Dare coming out from Boomie.
Oh, and the down air again. Can Noel even make it back this time? Dodges directly upwards, is able to touch, but so heavily damaged. Boomie just side six in place.
Ethan and Noel are just a touch away from
weapon toss is done. Recovery onto Noel, and Noel just
That's
gets
a down
pummeled to
sig.
death. Petra's side sig is like unarmed neutral light,
just moving.
like times 100, right? Yeah.
Actually, I think that's the down sig. The side sig's the one that does the
Oh, that's right.
the teleport.
no, down sig does a teleport. I'm pretty sure.
Does it? No, I
yeah.
thought the down sig is one where you chase.
I'm like 99% sure.
I think I'm 99% sure too. Because
Don't worry, Toast will yell at us in a second. It'll be fine.
I swear the side sig's the one that teleports. Well,
Going to the game number 3. Boomie on orb, putting out the side light. Goes for the down light, little kick jump. Down airs onto Noel's. Noel's just running for help.
Sandstorm's
And
gonna get a big
Sandstorm, you can
punish.
hear it. It's similar to like Lance sounds or axe sounds. It's like,
you know
someone's
it's coming.
going away.
You know it's coming. Once I saw Ethan spot dodge, I knew his stock was about to get deleted.
Ooh, down light there into neutral.
Boomie
there.
all the way up at the top of the map nearly gets the Gimp off the top.
Side sig onto Ethan, interrupted. Noel has Boomie and Sandstorm both on the right side of the neutral sig. Goes a little bit too high, and oh
Down
man!
sig.
Team combo into the bear trap, sends him flying with the blast of the cannon, and Ethan is running for his life after he gets pummeled by Boomie. Nice little side light. Oh man,
Oh,
Ethan with so many unarmed side sticks. The Haymaker's doing a great job in the ground.
The
Fully
ground pound.
charged ground pound on Spear to Nair.
The Nair was good because if he went for any other move there, he would have been punished.
Interesting.
He used that as a way to get build more damage up on the Sandstorm, but still position himself to where he can get out.
Oh, Noel. As Ethan was respawning, got hit by a good 7-piece team combo from Boomie and Sandstorm. And oh gosh,
Boomie's
Boomie.
getting damaged, but
Look at
the
the
recovery.
recovery!
He's going to kill off the top.
Boomie's down to
Boomie's
one
last
stock so early. Down
And
lane
there goes
recovery takes out
Sandstorm's
Sandstorm as
stock.
well. Ethan is just on fire this game. Noel with that double recovery. Boomie just wasn't expecting Noel to go that far. It's the power of chase dodge in the air that far up. Doesn't matter what move that you hit, you can
Ground pound, good punish from Boomie coming out with that dare to finish off Noel's stock. Sandstorm, why isn't he throwing away the axe? He normally just throws it away immediately, but he's actually using it here. He's actually built up a little bit of damage. There's
Maybe it
the
was so
toss.
that he could wait long enough for a weapon spawn to go into Boomie's favor, but Noel and Ethan are doing a great job of guarding it. You could see like Sandstorm was positioned around it, and then when you noticed, okay, Boomie's just not getting the weapon, he tossed the axe away, picked up the cannon. Boomie's actually so close to death. Oh man! Side sig pushed both Noel and Sandstorm
Recovery.
away.
Noel's in red, last stock. Off stage. Managed to find a way back on stage. Little mini team combo right there.
Boomie just playing carefully with the down airs, trying to keep them away. Noel accidentally side-singing Ethan. Weapon toss on Noel. Can Sandstorm get the ground pound? Oh, ends
Barely
just a little
misses.
too early.
The side sig picks up Sandstorm.
I'm willing to put down $5 out of my pocket. That is the
No,
down
that
sig.
has to be the side sig. I swear that's the side sig. They're left in a 1v1. Sandstorm and Ethan are at 2 stocks apiece.
That's interesting.
Neutralize?
It's really rare that we get a 1v1 and 2s with this many
With,
stocks
with
on
2
both sides.
stocks, it rarely ever happens.
Sandstorm against Ethan. This is like the original 2v2 team from 2018. Now
Yeah, this
fighting
is
off at
partners
once.
facing
Yeah.
off against each other. Oh, this is great.
And in this situation, that's more than last hit. Oh, it goes for the downlight neutral sig.
Now you see,
With
if
the
you,
downlight
if
air.
you gravity cancel downlight
Oh,
to where it's
man.
too low,
Yeah.
you'll actually land on the ground before you can get that recovery. You have to jump recovery.
Interesting. Ethan is now down a stock. And now we see that D-Light in a neutral sig that we were talking about a little bit earlier, that time properly spaced into a dead, even 1v1. 2 stocks apiece. Ooh.
Uh-oh. Get it
Oh,
started.
Sandstorm waited
Ethan
so
was smart
patiently.
not to dodge there.
Why is that? It seems like he's still getting
Well, because
beaten to the
Sandstorm
ground.
knows how to cover practically every dodge with Cannon, even
Okay.
if it's a dodge that he can't
So
punish
sometimes,
properly.
if the matchup's known well enough, oh man, dash and neutral sig doesn't
that
kill.
nearly killed Zol's huge force just showing off right there. Neutral, that's going to finish off. There's no way he's coming back
Oh,
from that.
can he make it back? He didn't have the jumps. No, nothing. Sandstorm takes it down. Very convincing 1v1 at the end. And back to what you were talking about. When a player knows what to do out of every dodge scenario, whether it's dodge up, dodge down, dodge in place, a mix-up in a matchup in which you're more experienced, it can just be actually to not
To not
press
do
any
anything,
buttons because they're going to be
especially
waiting to
against
react to something.
Scythe specifically as well.
Yeah. But we saw even in that situation, right, because Ethan didn't do any wake-up attacks, Sandstorm didn't really get punished for that either. And he
The
continued to
wake
do
up
more
would have worked too
strings.
because he didn't do any spot dodges or anything. He was just waiting to see how he was going to react. Sandstorm keeping Noel in the air, down light. Gravity cancel down light. I've never seen that option out of that. I wonder if that was a gimp that he would have landed the combo. Maybe a downlight Sarah recovery off the side?
Maybe. Ooh, neutral sig.
Huge damage.
Ethan was able to add on even more of it with his nairs. He's been doing a great job of catching people in the air with neutral airs, where, like you said, any other move that he goes for would be punished, but nair covers just about everything.
It's just a circular hitbox, huge circular hitbox, keeps you safe.
I feel like even though... Oh,
my
man,
Sandstorm.
Sandstorm. And that's what happens when you don't dodge, right? He noticed in the
He knows
previous
he's like,
game,
"No,
he's
if
like,
you're not
okay,
gonna
if you're just
dodge, I'm
not
just gonna hit
dodging.
you."
Right. Why not? Neutral sig onto Ethan, sends him flying, takes him off on the top left of the stage. Doesn't matter. That's the best trajectory to get hit to survive. If you're getting hit by Petra, might as well be done.
Orb off stage. Look at Boomie keeping safe. Sarah was almost out of options there because
Right,
he
which
didn't touch.
movement options, yeah. For a while, I was just kind of like, oh, Boomie's going to keep going. If he's not careful, he might just fall down to his death. Ooh, Sandstorm opting with the axe there. Nice little sidelight neutral.
He does
there.
have 3 stocks, so he can play a little bit safer, or he can play a little bit more aggressive if he wants to. And there's the NC is going to finish that stock off.
Oh, if they can take down Boomie again. Ground pound does it. This is the risk. If they don't get it down to that 1v1 like before, Sandstorm, yes, one of the best player in Brawlhalla at the moment, right? But a 2v1 is still really difficult to get through. And Boomie seems to be losing these stocks way too quickly, especially on the Petra.
It's because he keeps going off stage, so they're just building up
Off
damage
stage and low
slowly.
defense.
Yeah, and low defense as well.
Although even when he was up on the top of the stage, okay, Noel goes down, evens the stocks up once again. Are we going to see the exact same thing? Gotta be careful. Okay, if Ethan
Dare.
doesn't dodge through some of these combos that Sandstorm's bringing out, oh man, still, can he make it
Ethan
back?
make it
Noel
back?
has to save him. Oh,
Oh,
no
Sandstorm.
chance at all. Sandstorm with a quick down air sends Ethan down to his death.
Oh, Sandstorm's still on 2 stocks, so they have a pretty comfortable lead if Boomie can stay alive.
Yeah, very comfortable lead. Boomie hasn't taken considerably as much damage as he did in the previous game.
Satellite, that's a
Sandstorm
punish.
actually just finding so many sidelight openings with the axe that I feel like we've seen as the sets progressed, more axe play from Sandstorm than Cannon in the later stages of the game. Of course, tosses that axe away as I say it. Ooh, wake up downlight recovery from Noel after
Boomie.
response to the unarmed attacks.
Boomie's a sig away from ending his final stock. That dare
She's
is going to
done.
finish it.
Ooh, can Noel get Sandstorm as well? Ethan goes low. Sair catches Sandstorm in flight.
Now Sandstorm
Okay.
can't pull this off because they're both in the deeper red.
Well, they're keeping him weapon starved. Oh no! D-Light neutral sig still just barely doesn't able to do it. Okay, they just need the team combo. Here it
is
is.
it.
It starts. Downlight, down. Okay, recovery says
That's
Sandstorm
big.
super
That's
high up.
huge
Another nair.
damage.
Sandstorm can't get back down. Can they bring it to game number 5? D-Light Cider puts him off stage. Ethan and Noel both go down. If they can just take out the stock right now before Sandstorm can get anything, and that's it. Look at that. That was amazing.
That was
it's a
really
2v1,
well
but they
played.
were so close, right? That almost opened up to Sandstorm being able to get the D-Light neutral sig to send Sandstorm down, or to send Ethan to his death, and it would have been almost impossible for Noah to be able to pull off. That would have been like 5 or 6 neutral exchanges they would have won unscathed to be able to get that game.
And what I've noticed is that throughout this whole tournament, Ethan and Noah's off-stage game has been so consistent. Like even throughout all the games, if they
Yeah,
get them
that's
off
a good
stage,
point.
if they don't get the kill, they build up damage or they get
Because we saw where they were both covering options to where Sandstorm had to recover, and even though he got it through completely to be able to touch the wall, he still wasn't safe enough to avoid the ground pound at the very end. Small Brawlhaven is going to be game number 5.
This is prime for Sandstorm to get a punish string and just gimp off the side.
All right. Man, getting hit by Petra or by Zol on this map in any fashion Down light, down air, neutral light puts Ethan off to the right, and a neutral air
One more
sends him
nair and
flying.
Ethan's done. Sandstorm does such a good job at covering stage with cannon. It can be annoying at times because you just can't ever land.
Blasted away by the power of the orb from Petra. That side stick sends him flying. Axe, weapon throw, doesn't matter. Neutralites Noel, and they go
Here's the
straight
kill.
to the team
Here we
combo.
go.
Oh, Sandstorm just reaches a little bit too far, ends up smacking Boomie himself, but oh, Noel off the top, still managing to survive somehow. If Sandstorm finds another neutralite, which is he looking for? No, downlight nair. Works
Down
all
light-
the time.
down light
and-
dare,
oh,
neutralite against
Ethan,
side stick, grabbing side stick.
Ethan, amazing turnaround with that side stick, completely unafraid, knowing how far off Sandstorm loves to go with those combos no matter what amount of damage his opponent takes, and punishing him accordingly. Hattori's side stick is beautiful for those situations.
That just like catches both players.
And there's a little bit more of that offstage play that we were talking about. They've got Boomie off. Can they find it with that side air? Oh, Sandstorm gets close to hitting Boomie himself. They're playing very cleverly off the side of the stage. But the ground pound connects, and Noel goes down super early. Will Ethan go next? Oh, neutralite doesn't catch him.
Barely misses.
Ethan taking his sweet time off the left side of the stage, manages to make it back. Orb just bounces off his skull.
Hey, Boomie's still looking
Oh,
nice.
Sandstorm,
The
no!
neutral finishing Noah off the side. That's an insane
Okay.
string. What happened to all Noah's
So what can Ethan do? That's a good start. That's like the third or fourth haymaker kill I think I've seen all game. Sandstorm's deep in the yellow, and Boomie is picking up that orb spawn, tossing it straight away. Okay.
So I guess
see
they're
what
trying to set up
happens.
for a very fancy team combo.
Yeah, Boomie needs the gauntlets for it. I think I know what's about to happen. It's gonna.
The ones they messed up earlier.
Yeah. All right, let's see. So Boomie wants to end this combo with a neutral signature. We were talking a little bit earlier on about how Petra's neutral sig hits both grounded and in the air. And as a combo out of Zol neutral sig. Oh, here it is. This might be it. We'll go into the neutral sig off at this point, and
There it is. That's gonna kill. That's a really cool looking combo.
It's actually fantastic. Yeah.
Because it's just
They're waiting for a
Sandstorm
while.
just snatching Ethan out of
And
that
what's
sig.
cool about it, and they're going to show in the replay, is that for Boomie to be able to get the finisher, he has to be stacked right on top of where Sandstorm's making it the blast go off. Otherwise, he won't be able to connect with it. It goes right next to him, and right after the blast,
that's
sends him off
perfect
the top.
spacing.
If he goes any further forward, he won't be able to get the edge of the neutral sig off without being able to jump, and the precision of it's a little bit too hard. So they actually were labbing that earlier this morning. I remember watching
It's
that.
just this morning?
Yeah. It was this morning, and I was like, "How are you going to be able to get this finish?" It's like, "Oh no, if we get a little bit closer, it'll be able to work." I was like, "Oh, this is the combo that they're looking for," and it works so well because it's a 9-force by default
Well, and
legend,
even
and
if
an
they
8-force.
don't hit it, that's still a bunch of damage. Because
Yeah.
even when
And
Sandstorm
it works,
snags him out,
it works from 0. So
Yeah,
you don't even need
that's-
any damage on
that's
it.
a
It's actually an
consistent
incredible
team combo.
that they were able to figure out for low-tier city. And a great way of showing it off, even though it wasn't super necessary. It's like, why not let people know that it's like, oh yeah, if any move hits.
Well, they had a comfortable lead too.
That's
I'm
true.
sure they would have went something different if they was last stock, both on last stock red.
Yeah.
They had to play super safe. They wouldn't have gone
Right.
for that kind of options. Because Boomie's playing a little bit risky to try to set up for that.
Yeah. So Sandstorm and Boomie, once again, find themselves at the winners finals of another offline 2v2 tournament. But their opponent is going to be an unusual one. I don't think they have met Egg Soup and LDZ or Cake and Little Capped in the winners finals of any event in that combination.
Yeah.
That will be something to see because usually, right, Cody, Travis, and Nistru didn't make it out to this event. We're at CEO, but they're not here.
Yeah, I was wondering why they didn't come.
Faison and Remy are the runners-up for the grand final situation, which they still could be. They're in the lower side. They're going to be fighting against Ethan and Noel, who just got knocked down into losers top 6 by Sandstorm and Boomie. But this winner's finals is going to be a sight to behold, especially with I haven't really gotten to watch closely how well Little Captain Cake work together.
Now, what I noticed whenever I played against them, we actually played against them. They actually
All right.
won against me and Koslix to get into the winner's side. What I would notice was their team play, they may not be as consistent team play-wise, but they're good at covering each other and punishing. Like, their punish for punish game is amazing. So, do you know what I mean by punish for punish?
So I imagine let's say that somebody is hitting somebody with a combo, whether it's like Daylight Stare or Neutral Light or something. The teammate who's watching their teammate get hit will come in with something equal to or greater than the amount of damage that their teammate just
And they were super consistent on that, and that's just because Cake's orb was doing work. He was hitting a ton of sidelight Sares.
Cake's what now?
Orb.
Okay.
He played Fate.
I don't know why I thought you said Core.
Core,
I was like, that would be
That would be
interesting.
awesome.
See more Jake the Dog, but
Cake, play Core. Do it.
No, don't. Please don't. Please don't
Please
play
don't.
core. I mean, it would be cool, but I don't think he's got it prepared. But so to further elaborate for those at home, when we're talking about like punishing or going equaling with that, right? Like let's say that Sidelight Sarah comes out from Egg Soup's orb. Cake's going to be running in right after it finishes on his teammate, and instead of trying to get his teammate out of the attacks, he's going to be in position to where he knows Egg Soup's going to be to apply even more damage.
Yeah.
And that's what both Little Cap and Cake are really doing well.
That consistent buildup of damage, and that leads to early kills with Capt and his downlight Sarah on Hammer. Now with X-Soup and LDZ, these two have been playing double orb for the past however long orb's been
I think
out.
it started this year at final rounds with offline events.
No, they've been playing before that with online. Well, they just haven't played any
When
tournaments. They always
guess,
play offline.
I guess when I think
for,
of
like,
the
ranked.
offline trajectory, it's been that. But you're right, double orb has been their go-to. Are they still running double fate?
No, it's going to be Dusk
I think
Fate.
it's been Dusk mostly from LDZ.
It's been Dusk from
lately.
LDZ. And what they do is they're so good at maneuvering around each other's orb play. So Egg-Soup will have a guy off stage with doing dares, sayers, and all that stuff, and LDZ will stay right out of the dead zones of Egg-Soup's orb, and then cover him in case he gets punished or if the guy does a bad dodge. It's just so good at that recently.
Dang, it's going to be really exciting to see what playstyle prevails in this matchup.
Especially since Capt and Cake are a new team. They had barely any practice. I was talking with Cake earlier, and Cake said he has been playing the game for weeks. He's just picked it up and started playing it again today, just because he hasn't played very much of it whenever he was out with whoever's house.
See Egg Soup doing some hand warmers. I think that's hand warmers. Pretty sure that's hand warmers.
I just now noticed the Capt is wearing a hat.
He's wearing the Beardvar hat.
I want one.
Well, Beardvar hat, whatever. I'm pretty sure left stick down has a hat.
Did he let him borrow it, or does it?
Maybe. Okay,
That
it is in
Left
fact. It is in
Stick's
fact.
hat.
Left Stick's
Okay.
hat. So I was going to say, I'm pretty sure I've seen that on Left Stick's head or near his head for as long as I've known him. And now it's on Little Cap's head. Maybe it's giving him the power needed.
The power of
necessary.
Bodvar.
Yeah, the power necessary to be able to get in the winners finals because he's pretty darn close. Nimue and Fate. Before previously Double Fate, which is cool because Dusk was released previous, like prior to Fate. And now LDZ is the only player besides Istadrew, and Istadrew never brought it out in tournament. I only know that he was practicing it individually.
Yeah.
That went back and has actually started to develop this character.
And I don't even know the reason behind him wanting to play specifically.
Yeah, I never asked myself either. That's something that I'll have to try
Because
to do.
most people don't like playing Dust because of the SIGs. The SIGs are kind of weird.
I don't know if it's
different.
If it's anything like his choice for skins, then it's probably because nobody else plays the character, and that's the only reason.
Or he's comfortable in Spear. He was playing Ada before.
Maybe. That's true. Yeah. Spear Blasters. He's got a spear. I mean, he definitely has one for sure. I like his usage of neutral sig on Dusk as well.
Oh, yeah.
We're going to be seeing it here. Game number 1, Mammoth Fortress, Little Captain Cake versus LDZ and Egg Soup. All the weapons spawn. Cake goes up for the recovery, picks it up, and LDZ with an immediate double chase dodge forward. Puts Egg Soup.
Cake keeping Egg Soup off the side. Dare's going to bounce off
downer.
the wall.
Is that it? Dude,
That's gonna
Cake
be the
never
stop.
touched. Egg Soup was gone, and I meant Egg Soup never touched. Not Cake. Egg Soup was gone within under 15 seconds. An incredibly early stock.
Ooh, nice off-stage coverage there coming
This
out
is a
from
little bit what you were
Egg Soup.
talking about.
Yeah, they're so good at playing off each other. Even if it's off stage, on stage, they're so good at moving around each other and keeping in position for follow-ups or punishes.
So Little Cap went down about as early as Egg Soup did to be able to even things up because it was looking really great for Blue Team at the start. Nice little down air through the Mammoth Fortress platform, being careful to space out properly and not get a ledge cancel down. Like ground pounds, a little bit too wide. Oh, good. And that's a little bit what we're talking about that Cake and Little Cap do onto LDZ with that neutral air after the sides again. Maybe it would have been wasn't as much damage, but it's something.
Cap's keeping Egg off stage. Stomp Sarah and Sig.
Wow.
Beautiful follow-up from Cake. Tried to go for another one to finish off LDZ.
Ooh, side air into the stage and the weapon toss to be able to take out that stock.
That had a surprising amount of force.
And our stocks are even across the board, but looking pretty bad for Egg Soup as he's still getting team
Especially
comboed.
with all the damage already in the red. He's got to make sure to play a bit safer, but knowing Egg, he's still going to go off stage like he is right now.
Oh, and it might not end well for him as he gets down like Sarah off the stage. Cake now in a position to go for a ground pound down air, anything, but no, they just turn on to LDZ knowing that Eggsoup does not have long for this world. Side sig sent flying. LDZ tried to be able to get that hit offwards, but Cake actually does a great job of being able to put both of their opponents off. Lil Cap goes flying high. Cake sends Egg flying, and LDZ. Oh, I thought a Sarah was coming out for Lil Cap for sure.
They're just keeping Egg
dodged the
off
weapon
stage.
toss. Keeping Egg off stage, but Egg is keeping alive.
But
Lil
that's
Cap
because
is
Egg
down.
wasn't their focus. They just kept building up damage on LDZ while they had the chance.
Yeah, but if Eggsoup continues to take, okay.
Oh, okay, all right.
About as
This
worth
is
it as it
manageable.
gets.
It's manageable. He has an extra stock. He's a little bit, now he's in the deep red, but he's off stage.
Oh,
if he can
Cake's
make it back on
offstage
stage,
down
he'll be
airs
fine.
Have been so good. Ooh, tried to Sarah him again. Recovery through the weapon toss. A little bit too close. The Sarah takes him down. And LDZ down out to one stock. Cake and Little Cap are very poised to be able to take this first game. And I guess the issue that I have with Spear as a twos weapon is I don't see it as that, like, weave in and out,
It's
get
not.
one hit attack, offstage gimps, right? How long will it take for a Spear down air to actually effectively KO one person?
It's going to take a while. You'd have to take out all their options, their recovery options for that to work.
So LDZ is going to be doing his best with the orb. Okay, missed that wake-up attack on her.
See, the ground pound is so useful for just pausing your momentum and making them think you're going to fall, but
Right.
you don't.
Ooh. Ground pound goes
Look
down.
at this close to dead.
Oh, man, they just stacked everything onto those hits. Dodged and placed to avoid the
I
side.
might say that's going to be it.
That'll be done. So
Game
not
one.
not quite the 0-to-death flashy finisher that we saw from a practice team like Boomie and Sandstorm, but still very good from Ethan. Or from Little
They're
Captain
smart
Cake.
players. They know
Yeah.
what they have to do in a 2v1 situation. Make sure you don't do any risks. Make sure you build up damage. Well, Cake was a little bit risky right there, but he has orb. He has that orb recovery, which covers, like, it rotates around the person, so it'd be fine. It's hard
Not
to
to mention the
punish.
orb recovery is steerable too, so you have to
True.
not only react to the move, but react to the direction the move's being used in. It's really neat to see how much orb recovery has developed into almost a 80% offensive tool over recovery. I mean, obviously, still use it to recover.
Yeah, still used to recover. Well,
Right.
except if you're playing Thor with the NSIG.
Yeah. Game number 2, back to Mammoth Fortress. Little Captain Cake had a convincing game 1. Eggsoup and LDZ. Although Eggsoup was taken out so darn quickly.
Well, it's because Eggsoup loves to play off stage. He loves that off stage play, but whenever he does misplays and takes all that extra damage.
Yeah, misplaying off stage is basically like, oops, I did that. Oh, my stock's gone for
Yep.
it. Whereas, like,
All
if
it
you're
takes is
playing,
one move.
if you're playing for center stage controls, sometimes it's just like, okay, I took a ton of damage, but that's not going to be my stock just yet. Cake and LDZ fighting off stage again. In
Eggsoup.
fact, this entire game just seems to be taking place off the left side of Mammoth Fortress. Sidelight puts him down, and Cake still holding on.
Setsig barely misses.
Ooh, nice little down air, sends him away, but Little Cap, you were talking about that, right? That return damage. Oh, but Eggsoup down again. Cake with the superior offstage game, and Little
that
Cap
nair
almost
did not
done.
finish him off.
Nice job from LDC catching Cake, trying to reach that Scythe Nair. The active input from the Scythe Nair is really great until it misses, and then you just get stared to your death.
Yeah.
Ooh, Cake said be careful. That was interesting. He hit his teammate to get that chase dodge to get out of that situation. Knowing the recovery wasn't going to take
sometimes
a
that's
Little
the
Cap.
tech.
Yeah. Like, sometimes you'll do it to save the teammate, and other times it's like, I need you to
it.
take damage so that I can get back. Little Cap goes down, but only this first stock. But Cake could be Cake definitely just follows shortly after.
LDC is chilling on his first stock.
And that's what happened last time, too. But Eggsoup at this point in time was down to 1.
Yeah, like already in the red because he got team combo. Cake taking big damage. Is there going to be a recovery?
Nice falling Sair.
gonna
LDC
be the
finally
stock.
goes down. Eggsoup just needs to get away. Oh, but that Sair from the weapon
That's
toss
just the tip.
was able to give
barely.
another sider to Little Cap. So Eggsoup's even more damaged now than he was before.
They're chasing. LDZ is
Oh.
all over Cake.
They're
right
chasing
now.
LDZ, and Little Cap is actually sending Egg away and just forgetting about him. That's what happened last game, too.
Side Sig's going to take away Eggsoup stock. Now, Eggsoup's on his last stock, too.
But
Eggsoup
Cake
has to
is
make sure he's
so
playing
damaged,
safer.
I didn't even notice. He's been taking a huge beating throughout all of this. Eggsoup just went for that recovery read. Cake went far to the right. And if either Egg or LDZ finds that Sair, yep,
Sair.
that's it. Oh, Eggsoup! Talk about offstage gameplay, right? Sider comes out, and Little Cap, knowing everything was gone, just jumps away to be able to get that respawn faster, waiting for that weapon to spawn in.
I wonder if they have any team combos tested or stuff like
Do they
that.
need them after what Egg Soup just did? Oh, gotta be careful. Down there at LDZ. Side air ground pounds.
Interesting option. That does do covers, but if he would have missed that, that would have been a prime position to be punished.
Yeah, if he dodged a place. Ooh, nice neutral six. Sends him flying. Stabs him with the spear from the ground.
He has no options.
Oh.
Yeah, dare into ground pound. That's a true combo.
Yeah, I've been noticing a lot of Scythe players pick that up after it feels like Sandstorm popularized it. I was watching it happen
Well, most
a lot
people
in
didn't know that was
singles.
true. It was kind of like some secret that Sandstorm kind of kept
Yeah,
away
yeah,
for a
and then
bit.
like at first I was thinking that's not true. That's just something Sandstorm's catching people
Oh,
off guard
I
with.
was in my room like, please don't be true. And
But-
then I got hit by it. And I
But
was
it
like,
turns
oh, that's
out that
true.
it is. And then it was labbed, and now every Scythe player basically has to have that. That being able to use
Part
that
of your
offstage. Because
arsenal.
before, you'd really only think wall combos were a thing for Twilight Grove. Or the unusual ranked experience of King's Pass or Thunderguard Stadium, right?
Well,
But,
the thing is, it's not a quote-unquote broken combo because it's so situational. You have to hit a dare, and you have to know the spacing and what damage they're at, how they're going to come off the wall so that you can hit it properly.
It's a right, and
It's
you have
not
to
a
be playing
consistent
offstage in the first place. But the fact that it's true, and the fact that I'm seeing so many new Scythe players hit it so consistently, is giving more players even a greater reason to fear fighting.
Yeah, Scythe offstage.
Because with active input, right, you have that mix-up of sending somebody into the stage or sending them further off stage. So you don't have to bounce them back.
No, you can
With the
take them
downer.
away.
You could definitely just go for a classic edge guard. Like Scythe has those options to make people think about all the things that could potentially happen to them. Game number 3 is happening on Mammoth Fortress, so now it's evened up 1-1. Exu fighting offstage once again, succeeding this time.
Cake hasn't taken as much damage as the other players.
Yeah.
He's been managing to keep his spacing with this orb pick.
Oh, falling down. Went for the
Nice
neutral
sick coming up
save.
from LZ. I like that dodge through into sidelight option.
Down that sider from Cap puts Exu far off the right side of the stage and
Doesn't finish off cap stock. I'm surprised that
Surprised,
didn't
yeah.
kill.
a lot of players will opt to use that dodge to stop the momentum right away and get the dodge on cooldown as early as possible to get it back, and we saw Little Cap do it right there. And now blue team's convincingly in the lead. No longer is Egg Soup just being focused on first. It seems to be both, like the red team is a collective. Cake goes down, Little Cap could fall shortly afterwards, but uses recovery to intelligently chase dodge far left.
Cap is being smart here. He's not doing anything over aggressive. He's letting them come to him and then just take his punish. Just one hit here, one hit there.
The Cake fell down really early on, but man, doing a great job of avoiding damage. And Little Cap
Great.
finally goes
You
down.
see, I like that. I like that he just decided, okay, I'm going to do this combo. I may get punished for it, but it's such good damage build up. Because now, look, Cap is on white. White is the second stock. Everybody else is in red. Huge advantage. Nair barely misses. Cake and LDZ having a little orb battle off stage. The recovery is going to finish that stock.
Good weapon toss from Capped. Puts Egg Soup off the stage. Nice little neutral light. Puts Egg Soup flying far, and LDC falls. With the, oh,
Try to go for the bear.
Yeah, we haven't seen too many signatures from Little Cap. As I say, that side stick comes down trying to catch him on the very edge. Ooh, Cake and Little Cap with a little bit of a synergy disconnect. Jump off, and at the same time, now Cake goes down. Little Cap falls shortly afterwards. They're on that offstage. It's like the second that they send somebody off stage, they're both racing to fight it. But now LDZ very close to being going down here. Just still not afraid.
This is dangerous for LDC. He is on his last stock red. Any move now can finish the stock. He's still off stage. Finally manages to get on stage. He needs to make sure that he doesn't do anything too risky. Meanwhile, they're putting up consistent damage on Egg.
Oh, LDZ sent it flying off of that down light. Still holding on. Dive kicks in a Little Cap, but the Nair nearly KOs on its own as he gets kicked away. Ooh.
No edge guard attempt coming out from Capped.
Blasted with that side sig. The 3-point blast of that fate side sig sends it flying. A Little Cap goes shortly afterwards. Ooh, can it get Cake? If it gets Cake, absolute possibility. The recovery goes high. Ooh, but Naired away. Now Egg Soup so damaged and in a 1v2, and Cake knows the drill, right? Put Little Cap closest to the edge to fight through. Cake sends him flying away because Egg Soup, he just knows that that's what Egg Soup's aiming for.
Egg Soup's orb movement.
Oh,
is
man.
Nuts.
Oh, Nair.
Doesn't
still
kill
not
at the
enough.
top.
Man, Egg Soup is some kind of damaged. They're tossing every weapon that's spawning straight off the stage. And then
Sair.
jumping Sair will do it. Dash jump Sair from Little Cap, takes Egg down, gives them a 2-1 lead on the verge.
Look at that smile coming from Cake.
They're on the verge of winners finals. And what's crazy about that is that Cake and Little Caps are close to doing
NAEU.
better than how Cake and Addy did at CEO.
That's true.
Because I think that was a 5th place finish for them, even though they were able to take down Blue and Simple in winners side.
Oh, yeah, EU versus EU. And think
Winners
about it,
finals.
Cake is the only EU player that's in this competition.
That's right, not even Daiku's here.
Yeah, not even
Yeah.
Daiku. Just an absolutely impressive performance coming out from Caps and Cake. Silite Sair just building up damage on Egg Soup. I don't know why I find it so funny, but just watching Orbnair hit like consecutive times, just a little tap, tap, tap,
Oh,
and
the
then
neutral
you're
air?
dead off the top.
It's
yeah.
one of my favorite aspects of Orb's kit, I feel like, because it's almost like an aerial jab.
Yeah,
and how it works.
And it makes you panic. Like any
Yeah.
new player
Ooh,
or
good
somebody who's
recovery.
not used to playing against Orb gets hit by that nair and immediately dodges.
Yeah. Cake fighting LDZ up the side of the stage. Egg Soup with that nice little Sair, and then dashes directly upwards.
Didn't even need to do that ground pound.
All right.
Cake
Sig.
managing not to take any damage while dishing out some of his own.
Falls to the side air, Little Cap put off the edge, and Cake now sent flying unarmed. LDZ goes for a little jumping side air, hits it with the recovery away. Cake falls down, punches LDZ away, picks up a scythe, and now Egg and LDZ on the verge of recovery, but no, neutral
NSIG
sig.
picked up. That was the lower end of the NSIG finishing that stock. LDC going way deep.
Can LDZ even make it back? Okay, we can. Recovery was steered just properly. But ooh, that gravity catch neutral sig sent in the wrong place at the wrong time. LDC loses a stock for it. Oh, we saw, that's exactly what you were talking about.
Yeah.
With the lock-in with the neutral light, only Little Cap was just a little bit too far to the left to get the sidelight punish. But he was waiting.
going for a downlight, but he misinputted right there.
You think so?
Yeah.
That would actually make like a dash forward down
Yeah,
light?
dash forward downlight, do
Yeah.
a dare, because that would have been stacked.
Whoa, Cake and Egg are just flying off the left side of the stage.
Yeah, it's always gonna end up being one of the two, either Cake and LZ or Cake and Egg.
Yeah.
They just love doing those offstage battles with orbs. It's so funny to watch.
Ooh. All right. LDZ goes with that ground pound. Lots of ground pounds coming out from LDZ. And the Sair just catches Cake trying to recover. Little Cake goes down shortly afterwards. Okay. Lead for the red team on the verge of possibly going to game number 5. But Egg Soup is decently damaged. LDZ also almost on the last stock. So if Cake and Little Cap could take out LDZ and then just bring the hurt down to Egg, they could take this 3-1 and go straight into Boomie and Sandstorm in winners finals. Sidelight Cider, there goes LDZ.
This is their chance to get damage onto Egg.
But Egg Soup's such a great job with those down airs. You're talking about that zoning potential of the weapon. So good. Oh! Neutral stick into gravity cancel. Turnaround neutralite.
Oh, he's doing a really good job there, putting pressure on Cake to make sure that he doesn't get a finishing blow onto Egg.
Oh!
That air's going to finish with LDZ. Is in a very good position in this 2v1.
That's possible. Oh, he goes for that neutral stick. I don't think I've seen it hit once. Down airs away, but oh, it starts. That was an amazing neutralite catch from Cake to be able to bring LDZ that deep into the orange. So close to being able to get this. He stares him away, chase dodges forward. Can he get the recovery? No, just stares him away. Will he turn back onto Cake? Goes for that side air. Little Cap just goes as deep as possible, knowing that if LDZ follows, oh, that ground pound, punished. But to the side stick, and that neutral light puts him in the perfect position for Cake to be able to find the neutral light. Oh, Little Cap just letting him fight away with the down lane and the ground pound into the read.
That's the set.
I think that is.
That is.
3-1. Little Cap and Egg Soup are down to losers bracket to fight against Starlight and Wrenched.
Cake and Caps are in finals.
Are in winners finals, top 3 guaranteed, up to go against Sandstorm and Boomie. Now, their play has been quite good, but I still feel like Sandstorm and Boomie as a practice duo are on another caliber.
Yeah, for the most part, I have to
I want
agree.
to see how it goes. I have high hopes.
Now,
for
Cake
and
has
Little
been
Caps.
doing really well with the orb, and Capt has been doing really well. His hammer play, I mean, his hammer play's always been consistent, but his sword actually showed up a lot more in that set with follow-ups and
That's
such.
true. I mean, Little Caps has always been a Bodvar player, not like a weapon player to me.
But he does like 80% hammer, but that
Yeah.
set he played a lot more sword.
That's true. Sword was looking quite good for Caps. And that's, I think that decides mostly of our winners sets. I'm wondering if we're going to be going into winners finals right away, or if we're going to go into losers match. So we're in top 6 at the moment. We just decided everybody that's on the loser side of top 6. And we've got Egg Soup and LDZ that's going to be going against Starlight and Wrenched. And the next match that we've got coming up is Ethan and Noel against Faison and Remy. So Faison and Remy are, it's hard for me to rank the teams.
Okay, so there's
we've
3
got,
teams.
We've got the 3. I would have said 4 before Ethan and Little Caps just parted for this tournament. But the 4 teams in NA were Boomie Sandstorm, Faison Remy, Little Caps, and Ethan, and then Cody Travis and Drew. And when it comes to Faison Remy or Cody Travis and Drew, whoever's in Grands to fight against Boomie and Sandstorm tends to fluctuate.
Yeah.
I think we've had a few online tournaments where Boomie and Sandstorm actually weren't in the finals, but offline tournaments, it's always been them.
Even if they have to come back, crawl through losers.
Right, and I would be very surprised if Faison and Remy didn't make that crawl back through, especially against some of the teams they're playing against.
Well,
but
they're going to have to play very well because
yeah,
I see Faison and Remy. They're both really good at following up off of each other and creating options, but they're also a really good offstage team. I wonder whose offstage is going to prevail here. Is it going to be Ethan and Noel's, or do you think they're going to stay more on stage this game because of how dangerous Faison and Remy are going to be?
Yeah, that's a good point. I'm not sure.
Because Ethan and Noel have had the advantage with other teams just because of their offstage prowess. You know, knowing what the spacing is, knowing if they have a dodge or not, punishing that dodge. Noel, just on his own, is a very solid and consistent offstage player.
Yeah. We'll have to wait and see. I feel like with what I've seen of Noel and Ethan so far, it's been mostly on stage play that's been giving them a lot of successful.
That's how they beat
KOs.
me in Koslix.
And with the Koji from Noel, there's a lot of amazing setups with the down signature on. On vote. Oh, careful! It's on the mic. No, it's the wrong way. Wait, what are you doing?
Where is it? Where do I need to go? I don't know.
Oh, I was going to help you.
I can't see it.
It's okay. There
Thank
go.
you.
Yeah. Sorry about that.
They just
Gobi
came
was
up from behind me, and I was like, wait.
Gobi was just awarded his medal. Oh, we're going to see it right now.
Here it is. He's going to sneak in.
Yep. The strangling attempt from Paper Fairy. Look at my surprise. I was like, what is going on?
Yeah, I'm sitting there like, wait, hang on. Wait, do I need to grab this? Oh,
And
it
it
was
gets
hooked
stuck.
around.
Yeah,
See,
it was. And that's why I was going to help.
hooked.
And then you're going to hook it back around. And you were like, no, let me do it as I want.
And I was sitting there like just messing with it. I was like, no.
replay.
It has to be like
Oh, that's funny. No, we got it fixed. Don't worry. The medal's there. You're now officially
a 7th place.
7th place, 2v2. I covered it up. There it is. The medals are for everybody in top 8.
It's been a while
I
since I had
heard
one of
Jake
these.
gets selected.
That's
That's
definitely for
Adventure
Bun
Time.
Test.
Maybe. When Boomie is involved, anything's possible, but Boomie's not on the set.
Influence of Boomie.
Yeah,
Yeah, this is definitely a button check. You know, I actually went to Six Flags with Noel, LDZ, Ethan, Capt, and my
Yesterday?
brother the other day. Yeah, yesterday.
Oh, how was it?
It was good. We couldn't get around to all the rides. Like I couldn't.
I mean, you had to
to
have gone pretty late, right? Or did you go earlier on?
We
in the
went
day?
at 2, and then we all arrived there at 3.
Yeah,
So
Six Flags looks super great. It's like literally a walking distance away.
yeah, I
from-
didn't realize how close the venue was
from where the
to
venue is.
the Six Flags. But yeah, we rode every ride except the Titan and the Texas Giant.
Are you gonna go back and do it later?
No.
No.
Because we were there for about 3.5 hours. We rode the Batman 3 times.
Oh, wow.
And then we rode another ride. We were going to ride Mr. Freeze twice, but we couldn't get to it. Because me, Noel, and a few others were on the Mr. Freeze.
Yeah.
And then right after we got off, they closed it down for maintenance.
That's
Because
kinda terrifying.
Yeah, it was very terrifying. We walked off like we could have like been
What, did you know
seriously
what the
hurt.
maintenance was?
No.
Oh, what if it was just routine maintenance and there was no
I hope it
problem?
was routine
Yeah.
maintenance.
Yeah, that always scares me, like right after you get off something and they're just kind of like, oh yeah, this is like broken. Please don't use this
Like, please,
anymore.
yeah, that's like, hey guys, you're the last ones on, and we need to do maintenance.
Gosh, that's been like half of my flights coming into any of these lands recently. It's just like, oh yeah, 5 minutes before airplane, we have to do maintenance.
Oh.
Hopefully we find another plane. It's like, oh. Well,
Looks like they're going to be sticking to Noel and Ethan are going to stick to this Koji and Hattori team combo. And that's actually a very good like combination for
Wait,
both
we've got
weapons.
Koji Hattori versus Koji Hattori.
Ooh.
That's going to be exciting. Rarely do you get dittos in 2v2s out of all matchups. Like sometimes you'll get 2 players playing Fate, 2 players playing Bodvar, but to be able to get the same exact character matchup back and forth, it's quite good. Game number 1's going on Mammoth Fortress. Remy and Phazon versus Noel and Ethan.
Now you see that's where they had a team play in the beginning where they know that one person was going to go for the weapon, so
Yeah.
they stayed and guarded it.
Excellent point. Down air, double down
Phazon
air.
getting the 2 dares, puts
Looking
Ethan
for
in a
the
bad
third.
position offstage, barely manages to get back. Remy's right there with the pressure though. Settling into Ensig read on Ethan. Ethan's in the deep red.
Ooh, sends Ethan flying off the right with that side stick, but it's not going to be able to get the KO in it. And Noel, that was all Noel's damage in between Phazon and Ethan.
Because
Actually
Ethan was just
amazing.
offstage, he had to recover. He had to spend a solid 10 seconds recovering.
Yeah. And now Phazon. Ooh, try to go for the neutral light. And Noel gets hit with that neutral sig. Remy off to the left and Phazon on the right. Ethan was taken off towards the top of the stage and still wasn't able to get the KO. Finally, Phazon goes down. Remy the least damage. And Remy in between.
Now Remy is like the best person to hit that D-Sig consistently.
So what was cool about that, too, was that Remy was facing the other direction before he did it. So he pivoted the down sig to be able to catch him off guard and find it.
That was a hard read.
And now Remy actually in the lead. It was looking like it was going to be great for blue team until Remy and Phazon were able to take out those first 2 stocks.
Noel's in an offstage position. Remy's still on his 3rd stock. Of the 2, I think Remy's he's either the stock tank or he's the guy that's always on his last stock.
Yeah. Definitely the word, and it's a little bit of a negative connotation, but I always use to describe with Remy's play is that it's inconsistent. Not that where it's like a good or a bad thing, where it's just kind of like he's either that explosive player or he's the one that's playing so
slow.
reserved.
Yeah.
And he can offset the pace of the game so easily with that.
I think it mostly just comes down to how much of a lead they can get and how well Remy's playing, how well he feels. And the game's evened up. Everyone's last stock red.
Ooh, ground pound hits. Noel goes flying.
Here's a little team combo. Now another thing that Phazon and Remy are really good at are knowing when to stop and engage. Like as a team, just stop the engage, take the lead they currently have, and elongate it. That was a double hit
Double
down
KO
light.
as well. The nair on the way back down. Yeah, the double hit down light and the recovery. Now I know the bow recovery. I don't think it hits multiple people. I think it just grabs one. Otherwise,
But
it would have.
because there's still hitbox out, it kind of like interrupted. Like it was just a little pause. It wasn't.
Okay.
Yeah.
I was
It's kind of
wondering
like
what
how
happened
spear
there.
downlight, it can pick up one person, but it can still like interrupt and kind of like mess with another person in the air while it's kicking.
Interesting. Ooh. Noel is doing a great job avoiding damage here, but Remy comes in
Remy's
with that
bow
downlight.
pressure. That Ethan
Well,
does
what's
have a
amazing about
recovery.
him is that he's finding those downlights across Phazon. Like he's hitting
Yeah,
it
it's
right
not-
perfectly
not
to where
hitting
it's
him.
like they're not expecting Remy to come out with a move because Phazon's in front of him. Ooh, Phazon can quickly space that stair just a little bit. And Ethan just sends that spear flying forward.
Side
And
stick,
Noel.
Ethan is still alive. The weapon toss
Oh,
barely
he dodges
misses.
away, but his dodge is gone. Noel went for a ground pound that almost looked like it was going to connect with Ethan. Phazon has to recover underneath the stage. But Remy, unarmed,
sick.
punches him to the heavens. Now Ethan gets a okay, weapon toss, ground pound, done. Phazon and Remy take game number 1.
But you see, that was actually a closer game than I thought it was going to be because
Yeah.
it started out with Remy and Phazon having this huge lead with Remy on 3 stocks, and it ended up being a last stock, everybody red situation.
Yeah, Phazon and Remy had a good control of the game towards the end, but a lot of that came from a mishap with Noel. It was looking
True.
really good until that side stick hit and sent Ethan so far off, right? Noel went for that position to be able to recover him with the ground pound, and then the rest of it was just Phazon and Remy offstage edge guarding. Excellent job.
That was a good comeback up until that very end.
Yeah. So we're going to go into game number 2 again. Like we're talking about, when it has Noel on stage, I'm pretty sure no matter what stage we start on, we're going to keep going back to it unless somebody forces him off.
Yeah.
Ooh, Faison's been doing really great with these pogo stick combos. Down aired him to the side air off the side of the stage. Noel makes his way through with the recovery. And gravity cancel down off the side of the stage to be able to land onto the stage to follow up with the neutralite. Fast falling down to be able to get that hit. Ethan and Faison are just hit both sides to their teammates. But
Noel
Remy's been
taking a
avoiding
bit
most
of
damage.
punishment while he's trying to maneuver around his teammate.
Recovery on the Faison looks really good. Side stick didn't catch, and Faison stares both enemies away.
Ethan's out of options. All he has is a dodge. That Nair interrupted the dare, and he managed to survive. So many team interrupts. As you would expect from two teams that have two very competitive and very consistent players in ones and in twos.
Man, Noel and Ethan take the lead again, or not again.
Like,
Last
this is the
time
fir-
it was, so it was a little close last time, right? Because Faison went down super early, and then Remy had those crazy KOs as Faison was responding.
Remy again hitting gravity cancel D-Sig.
Okay.
The game's immediately evened up.
Remy's the only Koji that I see use that move. Dead even game all of a sudden. Side light, down light. Ooh, gets poked away.
Staring to neutralite, true combo on Spear.
Ooh, Ethan just boxing everybody away with those neutralites. Still using the Nair to great effect. Stares him off stage. Doesn't reach too far. Oh man, Ethan's found like 6 of these neutralites.
Yeah, he's just keeping the spacing. He knows people are going to just stand still after he gets hit. So he's like, all right, neutralite. All right, another one. And he's keeping up this spear pressure.
Ooh, side 6. Goes for a nice little Nair, and no, Noel.
It seems
Doesn't
like of the
actually buy
team
anything there.
of Noel and Ethan, Ethan's more of the aggressor, the guy that's just constantly running at them, pressuring them, creating the options for Noel. And it's working out really well here. Noel was ready with that Ensig if he would have Sared. That would have been the more optimal option. But either way, that was still good damage build-up. Ooh, that team combo.
A lot of damage from onto Noel there. Remy down into his last stock recovery since Noel flying from the damage stacked up. And Ethan,
The raw side sig just coming out.
Remy was trying to get the recovery. Ethan, like I said, Ethan's been finding more of those unarmed side sigs than any other player that we've watched so far in this
It's
top
Ethan
6.
and Brian of this tournament. They
Yeah.
both found so many side sigs. And Brian will do it at white. Brian's not scared.
That's when they are definitely least expecting it. Chase dodges forward to find more damage on the Remy. Lots of falling bow side airs. Ooh, neutral
Here
light.
comes a little team combo.
Ooh, but the down sig, a little bit of space too far to the left. Ethan's still living. Nope. As I say, that's sniped away by Remy's neutral sig. The ground pound accidentally hits Faison. Stocks are dead even, but Faison and Remy are looking.
Noel
they're-
has to
they're
play smart
hurt.
on this stock. He has to let Ethan do more of the engaging just because Ethan's clean on his last stock while everybody else is in red.
Oh, delay recovery since Noel's so
Barely
far up. And
still
oh,
alive.
Nair dodged out of the way.
Ethan's protecting him. He has to.
Noel just trying to dodge through everything, but the
Delay
delay
recovery,
recovery
that's
takes
gonna
him
be the
down.
stock.
And now Ethan just can't land. So many Nairs went
A
through
side
finally.
sig onto Remy will finish off his stock.
Ethan's
He
found
has
a
to
lot
be
of
able to
them.
find it.
Ooh, there's one. Maybe better unarmed. Just toss the spear away, punch him out. Recovery since Faison high. If you get through a weapon toss and then get in onto Remy, he's totally got something against Faison, but Faison's doing such a great job with those Nairs.
Jousting,
Oh, a little bit of a risky move to throw out, but if it hits,
That would have worked.
oh, Remy goes for the side sig, neutralized. Faison accidentally
Good
dashes
coverage.
into it. Weapon toss.
Purpose interrupts the gravity cancel.
Oh no, Remy. Can he even make it back? He can't. Doesn't matter.
No, Remy was running for his life because if he let Ethan get a free hit, he would have survived.
And Remy has had on-stream cases of that happen before, both in
Yes.
singles and twos, where it's like, they're done. They're dead. Get out of there. But he goes low enough to where he can get hit, and then they make it back and win the game. And it's a good on him to recognize that situation and go, wait, whoa, what am I doing? I just have to get out of here as fast as possible. 2-0 lead for Faison and Remy as they're so close to being able to get in the losers semifinals to fight against the winner of Egg Soup at LDZ and Starlight Wrenched. And Ethan and Noel, their trip here at Low Tier City might end at 5th place if they can't change something up. Are they going to switch any legends or
That's
change
what
the
I'm
map
wondering.
that they're on?
'Cause they're not-
Everything's
they're-
stayed the same so far. and
It's been a pretty even match
Whoa.
for the most part. A
that's
Citra
that's
pick.
that's a difference. That's not a scythe
But you know,
character.
Ethan has been practicing Cannon recently.
Okay. The
This
insider
is something that he's
knowledge.
comfortable with.
Citra's got the classic neutral stick cannonball attack on the cannon.
Like low recovery, very like a large amount of coverage. And this is a perfect map for Cannon because if he does get a dodge rate, he can pretty much take a
Right.
stock.
Gravity oh, no, that was close to being able to get it, right? We saw Sandstorm do it earlier on with the neutral light, right? Gravity cancel it afterwards. They get far enough because of how the neutral light on Cannon works. When it grabs you, it sends you even further in the direction that you're facing.
Phason's
naturally.
already in the orange, now in the red.
Ooh, Noel's got to be careful. A little bit of team damage coming onto Ethan. Ethan tried to land with that down air. Nice
Down
neutral
like
light.
hitting both teammates of the red team.
Ooh,
Remy's
Remy,
so
creative
consistent on
dodges there, too.
follow-ups. Keeping it off stage, that ground pound does finish off Noel's first stock. Ethan is putting a little bit of work with his cannon.
Ooh,
Gravity
but
gets a downlight
great
recovery.
Gravity cancel downlight recovery. Return a little bit of damage on the face, but face with that weapon toss actually stopped Remy from getting the full neutral sig onto Ethan. D-Light Cider interrupted
Good
by
interrupt.
Noel.
Perfect interrupt.
Remy was able to
Remy,
return the
another
KO.
down sig.
Oh, man. Remy's just so good at being able to snipe people out with that warp.
He's frustratingly good at hitting those down sigs.
Which is weird because I think it's like unanimously agreed to be the worst signature in Koji's kit.
Well, it's only because there's so much dead zone. There's a little area where he teleports to that's actually the hitbox.
But he knows it, and he gets it well. Ooh, that is the bread and butter bowstring if I've ever seen it. Sure, Remy goes down, but that was his first stock, and he took he put a ton of damage onto the blue team. Oh, what? Oh, okay.
That kill?
Okay, that is
That's an oopsie.
that is a big oopsie right there. Oh no, Noel tried to return the damage, but Ethan could go down.
Phazon.
Dive kick.
Ethan getting a reversal, but couldn't find the
How
finish.
did that recovery KO? Why did he recover? Either way,
Yeah.
they're working around it.
It may have just been a miss.
Remy goes
misinput.
down. If they could get Phazon here, oh, that neutral stick goes so deep, but Phazon goes out for the gravity cancel down, like dodges away, but Noel doesn't want to challenge it. Has
How did
Phazon.
Ethan? That would have been a perfect time for Ethan to come in for a swift dare. Nair goes off the top. Now, Bow Nair is so good at at making you like,
Yeah.
oh, you can't.
Both-
You can dodge through it. You can dodge through this.
Bow
and then the
neutral
kick.
air is like the bow ground pound that hits directly up with
Yeah.
the way how you typically find yourself KOing with it really earlier on. Ooh, nice air. Catches Remy in the middle of the air. But Noel's really deep into the orange.
Remy has to stay alive here, or else Phazon's going to be left in a
would
2v1
be
where he
crazy.
would have the advantage, but it's still on this map you can die so quickly.
Oh, downlight in an air recovery. Noel so close to being done. Can Remy find? Oh, the down tick doesn't work this time. But Ethan's got to be careful with the
Ethan.
recoveries.
That's the second time we've seen in this game of him hitting Noel with the recovery.
There's a recovery dashes back and forth.
Slowed down
Ground
the pace
pound.
a bit.
Ethan avoids it, and man, that nair hit as low as possible for Remy.
Ooh,
the
Remy
down
catching him
sig!
with the down sig.
And what an amazing down sig
Sidelight
because
into a ground pound read because he knew he was going to spot dodge.
Phazon gave it a little bit of like a what's going on here? But Remy and Phazon were able to take that out. Unfortunate recover team kill from Ethan.
Yeah,
and it wasn't.
I
Nobody
swear.
else was up there. It was kind of like one of those weird like oops.
Well, even
moments.
if he meant to put in a ground pound, there's no one really around. It was
Yeah.
just may have just been a misinput on his part.
And then great job coming out from Phazon and Remy to be able to close it out as they at the end there.
You
You
know,
see that?
even-
So the dodge before the gravity cancel down stick, right there, they showed it again. Dodges through the weapon throw, and Noel was going for like a weapon toss, either weapon toss hits or he does a dodge punish. But Remy used the earlier parts of the dodge to be able to avoid the weapon toss and then cancel the end of it into a down stick to be able to take out Noel. It's a classic maneuver that you see from a lot of professional Brawlhalla players, but that was done in an amazing situation.
And even though Ethan and Noel went down 0-3, it was still a very close set. It was well played from both teams.
It was close, but I think Phazon and Remy really showcased the lack of experience
Well, there are
that
a
they
fresh
both had
team.
together. They're a fresh team. There weren't a lot of team combos coming out of it. There was a lot of team damage both from Noel and from Ethan, sometimes unfortunately resulting into a KO. But 5th place for a first-time team
this the right
together.
one?
Yeah, so for those of you that didn't see it,
Oh.
Paper Fairy finally coming in with the right medal.
The correct medal. I
correct
had
medal.
I had to swiftly take it off.
Oh, no.
Another replay. Here we go. I wasn't ready.
There it
You
is.
see me just go, what is happening? Oh, it's
Eventually, like if we cast long enough and Paper Fairy puts enough medals onto you, you're not even going to react.
a medal. Yeah, I'm
It's
just
just
going to
gonna be a
sit there.
natural-
It's just going to happen.
Well, we've got 5 teams left in the bracket.
Now, with Exoup and LDZ
Exoup
against
and
Starlight
LDZ.
and Wrenched, these are both teams. I mean, Exoup and LDZ have been teaming longer than Starlight and Wrenched have. But Starlight and Wrenched have been showing that in this tournament they've made so much progress
Well, Starlight
as a
has
twos team.
has been a remarkable twos player with whoever he
A
plays
very
with
consistent
at
twos player.
any event that he goes to. It's been not a
And
while,
you see,
but
I teamed with Wrench back in like 2017, and he wasn't even close to the twos player that he is today.
Well,
He's
and there
learned
was
so much.
there were the infamous tweets that he was putting up because his twos placements have always been rather rough compared to how
compared
many
to his
top
ones.
3 ones places that he gets.
He was definitely more of a ones-only
Um,
kind of player.
But he's really leveled up his twos game since then. Teaming
He's
with Starlight
impressed
for
me.
this.
I'm proud of him. I wanted him to be good at twos ever since I teamed with him in 2017.
Yeah.
He's finally starting to show up, and I'm so happy.
And now
for
top
him.
6 here at Low Tier City, and this would be the match to beat because this was the team that took out Faison and Remy, who are now waiting for the winner of this match. H-Stupid LDZ knocked Faison and Remy out into losers earlier on in the bracket, now fighting up against Starlight and Wrenched. And I'm not sure, I haven't watched the matches with Starlight. Is Starlight playing a Surrey with Wrenched?
Yes,
Yeah,
it's
that's
been
what I
the
imagine.
it's been a Surrey
Yeah.
Bodvar.
Sorry, okay.
Yeah, Wrench has been playing Hammer very well, maintaining the stage game using.
Wait. Starlight's on Bodvar?
No, Starlight's on the Bodvar. Wrench is the Bodvar.
Wait, what happened to the Lucian that he tweeted about?
No, you see, Wrench is the
Wait,
type
wait,
of
wait,
guy.
what
He'll
happened to
tweet
the-
out one thing. Wrench,
I thought there were 4 other characters.
Here's Wrench in his character
Or were they for
situation.
singles?
Here's Wrench in his character situation. He'll tweet out, "Oh, I'm really feeling guns." 2 days later, actually, guys,
I
I'm
like
going
how
back
you
to
like.
guitars.
I'm like watching you mimic it on your hands.
Yeah,
and,
well,
and it looked like you randomly picked a weapon. It's like, I'm gonna play, and then this. And he just straight
Yeah.
clicks
Just okay, Lucian. All right, cool. And then it's like a week. He'll play it for a week, and then it's like, oh, actually, a Surrey's. I'm gonna go back to a
Gotta
Surrey.
go back to his roots, is how he said it.
He's so flip floppy on characters, but he always comes back to the same 2. It's either Ember, which we haven't seen Ember since years, but that used to be the one he used to go back to. Now it's a Surrey.
Huh. Are there any Ember players?
Boomy.
Does Boomie count?
Well, Boomy went in ones.
Does it count though?
I mean, if you're
Is
talking
Boomie
about
an Ember
Ember,
player?
are you talking about if you're talking about mains?
Is Boomie an Ember player, or has he played Ember before?
You're not wrong. All right, I'll take that back.
Because I'm thinking, besides what, way back.
Way
Zaloxery,
back. Yeah,
That's the
Zaloxery.
only person I thought of. that,
Zaloxery
like-
and Wrench. That's back when Wrench and Zaloxery
That's
both
true.
played Ember
so I
at the
guess
same
and
time.
that was at the time, and that was because I feel like Bo was still relatively unexplored, and it had Katars along with it. So anybody
Yeah.
that was a Katar main, which Wrench certainly is, question mark. I mean, you said he's been playing Bodvar, so now I'm just very confused.
It's a 2 specific pick
Okay.
because
Okay.
Katars can be a little bit harder to manage.
So what does
'cause-
Wrench do on Bodvar that separates him from the rest of the pack?
Well, with Bodvar, he's been actually utilizing dash and kind of just like playing more of a capped kind of hammer play style. Where he'll
What,
take-
dash forward stomp?
Yeah, dash forward stomp, or he'll knock somebody off stage and then stand at the corner and wait for them to come back up. And if he can see an opportunity, turn around and help Starlight. He's more of that kind of guy. He can still do the aggressive plays off stage. If he's something to do a lot of hammer recoveries, going under and stuff like that. But he's very good at maintaining stage control, and that's what's been helping them build leads.
I am excited to see it because I am skeptical.
You'll see.
Okay.
You'll see. You'll be impressed. It may not, even if Starlight and Wrench end up losing this set, I'm sure you're going to be impressed with how Wrench plays his Bodvar. What are you trying to show off there, Wrench?
He's showing off Lil Nas.
Oh, I see. How tall do you think Wrenched with his hair is?
Wait, what?
So-
you say like
so
the
look,
statistic
so-
with the hair?
Yeah, with the hair, because
included?
the hair's so poofy.
You include your hair in when you're making your height measurements?
No, but like I'm curious because I
Oh.
know Wrenched is getting close to the 6-foot side. He's not exactly there yet, but with the hair, I think he can make it
Oh yeah.
because
I
of
don't
how
know.
poofy it is.
I would never consider.
Well,
hair
you got to think
in the
about it this way.
equation.
whenever we were growing, right? When we hit our growth spurt,
When
you were
we were
yeah, when we
growing.
were growing. yeah, whenever we were growing, when you were 5'10", when you're in that area, you're like, dude, I want to be 6 foot so bad.
No,
so
actually, I never-
you would
I
not
never
measure
really
yourself
thought
like
about it.
every other day, trying to
No.
see if you're 6 foot.
Dude, I like grew irregularly fast.
Me
super
too. I
early,
went from 5'9" to
and it-
6'2"
and
in
it
1
just-
year.
It just happened.
Dude,
no,
did
not
your
5'9",
did your knees hurt really bad during
No,
that
actually,
point?
I never had
Oh,
that.
dude, I had tendonitis for a solid year whenever I was growing.
I'm not talking about like 5'9" to 6'2". I'm talking like 5'2" to 6'2". Like I'm
Jeez,
saying
you
like
didn't have any growing pains?
No, it just happened all at once.
Just
ridiculous.
randomly, just
So I never
You went
had,
to
like-
bed and you woke up and your feet were hanging off the bed.
Yeah,
You're like,
definitely
oh.
was just like I'm tall now. Okay, I have to deal with this. No growing pains whatsoever. Just kind of like, oh, but this twin-sized bed is not working.
Oh,
right now.
I still sleep on a twin size.
You have to stop that. You have to stop that
Dude,
right now.
well, you see,
How do you stand
Yeah,
there?
well,
Or do you enjoy
I
having your
grew up
legs
on
hang
it.
off the edge of the bed?
Well, you see, I don't sleep with the actual cover on. I sleep with just a blanket, like an actual
Oh.
blanket. I sleep with one sheet because it's Texas. It's hot in here.
Yeah, it's boiling. This
So
is not Florida. We were just there.
Yeah, we were. Actually, I didn't go.
Oh, that's true. Well, you
I missed out on
you
Daytona.
got to avoid a lot of humidity. That's for sure.
I'm used to it, though.
That's true.
I'm used to 100 degrees with slight humidity, but not too much humidity.
Hair measurements aside, game number 1 is coming up here pretty soon.
And you know, X-Soup, he walked up to me. The first thing he did, I was playing twos. He just walked up to me, smacked me on the shoulder, and was, "Hey, Gobi." He was like, he's one of the few people that doesn't that actually genuinely just walks up to you and just is happy to see you and always energetic and full of energy, even though he has a
Are you
stone
sure
cold face
that
right
we're
now.
talking about the same egg soup? Did you see that egg soup on the interview earlier today?
No.
That was not there.
He didn't have that
The
energy?
level of energy was definitely not there. I am actually
Well, you see,
baffled.
you want to know why? It's because he's serious right now. He has to be in a certain
I
mindset
see. Right.
to maintain this composure so that he can. Yeah, look at him.
yeah. He's serious right now, and then the face
Yeah.
changes.
Well, you know, he still has a bit of the energy inside of him, but he has
I
to make
guess
sure
so.
he's saving it for the game. He has to make sure that he uses that to
You know, I
focus
just
to his
realized
aggression.
the reason why LDZ picks this crossover skin for Dusk is because it's doing the same pose that he does in his Twitter picture.
Yo!
I just noticed that. That's crazy.
Look at the smug face from X-Soup on there.
Twitter.com/LDZ36, I think is what it is.
I have no clue.
Check it out. It's the same. They're basically the same person.
Wrench getting a nice little Sarah.
Wait, he is on board. You were kidding. Okay. Oh,
interesting and Sigrid, but I mean it hit.
Now, both our neutral stick doesn't have to carry you up from the beginning. They hit you with the end.
Well, it's because it's just a constant hitbox
Yeah.
the entire way, so people can just walk into it even if they see it or mispunish it and get hit.
I really
by
think
it.
it's an underrated signature.
It's
as far as
underrated, but
kit
only in
goes.
specific situations. Otherwise, if you just throw it out randomly, it's going to get punished, and it's going to get punished hard.
Right. Ooh. Hey, doing that little dash jump.
You
down
see
air.
how Wrench is playing the hammer is.
Ooh,
he's staying
he
on
stares him.
stage when he has to, and he's just, if the stomp doesn't hit, he's waiting, he's watching, reacting,
Sarah again?
hitting off-stage Sarahs.
Did he get the recovery? He does. Oh, no. LDZ.
Recovery into ground pound. LDZ does get honored to get that recovery, though.
And Wrench just went all the way to the other side of the stage, waited for Eggsoup to pick up the weapon so that he could get that scoop.
He's maintaining patience, and he's making sure that he elongates his stocks for as long as possible. Even though he just lost it, I mean, it's a minute into the game, but they still have a lead.
Right, and they had to put so much focus onto him that Starlight's still holding on to the first stock here on this Surrey and doing a good amount of damage in return. Wrench now on his second stock. Finding a way. Ooh.
Sidelight Sayer, that's such a good combo because you can just immediately wake up out of it because you're in the air. You can just spot dodge and catch the next guy coming in, do another sidelight, dodge up, come back down Sayer. There's so many options you can do out of a orb, Sidelight Sayer.
Ooh, Neutralite Starlight off to the right side of the stage. Goes for that high recovery and the recovery into Wrench. Wrench on the verge of losing the second stock pretty early on if he's not careful about A because he falls in that Neutralite once again. Starlight doing such a great job stock tanking. Oh, man, finally down. Wrench just dodges for his life, but gets stared again by Eggsoup. Can LDZ get that weapon toss? Goes deep underneath, but Starlight trying to cover him, and he makes it back.
Barely.
Ooh, weapon toss comes down, bonks off Starlight, puts on that like 1 damage. Oh man, LDZ! Perfect position for that team combo, 2-piece stair finisher. Tries to get the downlay onto Starlight, and they're both just chasing it. LDZ and Eggsoup are the two players I feel like are the only ones that once they go off stage and they have somebody off there, they're both chase dodging in the same direction. Ooh, great side
save. Tries to go for that down stick. I do that a lot as Bovar too. You just kind of, you have to go for the down stick occasionally just because it's such a good move and it hits so hard and it spikes.
LDZ just fell down to his death there. Ooh! Down stick. LDZ goes in for the side air. Ooh. Start again. Oh man, LDZ dashes up the down air. Some of the stair. Ooh, good neutral stick on the Starlight. Push him up towards the top. And oh, Eggsoup
nearly got a really solid hammer punish, but Eggsoup coming in with the save. Wrench is deep in the red, a sig away from being dead.
Oh,
Eggsoup tried to go for the give off the top.
Ooh, recovery goes down.
They both did recoveries, but they did in opposite directions, so it covered like every option.
Dang. Oh man, Eggsoup putting up the down six to distract Starlight as the orb went directly through the star that Fate draws with that down signature and ends up getting him off the bottom of the stage. And now Eggsoup and LDZ are up a game. how many games will Wrench necessarily have to lose before the Bodvar goes away? Because something that I noticed
I don't
as the
think it's
game
going
went
to go
further,
away.
You don't think so? Because Wrench started off super strong with the hammer, and then it almost felt like he defaulted back to the sword, and then it was like easier for LDZ.
Well, you see,
and
if the
Exup.
hammer doesn't work, Wrench is a consistent sword player. I think that's something he likes
Okay.
to keep. So he can go back to the sword, but I don't think double guitars is what Wrench Starlight are going for or what they want, because there's not that hard-hitting kill option that hammer is.
Okay. I can see it.
I mean, double guitars can work, but I don't think that's what Wrench and Starlight want. If they're forced into it, maybe, but I don't think it's anything that they're considering at the moment.
Ooh, went for that scoop. And LDZ ground pounds Exup on accident, trying to connect with Wrenched. Exup taking a lot of damage earlier on in this game, but LDZ off stage to be able to put on maybe a little bit more damage on the Wrenched. Missile down air, Silas wrenched away. Ooh, jumping Sair, Sairs him again. Puts Wrench so far off to the right.
Wrench getting something started with his hammer. Downlight Sarah is going to finish off Exup's stock. Tries to go for a cheeky gravity cancel Ensig, but ends up missing.
Ooh. Tries to catch him out of the air, doesn't quite work, and Wrench now off the side, goes to that side. Like, oh man, so many hits hitting at once. That just negated everything. Wrench tried to go up for that neutral air. Ooh. Exup can't find the downer, but the second downer does connect. Chase dodges directly upwards. Can Wrench even make it back? Oh, recovery from Starlight, trying to get him, but Wrench just ends up getting
Offstage
sent to his
position.
death. Oh!
LDZ
no.
manages to hit Exup instead of Starlight, and Starlight just recovers.
Exup and LDZ
safely.
have like this 50-50 off stage at the moment, where it's like maybe they hit each other, maybe they hit their opponent.
And
but
if they hit their opponent, the opponent's down.
that's true, but it feels like it's not working in their favor all the time now. Like this game
It's
goes
not.
in the favor of Wrench and Starlight, it's
Especially
because
now that
of
Exup
how much
is
team
in
damage they're
the
doing.
deep red. A popular chase option after a Sair is that chase dodge into down air with the orb. Exup is specifically going for that.
Exup actually was able to recover back and take Starlight stock along with him. LDZ got to be careful. Saired into the platform. Mammoth Fortress saving Exup a little bit longer than he may originally would be living for. And ooh, downlight in his neutral light right away. Wrench is trying to go for that scoop. They have that stock, but LDZ gets the dare. Is that going to be it? Oh, man, Exup somehow still living. LDZ with the down airs is able to put Wrenched off the side of the stage.
Building up damage on Starlight, getting it started on Wrenched.
Oh, falling down that side air. Wrench goes for the recovery. Down air in. Okay, ground pound into Starlight. Puts him off the side of the stage, and now side air from LDZ was able to put Wrenched and Starlight off to the right a little bit further, but LDZ has had the most success with Orb Dare off stage. In fact, I feel like Orb down air is just defining this match when it comes to their offstage interactions.
Because they're using it, if they're not using it to where they're just shooting straight down, they're bouncing it off the wall on the side of the stage to kind of cover that side of the stage so that people can't touch that.
LDZ went
bounce him
down
off.
relatively early to that weapon toss.
Wrenched is in the deep red. Go off stage with LDZ. LDZ building up more damage to recovery. Does not finish off the stock.
A ton of damage was applied, though. Goes for that side six. Sarah puts Wrenched off. He goes all the way down to avoid that weapon throw, and LDZ doesn't get the kill. Starlight does a great job being able to stop LDZ from going to exactly where Wrench was going to recover. That down sig would have ended Exup for sure. You see Exup finally gets the down air. 3 different kinds of dares that we saw from Exup. The down air on Orb almost feels like, what?
Another one.
It feels like there's 4 or 5 moves packed into that attack just because of how many ways you could get the orb to bounce
It's
off the
very
stage.
versatile. Very versatile move.
On the ground, off the wall. The only place that you can't bounce off is the ceiling. It'd be kind of crazy if we had under the stage interactions like that.
And then
I guess it's more common with Scythe than anything
like
else.
Orb Nair, you can just throw it up and it'll bounce
Oh, yeah,
off
it
the
just bounces
bottom.
down.
Actually, is that a thing? Has anybody tested that?
It's definitely not a thing.
Oh, okay.
I promise.
Aw, you can hear people.
Ooh, Starlight doing a great job in this 1v2. Nair from LDZ. Ground pound miss, but downlight kick Starlight off once again. Oh, the weapon toss in unison.
weapon toss.
Oh, can't find that side. Okay, down air to make Exup, not making it its way through. Starlight sent off stage once again.
And he's not going to make it back.
Can't even make it back on his
Game
own.
2, that's 2-0 Exup LDZ. They're up with 2-0. That is game 3. Is there going to be a switch? That's what's going to happen. Is
I'm
Wrench
hoping
going to
so,
switch
because
off
Wrench
the
is
Bodvar?
just dying too soon. The hammer's not doing enough, and the sword I feel like would be much more comfortable if he was with a character
I
that he was
heard,
a
I
little
heard
more
a
comfortable
sentinel.
with.
I heard a sentinel.
Are we just going further down the hammer line, right? Like, because he gets the guitars and the hammer, right?
He's been really liking hammer.
And if
Especially
he
in twos.
feels like he needs guitars, we were talking about how double guitars might not necessarily be the best idea, but we were really talking about double Asuri, not double guitars.
But
and
this is still double
Sentinel-
guitars, but it's still he still has that.
And he has
hammer.
that hammer to be able to get those Sarah KOs, because when they're in deep red, we're seeing Hammer Sarah actually connect. Is he staying with that Bodvar hammer that he was using before? I think he is.
I didn't see.
We'll find out shortly. They just can't decide whether or not they want to ban maps or not.
I'm interested because I've seen Wrench play Sentinel before. He kind of does it in custom games every once in a while, just
I
because
feel
it is.
like-
He's really has been feeling this hammer recently.
I feel like it's not going to go well.
You think so? His sig usage with Sentinel's hammer is
I like
unique.
Sentinel down sig quite a bit.
You know, he actually hits the side sig and end sig more
Okay.
often than D sig, just because side sig is such a good chasing option.
Right. And then Qatar, I think that any character like Core or Sentinel that has a down signature like they do on Guitars or Gauntlets where it splashes downwards in the ground and
Yeah.
hits all around them, has
The-
amazing
yeah.
utility off
Yeah.
stage, in
Wrenched
the
with the
air, on
Sentinel
the ground.
sigs, that's
Lingers a
scary.
little bit with the electricity. Maybe they're able to find something from it here in game number 3 because LDZ and Egg Soup are on the verge of being able to take this 3-0 to move on to fight against Phazon and Remy once again. LDZ opening up with the recovery, and Egg Soup and LDZ both pick up an orb right away, and Starlight starts taking a huge
that's
beating.
damage.
And Starlight has definitely been the stock tank so far throughout these 2 games.
It's because he does the chip damage. He's been just like slowly but surely trying to get those guitars to start up, get any kind of hardery he can, and punish where he can. And he just see how he just kind of lays back. That's how come Starlight doesn't do that much damage. He does put both of them into
And
a
there's
good
a down
offstage
sig that we were
position.
talking about twice in a row. We go for a third one. Oh, he goes for the grab pound instead, mixes it up. Third
Goes
down
for it.
sig. Just put the fear into that move, being able to come out and then change it up.
Another
No, okay, no,
one.
Wrench
He's
is
just gonna
actually
keep
just
throwing
down.
on. He's like,
what just happened?
They'll hit eventually. It'll hit eventually. Just another down sig.
I was so focused on how many times Wrench was using down sig that I didn't even notice that blue team was demolishing them the entire time. Primarily Starlight. Starlight just going crazy off stage. Wrench and Starlight now with a very solid lead in game number 3. The Sentinel pick working out so far. But LDC's fighting back. That side stick charge up just long enough to be able to get that bolt. Like in the Sayer
Downlight
side stick.
Sayer doesn't finish off Starlight's stock. You know, Starlight has been surviving the game in and game out so far.
Ooh, down sig down. The wrench and the recovery sends him flying off the top in Starlight. Now avoids that weapon toss, able to hold on to stock a little bit longer. Could he potentially extend it to where he get LDZ or Egg Soup down to stock? Downlights are coming out. Oh man, avoid the neutral stick from LDZ, but then it's Sared by Egg on the way down, and Wrench taking a ton of damage during the respawn, just woes away. But no, Nair catches him to Sayer.
Sayer.
Those little aerial orb attacks, those neutral airs, just catching them. If they're not dodging them, can put them in a position to get sided right away. And there's that side stick that you're talking about from Wrench. Didn't work out in Fed. Instead, found him unarmed.
And Wrench is now in his deep in red on his second stock.
Yeah, Starlight still playing the stock tank role, the most so far on this game. Downlight recovery takes out Egg. Will he turn over to LDZ? Sayer hits, does it, done. Starlight, maybe 4 KOs up so far, and Wrench actually able to dash in with a side light. Tag on a little bit more damage on the Egg before LDZ was able to respawn. Starlight is so unscathed on the second stock. Wrench goes down.
That sig is a lot
I'm
more force than I
very
thought it had.
surprised. Yeah, like Mammoth Fortress in 2s, it's a pretty big map.
Uh-oh, LDZ manages to get back onto that side of the stage.
Scoop Starlight, put a little bit of damage onto him, doesn't matter. Wrench still playing with that hammer as you were talking about, Cider. Oh no, side stick just misses. Oh, LDZ! No
God,
mercy!
Both the blue team. Egg Soup manages to dodge out of it. That's like the perfect situation you want on as a team.
Right. Starlight goes down, and Wrench just running for his life gets a Sared. Oh, is Egg Soup going to go off the ground? But oh, Wrench trying to get the reversal with the recovery.
Risky ground pound.
Egg Soup taking so much damage. Another D-Light recovery, especially in the air. If Starlight's able to get that gravity cancel, oh man, the recovery goes in and Egg Soup doesn't go down. That could happen in there, sends him flying, and LDZ has to fight this. 1 versus 2. Ground pounds down, trying to put more damage on the Starlight. If he can take out Wrench, it could be possible, but Starlight has been playing so incredibly well. Didn't chase dodge after the recovery. Ends up getting hit by Wrench, and now LDZ is so close to losing the stock. Stomp, Sayer doesn't work as the stomp gets him on the way up from the side of the stage. Can LDZ find this finisher on the Wrench? Ground pound goes all the way low,
Wrench
just forces
starts
Wrench
to
away.
go
The weapon toss, LDZ trying to chase him.
Good decision to go around from Wrench. That Nair doesn't finish off LDZ's stock.
Ooh, goes for that gravity cancel down. Like the dodge is gone. The recovery
Dare
is
into
it.
recovery. Now, what were you saying about the Sentinel pick?
It worked out. Although I really just think that Starlight leveled up.
Yeah,
Times
Star,
a million.
okay. So
Like
this was definitely
that
Starlight's game.
offstage exchange, Wrench put out 5 Qatar down 6 in a row. None of them hit, and yet somehow
Hey, do you know what we call that?
LZ
That's
and
option
That's
coverage.
true. That is option coverage. You're absolutely right.
They can't, if they decide to dodge up, that Wrench was right there to spike them down.
Are they going back to Mammoth Fortress again? Starlight wants
Looks
it.
like it is.
Game number 4 underway. 2-1. LDZ and Egg staying on to their legends. Let's see if the offstage goes as poorly for them as it did last time. And we were talking about that, right? Offstage gameplay is hard to judge when it comes to how well it succeeds because it really only takes that one bad option
one
to
mistake.
lose an entire stock. And stocks, depending on the matchup in Brawlhalla, go a long way. Especially with how long
That's a lot
Starlight's
of
able to
damage on
hold on to.
Wrenched. X-Soup's still putting more damage onto Wrenched.
Ooh. LZ and Wrench fighting offstage by themselves. And ooh, we could have a repeat of that situation against that ground pound comes down, even though Egg dodges in place. Recovery into Egg, the weapon toss.
Ground
Oh
pound.
no, ground pound goes
Is
down
he
as
gonna
Wrench
have
going to go for it
options?
again.
Oh,
Oh,
this is perfect save.
but Wrench puts so much damage on with ground pounds. Offstage, hammer into unarmed. And now Starlight tries to go for the recovery. Egg 2 manages to avoid certain death. LGC fighting Wrench once again with that recovery. Chase dodges all the way up, and Wrench goes all the way high just to be able to fall low with that side air. Downlight puts it on. Full recovery from LDZ. Down airs Wrench down towards the bottom of the stage, and recovery still doesn't manage to kill Egg Soup.
This is a game of who's going to lose their first stock first.
Ooh,
Is it gonna
ground
be
pound.
Wrenched?
Wrench doesn't make it back. Recovery almost certainly. Wow. Egg Soup's still living. Just needs to put a little bit more damage on the Wrench, and it's already worked. That Egg's got enough extra credit. He could lose the stock, but they're still going.
These orb follow-ups.
Oh,
are
Wrench
so
fully charges that
consistent.
neutral sig. Takes a little bit of damage for his troubles, and this is what I'm talking about.
Sidelight downlight so that he doesn't get punished if he went for a Sayer.
Good point. Side stick from Egg Soup. If it didn't hit, it allowed him to reposition. Neutral stick comes out on the Starlight, and now we have an opposite situation from game number 3 on to game 4. LDC fighting Wrenched off stage, and that neutral air tags on a little bit more damage. That Sayer will almost, if it didn't kill on its own, LDC was done. He had no jumps. Weapon toss connects with Egg. Is Egg down 2? No!
Sayer spike.
Starlight was able to finish it off. Evens up pretty quickly. Wrench fighting offstage with guitars, goes for the recovery.
Wrench
Ground
being
pound
a
from
little bit
LDZ.
dangerous off stage.
I'm surprised Egg Soup doesn't want to go down to join LDZ, playing a little bit
Well,
safer.
it's a good decision
recognizing-
because of how good, even though Scythe is really good off stage, but if there's 2 guitars off stage, there's
Right.
2 guitar nairs, and that's too much interrupt for Scythe to handle.
That's a great point. Because if you miss that neutral air or down air on Scythe, you're going to be spending a lot of time on recovery.
Oh,
Ooh, can LDZ
no,
make it back? No, he can't.
didn't.
Ground pound, no from Egg. Gets the return KO. Starlight goes down, and that's a huge deal because Wrench was definitely way more damaged than Starlight was before that ground pound hit. You see that spear Sayer almost killing from the other side of the stage. Egg and LDZ just focusing on the Starlight as Wrench goes off to the side of the stage. Ooh, man, tries to get back on. Dodged in place, but Starlight's neutral light was able to cover
Oh,
gold.
that
Man!
neutral light coming out from Egg.
Down here from Starlight puts Egg Soup off. Well, okay. That was not the right direction for LDC to be able to use that signature. Wrench goes to that ground pound, misses. Down air doesn't punish. Sider sends Wrenched off, and now Wrench and Starlight both on their tournament stocks. But if LDC's take it down, Egg Soup could very easily be eliminated in a 1v2. LDC has to be careful. Leave the offstage play to Egg Soup, perhaps.
Recovery.
Oh, stop Sayer. Egg Soup. I thought that was going to go on LDZ for sure, but Starlight managed to
Starlight
stack
only
it
has a
up.
dodge left.
Okay, LDZ just needs to run. That stomp Sayer comes out. Can Wrench get the recovery? Oh,
No, he
doesn't
doesn't
quick hit
get
it.
LDC goes around.
And so much damage on the Egg on the way back as LDC had to spend so much time recovering underneath the bottom
Downlight
stage.
ground
The
pound,
downlight
that's gonna
ground
be
pound.
the
Okay, Wrenched and Starlight about to bring it to a game number 5. Starlight heavily damaged. If Egg Soup can get through. Good starter. Neutral sig punished very well. If Starlight just stays ground, that down sig or that neutral sig will never hit from Egg Soup. And the down sigs begin. Can Egg Soup make it back, or is this going to be the ground pound that ends it all? Oh no, falling there. Doesn't quite work out. Wrench fully charged that neutral signature, just trying to get that finish off somehow. Downlight from Egg Soup does not hit anybody. Sayer's wrenched away.
Now Egg has to make sure he chooses his punishes wisely because any move that locks him in place, unless it's taking him away from the stage, could get punished.
Spot dodge the down sig. Oh no! Wrenched hits the neutral sig on the Starlight. Egg Soup in the 1v1. Takes him down. The recovery hit sends him flying. But Egg Soup still alive, has the orb. Wrenched. Now on the guitars, this is his weapon of choice, but he's not on the Asuri. Will the 1v1 play out the same way? Egg Soup trying to bounce the down air into Wrench.
Sidelight Sayer.
Sidelight side air.
Egg has
Chase dodges
advantage.
forward. Goes for the recovery. No, the nair bounces Egg off the bottom of the stage. Wrenched picks up the hammer. Goes for the weapon toss.
Stomps it.
Sayer
That's
hits
gonna
it.
be it.
And Wrenched, despite
is
taking out
game-
Starlight, is able to take out game number 4. Breaks into game 5. really, really nerve-wracking situation for Wrench.
Yeah, after the instinct, I was like, wait, this could be anybody's game.
Very terrifying, but I mean, Egg really never got back into a neutral state. It felt like even though Wrench does that pivot neutral state onto Starlight, Egg was still stuck in a state where he was recovering all the time. And Wrench did a great job of utilizing every new weapon spawn, just tossing it away, not caring what he had, and found that cider to be able to take Egg down. Now we're going to game number 5. Is it back on Mammoth Fortress, or are they mixing up finally? No. Game number 5 is going to be on Mammoth, and that was a really close final, or game 4.
Some early damage build up for Egg Soup and LDZ.
Side air, Starlight, and Wrenched off the side. Good little ground pound from LDZ. Ground pound again.
Ground pound.
Can he get Wrenched down for good? Oh!
Egg Soup is there with the throw.
return. He did touch, though, so he got all his recovery and his jumps back. Ooh, a little clash there from Wrench and Starlight, but Wrench manages to make it back. A big deal for the blue team.
That was interesting because Starlight realized that he hit his partner with that downlight, so he wanted to see if he can cover any options, or so he's trying to punish him. Good decision from Starlight.
D-Light Cider puts Wrenched off the left side of the stage. LDZ and Egg Soup now up a stock apiece. Oh, no, not yet. Starlight's actually doing really well with his first stock.
Yeah, Starlight's the healthiest one.
Ooh, taunt, team combo under Wrenched. Puts him into the deep yellow. It is always a viable strategy in Brawlhalla to focus on just taking one player down first.
But
it doesn't work out there as Wrenched able to get that side air. Great edge guard. Started by Starlight, ended by Wrenched.
Damage build up onto Wrench coming from Egg Soup. Wrench is on his last or second stock deep in the red now.
Ooh, neutral stick from Egg Soup was a little bit too high.
I think Wrench is playing a little bit too risky. He's just trying to pull people off stage, but I don't think that's a good idea with any orb, even with Spear in the situation that he's in, because one Spear dare would put him off stage for too long. And you see right there, weapon toss into the KO.
And also to mention that it's not just against orb; it was also the state that Wrench was in with the stock count
the situation.
And the damage.
It wasn't the most ideal place for him to be.
Starlight's still up with 3 stocks. Could go away at any moment, but LDZ and Egg, as I was talking about, completely viable strategy just to be able to go for one person.
Out everywhere.
And if you steer them correctly, why not? Wrench is staying up the stage, going for the hammer recovery. Ooh, ground pound. Managed to get through, but LDZ was able to get the return damage. Doesn't really care if he hits Egg Soup because any damage on the Wrenched is permanent, because once that stock's gone, it's done for the blue team, essentially. Egg Soup trying to take Starlight off the top super early on. Snipes with the downer, gets the ground pound. Another dare! Can Egg get up the side air, puts him on the stage?
He did not interrupt the recovery. He didn't throw one out.
Ooh, and Wrench gets a nice side air off the side stick from Egg Soup. Egg thought he was safe, but Wrench turned around, swatted him aside. Stocks are brought to dead even. Nair's LDZ. That guitar Nair is sending LDZ so far away. Oh man, LDZ is deep.
He's
red.
deep. He's
that
nearly
is barbecue
black.
color red. Comes to the side air. Egg puts him off the stage. Gets the recovery, and now Wrench trying to make it back. Dodges towards the stage, and LDZ said flag is still somehow living. At this point, I feel like you might as well just get rid of the stock so that you could be on the stage more to help your teammate.
So that's spending all the time recovery. That is something you have to consider. But Egg's
finally goes down.
Not very damaged. So
right. If Egg was taking a lot more damage, maybe LDZ would have thought about that. But ooh, double recovery from Starlight. Wrench still managing to live. He's playing a lot less risky, as we were talking about earlier, but the ground pound takes Starlight down. Wrench just needs to live. Go under the stage. Anything.
Do it. Just go for orb stuff.
Okay, down air after down air. Oh no, Wrench gravity cancel neutral six, and it works into a recovery. He manages to get damage on without taking any himself, and Starlight fighting off stage, gets the recovery, tries to get it with the downlight. But LDZ and Egg Soup are both just putting their orb down out in front of them with that down air. Neutral Stick takes Wrench down, and then the 1v2 of a lifetime. Starlight has to win this to move on. Egg Soup and LDZ wants that reset, or wants that rematch against Phazon and Remy. Ooh, Neutral Stick doesn't quite hit. Neutral lighted from from LDZ, and now Starlight gets hit by that Sair unarmed. It's looking grim for Starlight to Surrey.
He has to find a way to get onto stage.
Down there, dash to
weapon toss. That's going to be it.
LDZ and Egg Soup take it 3-2. over Wrenched and
Now, after the set,
Starlight.
even though Starlight and Wrench did manage to lose, what did you think about Wrenched Hammer?
Uh,
What's your opinion on it?
I think it's developing. I feel like it is an understatement to say that Starlight played out of his mind in that set.
Definitely
Starlight played incredibly well.
played
There were so many situations where Starlight was on 3 stocks to Wrench's 1 stock, and Starlight was doing a ton of damage as well. It wasn't like at the end that he was just stock tanking and not being effective.
Yeah.
And then Wrench was being able to find those KOs with the Sarah, but just wasn't living quite long enough. I think that Wrench is onto something. Needs a little bit more time to develop it. In the meantime, Starlight really well on the Asuri there. I would have liked to have been able to see one match where they were both doing
I actually
Asuri,
really like their double
but-
guitars.
Yeah, the double guitars was quite nice, except for when Wrench took him out with the neutral sig. But besides that, it was pretty
You're
good.
not wrong.
Yeah.
He still managed to win that game, though.
That's true. They won 2 games with the switch off the Sentinel. I think a large part of that had to do with unlocking the guitar potential for Wrench because of how good he is with the guitars. I mean, those weapons get him top 2, top 3 at almost any event that he
But
goes
you see, that's
to.
in the 1v1s. It's different playing guitars in ones than it's
I
playing in
suppose.
twos.
I suppose. But when you're a main of that character or of that weapon, typically you tend to find a way to change your playstyle up depending on the matchup.
But you see, depending on who your partner is, there's different weapon combinations.
Okay,
There's different
okay.
SIG options that you can have with other
So you're saying
characters.
that maybe the hammer choice was a large part of the agreement or the team idea of
yeah,
the matchup of Wrench
yeah.
and Starlight.
And also maybe just Wrench really was feeling Hammer. and just was
Speaking
playing.
of hammer and speaking of Bodvar, we have Little
we
Cat.
have the Bodvar player.
So this is like,
No, nobody would have predicted this kind of finals.
Yeah.
Just because
also
Cake
like,
and Capped in winners finals.
so
I mean, you would definitely see this team as somebody making a top 8.
2018, Cake and Addy gave Boomie in any iteration a run for his money in 2s in teams. Yeah, they did. I mean, it looked really good for EU in 2s towards the end of 2018, especially at BCX. 2019 has been a different story ever since Boomie teamed up with Sandstorm on all the events that they've been going to. But I feel very strongly that Boomie and Sandstorm are going to convincingly 3-0 this. I'm really excited to.
I wouldn't.
to
If it's not
wrong.
a 3-0, I think it's going to be a very close set. I don't think it may go to Game 5, but I think it's going to. I think this may have
See,
potential to surprise you.
I have qualms with calling sets that are still 3-0s very close.
You
So let's talk about
have
that.
you seen the
Let's
meme?
talk-
Have you seen the meme where it's like 3-0 close though? And like
Yeah.
brackets?
Like you have like an asterisk that says like, by the way, this was like last stock. Every
Yeah, there's
time.
like it was just very close.
But in the end of the day, it's like the 3-0's a 3-0 with the results.
Oh, you're
right?
not wrong. In
And-
the end, you did not win a game.
Yeah. And Little Capped, I think Little Capped and Ethan have actually taken down games, if not sets, off of Boomie and Sandstorm before. Like they brought them into losers only for Boomie and Sandstorm to come through and win again.
Yeah.
So Little Capped has the potential against these 2 players individually, as does Cake. I want to see how they work together. We did see a lot of those small blunders where you were talking about how like they were able to return damage off of each other depending on who was getting
think
hit.
this team-
we didn't see it as much as they were against when they were against
Exup
Exhibit
LZ.
LZ. Yeah.
I think this team has the advantage. Like Captain Cake have the advantage in the first few games, just because you have to figure out how they're playing. You can watch a team all you want and strategize, but actually putting that strategy into motion takes some time. It takes a little bit less time just because the caliber players that are Boomie and Sandstorm. But there's still a little bit of an adjustment you have to make just because this is not your usual team. It's an NA player and an EU player. It's not going to be your standard, like your usual experienced 2v2 team.
Right.
There's some different
Although
stuff
we've
they're
seen
gonna
it work,
do.
right? Daiku and Kostelix was a thing.
Yeah, Daiku was top 3 at a LAN. What was that? Wasn't
crazy.
that
Final round?
Final round,
it was
yeah.
final round. So sometimes it works. I mean, Pugsy and Fiend. I mean, that wasn't necessarily EU, but it was definitely inter-regional.
It's yeah. If Captain Cake are gonna win this, they have to win 3-0. I don't think there's any chance they make it later into the like a long set. Just because of the caliber
That
of
is
players.
that's a bold statement potentially. 3-0 or 3-1.
Well, you see, what I've noticed out of Sandstorm and Boomie is the first few games they played relaxed. They're like, all right, let's have some fun. Let's get some very cool looking stuff in. And if they don't get that comfortable lead, you see the game face. The sternness and the seriousness. There's no laughing. There's no
I like how this
play.
button check is trying to recover under shipwreck. That's what this is. It's like, yeah, it's not just for show. You can't get caught underneath the stage in that area under shipwreck, and that's what they're doing the entire time. game number 1 is going to be coming up pretty soon between these two teams. And this is winners finals at Low Tier City. Winner of this goes into Grands to fight against whoever is able to make it out to the losers bracket. We've got Igsup and LDZ and Faison and Remy going to be taking each other out in the losers semis, a matchup that we saw earlier on in the day in favor of Igsup and LDZ. Maybe it will go in the opposite direction this time. We'll have to find out after this best of 5. Names are going in. Flags are being selected. It's funny because sometimes only one person's got the mouse to select the flags, and you can really troll, troll your opponents that way.
Here it is again. It's probably going to be Petra and Zol. That's what they've been running this entire tournament.
Sandstorm. Okay, fine. He brings up the Zol.
I think if, as I said earlier, if the Zol doesn't work, I think the Linfei is coming out. I think he's going to stay Kanan.
I'm under the impression that Sandstorm very much detests using guitars, even if he has an ability with them.
You know, just purely for the cannon.
Oh yeah,
He doesn't
true.
pick. He doesn't,
It's not like
he
he does a
doesn't
lot
play
with the
Canyon
axe.
Legends for the secondary weapon. He plays the Canyon Legends for the cannon. Because you know Linfei Sigs are so good. Downlane N6 True for some parts.
That is a good point. Yeah, I think. Although I like Linfei's cannon for singles more than I do for doubles, but
You're not wrong. I'm just saying if the Zol doesn't work, but most of the times he plays fine.
the game number 1's underway. Little Capped and Cake. Lots of fate representation today. Oh, that'll happen so
Carried
much.
Boomie
He
in
just
that.
doesn't care if he's hitting Boomie at the same time.
He's like, if I hit a string, watch out, because I'm going to finish it, even if you're in it.
Sandstorm open up with those anti-air neutral airs. Boomie already deep into the red. Hits Cake a little bit. Ooh, a lot of team damage coming out from Cake and Little Capped. Ooh, Boomie once again dared away. Oh! Brings up
That
the
down
bomb.
sig is terrifying.
It's pretty cool. He's just, oh no. He couldn't hit any of the spirit bombs, so he was like, screw this, just toss the
Just
orb
toss
down.
it.
I was like, that one
Ground
hits. Wow, I think that was Neutralite that connect into the side air. Sandstorm was like, oh wow, that weapon actually kills, and then just tosses it away.
And then it's like,
goes back to
all
the
right,
cannon.
you
He's
did
like,
your
I don't
job.
want that.
You did your job. Perfect.
Boomie opening up with a nice little pummel, surprisingly not losing that stock, and is continuing the
Continuing
string.
on, even after hitting
He went
Sandstorm.
from like hitting Little Cap to Sandstorm to Cake to like back to Little
Little
Cap.
Cap.
It was just, oh man.
And now what
Sandstorm.
was an even game
Oh,
at the beginning is
God.
now just starting to run away.
Yeah, this is like exactly what I feared was going to happening very, very quickly. Because you don't even have like the previous experience of like Ethan knowing what kind of string Sandstorm wants to go for. Great
Yeah.
double KO coming out from Cake, but that was only after we heard like what 17 consecutive cannon hits back and forth on both of their teammates, and he went for that silent recovery. Ooh, Boomie trying to teleport in there with the down six. Side six comes out and isn't quite able to hit Little Caps. And there it comes forward. Ooh, nice
Sandstorm
little
getting
neutral
things
light.
started on the cannon.
Oh, that Sair almost takes Little Cap out from the other
That
side of the
Zol
stage.
Force, dude. That Zol Force is so scary because it not only builds up damage like faster, but it can take just a little bit off stage. It can kill you in like a few shots.
Ooh, down light, down air. Neutral light on Orb, taking him down. Wasn't able to find the neutral sig on the Cake, but that side air says Cake flying. Wow, that has a lot of force.
Oh,
Sandstorm once again.
Sandstorm interrupted Boomie getting that. Sarah would have probably hit and finished off Cake's last.
Did Boomie make it
stock.
back if Sandstorm hits him? I think. Oh wait, Boomie doesn't even have Sandstorm hit him. Oh, ground pound in the air, and the weapon toss can look at make it. Okay, he does make it back. Managed to get that KO on the Boomie. Evens things up pretty quickly, but if Cake goes down, oh, Sandstorm fighting off stage with Axe, not looking good. Dodges through Little Capped, but down air comes down. Oh, double jump down air, doesn't quite hit. Little Cap being able to avoid it with the nair, doesn't take Sandstorm out just yet.
Now Cake has been surviving very well, but that recovery is going to kill him off the top.
Goes for that weapon toss, dodges straight forward, and Little Cap takes out Sandstorm's second stock. Goes for that side light, chase dodge forward recovery, but Little Cap doesn't let it happen. Side sig goes for the neutral sig. Oh. So Petra side sig has active input at the end of it.
I
So
didn't know that until like a few weeks after.
And this is why now I'm even more confident that it is actually side sig because I spent a lot of time studying this character. So you are wrong, Gobi.
No,
it is side sig.
dude,
It has
there's no
active
way.
input, and you can choose to send them in front of you or directly upwards. So Boomie was like, I know you want that team combo. He trolled his teammate a little bit. Don't shake your head. I know it's side sig. No, it is. I can get text confirmation from Pingu.
Is it?
Totally is. Hold on. Is that Petra side sig? Everybody else in the crowd already knows.
Yeah, there's probably in the chat spamming. Dude,
100%.
it's side sig, it's down sig.
Oh, you
Casters don't know their stuff.
You're only saying that last minute because you hope that there's
No,
maybe a chance
because
for
I'm
you,
still
Gobi.
confident in my selection, okay?
I'm waiting. Game number 2 is coming underway pretty soon. We're sticking to Petra and Zol. I haven't gotten a response back. I never will. Twilight Grove. All right, so this is terrifying to me for anybody that's fighting against an orb because, as we were talking about the directly horizontal knockback of the Sair, if you hit that into the island, you have a lot of tools to be able to reset combos.
Oh,
Maybe use a
big
neutral-
damage,
oh no,
big
Sandstorm. Everybody's
damage.
there. You have to be careful. No, Boomie actually turned that back on a Little Capped.
Oh no, Caps was dead.
No.
That Cap stock was gone, and Sandstorm tried to go for a flashy finisher, but ended up saving him.
Ooh, there it is again. I was just talking about it, right? He side armed into the island, tried to get that pivot neutral air to be able to tap him and reset it for another hit. Boomie goes down first. Okay, so Little Cap went from being saved to now taking the lead, and Sandstorm trying to find that Zol
All that
neutral
happened
save.
in the first 40 seconds of the game.
Oh man, down like ground pound down. Red team barely in the lead, but for how long?
Cake gets that ground pound, manages to finish off Sandstorm stock. Now they do have a little bit of a lead, building up some damage on Boomie. That neutral, Sandstorm walked into it. They're building a steady lead. Nice team play coming out from Cake and Lil Cap.
Yeah, it's actually looking quite good on Twilight Grove. And ooh, goes for that down air stomp sider, puts Sandstorm closer off to the side of the stage, and Cake, okay, pummeled away. Sandstorm has a little bit more damage. The ground pound from Boomie puts Sandstorm down. Okay, Sandstorm loses that stock. Will Boomie follow shortly afterwards? It's looking so good. Like, this isn't just a lead. It's a very convincing one. Little Cap barely damaged after the huge beating that he took on stock number 1.
Yeah, at the beginning, Boomie and Sandstorm had such a huge lead.
Oh, we try to go for that side air. Little Cap's on
Nice
flying.
neutral sig.
Boomie goes down. Sandstorm tries to get that
I'm
downlight dare.
surprised Sandstorm didn't go for the downlight nair to try to finish off the top.
Maybe he thought that, oh yeah, you're right, Little Cap's actually damaged enough where it looks like it. But there, that nair hitting Cake, and that didn't
There
go.
it is. There's
Finally
the
finds
downlight
it,
nair.
looks for the downlight again. Cake running for safety onto the island, waiting for Little Cap to spawn in, maybe find a weapon in his favor. Will the next weapon come as the side stick just bounces Cake off the wall?
Oh no! Sandstorm doesn't have any options. That weapon toss is going to finish off his stock. Boomie tried to go for the save.
Boomie now in a 1v2 against Little Captain Cake, and something about Twilight Grove has activated the team synergy between Little Captain Cake. As after that one crazy combo from Sandstorm, it just looked impossible for him. And they're continuing.
Such a good
Down air,
follow-up.
goes for another down air, neutral air. Okay, that sider bounces him off.
Grandpa, go.
Ooh,
No.
dive kicks. Boomie doing a great job of maneuvering
Sound
around.
like good option.
Weapon toss, does he pick it back up? No, he doesn't. Cake gets the recovery. Will Cake go for the down air? Can Boomie even make it back?
Down
No,
air,
not
that's
anymore. A 2-stock coming in from Cake and Little Caps.
And you see, you wouldn't have thought the game was going to end that way from the beginning. Just because how
Well,
everything started out. In the first 40
I
seconds.
had a suspicion because Sandstorm definitely just didn't even care about what was happening to Boomie.
True.
So sometimes when that happens, the same thing can happen in reverse. But really, Sandstorm just didn't get anything working off stage. Every time that he tried to go off, he was either losing his own stock or taking, like saving Little Caps, right? Because I feel like if he had just let Little Cap fall, totally different game number 2.
Yeah. That one situation changed the entire game. And to start out this game, even though Lil Cap did manage to steal the weapon, Boomie got some good unarmed damage.
Confirmation from Pingu.
Oh, what did it say?
The dash is the side sig, Gobi.
It is?
The down sig.
Oh, dude.
Okay.
I need to study up more Brawlhalla.
Well, Petra's relatively new. I'll give you that one, right? Let it slide.
And
Good
I
side
only
sig.
looked at her once, so.
Yeah, that's probably a good reason. Oh, the down stick from Boomie coming out on stage. We go for the down stick again for that edge
Sandstorm
guard.
entering the red.
Yeah,
Tries to go for
relatively
that axe there. He's actually using axe.
He's using X, but I feel like it's because he has no other choice right now. He's sent off stage, has to hold on to a weapon to be able to recover. Weapon toss comes in. Boomie finds a down stick, manages to get the very end hit of that teleport, sends Little Cap off the stage, and Sandstorm going for that axe recovery, but Little Cap just being able to dodge away, nairs directly downwards. Weapon toss hits Sandstorm off the way out of that neutral light. Ooh, double KO from Boomie.
You know, Boomie has such a quick reaction time to go for that right out of the end sig.
Yep. I also feel like it's just a thing that he's labbed. He's played almost entirely Petra's ever since her release.
He's been it's been his favorite pick recently. Even though gauntlets have been nerfed in the last balance patch.
Well, and it's like a strange thing. it's definitely like an option that was taken away from them, but it has not changed the flavor of the kit in the slightest.
Yeah, it has.
And you
just
can
taken
still
away some
find
true
it. It's just
combos.
not true. We were talking about the Nair after chase dodge, but now Boomie's still holding onto this first stock. Sandstorm struggling a little bit. Like, Boomie's doing really well, is able to get those KOs, but Sandstorm's still taking the most damage. And the neutral stick sends him flying. Sandstorm down again.
I wonder if that's something they talked about before the game. Was like, hey, if I do a sword neutral light and you do a neutral light back, I'm going to end stick, because that's not something you'd particularly think about.
Right. Neutral stick isn't what we usually see from Bodvar's sword. On hammer,
on
almost
hammer, yeah.
always.
As a twos combo thing, yeah.
Kate goes down to the gauntlets. Little Cap's fighting his way through. Boomie definitely fighting much more carefully now as he picks up that orb. Sider's Little Cap up the side of the stage. Sandstorm tries going for that side air. Sider's again. Oh, it begins. Doesn't care that Boomie's in it. He's just like, all right, I've got the combo going.
Well, Boomie's on the second stock, so he's chilling.
Right, and any damage that he gets on the Cake in particular is really great, even though Sandstorm's down on his last stock. Oh, great spot dodge from Little Cap. Avoids that downer from Sandstorm. Puts a decent amount of damage on him, and Sandstorm's on the verge of dying here. Oh, side stick punished by that downer, but Sandstorm doesn't go for the finish. Instead, the downlight Nair takes out Cake. Little Cap didn't even have to finish him out. The double KO as he still gets credit from the last hit. Little Cap goes down.
Is a downlight end sig away from unarmed.
Yeah, but Boomie's on 2 stocks, and we know what combo. Oh, wow. Boomie drops.
Couldn't get it because the shipwreck.
Just go for a mix-up with that side air. Put him off stage. Nope, still nothing. Fumbling a few of the team combos they can get in, but in the meantime, they're actually just hitting Little Cap the entire time. Okay, Little Cap.
Little Cap, the weapon toss. Can Boomie still make it back? Yeah, no, Boomie can.
Oh, goes to the ground, he gets a down sig. Try to end that second stock in style.
Sair.
Jumping Sair
Weapon
into weapon
toss.
toss.
Doesn't connect.
Okay, Boomie dodges to the stage. 3 seconds where it's gone. Doesn't go for the down like ground pound. It's just waiting for a weapon to spawn.
Yeah,
Boomie
no risk coming
finds
out
that
from
new
Cap.
weapon, picks up the gauntlets, nairs him, and that nearly takes Boomie off the top by itself. Little Cap's finding only hits here, not getting punished, but as I say that, downlight comes out of that side light. Weapon toss goes a little bit too high. Little Cap now on the verge of being in the red. Ooh, side light, patient recovery, gravity cancel, down stick, teleports perfectly where Little Cap is falling. And that is like the perfect usage of Petra down stick, because you always teleport regardless of whether or not you're going to hit it. It's just the rest of the move that's going to connect. And we're going to see it. Something that's cool about Petra's down signature is that there's a little indicator about where the move is going to connect. So you'll see it here as we go into slow-mo. He's going to go all the way up. There's that little red bubble at the end.
Never noticed that.
Yeah, so you can tell where Petra's going to end up. So it's a little bit of counterplay, but also something that you can use as a player for your own aiming.
Yeah. It's kind of like a guide. This is where it's going to be. That you know they're going to come out the opposite way they came in.
Of course, the issue with that is that. Oh no, Boomie's down.
Sandstorm
Boomie's just
put
done.
it to work on the axe though.
Wow,
Built up a
like
lot of
Boomie did not
damage.
keep track of his jumps at all. Sandstorm, you're right, doing a great job with the axe, but Boomie was the stock tank in the previous matches. And the other thing about the downsig on Petra Gauntlets is that if you use it into the wall, it still aims into the wall, so you can kind of use it deceptively.
Yeah.
But, ooh, Boomie taking a huge beating here. Down a stock in under 30 seconds and taking even more damage. That downsig charged a little bit too long as Cake was just able to turn around and cut Sandstorm with the scythe. Boomie doesn't take out Little Cap just yet. Blackguard Keep definitely one of the widest stages in the game. Ooh, nice little falling side air. Takes Sandstorm down. Boomie bounces the orb off the ground. Can he get Cake? No. Down here's the platform instead. And Cake picks up that scythe as it bounces off the ground. Weapon toss from Little Cap stops Sandstorm from doing whatever he was thinking about doing, and Boomie's just waiting patiently with the sidelight recovery. No. Cake catches Little Cap sleeping. Ooh, good recovery from Sandstorm.
You know, even though Boomie is deep in the red, if they can manage to take Cap's stock, they can still bring this back. It's not like a deficit where, you know, Sandstorm or Boomie's in last stock and they have to claw their way back. This is still a very close game.
But if Little Cap is going to take out both Sandstorm and Boomie at the same time, maybe it just happens. Oh, Boomie gets that side air. And because it hit Cake, he got the second hit activation that hit Little Cap.
Him in.
Recovery from Little Cap. Falling down from Sandstorm. Tags on even a little bit more. Boomie goes up with that recovery, and Sandstorm kicks Little Cap off the right side of the stage. Cake goes for that weapon toss down and picks up the orb. Boomie still on the second stock, despite being on here essentially since the beginning of the game. And it's been dead even, and this is exactly what you were talking about, right? They took out Little Cap, and now it's almost as if nothing happened in the
They brought
first
the
2
game
minutes.
back.
Dash jumps there.
Sandstorm and these cannon nairs.
Or Nair, yeah. Ooh, clash with the stomp. Boomie goes down. Can Sandstorm get the return KO? Little Cat goes deep with that side air, and Sandstorm just has to avoid everything. Dash jumps up, but Cake, amazing reversal on that down
I
air
don't
from
think Cake has any
Sandstorm.
options.
Can Cake make it back?
Cake got
No.
hurt, got hit out of the down light recovery, so he had no recovery options.
Sandstorm follows in a return KO, though. Actually, it's interesting. Little Cap got credit for the Cake KO as well.
Yeah, because he hit him out of it. Hit him out of the down light recovery.
I didn't notice that. Ooh.
Cake getting something started on the orb, and now Boomie's entering the red.
Sandstorm gets a nice little recovery. Oh, actually, that's not a nice recovery because it was on Boomie. Would have been nice if it was on anybody else. We haven't seen that a lot today.
Yeah.
Teammate recoveries onto their team. Boomie very close to losing the stock, and Little Caps has just been amazing this game. Hits by a Sarah, but still
Cake
has a stock
has
to
to survive.
go. And Cake doing a great job. Sandstorm putting up nairs to cover.
Good
Oh
there.
no! Can Boomie get it?
Cake can still make it back to the platform.
Ooh, good
Is this
down
going to be a
air.
reversal?
Can he get the nair? Oh,
Solid ground
Boomie with the ground pound on the Cake brings it to the 1v2, and this is terrifying. Boomie's got the gauntlet, Sandstorm's got the cannon. We saw the combo earlier on. And Little Cap's like, there's no way he's having any of that.
Yeah, this 1v2
He's
is
like,
the
I know
forced
what-
game 5.
He knows what they're setting up. He doesn't have to be anywhere. There are 3 perfect platforms on Blackguard Keep to stop any kind of team combo like from that happening. Boomie and Sandstorm have to go out there to fight him.
They
And
interrupted the
Boomie-
recovery.
Okay.
Say the recovery, that's it.
Wait.
Oh, no.
He saved the dodge.
Capped.
Okay.
Side
Little
left.
Capped could get through. And if he stays on this, oh, the
There
nair hits.
finishes on the stock.
Little Cap gets another side air. Sandstorm gets his
Down
down
air.
scoop. Little Cap playing out of his mind. Weapon toss comes through just to stop anything that Little Cap's trying to do. Goes to go for the stomp. No. Dash jump, neutral air. Sandstorm's going around,
And
but he
keep
can't
in
find
mind,
any of these downlight starters.
Zol has 4 D.
Oh, he side 6! Just dodges right through it. Ooh, he dodged. Okay, weapon toss comes down. Little Cap has everything to manage to make it back. The weapon toss
but
is
he
perfect.
doesn't manage. The
Little Cap,
platform is rising.
He wanted the weapon that badly that he falls to his death for it. Boomie and
The
Sandstorm.
platform was moving too slow for Cap to get onto the platform after after picking up the weapon.
What an unfortunate way to go, because Little Cap was just playing out of his mind in that game, number 4. Boomie with that down air on the way down. Cake as well with the recovery. Sandstorm with those siders. It was looking so great for Little Cap and Cake, but unfortunately it just didn't work out. And now, going in, we're going to be going into our losers semifinals
This is hooked.
against Egg Soup and LDZ with Faison and Remy. A little sneak peek about who's going to be joining us next. Gobi. It's because Paper Fairy attacked him so often with the medals. Nice having you, Gobi. And then Foda is going to be joining me for the rest of 2v2 top 4.
What's up, everybody? Oh, we're
Welcome
back.
We're back.
How's this
We're moving
couch?
forward.
How's this casting couch?
Couch-
Caster couch going?
Couch
here,
is going
man?
okay.
This is awesome.
It's pretty comfortable.
Welcome to Low Tier City 7. Well, not welcome. You guys have been here. I'm the new guy.
I thought you were just reading the text.
I was.
Because we could see it. It's like we could never see it. It's a special.
Toast
for all
has
the
been having a
people
lot
that
of
are here.
fun up there
Yeah.
with that.
We have winners finals just finished up. You were just
Yes.
watching how crazy that last
Yeah,
game
quick
was.
recap.
So Boomie and Sandstorm, of course, in the grand
Naturally.
finals.
Okay.
Little Capped and Cake meeting them in winners
That's
finals.
so awesome,
strangely
by the
enough.
way.
Yes.
What an excellent cross-region team we have going on.
And they're going to be waiting in losers to fight against the winner of the rematch between Faison and Remy versus Egg Soup and LDZ. Egg Soup and LDZ actually knocked Faison and Remy into losers.
Egg Soup and LDZ.
And now they're going to be fighting them again in a best-of-5 for losers semifinals.
Oh my God,
And
the
that's the
run
match that we
back.
got coming back. You can see
Okay.
LDZ standing up behind us.
How
At points.
exciting.
Right
LDZ,
there.
by the
I don't
way,
know.
how great is it that
Directional
we have LDZ coming out to all
Who wasn't
the
even
lands
supposed to be
now?
here? That's pretty
well,
crazy.
Good thing he did
Yeah.
come here. I mean,
it's
it's
amazing.
awesome.
I think
The
it's because
two-time.
like something
He's-
about CEO probably really encouraged him because like he doesn't attend too many offline events, but to go to the midseason championship and get 4th, it's like
Yeah.
maybe I should just keep going to
He's
these.
always been like the power player.
Right.
It used to just be that he'd come to the World Championships and
that's
win
it.
them,
And then win them and then
win
go
them.
away.
Now he's just
But-
now he's out here, and you know, with all his absence, a lot of powerful players came up in his place, right?
Right.
Sandstorm, Boomie, you know,
Remy,
the story was so
Faison,
much different back then.
Wrenched is beginning so many top 2s.
Yeah. So now LDZ used to just be like the king.
Right.
Now has to fight like the rest of us.
And he's like, and he's kind of been put into a. It's weird to say it's a comfortable position to not be the best, but when you don't have the expectations on you anymore of having to win every
Maybe.
event, you get that competitive drive. Because I'm sure there was a period of time where LDZ was just kind of like, well, I'm expected to win everything. And now it's like, okay, I really want to get into that position again. And
Yeah.
he's been climbing into it.
Yeah, about time. Good, glad to have him back.
And
He's
he's on the verge
just
of
a
getting in the
great
top 3 at
player.
Low Tier City here. But we've got Faison and Remy, who, quite honestly, if Isager and Koei Travis aren't here, we expect Boomie and Sandstorm Faison and Remy Grand Finals at every event that they're at.
Right.
That's what it's been like for 2019.
Now we got this crazy cross-region team coming out, Lil Cap and Cake. It seems so unlikely to me. Maybe they're better friends than I realized, but it just seems like, what the heck? Where did this come from?
Yeah,
Do you
I have
guys
absolutely no
talk?
idea. Right, because it just depends on right, because you're saying it's literally halfway across the globe, or a 6 or 7 hour difference.
Yeah, I mean, and Lil Cap didn't come out to DreamHack Summer in Sweden.
Right.
They never like met or played or anything. This is the first time they've played together. They're getting top 3. It's incredible.
They're taking games off Boomie and Sandstorm, and then nearly took that to Game 5. Like, it was on the verge.
What? That's so.
It's
excellent,
pretty
man.
crazy.
That's so
Like watching
excellent.
them on Twilight Grove, it was like a convincing 2-stock over them too. Cake's orb combos with the island and the wall and just dare usage in general is actually incredible. He's probably got one of the best fates. Well, I don't know. Fate and orb as a weapon and in characters is really popular here at Low Tier City. this
Yeah.
weekend. It's really fun to be able to see it.
That's cool too. Orb.
Yeah.
And Cannon.
Orb and Cannon. Yeah. Ethan played Sidra. What? In 2s. Yeah. Yeah. I know. It's like there's some like
That's so
players
crazy.
have just got a ton of things in the works that they're bringing out.
The landscape's
Yeah.
always changing in Brawlhalla.
Definitely is.
Oh, we got the jams coming.
That was the
on
other
now.
weird thing, right? Because Ethan and Noel were teaming together for this event too.
Can't hear you. I'm jamming.
Too much.
We got
Miami
Dome
Dome
music, you know.
Have to jam to it. I'm waiting for a toast to change. The
We
sound of
are
jam.
here. Oh no! Don't do me like this, Toast.
Wait, the jam's pretty good, dude. That is actually amazing.
He's playing in reverse now. Oh my God, Toast! Bagel
jam.
Productions, ladies and gentlemen.
You should have seen the replays of the 2 times that Gobi got attacked with medals by Paper Fairy because we're like casting and he comes around, like just puts her on his neck and Gobi's like, what is that?
That's a little scary.
I'm about to be strangled by my 7th place medal. And then he gave him like the wrong one. He gave him the one for 1v1s at first. So then he had to take it off and then give him the other one.
Oh man!
And we had instant replays of
He
both.
did that on purpose. I know Paper Fairy. He just wanted to have fun with Silly Gobi. So LDZ and Egg Suit, team best friends. These guys are true homies.
Team Red.
Team Red, yeah.
Red team.
The core.
All we need is Pugsy and then Fiend. Fiend's now included, right?
Yeah, Fiend, honorary member of
Honorary
Team
member of
Red.
Team Red.
If you guys don't know what we're talking about, it's time. It's time for you to watch
Hi.
all the
Hi,
VODs.
Faison. Or is that Remy? Who was typing in Teza Hi in the names? Hello. I saw it. It had like a colon lowercase d.
Everybody's got a big voice.
Yo.
Okay. What an epic match we've got coming up here, ladies and gentlemen. From the left to the right, we've got Faison.
Well, it's epic
King
'cause-
Faison, the Doctor. He dropped the Doctor from his name, but he's still got his PhD. Remy, former 2v2 champion, Beast, Egg Suit, the hottest YouTuber around, right? And LDZ, the 2-time.
Nearly 2.5 time. That's
This
what I
is
would have called it.
insane.
Mid-season.
2.5, yeah.
If mid-season championship worked out, would that have been
Fourth
worth
place
half a
at-
championship? I think that's worth half a championship, right? 2.5 times.
Yeah, 2.5.
So the last time these two met, it was a 3-1 in Egg Soup and LDC's favor. Over Faison
And that
Remy.
seems okay. I'm not knocking LDZ or Egg Soup. That seems crazy.
Yes.
Faison and Remy are like 2v2 gods. They own 2v2.
Yeah.
I mean,
And it's really
they're
been
the only
showing.
ones who've beaten Boomie and Sandstorm in an online tournament.
Online tournament. They've had
right?
2 tournaments
Twice
recently.
now
Yeah.
that
Yeah.
they won online in 2019. These guys are just beasts. They just do so well. And when they don't win, they're in second or third, right? And while LDZ and Egg Soup's performances in past lands have not gotten them in, the fringes of the ends of top 8, top 5, top 7.
Right. Like we said, LDC's had individual success, but as a team,
Of course.
they haven't
Yeah.
been doing it as nearly
I
as well
mean,
as we see here. Like not to the like knocking out Faison Remy caliber, right? And if that happens here to get in the top 3 at Low Tier City, What an incredible match.
Sounds like they've
We've
got
coming up.
your tag in the game right now.
They have my tag? Oh, there it is.
That's Faison, probably.
Does tab work in the tournament build or no?
Yeah,
Review the names?
they can totally. Well, wait, no, it doesn't.
I don't
We
think it
actually
does.
we turned that off.
It's probably a good
because
idea.
a lot of keyboard players have this instinct to tab a bunch in
When
the
they're
middle of
respawning?
match. Yeah,
Yeah.
just to keep the
It's like,
ATM up.
who is it that's attacking me right now? I always just did it for that
So
reason.
that could be distracting in a 2v2 match. So that's why we disable that on the LAN builds.
Good point.
Because you got to see it too. You know, it's like, dude, stop pressing tab. Okay, we are about to get into this. Here come the player picks. You still got to do names.
Who is playing Bodvar? Oh, so it was Remy. Yeah, there it is. Taz a high. Cool indeed. Thanks, Remy. Oh, it was Faison?
It was Faison.
Oh, no. It could have been anybody. Whoever's
I
entering.
mean, what
the
an
names.
honor, though, to be greeted by Faison.
That's true.
The man, the myth, the legend. All right, this is going to be a good one here.
Will they choose the correct
Go.
avatar?
USA. Noble Esports, Lazarus Esports. We are ready to fight. So LDZ, you know, Xsup and LDZ have been playing Double Fate through 2019. And at some point, LDZ decided, I want that spear. I'm playing Nimue / Dusk. And I
Oh,
love
no.
it.
After today, I feel like it's just because not, like, too many people play Fate, so he just
He's
plays
like,
Dusk.
yeah, it's not cool
I was like,
anymore.
why are you picking that skin? He's like, that's the least used one. And I was like, I was like, what? It's like, that's why I asked him about,
I get that.
I asked
get
him about
that.
Princess Bubblegum with the Brax, and he was like, dude, everybody's going to pick that one.
Dude, come on, though. Princess Bubblegum.
It's pretty sick.
All right,
But
ladies
LDZ,
and gentlemen, here we go.
It's the same case with Dusk, right? That's like the least played. I think only Isidru talked about it. Anyway,
Yeah.
game number 1. Losers
Losers
semifinals.
semifinals. This is it. This is the battle
Oh,
to
no.
get into losers final.
Oh, I thought that was
And
going to keep
quick-
going.
To a quick black hole starting things off here. Xsup and LDZ already looking great.
Ooh, nice snare. Chase out just further. Oh, no.
Oh, no.
Exit.
Exit trouble.
That-
No. Xsup. No.
I said nice snare. It was anything but a nice snare.
It was a
he
bad
chase
snare.
dodged into death.
Oh, man, that's unfortunate. Okay, you know what? They got to forget about it. Just play through. They got this. We know that they're capable.
Yes.
But, man, what a hard way to start off this battle. Nice combo there.
They're still keeping up with the team combos. Weapon toss from Remy ends up connecting onto LDC. Just now noticing that Remy's actually on Bodvar. There's been a few interesting Bodvar picks. Wrench played Bodvar.
Yeah, that's
in twos
unusual.
today.
Oh, LDZ.
Oh,
they
man.
got the what? Okay. And Xsup hardly got damaged that stock. Well, he got damaged, but I think he made up for it now. He just made up for that lost stock. Unfortunately, LDZ goes down, and now Remy and Faison once again in the lead.
Ooh, nice return from Egg, but he gets sidelined by Remy on the way back up. Faison just playing pogo stick on the
Egg
Egg.
might be
Oh,
in
weapon
trouble.
toss.
He
Can Egg
reset
make
his
it back?
Okay. Xsup's fine, everybody.
Good, like, stage guarding from LDZ, stopping anybody from going for that edge guard onto Egg. Oh, orb ground pound. Very well punched by Faison's spear.
Look at this off-stage battle with Xsup and Faison that finally just came on stage, and Xsup's getting the better of Faison here in this fight.
Ooh.
But it's reset now.
Xsup found a very nice little gravity cancel neutral light on the Faison. Stares him away, down
Oh,
air.
Xsup.
Oh, Is he
Oh,
going to do it
LDZ
again?
with
Oh,
the
no,
support.
LDZ.
I don't think Faison
Can he
can
make
make
it
it
back?
back. Oh my goodness! Faison should have been dead. He got a dive kick off the upward chase dodge off of it, and he managed
The
to survive.
side stick double recovery. Oh, no, it just turns into a nair for Remy. The team combos from LDZ and Xsup looking so good, only working on the favor of the blue team, but so much damage. Sarred him into the stage. No down air. Scoops him off the top. LDZ still managing to hold on to the second stock. Weapon toss goes above both of the red team's heads. Can they find this KO? Oh, D-Light recovery on the Egg. I thought it was on LDZ, and I thought it was going to be done. Oh, man.
Oh, the neutral signature for finish him off, and LDZ is now.
Dead.
Okay, as long.
Yeah.
You got me.
Well, the recovery was weird, right? Because the sword
Yeah.
recovery dropped before, like, the kill box hit.
So this, for Team Red here, it's going to largely come down to how well Xsup can make use of what little he has left on his final stock. If he leaves LDZ too early, it's going to be
Whoa.
tough. Remy and Faison are great at handling themselves as a 2 against 1. It's almost impossible for the 1 here. So LDZ getting the KO on Phazon there brings everybody down to their final stocks, and Egg Soup is still managing to stay alive, but he is so damaged. Phazon's looking for the finisher.
Oh,
He
down
touched
air.
the wall. He could make it back, maybe.
Oh, he'll
Oh
avoid that
my
second
goodness, Egg Soup still alive.
And Remy's just keeping LDZ in the air the entire time so that Phazon could keep Egg Soup off the stage. Now they return to LDZ together. Oh, can't find that down air.
He can't get this weapon. Oh, punches the Remy away and grabs the
another
weapon. Oh
dare.
no, LDZ might be in trouble here. And
Another
that's
one.
it. Phazon and Remy in the blink of an eye take game 1.
Phazon's edgeguard game was entirely spear dare on either Egg Soup or LDZ.
Yeah.
It was just constantly keeping them down, while Remy was beating the crap out of the other person on stage. Like that was just what was going on. Whether it was LDZ or Egg Soup, which was able to keep them in the air, leave Phazon into that 1v1 on the status stage. There's the scoop and the downer to finish it. Game number 2 is coming up. Remy and Phazon looking quite good, but Egg Soup lost that first stock to himself early on.
Had he
I'm
not
willing
lost
to
that,
disregard it.
who knows what could have happened. All right, well, game 2, everything's reset. It's a best of 5. They've got time to make these adjustments.
Ooh, great patience from Phazon.
Oh man, they got so much damage onto Egg Soup in that short amount of time there with the team combos.
Phazon got a little bit more of that side light. Tried to find that down air. Egg Soup and LDZ spent a lot of time maneuvering together, I've noticed in their team play. Ooh, and that's the risk of it, right?
Yeah.
That Nair just smacked them both.
Exactly. They do manage very well, though, dancing around each other's hitboxes.
Oh, no, Egg.
Soup,
Not
no.
again.
Okay.
Okay, the ground
No.
pound hit, though. That was basically, so it wasn't the same.
Unfortunate. It wasn't entirely to himself that time.
Phazon with a good downer. Can he get another edge
Phazon
guard?
just, oh, wow, LDZ snuck past that. Phazon's going to go around. Can they get the, ooh, Remy. That was big by Remy. It didn't pan out, but that would have gotten a KO. It was a ballsy move. Remy and
putting in their
Phazon.
recovery. Okay, Cider's a little bit worth it. LEC's not down yet, but
Oh,
no,
Phazon gets the KO. Now they're 2 stocks ahead. Phazon and Remy looking great in this match.
Yeah, Phazon's
but
got
they're very damaged, and it could be brought back.
The gravity cancel neutral stick just attack on damage onto Egg, now into the orange. Remy tries to find that stomp. Oh, that gravity cancel side stick came so close to taking out Egg. Egg was able to side stick Remy all the way to the
Oh,
side
and
of the
LDZ
stage.
saves
Good.
Exu from the huge combo and gets a KO off of it. Nice play
Can they get the KO
by
on Remy
LDZ.
as well?
Uh-oh.
Ground pound gets so close.
LDZ played that smart, though. He sunk himself underneath the stage to avoid it. Oh, high risk play. Oh, Exu!
He got sared into Remy for that down air.
And Exup's still clinging on to life here, but he is very damaged on the second stock, and that's probably going to do it.
Oh,
Okay.
wow. Just barely. D-Light recovery. Hits both LDC and Egg Soup. Takes Egg down. LDC with the orb strip sends him super flying. Down air. Oh, I like that down light. Like a little dive or jump kick from the orb. Ooh, tries to go over the recovery. Sarah away. Remy very close to losing that stock. Oh, gravity cancel neutral stick. Can he get it?
Just barely. Oh, man. Okay, Remy's very damaged right now.
As is LDZ.
And yeah.
Oh, no,
Egg
Egg. That's
Soup.
it. He didn't touch.
That is very unfortunate for
That's 2 games in a
LDZ
row where
and
Egg Soup loves playing off stage,
played
and it's just
himself.
not working out in his favor. We saw this on all the matches that at least that I've watched with Egg Soup and LDZ. It's either Egg Soup dies a ton early, or they like 4 or 5 stock them because his offstage play is
Because
going
they're
so well.
right. It's high risk, high reward.
Yeah.
You know, Egg Soup's out there playing for the crowd, right? He knows what chat wants.
Yes.
You know.
And sometimes, I mean, hey, with the way that he's dying, sometimes that's also what chat wants, right? Like, because they look at those really early, crazy offstage kills. Because Phazon's found a lot of ground pounds, a lot of dares.
Ooh, Remy!
But Remy,
Nice combo.
something else on that hammer. His Bodvar is fantastic.
So that is 2-0 for Phazon and Remy.
Will we see the adjustments for game number 3? It really just comes down to Egg Soup. You don't gotta be under the stage. Like that's what it is.
But I mean, that's been their secret to success, right? Maybe the secret is
if they don't go
do
for
it well.
maybe it's even worse.
Do it correctly.
Yeah.
Look at this.
Oh man, Remy.
And a
then the
celebratory ground pound afterward. Here we go. Game 3. Egg Soup and LDZ looking to change the story here. I really do enjoy watching Egg Soup's orb, though. I mean, you got to.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. LDZ and Egg Soup both took breaks and then came back around relatively the same time, I guess. Like Egg Soup has been more into it, but seeing them together as a dedicated team.
Egg Soup, yeah. I mean, Egg Soup, like day 1, was all over this orb.
Oh! LDZ went for that hard ground pound read. They're doing a great job being able to juggle them, staying much more grounded on the stage. Egg Soup recovering, not going too deep under the stage, but maybe Faison.
Egg Soup. Oh,
he's
man.
so good off stage. Another dare KO. LDZ off the stage by Remy on the other side.
Faison is very methodical off the stage, and it's working well against the crazy moves that Egg Soup's got.
And even when Egg Soup's really trying to mix up that recovery, Faison just reads him to the very last jump. Ooh, Faison with the chase dodge, chained it through LDZ to be able to get that side stick. Oh, he's off stage against Egg Soup again. Remy going in for that ground pound recovery. Egg Soup, even more damage onto him, and LDZ can't find those side signatures. Oh, neutralized away. Faison tried to go for the same move before. Ground pound actually clashed.
I want to say it's super not worth fighting off stage against these guys right now while they're so deep in red.
Yeah.
Hey, it worked out.
It did.
Cleaning them out now. Everybody's down to 2 stocks.
Ooh, I like that. Egg Soup trying to decide, like, okay, do I let LDZ finish getting hit, or do I use this for a sideline Sair?
Oh, that was a nice right out of hit stun, gravity cancel down light from Remy. I mean, he knows how to use that.
Can LDZ make it back?
What
No.
a single down air was enough.
Right after the dodge.
Yeah, he just happened to not have any of his. What's going on here? What's Egg Soup doing? Oh, you know what? That was smart.
Yeah.
I thought he was being silly.
No.
He was keeping himself inaccessible using the ground pound over and over. That's actually super smart.
I've
All
never
right, Egg
seen
Soup.
it before, but that's actually really cool.
Yeah, because
you
it
get
holds
it
them in
early
place
enough.
so long. That's
Yeah.
great. Okay, now, chat. Not all hope is lost here for Egg Soup and LDZ.
Oh, but Remy finds
But
that
it's
over down
getting
sig.
there.
It's looking like, oh, he's trying to go for the stomp. Ground pound from Egg. That time not used to stay alive, but to do damage. Ground pound for Faison, just barely skirted around LDZ as he hugged the wall. Remy goes down. Can they get Faison too? Orb down after downer, but he accidentally clips Egg Soup with the recovery. Faison maneuvering off stage so well. Dive kick, ground pound.
LDZ's in trouble. Oh, just barely. It looked like Faison was about to get that. He always gets those.
Yeah. Recovery sent Faison flying. They got to get the stock right now if they want a chance because they are down 0-2. Recovery from Faison stops LDZ as he goes for the gravity cancel, and Faison goes super low. Oh, he punches Egg Soup. Is Egg Soup done? He has dodge.
No, he's got it.
Oh, good dodge
but
up.
LDZ died in the meantime.
Oh, no, and Egg trying to
Soup.
fight the 1v2 of a lifetime. But the recovery
Don't
sets him
give
down,
up.
and that's it.
No? Oh, okay. 3-0 for Remy and Faison. You got to give it up for them. They are such a strong 2v2 team.
A totally different showing than
and
the 3-1
they're just going to chill
victory.
up there while Boomie and Sandstorm come back.
Yeah, because Little Caps.
Or no, Little Captain Cake.
Yes.
That's what's happening.
Little Captain Cake is up next. I don't think that
this
these
is
two
gonna
have
be,
fought.
Yeah, so
I'm very excited.
how
for it.
exciting, right?
Yeah.
This is going to be super cool.
Because Little Cap's got that, well, I don't know. Last time, I remember the very, very distinctively, the last time I said this, where Little Cap's got like, well, they've teamed with Faison before, right? They've got that matchup experience.
Right.
And then Faison demolished him off the top of the stage with like recovery combos on blasters.
Are we talking about final
Yeah,
round?
yeah. Do you remember that? And it was
Yeah.
I was like, oh no, is this why? Like it was like one of those moments of, oh, geez, this is looking really bad. Of course, since then, lots of development. And Little Cap and Ethan have done really well when they were teaming together. Little Cap may not have that same deficit against Faison, but we'll have to see because that looked really, really good.
Yeah, we'll
with
just
Remy and
have to
Faison.
see.
Faison off stage was like, well, if I'm off stage against Faison, I'm going to die to a dare or ground pound. I have no choice. Like, just choose which one hurts less. Like, that's what it felt like. Because I think all those games, Egg Soup died to ground pound, down air, or down air, ground pound, down air, whatever it was.
Mm-hmm.
It was crazy. Faison's playing on point. I'm really excited for the performance in ones tomorrow, that's for sure. But we've got top 3 of 2v2s coming up.
Yes, exactly top 3.
Exactly
I was
top
like, wait a second. Okay. So, Faison and Remy about to be fighting Cake and Lil Cap. Such an unlikely duo. It just doesn't make sense to me. Other than like, you're super good, I'm super good. Let's make
Sometimes
a team.
that's what happens. I feel like that's what happens with some teams. And then like as you progress through your career as a team, you then begin to develop the like, oh, there's more here than just us being super good and you being super good. Maybe this is a showing that could happen more often. Although I really feel like it's just like a detour until the Cake and Addy comes back.
Right. Man, I love the camera angles we got going on here. We were seeing the player cams earlier, and like you could see us. Yeah. I wanted to wave.
No longer.
And we
welcome
flip back
to
the other way, and
City.
you're looking at basically the same angle from the other side right now. Look at this.
There it is.
Now you can see. Look, you can see it. You see us.
Oh, that's us. I haven't realized. Yeah, there's LDC. You can see him from the front now. It's at the back. Who's he talking with? Moist.
Yeah, where's Lil Cap? Okay, there he is. Lil Cap representing Rectify Esports.
Got some stats. 2v2 rank 4 and 3. Who is?
That's
okay, so
and that's crazy.
1 and 2 is
and
Boomie
they
Sandstorm.
and yeah, second only to.
Are Isidru and Cody 5 and 6, or is that Blue and Simple? I'm trying to
I think Annie Messick and Cake still.
Annie and Cake are still there.
I don't remember. I don't remember
either.
But you're seeing number 3 and number 4 here. Second only to Boomie and Sandstorm in number 1 and number 2 spots.
And that's why we're very highly expecting to see them all in grand finals here. 1,
Sure.
2, 3, 4.
I mean, that's
But
the power rankings.
power rankings
They work
they're there for a reason. It's not like they just voted for where the power ranking to be. It's like, no, this is actually consistent with.
Sometimes I feel like if we just got all the top players together and voted, it would end up being kind of similar.
Yeah, that's a
as
good
like
point.
the actual calculated power ranking. There's a lot of calculations.
We have
that go into it,
there's a very lots of different
kind of just
statistics
know
go into it
because
to
we're competing so much, right? We've been to so many lands now lately, and we even have the European players coming in to compete, and it's all the best people, So you get a pretty good idea. All this competition, everybody playing their best all the time, Everybody keeps pushing themselves further and further. It kind of makes sense. Oh, look at this! I don't know if they did this intentionally, but they got the blue Astro headsets on the blue team. We got the red Astro headsets on the red team. Let's go. Oh, Rectify Esports hooking it up with a tweet.
Fear the Sting.
Fear the Sting.
I like some of those.
Little
hashtag
Captain
models
Cake.
they
How
got.
cool. Maybe Rectify's looking at their next player pick here.
Cake.
Their first European player. Actually, they might have a European player. I'm not sure. In like a different game.
Oh yeah.
Their first Brawlhalla European player. Let's go. I mean, this is looking like start of something beautiful. Lil Captain Cake.
Possibly.
They've already done it. Like top 3 here at Low Tier City 7. They're already like cementing themselves as an amazing 2v2 team.
Because I know they 3-1.
How far can they go?
They 3-1 through Egg Soup and LDZ, and then they took out Silly Gobi and Koslix, and then they took games off of Boomie and Sandstorm. They got potential, or a game. They almost went to game number 5. It was very close.
Koji. Hattori. Koji.
Fate, Bodvar, Hattori, Koji. Bodvar's been very popular. Did I tell you that Red just played Bodvar?
What?
He played Bodvar in Sentinel
No.
today.
What?
Yeah.
Has he forsaken the guitars?
I don't know. He likes his hammer. He went to guitars back with Sentinel, like
Okay.
in games. Like that's how he brought it to game
So
5.
okay.
But
So
like
he went
at
with
first, for 2
Sentinel.
games, it was Bodvar. He's been doing all
He's
day.
believing in the hammer.
Yeah. Strange times for Brawlhalla.
Yeah, it's so crazy.
Although-
Never expect Reg to play anything other than guitars.
But as Gobi was talking to me about on the casting couch, the 2v2s and 1v1s are different games.
Yes, and that totally makes sense. Like he's got different picks for 2v2.
And also sometimes
get
depending
that.
on the teammate that you're with, it's a different game, right?
Yeah,
Teaming with Starlight.
as well. All right, here we go. Losers final. Faison and Remy versus Lil Capt and Cake at Low Tier City 7. Here we go.
Game number 1 opens up, and Faison hits him with an uppercut, picks up the first spear, and already opening up with a crazy team combo on Little Cap,
That's
bring him in
big.
orange.
Look at Lil Cap's
Still
already
going.
so damaged.
Sarah again, Remy.
It's been less than 10 seconds. He's so much damage. Unbelievable.
Oh.
And Remy didn't even have a weapon yet. There we go.
Finally picks one up. Opens up with a side air, interrupted. Little Cap deep red, but Remy took a beating himself, and Little Cap returning it onto Faison. Oh! Interrupts the side
Okay,
stick.
yeah, and gets a huge hit on Lil Cap. And Faison finishes him off.
It's down air's his only kill move. That's just it. That's all, that's
Yeah,
all I have.
Faison's got so many. Oh, here he goes
Oh
again.
no, it's happening again.
Oh, man.
Down air
Watch out.
again. Ground pound. I count down air and ground pound in the same category. we'll
Downward
downwards
hitting moves.
Yes. Remy gets
Lil
sent fly
Cap.
to the right. Mammoth Fortress is
Looking
allowing
for
to
the
live.
edge guard,
Oh!
and they got him. Cleaning up, Cake and Lil Capped.
Both players found without jumps.
It was-
decided to reset.
Yeah, they had a rough start there, but they just cleaned it up, and Cake's pretty healthy on that third stock, too. Uh-oh.
Try to end it with a little bit of an early neutral sig to get damage on both of the opponents. Downline stairs, little capped off. No neutral sig to follow up. Cake down air, puts face into the side. Oh, tries to open up on the Remy, but little cap falls on the ending of that side light of the scythe. Down airs Cake into deep red. Little cap taking a lot of damage again. Recovery takes Cake off the top. Can Little Cap survive? Will he try to run away or just fight in the midst of Remy and Phazon? Downline recovery sends Little Cap super high, but now it's a really close game as Phazon. Will he take any more damage here? He does. Little Cap dodges through, hits him with the stair, forces the dodge. Recovery puts Phazon up towards this weapon. Cake hits him away for picking up the spear, but no down air. Phazon manages to make it back. So close as we're going into the second stock of all the players. Oh, down air hits. Ground pound connects. Remy, is he done? No!
What?
Amazing recovery, just jumping and waiting for the down air before hitting the recovery. Phazon guards him.
I mean, that's a good play. The recovery recovers, but it also attacks. And Lil Cap gets the kill on Phazon and onto Remy. Same 1-2, same thing. And Cake and Lil Cap now ahead by 2 stocks, but it is a fickle 2 stocks as they are very damaged.
Oh no, the down air. It's coming. Okay, no, he gets him with the recovery. He tricked me. He tricked everyone.
He conditioned him to do it one way. He hit him with the other. So down, everybody down to their final stocks and very healthy. It comes down to the clutch. 4 pogos, Phazon?
Phazon is incredible with down air. Spear or sword. Hits him with that nair. Goes for the weapon drop.
Whoa.
Really nice little neutralite from Cake. Can't find anything else afterwards.
Lil
Sarah
Cap's
catches
super
Phazon.
damaged now. He's going to have to play this a little bit differently.
Ooh, but Phazon very quickly gets just as damaged. Ooh, down like ground pound, trying to get the recovery.
Big damage. The biggest damage option off of slide kick. It was smart for him to do that.
Ooh, Cake avoided a team combo from Remy. Remy was too far away with the neutralite. Phazon ends up spearing his own teammate. Lil Cap picks up the hammer. Scoops Remy away. Ooh, it's so close
that's
to
it for Lil
Phazon.
Cap, but he's left Cake in a pretty winnable position here.
Oh, but that nair. Oh, Remy finds that side light. Can't get the down light. Cake just boxes him away with both down airs, zoning some space out for himself. Holds onto that platform for dear life. Stares Remy away.
This?
Barely lives. Cake has to go for Remy. No, he's side 60 to the side.
He was making it look like you don't know who I'm going to go for, right? Maybe I get the edge guard. Maybe I hit the other person stopping the edge guard.
Is he going to go for a double edge guard?
In an advantageous position here. Oh, no.
Recovery connects. If he picks up the orb, a stare from Remy will KO from no matter where it's at. Okay, Cake on the side. Oh, Remy goes for the side sig, but it just gets side aired or side lighted away. Oh
That's
no!
Oh, wow!
Instead, the down signature doesn't get the precision hit, but the ground pound from
Phazon gets it with the ground pound. Nice play.
And a little bit of a pop off from Phazon at the end there too.
I mean, it was anybody's game at that point. It was super close.
I mean, Cake in a 1v2, that was like when EU was dominant in 2018. We had Viper and Cake. When they got down to that 1v2, you were like, oh well, this might as well be
not over. Yeah, it's not over.
And we saw why. Cake, I mean, Remy and Phazon are fantastic at closing those out.
Right, Remy and Phazon are one of the best teams in the world at handling a 2v1 as the 2. It seems like, oh, it's over. They have twice as many people as the other team. But no, I mean, you can easily do it wrong. So a lot of damage here from Cake starting off in game 2. As Phazon and Remy go up 1-0 in the set.
Capped off stage. Just follow that down there. Remy's just keeping him off, and Phazon finding Cake himself. That little poke. I like how off stage or on stage, he'll go for a down air weapon throw down. And it's really nice with Spear because it's not like Spear, you chuck it like a javelin. You just drop the weapon full length.
And the hitbox does matter. Ooh, nice play by Phazon. I think Cake's done for.
Cake's
and
done
he got
for.
the finisher on Lil Cap. Cake, oh my goodness, Phazon.
Phazon off stage, downwards hitting moves. That's
downwards
all it needs.
hitting moves.
Phazon's spear recovery was a fluke, even though it worked.
He's the spike master, dude.
Oh man, Cake hits that side air, and it actually just KOs. Phazon was in transit for so long. Stomp Sarah on Little Cap. Maybe he can take up the stock from Remy, even things up. But Remy dodges through Cake's down air.
They got to finish off Remy soon here. He's going to start running away with it. Remy, he deals a lot of damage when he's at red. It like just doesn't matter what health he's at.
Right.
He doesn't really change the way he plays.
Yeah, that's a great point. Because I was about to say some players will be like, oh, I'm playing in a conservative mode.
Yeah, and sometimes
but Remy's just kind of like, I'm just on until the stock's gone.
Right.
Like, it doesn't matter when.
Sometimes, you know,
Like
that
down
the
6. Wait, what
change-
is that?
Oh my good. Yeah. Yeah, who down 6 when they're at red? Like,
On Koji
Remy.
of all characters. Stairs
Here
look
we
kept
go.
away. That's it.
whoa.
Good
It
on
was,
Remy to dodge
smart
there.
not to go for that. Yeah, because he
would've
would have got the
dodge.
chase down.
Yeah.
It's a good play.
It's actually-
Remy and Phazon are killing it, man.
That's something that I feel like Remy adopted into his play that he didn't used to have, because I feel like out of any player, if there was one player in 1s or 2s where I'd be like, he saved his opponent by being there, it would have been Remy. Like
Yeah.
we've seen that in a few matches.
Oh, yeah.
But this today in 2v2s, Remy's done that a lot of times where he'll like go to somebody and just dodge in their face so that they miss the move and fall to their death. Phazon goes down to his last stock, but Cake is deep, deep red. Little Cap also in the orange.
Remy and Phazon are
Oh my God, Cake!
in a significant lead right
Was
now.
that a neutral light from the bow?
Yes. That's not supposed to KO.
And the top left corner on the other side, I was
Like, yeah,
Cake is like
the least
flying. It's like-
optimal
it's
angle.
Like going, gone. No, and now Little Cap almost in the red. Ooh, Phazon has to just flee towards the top of the stage. Nice little dive kick. He used that down air for full momentum in that chain dodge. Oh, careful about avoiding that
Watch
ground
out for the
pound.
downward hitting moves from Phazon.
That's true. Cake has a few of his own, though. Neutral air
Remy,
Remy.
nearly reversed it on Cake there. Nice punish from Phazon, but Lil Cap gets the
Phazon's
punish.
done.
He punished the punish.
And we were
But
talking
Remy's
about
got
that.
2 stocks, so it is so not over.
And I like that you mentioned the punish on the punish, because Gobi, as somebody who experienced fighting against Little Cap and Cake today, said that the one thing that they've developed or are doing really well, good job from Remy to getting that kill on Little Cap, but they've done really well is getting that ability where they see their teammate getting hit and then punishing them afterwards for the optimal KO.
You can't hit somebody for free when you're playing against a good 2v2 team. Any hit you get could also end up being punished.
Yeah.
It's just how it is.
Ooh, but Remy found a little bit
So,
of pummel damage.
Remy handled himself in the 1v2 just fine as expected. And now he's in this 1v1 with Cake, while Cake is very damaged and Remy's in the lead. Cake knows that it all comes down to this.
Yeah, he was weapon starving Remy for a while. The only hit that Remy was able to get was that neutral light, but now he picked up the sword, but Cake is just staying on top of him. Down air, bounces Cake off the ground. Ooh, that side light has a little bit too much end lag.
I don't think that's what he meant. I think he meant to dash off the side of the platform
dash up
and
instead
come
of
back
drop
in
down.
with a side air. Yeah, with a drop down.
Ooh, D-light recovery. Is that going to be it?
That's
It is.
Remy. He wasn't even sweating. I know that Remy was like, I got
And
this.
that was a decent duration 1v2. Yes, 2 stocks, but also against the combination of Little Captain Cake being able to take out that stock. And oh wait, that wasn't a neutral light. That was a bow down air, bounced off the stage that killed him.
even worse.
At the top left.
It's even crazier.
I was like, how did that trajectory work? Nope, there goes Cake. Yep, just one really well placed down light, just walked up. Game number 3 underway. Phazon and Remy on the verge of getting the grand finals to fight against Boomie and Sandstorm. Our position they are very much familiar.
They are just on their way. All right, here we go. Game 3, and for this, this is it for Lil Captain Cake.
Yep.
They can no longer lose a game in this match, or it's over for them.
Do we include spear ground pound in downward hitting moves? I
Kind
forget.
of.
Is there a part of spear ground pound that hits you directly
No.
downwards? I don't think so.
No, it hits you to the side. Still, though,
Close.
he is hitting and he is going downward.
That's true.
So
it has like
I
2
feel
out
like
of 3.
Technically,
Yeah. What criteria just fits into that category?
we'll make it fit.
Man, this is the closest game
It's
so far.
super close. But Remy, okay, nice punish from Cake. That's it.
Ooh,
Remy
Remy's
had nothing
down.
to do. That
Oh,
was
but
such a
Phazon-
beautiful play by Cake, and he somehow sneaks his way back on the stage.
That's crazy.
Cake, nice play, gets the first stock of this game.
Oh, but a downlight stare on the right platform of Blackguard Keep towards the stage. Oh, Remy goes for that down 6 to reposition on the platform, gets an orb for his troubles. I've actually seen Remy connect quite a few of those down 6
He's
kills.
yeah.
He's the
I feel
only
like
Koji
he's the
that
only
does it.
Koji using that move, and he's really making it work too.
Ooh, but not against the little Captain
Well,
Cake.
they were waiting for that at that point.
Ooh, Cap's got Remy off the side of the stage. There's that ground pound connects with Cake, but because it doesn't hit downwards, that's why he lost the stock. That's what I'm talking about. Now it's out.
Down.
It's just not one of the
downward
moves.
hitting moves.
Deal recovery, takes out Cake.
Lil Cap
evens up
got
the
a little
stocks.
punish off, but Phazon wasn't even damaged, so it didn't matter. Double edge guard here. Can Lil Cap make it back? Looks
Recovery,
like
is
yes.
that
And amazingly, too, because he gets a KO along the way. Cake and Lil Cap now in the lead.
Ooh,
as long as Lil Cap can hold on to this stock.
Faison tried to get one of those cheeky side sigs, gravity cancel side sig off the right side of the stage on
Oh,
Tori.
yeah, because it reverses.
But he wasn't able to get it. Sidelight sared by Cake, and now Faison deep into the yellow. Ooh, dared again. Lil Cap taking a lot of damage. On to stock still. Have to remember that it looks really close, but Remy's down one. And he's taking about as much damage as Faison has at the same rate. Ooh, good little delay recovery. Can he take out Lil Cap? No. Lil Cap jumps out of the way, and Remy's just chasing him down. Neutralize that enough? Oh, really close.
There's no way.
Faison on the other side.
Lil Cap fights his way back. He gets knocked over to the other side, but he's still alive. Luckily,
there it is.
Okay, he finally goes down. He was so damaged, but look at the stock count here. Remy is on his final stock and in red. They could take him out with one hit at this point, and then
Hammer
despite the
there
1v2 against Faison.
Is terrifying. Ooh, Cake wasn't able to get that down air off of that damage we were talking about, the punish for a punish. Ooh, D-Light Stare takes out Faison. Can Remy make it back? Just run, Remy. No. He's in the middle of both of them.
Just run.
It's so, there's some players like Egg Soup, they just live until their teammate responds, but Remy just went
Some
right
players
in the
go
thick of it.
in. They don't care at all.
Side air. Oh,
Remy's
just not enough.
somehow still alive on his last breath right now. Can he really make it count to take this set 3-0?
Every bit of damage
Are we
is
gonna
definitely
see a
extra
game?
credit for Faison. Ooh, he down 6.
Nice.
Oh, that Sair still
What in
doesn't
the
take him
world?
out.
Remy is hacking.
Is Cake going to get the
dude.
return attack? No, he goes for the down air instead of the neutral. Stops the neutral light onto Cake. I don't think. Well, actually, that would have KO'd. Oh, man.
it would've
Remy, how
KO'd.
are you doing this?
This is insane.
He just
Remy's
Sair
hacking.
Cake.
This is unfair.
Nair hits. Faison, can they get on the Little Cap? He stares him down. Remy takes Little Cap down.
Okay,
Now it's a 2v1.
okay, but this is very winnable for Cake. Just look at the damage.
Okay. Cake has no damage. Remy doesn't go for that weapon. He's just holding onto the sword. They're trying to get some sort of team combo off, right? Because if they get it off, doesn't KO, at least Cake is in the red, and Remy and Faison will have that 1v1, whoever it is. Hopefully Faison. Remy's so damaged, I feel like anything's going to be able to do it. And now?
Yeah, well, they're being cautious about it. Remy and Faison are respecting the damage that's on them, as they should.
Ooh, D-Light Sair. Good little start. Cake runs to the side. Black Guard Keep is probably one of the most... It tests the patience of a 2v2 team more than anybody else because you have... Oh, no, it begins. D-Light Sair.
They got it all. Whoa! Remy and Faison with the 0-to-death 2v1 combo. Unbelievable.
And that wasn't just any 2v1 finish. That was Cake in white against Remy.
They knew. They knew.
I
They
mean, we
played it
saw
smart.
that.
They knew that they were one perfect combo away, despite him being at the freshest
And that
fight
is as
possible.
perfect as it gets.
Man. And Faison even went, like, usually he'll do a spear recovery to finish off the combo.
Right.
Because it's a lot easier to land, so many more active frames. Instead, went for the riskier option, but much more rewarding, of the gravity cancel neutral signature. Here, check it out. We got super slow-mo here. Bam. Blam. Push on the side. Bam. All coming up here. The gravity. And now look at this. Perfect
Teleport to the
finish.
position. Whoa.
That's a tight window, man.
I was at such a loss for words because I was just missing the photo sound package in that moment. That's what I was waiting for.
Man, that was such a sweet play. That is 2v2. That is 2v2.
And that's
man.
incredible for Faison and Remy because it looked like Captain and Cake were like learning how to fight that matchup. Like I felt like if that game went down, game 5 for sure. And
I
they
think
had
so,
to win
yeah.
that.
But they put a stop to it.
They put a
Nicely
stop to it before
done
it
by
happened.
Remy and Faison. They know. They respect it. Okay, so they're up 2. Do we take bigger risks now? Do we go nuts? No, they play it smart. They know that it's never over until it's actually over, right? Because they'll reverse sweep it.
We've seen it.
It just
a ton.
doesn't matter. Yeah, it just doesn't matter that they're up by 2. So they really played that smart.
Speaking of
Clutched
reverse
it out.
sweeping, is it's
exactly what they're going to have to do.
I mean, I'm not saying that they're going to be down 2-0, but like I guess.
Well, but they're already down a set.
A set, yeah.
So it's
So
still a sweep.
they've got 6 games to win against Boomie and Sandstorm. And out of all the teams that we've seen here today at Low Tier City, they are the one team that I feel like have the potential to really do it.
Yeah.
And
they've done it before. Like
warm-up
Boomie
game.
and Sandstorm got to know that these guys are capable of beating us. They've done it twice in official tournaments in 2019. However, they were online, and I'm sure if we told them that in person, they'd be like, "But it was online, bro." So, because the LAN setting's different. I mean, Brawlhalla netcode's amazing, right? Basically the same game you're playing online or offline, but the LAN setting, very different. You're not
Very,
at
very
home. You're
different.
not in your comfortable zone. You got people in the crowd yelling at you. You know, they can probably hear us on the mic making, saying all these things about their match. It's totally different. And so far, Boomie and Sandstorm have perfect success in the LAN environment. They have never ever
It is
lost
actually
a 2v2
perfect,
tournament,
isn't it?
Yeah,
It's literally.
And we're halfway through.
Does Sandstorm have
2019.
perfect success in ones in LAN?
At LANs? Yes.
Even since BCX last year, right? The World Championship.
Yep, including BCX, including the 2018 World Championship. He's won
He has
every
not-
LAN
he's
since,
won every LAN,
which is
1v1.
4 in total.
Even
I
in
believe.
Europe.
Even in Europe,
Yeah,
yeah.
that's,
So what? It was final round. So wait, well let's count the World Championship because it's all in a row.
Final round.
Yes. DreamHack Dallas.
Dallas.
DreamHack Summer in Sweden.
Yeah, summer.
CEO,
CEO.
Midseason World Championship.
That's 5.
That's 5 in a row.
We're almost at 6. If he,
and
if he does ones
if
this
he gets
weekend.
this one, it's 6. He'll have the belt. He'll have the ring because there's a ring you get at low tiers.
he'll have 17 trophies or something.
so
around that.
many trophies.
Because he gets some
He
from ones
says
and
he's running
twos.
out of room on his shelf.
Let's get a bigger shelf.
He's gonna have to get another. Yeah, he's gonna get another shelf and put it next to.
The shelf just like
that
runs
shelf.
into a wall. Just blow a hole in the wall. Have the shelf extend outside the
These
house.
guys are all laughing. They're
Right.
just friends having fun.
We
They're
have
all
to-
gonna eat together after
in
this.
order from left to right. Actually, that's not true. I think Sandstorm usurps Boomie's first power ranking.
That's
right?
correct. Yeah.
So Sandstorm's 1, Boomie 2. I don't remember. Is it Remy 3 or Faison?
I
think Remy's 3rd.
I want to say Remy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
'cause Remy has the history of 2018 with Boomie.
Right. Yeah.
And then Faison at 4.
And then Faison in 4th. This is power rankings 1 through 4. Look at this.
The 4 best
The power
players in the
rankings work.
world. They work.
And surprised that
I
they're
bet-
up here.
I bet the seating works too.
The seating goes up.
Although
the
it
power
never
rankings, so-
never goes in the order that you expected, but in the end, it's like, okay, yeah, we got that, right? This is 1 and 2.
Well, let's see what happens here. I mean, I believe that they can take this.
I'm super excited for the map picks. There's been too much Mammoth Fortress today. I love Mammoth Fortress, but I also like it when we see unusual situations like
These
in Black
guys are
Earth
just
Keep.
laughing. They're just having a good time. It's silly. I love seeing them in such high spirits because they're about to fight each other for thousands of dollars. Like losing this is there are many thousands of dollars on the line
Yeah.
for this one match.
You know what? It's a
And they
defense
are
mechanism.
just joking around.
The
Like,
joking around is definitely code words for like this is the most serious I've ever been. It's like if we were any more serious, it would be too painful. We have to make these jokes.
my goodness, we just got some word here from production. Remy and Faison in this entire tournament have only dropped one single game in top 8, not the entire tournament. Top 8. One game.
One game. It's pretty crazy.
And they've been, this is their 3rd set in a row, right?
Yeah, they just play nonstop. And they had to do it
It's
from
the Remy and
losers pretty
Faison
early
show.
on.
What are they laughing about? Oh, this is an aggressive. This is an aggressive button check here. These guys are just. Oh my God. Okay, they're done.
One of them was just like finally like that's enough. Once the neutral stick hit, it's like I'm not having fun anymore.
This is crazy.
Boomie, Sandstorm.
What is happening?
Something on this. What does it say?
I don't know.
Oh, it
I
had to have
turned.
been
I
words.
turned around
Had to
to
have
see
words
the
on the side.
message to see if Toast was responding to the chat.
I don't know what to see. Oh, that's gonna make casting so hard for my neck.
Yeah, we're always turning around to
Oh.
see if Toast is saying something to the crowd.
Remy and Faison. Here come the flags.
This is gonna be good. We got a full
So we
sponsored
have
team here.
Yeah, that's right. So we have Tempo Storm.
Tempo Storm,
Wild
Boomie,
Card.
Wild Card, Sandstorm,
Lazarus.
Lazarus Esports, Remy,
And then Noble.
and Noble
Wow,
Esports.
that's
great. Look at this. Shout outs to all these sponsors. They picked the right guys.
Yeah, I'd say
Clearly,
so.
they figured it out. And Boomie playing Petra.
It's still so bizarre to me that Zol is like a very meta pick for
It was
Sandstorm. and
it
twos.
was hilarious because Zol was like a meme in the community for
Yeah.
so long.
I mean,
Zol,
that happened
no
to
good.
Olgrim too. That once upon a time it was
Yeah.
like Olgrim was the meme pick. And then all of a sudden, tournaments were run with him.
Turns out, on the best 2v2 team in the world. They're still joking around. Okay, guys, we got to fight. Come on.
Oh, I'm surprised Shipwreck Falls is going to be the first map.
Here we go. Grand Finals at Low Tier City 7 for Brawlhalla doubles. Boomie and Sandstorm versus Phazon and Remy. What else did you expect? These are the top 4 power-ranked players in 2v2. We got quite a match ahead of us.
Hoping with some nice hits in there. And Boomie trying to go for that side air with Sandstorm. Ooh, pummels him off. Doesn't go for that chase dodge up.
Uh-oh, Phazon hasn't touched in a while.
Ooh, Remy. Okay, makes it back, and he stares him off of Phazon's neutral light. Doesn't go for the recovery. Sandstorm just dodges above. Sandstorm play with the axe, surprisingly. Falls with that side air, but an easy stomp there from Remy. Puts Sandstorm off the side of the stage. Can even make it back. Phazon just there for the signature downwards hitting move. Ground pound takes down Sandstorm. It was
That's Phazon for you.
He's like told Remy, no, I've got this edge guard. I have the sword. Hold
Let
on.
me hit downward. Ooh, what a read. Wow. Phazon.
Oh,
okay, here we go. And they got the time. Nice. Big damage. Remy and Phazon, they took the lead, and they're pushing it even further with all that damage on Sandstorm.
Boomie finds that down signature, trying to find another one. Goes for the neutral thing up, just to reposition. Side airs Phazon, and Phazon, that might be it. Remy's trying to get even more damage onto Sandstorm.
Remy's fighting through this 1v2 just fine. Phazon's now back, and they got a little team combo on Boomie there. They're building up the damage.
Is Boomie down?
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. I was so scared.
If it was Phazon, though, on the side there with his downward hitting moves.
Oh, that would have been it. Boomie would have been gone. And Boomie has lost stocks untraditionally earlier on Petra throughout this tournament than other characters that I'm used to seeing. And I think that has something to do with both the newness of the character and also the low defense. I think it's 4 defense space for Petra.
Yeah.
So a little bit squishier of a character than he might be used to playing. Ooh, stomps there on Sandstorm. Sares Boomie away too. It's just going to be Remy's edge guard. There's one. Can he find the recovery again? Oh no, Phazon.
Oh, but he dies for it. Was it worth it? Totally not, because Sandstorm died immediately after. Now Phazon and Remy are up by 2, and look at Remy's health. He's got so much. This is looking really good for Remy and Phazon, but you got to consider that even if they win this set, they're coming from the losers bracket.
6 games.
They need to win 2 sets here.
And all of a sudden, it's a little bit closer as Phazon goes down relatively early, and Remy's getting juggled in the air. Falls down. Boomie catches him with the down. Disarms him, sends him off. Can Sandstorm get the down air? No, wow. Phazon just completely guarding it, but Boomie takes it down, and it is even.
They basically evened it up. Unbelievable, because that was a huge lead that they had.
Oh no, Phazon with down airs. Oh, goes to the ground.
Uh-oh, Sandstorm's in trouble.
Remy goes for nothing but the down sig. Sandstorm makes it back, and he begins the cannon string.
That's Sandstorm. Oh, close.
Ooh, down air. Sandstorm comes in with the down air of his own. No. Okay, Remy's swinging with the hammer. Sair after Sair. Stomp.
Uh-oh.
Oh, it was so close. He got the recovery, but not the Sair afterwards. But Phazon goes down. Now Sandstorm and Boomie, they're trying to get that 2v1 team combo started, but Sandstorm not on the cannon like they rehearsed. Neutral Sig doesn't hit, and the Sair on both. Remy. If he can take down Sandstorm, it's totally possible.
If anybody can clutch this 1v2, it's
gosh.
Remy.
He can KO either of them with very strong hits now.
And he's got hammer. It's like any hit almost will do it.
Sider puts Remy down.
Oh, they disarmed him though.
Ground
Remy
pound
might be in trouble. Oh my goodness.
Oh no.
I can't believe Boomie and Sandstorm brought that back.
And
that was such a huge lead. You can't ask for much bigger of a lead against Boomie and Sandstorm.
4 stocks to 2.
They still managed to bring it back.
And what's even worse about that, right, is that Phazon and Remy are on the loser side of this bracket. So that game 1 would have been one less game. But now Sandstorm and Boomie are up 1-0. Phazon and Remy have to win 3 to be able to move on to the next grand final
But they'll negate that previous win if they manage to win this one now. We'll see.
Absolutely.
Okay, here we go. Game 2, same map.
Let's see if Boomie respects Phazon's offstage a little bit more as he's going toe-to-toe with Boomie's gauntlets unarmed. Sandstorm has a lot of axe focus this game.
Whoa.
Oh, Boomie trying to catch those
that was
snares.
kind of crazy by Boomie, but he made it out okay. Phazon getting a nice punish on a Boomie for
that downline Sair is about as meaty as a spear combo gets. Oh, he down sigs into the stage, uses Shipwreck Falls.
The double edge guard here. They got Boomie. I think that was enough. No, it's not. He's going to be fine.
Oh, Boomie's just down sigging to recover and to hit.
That's super smart. I bet not a lot of people know that. If you downsig, gravity cancel downsig into the wall with Petra.
You just stop teleporting early.
With the orb, when you teleport in, you get your jumps back. When you teleport out, you're out. Okay, away from the wall. It's super
I didn't
smart
realize,
play. He's resetting his jumps when he does that.
I didn't even realize that was the point
That's why he was doing
Yeah,
that.
I was just thinking that it was like it shortens it, but you're right. He does get the jump.
He's getting his jumps back.
That's crazy.
And escaping from the wall very quickly.
So now they're at a deficit as before. Although if we saw how game one went, like the stocks, oh no, it doesn't matter until one of the red team is gone for good. As Boomie off stage, just
Dinky
nares
got
Remy
Remy
down.
there. Yep. Everybody's down to 2 stocks.
Ooh, nice stairs from FaZe on. Oh, Sandstorm does not
He
care
does
that
not
Boomie's
care,
included.
yeah. Damage is damage.
It's like it doubles up the cannon noises. I have to keep going. 1 noise per hit. Oh! He neutralizes, just turns around and throws out the haymaker. FaZe goes flying. Has a stock lead. And Sandstorm just knows that.
Okay. FaZe was smart to interrupt that. The double side there.
You know, I've never seen. I'm trying to think if I've seen exhausted orb recovery. Does it go as far as regular orb recovery or no? I'd like to see that.
Surely it doesn't. That's the whole point of being exhausted. Is
Right.
That it doesn't
but
go
sometimes
as far.
there's unique things, like with guns, right? You don't go as high,
Well,
but
it goes
you go.
right. It has a farther a farther horizontal distance than a vertical
I'd like to
distance.
see that, but because Boomie used that orb recovery really early, I wonder if it would come out again. But he just used the rest of the jumps on the way back. 3 stocks to 2.
Yeah, maybe. I'm not sure.
Dash jumps there.
Sandstorm's
find
the
it.
only player left on the field with more than 1 stock, but there
And
it goes,
done.
just as fast.
Remy trying to get those down ticks to get that spiking hitbox of the sword. Can't find it. Nares keeping Boomie juggled. Sandstorm tries to provide some relief, but no weapon spotting in favor of him.
Boomie can't land.
Oh, using the down tick, as you said, to get the jumps back and also throw out that menacing hitbox. Remy's got Boomie severely damaged. Sandstorm's keeping him away with Nares, but if Boomie goes down, 1 hammer stare is all it's going to take. He tries to find it. Oh! Goes to the side stick and the active input up. Sends him flying, doesn't get the KO. Boomie somehow finding a way in through the midst of everything like that, but the Stare does
Remy!
it. Okay,
Beautiful
Sandstorm.
interjection by Remy there, because Boomie had him. Boomie had FaZe on there. Remy just comes in like, I
the
got
team
you,
combo.
bro.
But the ground pound afterwards, FaZe went for the double satellite read, and Sandstorm just ground pounds him.
Here we go.
Remy looking for the stops. Stop again. Remy was in this position before. Neutralized Sandstorm flying, but he picks up the weapon as he gets hit by the feet.
What's Remy going to do? He's letting Sandstorm
Oh, the
and he
scoop
gets
to the weapon
scoop.
toss.
Remy gets it. Nice play.
And as you said, game 1 negated in the best of 3 territory now. They only have to win 2 to get that reset.
1-1 now. So it's 1-1 here. We're coming right into the next match. We're coming in hot here.
Mammoth Fortress
Game 3.
this time instead of Shipwreck. Shipwreck seemed to be causing a lot of troubles for the red team when it came to recovering. Maybe this will make a huge difference. As we've said several times, FaZe's edge guards are fantastic. Downlight Sair. FaZe keeping Sandstorm off the stage. Downers and ground pounds are possible. Boomie puts out the neutral stick, and that's one of the laggiest moves in 2s to be throwing out on Petra's kit. Ooh, Sandstorm went for a chase out directly upwards. Taking the most damage so far. Remy just ground pounds to reposition the D-Light recovery. Doesn't do it just yet.
Oh, Remy! That was a pretty early KO.
Oh, the recovery?
Sandstorm. What? FaZe! Remy and FaZe have all the momentum they need right now.
Oh, what? Sandstorm recovered off the side of the stage. He's just gone.
3 stocks down, 45 seconds in. Unbelievable.
That is not looking good for Sandstorm as he doesn't even get to pick up that weapon. Boomie puts on even more damage on it with the neutral light. Sair's Remy, but Remy just dive kicks away, wants to respawn, knows he can't make it back. And why not? After those amazing KOs, both Remy and FaZe catching Boomie and Sandstorm off guard with the Nares.
FaZe still got 3 stocks.
FaZe's got 3 stocks. Remy's fresh on 2 and
FaZe I don't know. He doesn't. Okay.
Boomie goes wide.
I
with
was
the ground
worried,
pound.
especially with. He almost got Boomie there. Boomie ends up
gets it
getting
back.
the reversal.
But I mean, like you said, first stock for FaZe. Sandstorm isn't as damaged as he could be considering how early he lost that second stock. This time staring back at the stage. Has a weapon to use for recovering, but oh man, it's done again!
What
again.
in the world?
They have to dodge these Nares.
Sandstorm got deleted this game.
FaZe and Remy are just fine. That's 3 kills off the top with Nair after a recovery connects because they just keep going.
Well, he doesn't have a dodge now.
He canceled down lights in the middle of nowhere.
He was expecting one of them the ground pound.
Oh, that was FaZe down here. Okay. 4 stocks to 1. Boomie on Petra. Let's see what Remy and FaZe have in store as the team combo starts.
Oh,
it almost looks like
okay.
It's going.
That was unusual. He had a hammer, so he had to do it differently.
And then.
Okay. Wow, what a game. Okay. Faison and Remy are one game away from resetting the bracket on Boomie and Sandstorm.
We're gonna see it right here, right? Remy just goes all
I
the way
don't
up.
think we've ever seen. I don't think Boomie and Sandstorm have ever gotten reset. Nope, I'm lying. Cody Travis and Isandru totally reset.
That's right, 'cause
them
game 10.
In, yeah, because
Final
we had
round.
the game 10 at final
Yeah.
round. Okay, well, I tried to make up a story, but the only story here is that Faison and Remy are killing it. That was such an amazing
it's
game.
getting better every game. That was a 4-stock. A 4-stock on Boomie and Sandstorm. On Mammoth Fortress. It's not, you can't even like
Where are
have
we
stage
going now?
downs.
Oh, back to Shipwreck.
So this is where they were winning before.
Questionable for
Well,
Remy,
actually, they
Remy and Faison to pick this, but
Well,
I don't know what else
finding-
they left on the board. They went through so fast that Stream didn't get to see it.
They have to respect the neutral airs, both from Faison and Remy this time. Oh no,
Oh!
Boomie. Faison, ground pounds. You name it a better match. Oh, neutralize Boomie. Sandstorm with the return down lane nair. Neutral stick from Remy. Oh man, neutral stick onto Remy does not KO. Boomie's trying to get those. Ooh, weapon toss.
From way downtown.
Okay,
Boomie gets the
and
weapon
Sandstorm.
throw.
This is the first time that they've had a very solid lead. In fact, all 3 games so far have had Faison and Remy starting out with a lead.
Right.
And now,
Well, look, now they'll be super powered.
right. It's like, oh, we're at a deficit. Look at this. The
Uh-oh,
team
here we go.
begins. And he stares him. Faison goes for that down air. Sandstorm just manages to avoid it, just barely. Doesn't downlight him. He thought Sandstorm was going to go for the weapon. He does. Side sig hits.
It seems like Remy and Faison don't have a full combo with Remy's hammer
Yeah.
yet, so it looks like the beginning of their usual combo with
And
Koji.
then Remy's just
And
like,
then
well, I have to
he
side
just has to
there.
side air because he doesn't. They don't have a
Ground pound hit.
practice
Did Remy
thing.
touch? He didn't touch. Remy's down. Will Faison go afterwards?
Oh,
I think he did. That's it.
that's
oh,
big.
double KO. Boomie off stage this game.
And Sandstorm's like fresh on his second stock here. What? Oh, beautiful down signature from Remy.
Oh, Sandstorm's just going left
What
and
in
right.
the- oh, okay, big damage, but they got to do a lot more
they've
here
got
because
both
Sandstorm's
set
only in
orange.
yellow.
Oh, Sandstorm just ground pounds on the stage, blasts him into Shipwreck Falls. D-Light recovery on the Boomie puts him deeper into the orange. If they can take down Boomie here, there's an argument for a 2v1 win. But Boomie's doing a ton
very
of damage
difficult
himself.
one.
Oh, down there's from Faison. Is that it?
It's Boomie and
Sandstorm?
No, Boomie's fine.
Okay.
But with Faison there, you know, he's got his downward hitting. Oh, the neutral signature.
All right, Remy. You've been in this position before. Never mind. Sandstorm is totally taking it away. D-Light ground pound. Boomie wanted a piece of it, didn't matter. Sandstorm completely took care of that sock. Game 5.
Game 5. For Faison and Remy, it's do or die.
Are we?
Boomie and Sandstorm, just another day.
Final round was game 10, low tier city. That's the storyline.
This is it, yeah. Will
Game-
they
game
get
10.
will they get the reset here? If Boomie and Sandstorm win this, it's all over. Boomie and Sandstorm win yet another land, their
They went back to
5th
Shipwreck.
land in a row.
That was such a crazy opening. Usually you have like a plan at the start, and it looked like both Faison and Boomie's plan was to wait to see what the other guy did, and it just stood still.
just
And
stood
at first I
still.
was like, wait, what's happening? Okay, Faison taking a lot of damage at the very start, finally picks up a sword. Remy's got Boomie towards the top. If Boomie and Sandstorm don't respect their upwards hitting moves this time, maybe it could go. Oh no! Sandstorm neutral catches.
That was beautiful!
Oh.
My goodness!
Now Remy in between Boomie and Sandstorm taking a lot of damage himself. Boomie's keeping him off stage. Sandstorm gets hit with a side light from Faison's spear. Down air after down air, puts Boomie off. Okay, oh no, it's Faison on a dare. Faison on a dare.
Downward hitting! Oh my
four in a
god!
row.
The Pogo Master! Dude, Faison!
We're not joking when we
And
talk
they
about
got the
Faison
KO
on
on
a dare.
Sandstorm. Suddenly, Faison and Remy are in the lead.
Faison off stage, down air. I'm telling you, it's so good.
That's ridiculous.
I was just talking with Gobi earlier about like what's the one weapon which with their down air you're just thinking like yeah you don't use that for gimps. It's the spear, right? Because the down air's never going to KO super early, but if you hit 5
If
in
you
a
hit
row,
5 in a row, it works, yeah.
and Shipwreck
Definitely
there's
gets
no
KO'd.
wall to touch on the way back up. I mean barely. You can rise up against the slant on the bottom side, but you don't get the jumps back. Ooh, but Faison's looking like he's taking so much damage here. Remy goes down. Will Boomie get the return on the Faison? Weapon toss almost sent him flying into Sandstorm's neutral air. Good interrupt from Remy. That stopped that sidelight stare from taking out Faison for sure. Recovery almost takes out Boomie. Downlight side air off the team combo. Is Sandstorm going down? D-Light stare on the Boomie. He's just sitting him left and right, trying to get the side sync. Faison, ground pound, of course. Why would I think otherwise? Doesn't even matter if he's unarmed. He's just down airing the weapon toss in the Boomie. Side light, oh, nice from Sandstorm, but the neutral leg, will he go for the recovery onto Phazon? Phazon just riding away. Can Remy get him? Oh, he just makes it back. Sandstorm's down, 4 stocks to 2, and Boomie's just holding on the side of the stage for Sandstorm to recover.
This is looking really good for the reset here, right? Phazon and Remy.
Down
but they can't
hits.
slow down. They can't slow down. If Boomie and Sandstorm manage to get Remy here real quick.
There's the pummel. Down light.
Oh, that's big.
Neutral air.
Remy's still alive, though. Can he put out some damage?
Side air.
on
Remy's
this
just
second
taking
stock?
damage, and that's it. Phazon's trying to get something back in. Ooh, neutral light. Boomie couldn't get the down air afterwards to be able to get more damage on the neutral. He accidentally hit Sandstorm, and Sandstorm side airing through. Finds a little bit more damage on the Phazon. Two airs on the Phazon in a row. Phazon's got to be careful.
This is
down
dangerous.
Light, down air.
Oh,
Can Boomie get it? Oh no, Boomie kicks
Okay.
Sandstorm. Gravity cancels side light onto Sandstorm. Saw Sandstorm for being able to finish off Phazon's stock.
Phazon's super damaged, and it's so scary because even though Remy and Phazon have total damage, they're in the lead, but they could just take out Remy.
Oh, Boomie got hit by a neutral light as he tried to down sync in, putting out those Petra down signatures, just trying to get something. Oh,
Nice.
The
Oh, that was
recovery
beautiful.
onto both. Sandstorm and Boomie split up in other directions, but the recovery comes in. Boomie not done. Sandstorm just putting up the haymaker. Remy does not punish it as he goes up for the recovery.
Oh,
Boomie's
Phazon!
done. Will Sandstorm follow?
Are we going to get the reset?
The down air. Oh no, Phazon did not believe. The side stick from Sandstorm all the way through underneath Remy and Phazon.
That's
Does
it! They got the reset! Remy and Phazon! Oh my goodness!
I'm telling you, I felt it. Game 10. I think it's going to happen. It has to.
Oh, wow. Okay. Reset. 0-0. It all comes down to this
Do
now.
we see character swaps from Boomie? We were kind of talking about this, right?
Oh,
Boomie's
right,
done this
right.
before, where he has the new character, brings it up to a point, and then can't pull it off with it at the very end. Will he switch to something that he's
will
used
he
to?
pick back
or will they
Thor,
stick with this?
or, you know,
Will
he's
Sandstorm
got
go from Zolda Lin Fei maybe to Mordex? I feel like, I don't know. Phazon and Remy are making it work.
They both have huge legend pools that they've had so much success with. But together,
Nope, they're staying.
Yeah, they're staying. Together, I want to say Thor and Zol has been
Thor
like
and Zol,
their
yeah.
ultimate unbeatable combo here. But you know what? I want to say it's not the legends, right? It's the players right now. So here we go. Bracket reset, 0-0.
And we're starting off in a map not before seeing this matchup.
And it's not
we were
Shipwreck
Mammoth
or Mammoth.
Yeah. Which terrifies me. I can't believe in a 1v2 Sandstorm put a fully charged side sig on cannon with Zol and it didn't die right away. That's the kind of craziness where like both players were like, what is he doing? And it works. Boomie's got to be really careful. Wow,
Phazon's getting
hunting.
a lot off of.
Oh,
Oh, Phazon's got to be careful.
Ground pound again?
Okay.
No, dive kicks away.
Whoa.
Boomie's Boomie
Phazon
gone.
looking for the KO on Boomie.
He didn't get
got
his
it.
back. Okay.
That's big because they're hardly damaged right
Neutral
now.
light, ground pound, Sandstorm fighting off both Remy and Phazon off stage. Boomie finds another ground
Oh
pound.
no!
Is Boomie
Okay.
down again?
Okay.
Phazon with ground
Oh,
pound. That's it.
Phazon!
It's
Oh, Phazon!
Boomie's done.
Oh my goodness, Phazon!
Remy goes down, but Phazon off stage has just been completely dominating against anybody.
Oh,
at this
Phazon's
arena.
on fire. He's
Boomie-
actually on fire. Boomie with a nice save on Sandstorm.
Oh, the side stick. Oh, who did that hit? I heard the connection, but I didn't see the knockback.
Uh-oh. Oh, Phazon tried to come in to help Remy.
Oh, the team
And
combo
this
to
is
Remy.
huge. They got so much damage on
But
Remy
Sandstorm went for the
while
ground
Phazon
pound.
was gone. And even though Phazon's crushing it, Remy's in danger. He's
Oh.
on his second stock.
Oh, but Boomie gets hit by team.
Oh!
Boomie, wake up, gravity cancel, neutral sync.
Beautiful
Puts out
play
the
by-
down
and he
sync,
gets
fully
Remy.
charged.
Unbelievable.
Double KO from Boomie, and now it is completely even in the stocks. It didn't even matter. Boomie fell to his death twice in a row, 30 seconds, and yet
And
we have
they're
a dead
still
even
in
game.
it. It's incredible how that can
Oh,
happen.
but Phazon's trying to get that nail.
But yeah, you know, this might be the play.
Ooh.
Go for Boomie. He's pretty damaged.
Sandstorm
He's got
scared
one
Boomie,
stock
too.
left. You can't go too hard because then, then they can counterplay off of that. But if they get the KO on Boomie here, it's a doable 2v1, especially a team like Phazon and Remy. But we'll have to see here. Boomie coming back to the stage here. He's got one stock left. Phazon might just be able to finish it right here, but Boomie beats him once again in neutral.
Ooh, we try to go for that neutral there, but Remy just managed to get past the cannon ground pound. Ended a little bit too early. Weapon toss from Phazon on the
Nice.
down air. Nice mix up Phazon with the. That's just cool.
Remy looking for the KO on Boomie
Oh.
right now. Uh-oh, he's in trouble. That's it. He's
He's
got
alive. He
nothing
got a
left.
touch. He got a
Oh,
touch.
but Phazon with the save. What a great save.
Remy's still alive. Boomie's still alive. They're both fighting off stage.
This is scary.
It's going to be a 1v1 for sure. Like, whatever happens. Sandstorm might go down a little bit earlier. Faison gets the recovery. Remy gets sent flying. Still holding on. Blackguard Keep is just a matter
Oh,
down there.
Remy got him.
Okay, Sandstorm goes down. Remy side six towards Faison. Just making sure he's not sleeping. Can you get that down there? Good grab. Slide choke. Ground. Or down
How is
heavy.
Boomie still alive? Unbelievable.
Boomie
this
is
guy
just using Blackguard Keep to full advantage. It's one of his favorite maps in 1v1s. But Faison's just saying, okay, if Boomie wants to live, go after Sandstorm.
Oh, he got
there
him.
Goes Remy.
Uh-oh, okay. Now, even though Faison's got 2 stocks here and Boomie's nearly dead.
Just has it down there. Wait,
this
Boomie,
is like,
Boomie,
no,
what are you
he's
doing?
fine.
Okay.
He's fine.
I got so scared.
This
after
is
the
like,
first
this
2
is
stocks.
scary because Sandstorm and Boomie, they've got 1v2 combos prepared.
However,
even on Petra, who just came out, they have stuff prepared. They've been practicing it.
Blackguard Keep is like the perfect map to run away from team combos on.
Oh, and Faison gets
Downer
him.
comes
Now
down.
he comes down to this 1v1 against Sandstorm. Sandstorm,
too.
the #1 ranked 1v1 player in the world.
But Faison is probably one of
Faison
he's one of 3 players that have actually taken a set off of Sandstorm.
Yes, that's true. Faison's beaten Sandstorm in tournaments before.
Oh, but double nair. He just tried to fall right down into it.
He was trying to beat it out with a down air, and you know what? I mean, his downward hitting moves are on point. So
They are on point,
you can't
but
blame
maybe
him.
probably can't fire through cannon blasts. That's what it seems
All
like.
right, anything can happen here.
Neutral light from Sandstorm. Sarah's to reposition.
Faison.
Down light down there. That's just going to hit. But there's one.
Pogos. Even on stage, he'll pogo.
Ooh. Tries a javelin toss right through Sandstorm. Doesn't work out. Dash forward, down light. Side light's the reposition. Faison takes the upper ground until it descends. And then Sandstorm. Oh, they're just fighting back and forth. Down light there again. Sandstorm is slowly tacking on damage on the Faison.
He's nearly brought it back in terms of damage against Faison here, but nice.
The pivot gravity cancel down light recovery.
Uh-oh.
There. Chase dodges directly upwards. Sandstorm. Not on the verge of death, but close. Oh, the gravity cancel neutral light's right above Sandstorm's neutral light. They both go wide.
Oh my goodness, this is crazy.
Faison is just playing the most amazing footsies. He's just dashing back and forth. Oh, Sandstorm didn't trust that was going to hit.
He went for the read.
The Sarah hits.
Faison.
Dodged in place.
Oh, man.
Faison just don't challenge it. There's the down air. Recovery. So close. Sandstorm just covers his landing with the weapon toss and runs for safety. Faison has him on the other side of the stage. Where will the weapon spawn? Is on the right or the left face. Sandstorm just waiting.
He's got no weapon.
I bet you it's on the right side.
A weapon by, yeah.
It's just waiting. Oh, weapon toss. Sandstorm kick it through. Recovery.
Oh, my
Faison.
goodness.
Just deny it. He picks up the axe. This is probably Sandstorm's worst weapon.
He doesn't want this weapon. He wants cannons.
What if he ends with a side?
But
stick?
he's got. But
Oh,
he
the Sarah hits.
That's it. Faison clutches out the 1v1.
Okay. All right. 2 more games.
I mean, he's got to. You got to respect that, right? Because Faison, he had a pretty significant lead going into that 1v1, and he
Faison had
just barely
he had to
scraped
change
by.
up the 1v1 halfway through because like Sandstorm was just hitting downlight dare several times
Yeah.
in a row. And then we saw the changes in the middle of the game, and now they're up a game against
They're
Boomie.
up a
Sandstorm.
game.
Bracket
Boomie-
reset situation.
That's-
Back to Blackguard
yeah.
Keep.
Remy
All right,
and Faison are
keep in mind,
winning right now.
Boomie was down to 1 stock by like 7 minutes and 50
Right.
seconds.
I mean, that was a very unusual
And
circumstance
it
there.
still was very close.
And I'm sure Boomie and Sandstorm are thinking something along the line of, okay, well, if you don't lose 2 stocks immediately, we'll probably win, right? Boomie looking for a weapon, and Remy just will not let him have it. Still, oh, man, beautiful. Remy and Faison are out of their minds right now. Boomie's still without a weapon.
Ground pound.
They are just owning these 2 weapons on the field here. Don't let them get one. Okay, finally, Boomie arms up. And Faison gets a huge side signature on Boomie. I was surprised it didn't KO. And then Sandstorm gets the punish, which does KO. So now Boomie and Sandstorm are in the lead.
Sandstorm tried to finish off that pummel from Boomie at the downer with a neutral sig, but it was unarmed, and now going further into the game. Oh, the double KO!
Just like that, Remy and Faison in the lead here. Remy still holding on to all 3 stocks, and he's only in orange.
Ooh, the team combo in the middle of the fray. He's able to turn off that neutral light. Nair Sandstorm again. Sandstorm spending so much time unarmed. Sared for picking up the cannon. Now in orange, Remy still in the first stock and doing so much damage. Sure, Boomie hasn't lost his stock super early this time, and maybe Sandstorm's going to be the one at the deficit because if he's not careful. Okay, down light Nair doesn't KO Remy, and Faison is running all the way through. Down airs, Nairs, nothing's hitting. Ooh, but Sandstorm stops Boomie.
That would have been the KO too. Remy gets another chance at life here.
Down sig.
Nice down sig.
And he dodged the down sig for Boomie.
Remy got
Faison
3 stocks.
down light
Oh
neutral
my
sig
goodness.
on Hattori.
Remy and Faison
5 stocks
are
to 2.
on their
5
way.
stocks to 2.
Remy finally loses his first stock. This is insane.
I mean, if they drop this game, it's got to happen, right? The legend swap. It has to.
We don't know. We don't know. Who's to say?
Faison and Remy have this on lock. They're looking so good.
It's not the legend.
Sandstorm
it's Remy
is
and Faison.
so damaged. Falling
Remy's
stairs.
fresh with 2 stocks right now.
Okay, but the double down air.
Oh, no.
3,
Remy.
4.
Wow, oh my God.
Maybe it doesn't matter.
Sandstorm. We said he couldn't play Axe. We were so wrong. Look at that.
I cannot believe that was
He
a 0 to death with
slammed
Axe
him
down,
down.
alone.
That was so clutch. Like, what better thing could you ask for? Remy was at white.
I
He
know.
was as healthy as could be. And then 4 down airs in a row from Sandstorm's Axe just deleted him.
Recovery comes
but,
out.
But it's still, they are not out in the clear yet because
No.
Sandstorm's
That's
very
how big of
damaged.
a lead Remy and Faison
Yeah,
had.
yeah. Even though they both died there, even though Remy lost the stock at white, they still have such a huge lead.
Ooh, recovery comes out. Boomie not done yet. Neutralite Sandstorm away. They just have to get one of them down. There's the Nair. No,
Oh, it
still
looked
not.
like it was going to do it.
Stop
That's it
there.
for Sandstorm. Down to a 1v2.
Oh, recovery.
And they
does
got
it.
him! Faison and Remy
Dual
are
lead.
now up 2-0 against Boomie and Sandstorm.
Maybe that game 10's not going to happen. Maybe Faison and Remy are
Maybe
just
it
that
just
same.
comes down to this.
Because what, the last...
All they have to do is win one more game, and they will defeat the team that has never, ever lost a LAN.
Offline. They've never lost offline.
My goodness. The nod. They're just
There it
like,
is.
we got this. No legend
No
swap.
legend swap.
I
Petra
respect
all the way.
it.
Back to
It's
shipwreck.
not the legends. It just comes down to what happens in the match. So here we go.
Ooh, dodges in place, but Remy was ready for it.
Oh, just
Neutral
barely
sig.
missed that neutral signature.
Ooh, the recovery. I was expecting a Nair afterwards, but Remy doesn't go for it that time. It's one of those things that you get once in a set,
Right.
and then you don't try to go for it again. Nice Nair from Sandstorm. Tries to go for the double. Falls to that side air and Faison. It's the
Oh,
side
nice
sig.
signature from Faison. Is he going to get the edge guard on Boomie here? Boomie recovering very high. He had no chance.
Ooh, tries to hit that Nair. Neutral
Oh,
light.
Faison.
Faison, no!
Okay.
And Sandstorm might get a return KO because of that. The down sig doesn't hit this time, and Remy has no dodge. Ooh, Sayre's Faison instead, but gets through to the fray. Sayre from Boomie still not going to take out Remy. These first stocks are lasting so long compared to all the other games. The recovery comes down, and the ground pound Boomie.
Oh.
Up, down, out. Double KO, and now 6 stocks to 4 for game number 3. I have to remember this. This isn't game 5.
It's not game
like
5.
They
Game
Boomie and
3
Sandstorm
here.
actually have
They're
to win
catching
3
up.
in a row.
It's very unusual for them, but, I mean... Oh, no.
Ooh, Remy
Remy's
goes
down.
down.
Oh, goodness.
Okay.
This is looking good for Boomie and Sandstorm to bring this back. Sandstorm is so damaged right now.
Yeah,
On
that-
our
that's how
side air
damaged.
from the middle of the stage will do it. Boomie also falls as well. 4 stocks to 3 here. I didn't really catch what happened to Remy there, but he just lost that stock.
A little bit of friendly fire. Faison side light, down light, Sayre. Double down light, Sayre. Catches Boomie not dodging. 4-piece spear combo. Ooh, that Nair from Remy connects with Boomie, puts him deeper into the orange. Sandstorm just goes for the
Oh.
ground pound finish.
And
Gets the second one.
he's gonna get it. I don't think
Is
Remy
Remy
can make it
done?
back.
Faison
Oh no!
can't get him. Oh, no,
they
Faison.
really messed up that save.
Okay.
It's unfortunate.
Yeah, that was like.
They're like,
Hey.
no, you down here. No, I'm gonna go.
Listen,
Okay, no.
If Faison was the enemy, beautiful dodge, right? Like, it's just impeccable. But unfortunately, not the case. Neutralite puts Faison off stage.
Looking like Boomie and Sandstorm are about to clean this up.
They've got the weapons that they want for the combo that they've drilled. We've seen it once on stream.
Okay.
Here it is. Neutralite. Down like, oh no, Boomie got
Not quite-
involved.
Okay, they can do something different here. They,
A little too
they
damaged.
did not have a plan for that particular set of moves.
I've seen Boomie intentionally, maybe not intentionally, he'll active input the side sig up
yeah.
so that
So that he can
Sandstorm
grab
can't
him.
follow up.
Oh.
Sometimes like I've seen like he's like ready with the
Like,
neutral
you know,
sig
you
and
don't
just go
get it.
straight up and Boomie just stands still and he's like, only in situations where it's 4 stocks to 1.
Sure.
All right.
They'll troll each
But
other.
they can't
just
they-
a little bit.
They can't breathe easy yet. That was 1 win in this best of 5. Faison and Remy are still up 2-1, and now they're at the advantage the rest of the set, right? To be able to guide them to whatever maps they want to play on. Mammoth Fortress is going to be game number 3 or 4.
All right, here we go.
Ooh, already opening up with a slugfest. Sandstorm returning with that down like ground pound. Boomie hit by that falling nair from Remy. Sandstorm just waiting for a weapon and getting smacked for it. Ooh, he's gonna get it again. No! Sandstorm respected it that time. Recovery in the air didn't work out for Phazon. Weapon tosses, dodged out of the way, but Sandstorm can't
he
make it back.
can't make it back.
He had to dodge
And
the ground
Phazon
pound.
survives. That's huge. They're in the lead right now. They only need one game. This could be it.
And Phazon already putting a ton more damage on the Sandstorm right as he respawned. Side air onto Boomie puts Remy off stage. Can he get that down or no? No ground pound either. Remy goes to safety, and now they're going after Boomie. They want that 6-4 stock lead. Boomie sends Remy away. Phazon falls to the stair, puts Boomie off stage. Can he get the ground pound, the dare, anything? Oh, the weapon toss from Sandstorm all the way across the stage.
From way downtown.
Ends up hitting Boomie. And now they're down a stock.
Phazon and Remy have a pretty nice lead here. But Remy's very damaged on this first stock. He could lose it at any moment.
Boomie trying to catch him with the down 6, but they are very aware of the move. Okay, Neutral Air takes him down. Sandstorm takes out Remy, and now Phazon is the next that has to go. If they want to be able to take this to game number 5, they're on the verge of being out at second. Phazon and Remy so close to being able to take a grand finals. Down light, Neutral light. Oh, Boomie! Can't go for it. Down light, down air. Sends Phazon off the side of the stage. Magic doesn't hit, and the neutral stick puts Sandstorm off the left. Sandstorm so heavily damaged.
Sandstorm's in a risky
side. Oh, the
position.
stop Sair. Delayed Sair still hits Sandstorm. Doesn't hit him. Doesn't actually take it off.
Phazon and
Phazon's
Remy.
still on 3 stocks. Down air.
This
That's
is
it.
insane. Oh,
Two dares.
they got it.
Ground pound.
The
That's
Puno.
it. Okay, no, Remy. Still living with the neutral stick hits. Can Boomie get another neutral stick? Gravity cancel? No. Doesn't go for it. Remy just goes all the way to the right side of the stage. If they can take out Remy, that's the only chance that I feel like they have.
If they take out Remy soon here, they're in a good spot to bring it back.
So close. Doesn't get the side stick, but Boomie's not getting punished for any of these hits. Oh no, he ends up hitting Sandstorm.
Surprising that he's not getting punished for those signatures.
Neutral
'Cause they
stick
do
hits.
leave him in place for
Oh,
a while.
man,
And
they
we're down to
even
an
that
even
up.
game. Oh my
Ground pound
goodness.
hits.
And Boomie, they
Even
just,
game. It's
oh
a
my,
lead. Boomie knows what's on the
I
line.
can't
Dominating.
believe it. They had such a big lead here. Boomie and Sandstorm managed to bring it back against all odds. It's never over with this team.
Oh, he pummels Remy. Another neutral light on the Phazon. Chase dodge and turns around onto Remy. Another neutral
That
light.
was
Boomie.
great. He
It seems
interrupted.
like he's untouchable. He's hitting all these long-lasting moves and still not getting
And
hit for
he's
it.
got another
Look how much
stock
damage
still,
he
too.
has. Okay,
Oh,
Sandstorm.
only Sandstorm
Only
could
Sandstorm
end
is
him.
taking Boomie. Both.
Uh-oh,
Boomie
if they get
stocks.
the KO here, Phazon, he's doing his downward hitting.
Oh, no.
Get him on the
Is
side.
Sandstorm done?
Boomie's going to have
Boomie
to go
has to
save
get him.
Sandstorm.
He
Nice
gets it.
save. Nice save.
Okay.
Oh, my
Sandstorm
God.
lives, and Boomie's hitting. It's like Boomie is.
Remy's in trouble.
Boomie has transcended to another level of play. Sandstorm
They got it. This is 2v1. Can they
All right.
do this?
But it's the hammer, right? We haven't seen Remy being able to get those follow-ups with hammers. He just ends with the sidelights and stairs. If Remy doesn't switch over the sword, maybe he can get it. But
Oh,
no! Big
beautiful.
combo. Recovery.
Oh, no.
And drops into a down air.
This could be
Weapon
it.
toss comes up. Can he get it? Phazon. Oh no! Okay. Boomie makes it back. Down airs from Phazon. Goes out. Down six.
Boomie's
doesn't
ready to
touch.
win this one.
Weapon toss recovery.
That's
Does
it. Remy and Phazon have defeated the undefeated doubles team. They have done it. Can you believe it? Remy and Phazon are your low-tier City 7 doubles champions.
I can't believe it. I was getting ready for the narrative of 2019 where Boomie and Sandstorm just go undefeated all the way, but they've done it. At first it was only online, but now Remy and Phazon.
They've done it. They are land champions. The
And through a-
lion's share
and
of
through a-
$10,000 prize pool for this doubles tournament.
Through a bracket
Unbelievable.
reset. That's crazy. Remy and Phazon are fantastic. Man, I'm at a loss for words.
I'm at a loss for, yeah, I mean,
What?
amazing, amazing, amazing. Let's see the pop off. This is the moment of victory. What? No,
Although
come
this
back.
is us.
Oh wait, was our pop off?
Is our pop off better than the player pop off? I think I don't know. I don't know what the replay is.
Okay.
Well,
I don't know what's happening.
I thought it was a replay of us again.
I mean, we did pop off kind of big, so if it was our pop off, we were.
Remy and Phazon.
Those guys won.
There it is in the back. I
Look
can
at them.
read it on stream.
Champions. Man, that was
Getting
exciting.
their medals. I think. Oh, it definitely does it for twos. We're not done.
So
Low Tier
that's,
City.
that's it for doubles.
What time do we
here
start
at Low
tomorrow?
Tier City 7?
I think it's 12.
That's a good question.
I think it's 12 o'clock. I'm actually 95% sure that it's
12 o'clock
CST.
Central Time,
Central
though.
Time,
We
yeah.
usually do stuff off of Eastern Time,
Yeah.
so you Eastern boys
So
out
it's
there,
Eastern, it's 1.
that's 1 p.m.
Yep.
Oh, here's the pop-up. Yes!
Yes, there it is. And look at that genuine smile.
There we
Look at
go.
Sparky. It's just like, hey, we've got people that can contest Boomie and Sandstorm offline now. That's so
Yeah.
exciting. I mean, it's not like it hasn't happened before, right? We were talking with Cody and Issadrew game 10s, but like it has always been Boomie and Sandstorm winning. Finally had it happen.
That was awesome.
That was awesome.
What a great tournament. Brawlhalla Esports. It is time for us to sign out. Thank you so much for being with us here today. We'll be back tomorrow starting at noon Central, 1 p.m. Eastern, which is 7 p.m. Central in Europe, in
I think
most
so.
of Europe.
Yeah, +6. Yeah,
So
that's right.
we'll see you then. Thank you so much for being here, and until tomorrow, goodbye.